Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 375, Shin's Questions. Shin looked at the great toad sage, Gamamaru, and nodded with satisfaction. Gamamaru's attitude was clearly more reasonable than the white snake sage's. As the saying goes, he who understands the times is a wise man. Those who don't, well, the white snake sage's fate served as a prime example, not even a corpse remained. Rest assured, Gamamaru. If you answer my questions honestly, I won't harm Mount Myaboku. Shin offered Gamamaru this reassurance. Whether the toad truly felt at ease, Shin couldn't say. My first question, is Hagoromo Otsutsuki truly dead? After asking, Shin stared intently at Gamamaru. If it dared to lie, Shin would know instantly. Gamamaru, having lived for at least 1,000 years, was undoubtedly cunning. But under Shin's gaze, even the slightest ripple in its soul wouldn't escape his notice. Deceiving him was impossible. I didn't expect you to know that name. Gamamaru sounded somewhat wistful. 1,000 years had passed, yet someone still remembered the name Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Countless people knew of the Sage of Six Paths, even civilians knew of him. In the Naruto world, the Sage of Six Paths' status was no different from a legendary god. Some even worshipped him. The world knew the title, Sage of Six Paths, but who knew his real name was Hagoromo Otsutsuki? Enough with the nostalgia. Answer my question. Shin stared impassively at Gamamaru. He is not dead. Gamamaru's eyes held a hint of complexity. With that level of power, how could he die? Shin nodded calmly, showing no surprise. After all, Hamura Otsutsuki hadn't died, until Shin killed him. It was natural for his older brother, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, to still be alive. In Shin's eyes, Hagoromo's strength definitely surpassed Hamura's. Gamamaru had been watching Shin closely. Seeing Shin remain so composed upon hearing the Sage of Six Paths wasn't dead, Gamamaru suspected Shin already knew. Then, my second question, where is Hagoromo Otsutsuki now? The previous question was just a casual inquiry, a way to test if the toad sage would lie. This second question was what Shin truly wanted to know. I cannot answer that question. I simply do not know where Hagoromo Otsutsuki is. Gamamaru looked at Shin candidly. Shin observed Gamamaru, the toad sage wasn't lying. It seemed he truly didn't know. That makes sense. Hagoromo Otsutsuki is in hiding, how could he let others easily find him? 1,000 years ago, after separating the nine-tailed beasts, the Sage of Six Paths vanished. No one knows where he went. Perhaps he has already left the shinobi world. This was Gamamaru's own speculation. After all, for 1,000 years, there had been no news of either of the Sage brothers. Gamamaru chose to withhold information about Hamura Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. Shin hadn't asked, and Gamamaru didn't know if Shin was aware of Hamura. In any case, Gamamaru wasn't going to volunteer the information. Gamamaru didn't know that the reason Shin didn't ask about Hamura Otsutsuki was because Hamura had already been killed by him. Who would inquire about a dead person? Last question. You can prophesize the future. Can you prophesize my future? Shin was somewhat curious about this. Gamamaru's prophetic ability could see fragments of the world's future. Could it see his? And now, with Shin's arrival in this world, the so-called future should have already changed. What kind of future would Gamamaru see now? No. I can no longer see fragments of the future. Gamamaru shook his head, not hiding anything. For over a decade now, he had been unable to see future fragments, as if his ability had vanished. Shin looked deeply at Gamamaru. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Shin turned and used Yumatsu Hirasaka to leave, not causing any further trouble for the toads of Mount Myaboku. Gamamaru had been honest. Besides, harassing these toads offered no benefit, Shin wouldn't do something pointless. After Shin left, Gamamaru finally let out a sigh of relief. Shin's presence had been incredibly stressful. Animals, especially, had a keen sense of danger. Though toads might not be as perceptive as snakes, they were certainly more sensitive than humans. Gamamaru felt that Shin Uzumaki was even more dangerous than Kaguya Otsutsuki, the woman who wanted to destroy the world. It was best to avoid angering him in the future. But why did he ask about the Sage of Six Paths? Is he planning to confront him? Gamamaru didn't know and didn't intend to get involved. Though his own strength wasn't weak, his intuition told him getting involved would have severe consequences. You're back already. Mikoto looked at Shin, who had returned home. Shin had been gone for less than half an hour in total. I just had some questions for the Toad Sage. Got my answers, so I came back. Shin smiled, walked over to Makoto, and joined her in watering the flowers. By the way, where's Hinata? Shin remembered Hinata had been watering flowers with Makoto when he left. Why wasn't she here now? Hinata was dragged off by Hanabi to train, Konan informed Shin. Dragged off by Hanabi to train? When did Hanabi become so diligent? Shin was puzzled. That little bum Hanabi wasn't exactly the hard-working type, she usually liked to slack off during training. She said she wants to defeat Karen, so she's training hard to beat Karen. Konan said with a smile. Shin nodded, then walked over to Tsunade and the others, who were still playing cards. Tsunade's face was covered in paper strips. The loser had to stick paper strips on their face. Tsunade kept losing, so her face was completely covered. Kushina and Mei Terumi looked much better, with only a few strips each. Tsunade, you're in such a sorry state, yet you're still persevering. Shin asked Tsunade. I was about to win. You came over and distracted me, making me lose. Tsunade angrily blamed Shin, much to Shin's exasperation. It's clearly your terrible luck. Someone's blaming others for their own shortcomings. Mei, don't you agree? Kushina shot Tsunade a provocative look. Yes. We've been playing for hours, and she hasn't won once. That kind of luck is impressive. Mei Terumi said, genuinely impressed by Tsunade's consistently terrible luck. Every time, Tsunade managed to draw the worst possible hand. Chapter 376, left and right hugs are fine. I'm done playing. After losing several more hands, Tsunade threw her cards down. I suspect you two are cheating. Tsunade, furious at not having won a single game, refused to believe it was her bad luck. She suspected Kushina and Mei Terumi were cheating. Cheating? Against you? Please. I only cheat against those who actually pose a challenge. You don't even qualify, Tsunade. Kushina scoffed. She hadn't forgotten how Shin used to make a fortune by betting against Tsunade in casinos. Tsunade never won. Tsunade's face darkened. They were mocking her. All right, Tsunade, calm down. Perhaps you should stick to games that require skill, not luck, Shin said, placing a hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Humph. I'm so angry. Tsunade exhaled sharply. She shouldn't have played cards with Kushina and the others. Losing continuously and still being mocked, it was frustrating not being able to retort effectively. By the way, I'm heading to Kirigakure. Want to come? Nawaki should still be there, Shin asked Tsunade. Yes, I'll go. It's been a long time since I last saw Nawaki. Tsunade counted on her fingers, she couldn't even remember how long it had been. She had mostly forgotten about Nawaki. Why are you going to Kirigakure? Kushina asked Shin, puzzled. Taking Hinata and Hanabi back for a visit. Hinata told me a few days ago she missed her mother, Shin replied with a shrug. Let's go tomorrow. It's almost evening already. Makoto put down her watering can and walked over to Shin. All right. No rush. We'll listen to Makoto. Shin watched Makoto gracefully approach, then reached out and swept her into his arms, spinning her around. Put me down. Makoto lightly tapped Shin's shoulder. Do you really want me to put you down? Shin asked, looking at the expression on Makoto's face. She seemed to be enjoying it, yet she asked to be put down. Why are you hugging Makoto? Hug me too. Kushina pouted, rushing towards Shin with a jealous look. Careful, don't fall. Shin held Makoto with one arm and Kushina with the other. Left and right hugs are fine, huh? Tsunade remarked, watching Shin hold one in each arm. Seeing the slightly smug look on Shin's face annoyed Tsunade greatly. Want to hug me too? If you hug me, it'll be more comfortable than hugging Kushina and Makoto. Tsunade straightened up, puffing out her chest and looking at Shin, successfully drawing his attention. What's so great about that? Kushina deliberately glanced at a certain part of Tsunade, then hugged Shin tightly. Humph. I won't give up my spot to you. Kushina clung to Shin, refusing to let go. Makoto, on the other side, also held onto Shin tightly. Seems like everyone wants a piece of me, Shin said with deliberate smugness. But he soon realized he'd spoken too soon. Kushina and Makoto, unable to stand Shin's smug expression, reached out and pinched his waist. Though he didn't feel any pain, Shin still put on an exaggerated expression, pretending to be in agony. Let go. I need to go prepare dinner, Makoto said to Shin. Though she enjoyed being in Shin's embrace, cooking was more important. If she didn't cook, wouldn't they all go hungry tonight? Though skipping a meal wouldn't kill them, they were used to regular meals, not eating felt strange. After Makoto left, Konan instantly appeared in Shin's arms, leaving the initially eager Mei Terumi and Tsunade momentarily stunned. Konan, shouldn't you be helping Makoto with dinner? Tsunade asked irritably. No. I don't think I'd be much help. So I'll stay here. Konan shook her head at Tsunade. By the way, do you all want to go to Kirigakure tomorrow? Shin invited Kushina and the others. No thanks. But remember to come back early. Don't be too late, or else. Kushina shot Shin a threatening look. Threatening me? Tonight, I'll deal with you properly. Don't beg for mercy, Shin whispered into Kushina's ear. Who would beg for mercy? Kushina pouted. Good. I like seeing you act tough. I hope you can still be that stubborn later. Though, Kushina, you've never managed to hold out before. Shin chuckled mischievously. That laugh is so lewd. Don't laugh like that anymore, Shin and I. It's ruining your image. Konan said to Shin. Fine. I'll stop. Hearing Konan say it affected his image, Shin instantly wiped the smile off his face. After a while, Shin released Kushina and Konan, then said, I'll go get Hinata, Hanabi, and Karen for dinner. Just as Shin stepped out the door, he saw Hinata, Hanabi, and Karen returning together. Looks like they didn't forget about dinner either. Was just about to call you for dinner. Didn't expect you to be back already. Shin and I, what were you doing earlier? You weren't having fun without me, were you? Hanabi ran over, jumped onto Shin, and asked. That's right. I was having fun, and I didn't bring you. Deliberately left you at home, Shin nodded. Humph. Hanabi huffed angrily upon hearing this, then turned her head away, ignoring Shin, seemingly genuinely angry. Shin ignored the pouting Hanabi, put her down, and walked into the room. Just in time, Mikoto had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. With shadow clones, cooking was indeed fast. Yes, Mikoto had used shadow clones to cook so quickly. Otherwise, preparing such a large spread for so many people would have taken Mikoto a very long time alone. My favorite fried tempura. Great. I love you, Mikoto-nichan. Hanabi, seeing her favorite fried tempura, instantly forgot about being angry. As long as you like it. I'll make it for you often in the future. Mikoto dotingly patted Hanabi's small head. Hanabi was truly spoiled here, she could have whatever she wanted to eat. Chapter 377, Bullying Little Hanabi. After dinner, Shin placed his hand on Hanabi Hyuga's head, ruffling her hair. Hanabi, I'm taking you and Hinata back to Kirigakure tomorrow. Your mother must miss you. Shin said to Hanabi. Hanabi, who had been enjoying Shin's gentle touch, suddenly stood up, looking particularly agitated. What? You're taking me back to Kirigakure? Do you hate me now? Hanabi looked at Shin with teary eyes. Shin was completely baffled. But in Hanabi's mind, if she went back, her father would definitely not let her come here again. She'd be stuck at home. Thinking about staying home, studying those boring etiquette books, and enduring tedious training, filled her with dread. Life in the Land of Whirlpools was so much fun. Once she returned home, she'd have to face her incredibly strict father. Before, Hanabi could endure it. But having gotten used to a good life, she clearly couldn't bear it now. Relax. I'm not sending you back permanently. When we return, I'll bring you back with us, Shin reassured Hanabi. Really? I feel like you're tricking me. Hanabi looked at Shin, not believing his words. Shin was speechless. Was he really that untrustworthy? He hadn't broken any promises, why the distrust? Suddenly, he felt a pang of sadness. I wouldn't lie to a little girl like you. Shin tapped Hanabi's head, causing her to pout pitifully. Honestly. If you're not going to lie, then don't lie. Why bully me? Heh, I am bullying you. What are you going to do about it? Shin poked Hanabi's cheek with his finger. Hanabi was furious. Seeing Shin still poking her with his finger, she angrily bared her small canine teeth and bit down. Ouch. You actually bit me. Shin couldn't help but pull his finger back. But Hanabi was determined to make Shin pay, biting down and refusing to let go. After about half an hour, Hanabi finally released Shin. Not because she wanted to, but because she couldn't bite any harder. Your skin's too tough. Hanabi grumbled softly. Were you trying to bite my finger off? Shin wiped the saliva from his finger on Hanabi's clothes, annoyed. There's not even a mark. I'm not giving up. Hanabi looked at Shin's finger. There wasn't even a single tooth mark. She felt incredibly dissatisfied. Give up. It's useless. Shin raised his hand and lightly flicked Hanabi's forehead. Damn it. Sooner or later, I'll definitely get my revenge. Hanabi flailed her arms at Shin, but in reality, she could only rage impotently in her heart. Oh. I admire your spirit, Hanabi, but such an impossible dream shows a lack of self-awareness. Let me show you what reality is. Shin pinched Hanabi's cheeks, continuing to bully the little loli, seeing if she still dared to be stubborn. Ah. I'll fight you right now. Hanabi yelled, unleashing a flurry of wild, untrained punches at Shin. After her loli fist attack, Hanabi was pinned down on the sofa by Shin and spanked. She immediately burst into tears. Are you really crying? Shin looked at Hanabi. But after a glance, Shin saw that Hanabi was faking it. Not a single tear had fallen. This fake crying was very unprofessional. At least shed a single tear. Not even sparing one tear, you're really too unprofessional. Wah. It's because you bullied me. I'm going to get big sister to avenge me. Hanabi, while fake crying, ran towards Hinata. Asking her sister for help was a pretense, escaping Shin's clutches was her true goal. After escaping, Hanabi shot Shin a triumphant look. Looks like she still needs more lessons. Go rest. Remember to wake up early tomorrow and follow me to Kirigakure. If you don't behave, I'll leave you in Kirigakure. Shin said to Hanabi. Hanabi's expression changed. Stay in Kirigakure? Hanabi definitely didn't want that. Though her parents and relatives were in Kirigakure, Hanabi just didn't want to stay at home. Her mother was fine, but her father, he was too strict with her. Hanabi really disliked it. Being young, her personality was naturally more lively. Being trapped at home like a caged bird was worse than death for her. No. I don't want to stay in Kirigakure. If you leave me in Kirigakure, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Hanabi threw a tantrum on the sofa. If Hayashi Hyuga saw this, he probably wouldn't even recognize this as his daughter. Alright, I promise I won't leave you in Kirigakure. If I did, Kushina and the others wouldn't agree either. If Shin really left Hanabi at home, Kushina and the others would probably cause a ruckus. They had grown accustomed to Hanabi being around. With Hanabi, the Land of Whirlpools was much livelier. Shin, are you sure Nawaki is still in Kirigakure? Tsunade asked Shin, cracking her knuckles. Don't misunderstand. Tsunade wasn't cracking her knuckles to deal with Shin, but with Nawaki. Shin silently mourned for Nawaki. I can't be 100% sure. Maybe he's still in Kirigakure, maybe he's already left. Shin didn't know for sure if Nawaki was still in Kirigakure. Based on his guess, there was a high probability he was still there. Anyway, he can't run away. Tsunade, thinking of Shin's ability to find Nawaki anytime, wasn't anxious anymore. Nawaki couldn't escape. This time she caught Nawaki, she had to punish him. He still hadn't found a girlfriend yet. Alright, the unfortunate Nawaki didn't know that because he was still single, his own sister was going to come looking for him. Go rest. Kushina, come with me. I said I'd make you beg for mercy, I haven't forgotten. Shin glanced at Kushina, then stopped Kushina, who was trying to sneak away. Humph. Who's afraid of whom? We'll see. Kushina huffed coquettishly at Shin, then followed him. Is this what they call suffering for the sake of pride? Mikoto watched Kushina with a faint smile, then started to gloat. She really wanted to see Kushina make a fool of herself. She should be able to see it tomorrow. Kushina gritted her teeth. Chapter 378, You Pity Me. The next morning, Shin emerged from Kushina's room. He found the others already up and about. You're all up early. Heh. More like you're up late, is Kushina still sleeping in? Tsunade glanced at Shin and asked. Kushina is a bit tired, so she's not up yet. As for why Kushina was tired, Tsunade and the others understood. Since you're up, let's go. Tsunade grabbed Shin, ready to depart for Kirigakure. Wait a minute. I haven't eaten yet. You have to at least let me eat something before we go, right? Shin protested. He hadn't had breakfast. Skipping one meal won't kill you. Let's go quickly. Tsunade pulled Shin impatiently, with Hinata and Hanabi following behind. Hanabi, remember not to come back after you leave. Karen waved at Hanabi. Humph. I will come back. Hanabi, walking behind, turned her head and huffed angrily at Karen, puffing up like an indignant pufferfish. Karen chuckled. Seeing Hanabi's angry pout, she couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Shin likes to tease Hanabi. Hurry up. Tsunade poked Shin with her small hand, urging him to use his space-time ninjutsu to take them there. Can't we just walk? Shin asked Tsunade. Too tiring. Tsunade pouted. If they could use space-time ninjutsu, why bother walking? Alright, lazybones. Shin immediately used Yamatsu Hirasaka, stepping into the dark spatial gate. Tsunade, reacting quickly, chased after him in a huff. Big sister, let's go together. Hanabi grabbed Hinata's hand. She didn't dare enter alone, the dark spatial portal was a bit scary. What if it malfunctioned and sent her somewhere unknown? Little Hanabi was quite cautious. After Hinata and Hanabi arrived, they saw Tsunade chasing Shin, who was dodging her punches. Go, Tsunade Nichin. Hanabi cheered for Tsunade, eager to see Tsunade beat up Shin, who had bullied her. Hanabi, are you sure it's Nechan? Shin dodged Tsunade's punch and appeared beside Hanabi, making her very nervous. Tsunade was annoyed now. Is he trying to bring up her age again? Tsunade swore if Shin dared to mention it, she would definitely punch him into a meat patty. Ahem, nothing. Let's hurry to the Hyuga compound. Shin, seeing Tsunade was genuinely about to get angry, decided not to push his luck. If Tsunade really hit him, he couldn't retaliate. Arriving at the Hyuga compound, Hinata and Hanabi went to see their mother. Shin naturally didn't follow. Hayashi Hyuga was likely at the Mizukage Tower handling official business. Hisashi Hyuga was currently in charge of the Hyuga clan, so Shin found Hisashi. He also found Nawaki with Hisashi. Nawaki was leisurely drinking with him at the moment. However, upon seeing Shin and Tsunade arrive, Nawaki abruptly spat out a mouthful of sake, spraying Hisashi Hyuga in the face. Big sis. What are you doing here? Nawaki quickly stood up, looking nervously at his sister Tsunade. Hisashi, who had just been sprayed by Nawaki, quietly left after seeing Tsunade. His intuition told him it was best to leave now. As for Nawaki, he silently mourned for him. Big sis. Did you just call me big? Tsunade's already sour expression instantly became even grim. Her icy gaze fixed on Nawaki, making him gulp involuntarily. Nawaki then shot a resentful look at Shin. Why did Shin suddenly bring Tsunade here? He didn't even give him a heads up. If he had known beforehand, he would have had time to run. I wasn't saying you're old. Nawaki tried to save himself. His survival instinct was strong. Die. Tsunade threw a punch. She had been holding back some frustration from Shin earlier, now, she vented it all on Nawaki. Bang. Nawaki was sent flying without any resistance, his body embedding into a nearby rockery, looking utterly miserable. Tsunade, go easy on him. Don't kill Nawaki. Shin grabbed Tsunade. If Nawaki didn't have the sage body, he might have been beaten to death. Actually, Tsunade felt quite embarrassed now. She hadn't intended to hit him so hard, it was just a habit. When she angrily chased Shin before, Tsunade had used that much force, and Shin had been completely fine. This led to Tsunade misjudging her strength this time, leaving Nawaki in a wretched state. I'll go check on Nawaki. Shin walked over, pulled Nawaki out from the rockery, and used the mystical palm technique to heal him. Shin, save me. Nawaki clutched Shin fearfully. His sister was too violent, she almost killed him. He could only beg Shin to save his life. Sigh, you look pathetic, Nawaki. Shin looked at Nawaki, shaking his head slightly. Nawaki, I didn't do it on purpose. Tsunade walked over awkwardly. However, seeing Tsunade approach, Nawaki immediately scrambled to his feet and quickly distanced himself from her. Sister, I think it's better if we keep some distance. I feel safer that way, Nawaki said to Tsunade from afar. Do you think I'll kill you or something? Tsunade raised her fist angrily, scaring Nawaki into hiding behind Shin. I really am afraid you'll kill me, Nawaki muttered under his breath. Didn't she almost kill him just now? She's getting more and more violent. Nawaki then looked at Shin with sympathy. Shin didn't have telepathy. If he knew what Nawaki was thinking, he would definitely slap Nawaki on the back of the head. Besides, Shin, living the life of a winner, did he need anyone's pity? Countless people should be envious of him. Sis, you were coming over, why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have personally welcomed you. Nawaki, trying to appease Tsunade, looked at her ingratiatingly. Shin covered his face. Nawaki's fawning look was truly cringeworthy. He quickly pushed Nawaki away, distancing himself. If I had notified you in advance, you probably would have run away long ago. Tsunade stared at Nawaki. Does he really think I don't understand him? Nawaki lowered his head. That was true. If he had known Tsunade was coming, Nawaki would have definitely run away without hesitation. He was particularly worried about Tsunade's lectures. Nawaki sighed inwardly, then once again blamed Shin in his heart. Chapter 379, his daughters really were kidnapped. Shin and Tsunade sat down. Nawaki stood far away, afraid to approach. Tsunade, seeing Nawaki's timid demeanor, felt a surge of annoyance. However, remembering the punch she'd landed on him earlier, she found it hard to stay angry. She had unintentionally hit him too hard, scaring him. Honestly, if Shin hadn't healed Nawaki, he probably would have been bedridden for at least a week. Shin sipped his tea, looking between Tsunade and Nawaki with an amused expression, thoroughly enjoying the show. He pretended not to see Nawaki's desperate signals. Nawaki, is there something wrong with your eyes? Tsunade asked Nawaki, her expression impassive. She wasn't blind, she could clearly see Nawaki trying to signal Shin. No. Nawaki shrank back, terrified of his sister Tsunade now. Sigh. Nawaki, you're not young anymore. It's time you settled down, Tsunade sighed, addressing Nawaki. Ahem, I just haven't found the right person yet. I'll think about it when I do. I'm not in a rush. Nawaki replied evasively. He had trouble interacting with women. Finding a partner wasn't a priority. Tsunade grew annoyed. She could see right through Nawaki's evasiveness. I actually have a mission now. I need to get going. Let's talk another day. Nawaki immediately used the body flicker technique and fled. He decided internally that he wouldn't come back here anymore. He wasn't a Kirigakure ninja anyway. He had only stayed because Hisashi invited him. Now, he had to leave. He sure runs fast. Tsunade huffed, slamming her hand on the table. The marble tabletop shattered into pieces. The poor table is ruined. Shin looked at the shattered table and couldn't help but sigh. They hadn't been sitting there for long when Hayashi Hyuga found them. Hearing Shin had arrived, he had rushed back from the Mizukage Tower. Well, Hayashi, you seem quite excited to see me, Shin said with a smile, looking at Hayashi. Hayashi's face was grim. Excited? Which of your eyes saw me excited? Where's my daughter, Hanabi? Hayashi questioned Shin. This Shin Uzumaki. Kidnapping his eldest daughter, Hinata, was one thing. Now he had even kidnapped his second daughter, Hanabi. How could Hayashi not be angry? But anger was useless, especially against Shin Uzumaki. He couldn't do anything to him. The priority now was to get his daughter back. Your daughter Hanabi went to see her mother. By the way, Hayashi, when I leave, Hanabi will be coming with me. Shin informed Hayashi in advance. Of course, Shin knew Hayashi probably wouldn't agree. I disagree. Absolutely not. Hayashi's reaction was even stronger than Shin had anticipated. If there wasn't a table for Hayashi to slam, he probably would have done it on the spot. I know you disagree. But what's the use of you disagreeing? Why don't you ask your daughter if she wants to come with me? Honestly, you're a real failure as a father. Shin shook his head. Hanabi not wanting to stay home was largely due to Hayashi. Hayashi's face darkened. All right, stop looking so glum. Go see your daughter. We won't be staying here long before we leave. Shin waved his hand dismissively at Hayashi. He didn't want to see Hayashi standing there with a dark face, looking like Shin owed him money. Hayashi left to see his younger daughter, Hanabi. No matter what, he had to convince Hanabi to stay home. As for Hayashi's chances of success, close to zero. That girl Hanabi would absolutely not stay home. Hopefully, Hayashi won't die of anger then. Or maybe he'll just faint from anger. Let's go. Let's not just sit here either. Let's explore Kirigakure properly. Shin stood up and pulled Tsunade towards the door. I'm not in the mood. Tsunade was still sulking about Nawaki. That kid actually ran away. Not in the mood. Then how about we go find Nawaki directly? Shin told Tsunade. No. It's pointless. He won't listen to me anymore. He's too independent now. Tsunade waved her hand. Let nature take its course. Tsunade didn't want to ask Nawaki about finding a girlfriend anymore. Shin took Tsunade out to have fun. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga was staring at Hanabi. From now on, you stay home. No. I want to go back with Shin and I. Hanabi immediately retorted upon hearing her father tell her to stay. Before, Hanabi definitely wouldn't have had the courage. Now, Hanabi was much bolder. Hayashi, seeing Hanabi dare to talk back to him, felt a surge of anger. It's all that Shin Uzumaki's fault. Hinata, talk some sense into your sister. Looking at the stubborn Hanabi, Hayashi was at a loss. He couldn't possibly beat her, could he? Though he wasn't a good father, he couldn't bring himself to hit his child. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then said, Father, I think we should respect Hanabi's choice. Hayashi's mouth twitched. It seems his daughters have really been kidnapped, and both of them too. Hayashi felt that meeting Shin Uzumaki was a mistake. Alright, actually, deep down, Hayashi was still very grateful to Shin. If not for Shin, the Hyuga clan would never have achieved such glory. In the end, Hayashi failed to persuade Hanabi to stay home. Instead, Hanabi and Hinata persuaded him. Of course, Hinata and Hanabi's mother also helped speak up for Hanabi. So, in the end, Hayashi still agreed. Hanabi could leave with Shin Uzumaki. Actually, Hayashi recognized that his obstruction was useless, he simply couldn't stop them. So, he might as well agree. Hanabi's face lit up with joy. It was best if her father agreed. "Where's Shin and I?" Hanabi asked Hayashi curiously. Hayashi's mouth twitched. Every time he heard his two daughters call Shin Uzumaki ni, Hayashi felt speechless. Does this mean I'm a generation older than Shin Uzumaki by default? Thinking about how his daughter's way of addressing Shin inexplicably elevated his own seniority, Hayashi felt a secret sense of joy. Yes, Hayashi, this guy, though appearing incredibly serious on the surface, was actually a bit of a passionate person. He just maintained a dignified facade, never letting others know. I don't know where he went either. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble in Kirigakure. Hayashi felt slightly worried. Remembering how every time Shin Uzumaki visited Konoha, something bad usually happened, Hayashi couldn't help but worry. Chapter 380, Poisoned Soup. After spending a day in Kirigakure, Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools with Tsunade, Hinata, and Hanabi as the sun began to set. Your stubborn father agreed to let you come to the Land of Whirlpools with me. I'm quite surprised, Shin said to Hanabi after they returned. Actually, I also think my father is quite stubborn sometimes. Hanabi nodded in agreement. Shin-sama, I made you some chicken soup. Would you like to try some? Just then, Karen suddenly emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot. Inside the pot was the chicken soup Karen had simmered. Ahem, Karen, that's very thoughtful, but I'm not hungry right now. Are you kidding me? Even before opening the lid, Shin could smell a peculiar burnt odor. How could this chicken soup possibly be good? Besides, Karen had no experience simmering chicken soup. Shin was 100% certain this was poisoned chicken soup. It's Karen's kind gesture. Even if you're full, you should at least try a little, Mei Terumi said, blinking innocently at Shin. Seeing the slight curve at the corner of Mei Terumi's lips, almost unable to hold back her laughter, Shin felt an urge to spank her. Looks like it's been a while since he disciplined her. Mei Terumi is starting to get out of hand. Unlike Kushina, who was usually more prone to being feisty. After Shin's education yesterday, Kushina had successfully learned the meaning of low-key. Of course, Shin didn't think Kushina could maintain that low-key demeanor for many days. Seemingly noticing Shin's dangerous gaze, Mei Terumi immediately wiped the smile from her face and sat up straight, feigning seriousness. But it was already too late. Shin had his eyes on Mei Terumi. Right. Since it's your kind gesture, Karen, we can't let it go to waste. How about Mei drinks it? Shin took the pot from Karen and placed it in front of Mei Terumi. And no. Before Mei Terumi could say anything to refuse, Karen rushed over frantically and snatched the pot away. Shin looked up at Karen. Something's not right. Karen is acting a bit strange. This can only be drunk by Shin-sama. Karen's face flushed slightly, her eyes, hidden beneath her glasses, darting around nervously, not daring to look Shin directly in the eye. Only I can drink it. Karen, did you put something in it? Shin's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't that Shin suspected Karen, but Karen did have a prior conviction. Previously, Karen had drugged him, with an aphrodisiac, no less. However, with Shin's constitution, the drug naturally had no effect. But Shin had still found out and given Karen a harsh lesson. NNOO. Karen quickly waved her hands. Alright, no need to ask any more. Karen's current behavior had already exposed her. It seemed Karen had drugged him again. Wow, Karen. No wonder you were so eager to make chicken soup for Shin, Kushina finally understood. However, Kushina also admired Karen's audacity. Back then, she hadn't been as bold as Karen. Tisk, Karen, the last time you were caught, you promised you'd never do it again. What do you have to say for yourself now? Shin crossed his arms and looked at Karen. I'll accept any punishment, Shin-sama. Anything. Karen, having been caught red-handed, decided to embrace her fate. She even winked at him suggestively. This lovesick hussy is really bold. Compared to her, big sister is too timid. Hanabi looked at Hinata, who had her head lowered, shyly playing with her fingers, and sighed like a little adult. Little girl, what do you know? Kushina smacked Hanabi lightly on the head. Ow. You're bullying me too. This isn't fair. I'll fight you both. Hanabi, after being tapped, was incredibly indignant. She launched a flurry of wild punches towards Kushina. And then, there was no then. Hanabi, who had been so aggressive just moments before, was now cowering with her head in her hands, in a defensive posture. Shin glanced at Kushina and Hanabi, who were now roughhousing, then turned his gaze to Karen. If there's a next time, I definitely won't let you off so easily, Shin said, pinching Karen's nose. Oh. Karen looked somewhat disappointed. She had actually been hoping for that kind of punishment. Shin, you're enjoying this, aren't you? Mikoto stared intently at Shin, as if she could see right through him. Enjoying what? Mikoto, what are you talking about? Shin put on an innocent expression, clearly playing dumb. He's practically glowing with smugness, Kushina said, releasing Hanabi. Whether I'm enjoying or not, how would you two know? Shin, seizing the opportunity while Mikoto wasn't paying attention, grabbed Mikoto and pulled her into his embrace. Shin. Let me go first. Mikoto's expression changed slightly, and she tried to struggle free. But having already been caught by Shin, how could Shin possibly allow Mikoto to escape? You're too smart for your own good, Mikoto. You need to be taught a lesson, Shin whispered into Mikoto's ear. I won't be so smart in the future. I'll be a dummy. Mikoto nodded her small head. Too late. You've already been caught. And I never let a delicious meal go to waste. Shin laughed heartily, picked up Mikoto, and headed towards his room. Kushina, you look very happy. If Mikoto knew, how sad would she be? Tsunade glanced at Kushina. What are you talking about? I'm happy for her. Shouldn't we be celebrating when one of us receives special attention? Kushina said to Tsunade with a perfectly straight face. Actually, thinking about last night, it was quite nice. But Shin being too strong was also a bit of a problem. Tsunade looked at Kushina's serious expression and pouted. Kushina, I heard you begging for mercy. After Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina's face flushed red. Had Tsunade really heard her? No, it couldn't be. The soundproofing was too good. You're just guessing, Kushina said, glaring at Tsunade, annoyed. Haha. I was just guessing before. But seeing your expression change, it seems I guessed correctly, Tsunade laughed. Don't laugh at me. You've begged for mercy too. You have no right to judge. Kushina, hearing Tsunade's laughter, was quite displeased and retorted. Tsunade's expression froze slightly. Chapter 381, The Akatsuki's plan begins. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained one advanced replication card. Hearing the system's voice, Shin, who had been sound asleep, opened his eyes. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Shin had acquired 2 advanced replication cards. However, this wasn't particularly important. Even with the replication cards, Shin had no immediate use for them. Shin and you're awake. Konan opened her eyes, nestled in Shin's embrace. Yes, Shin had slept with Konan last night. Want to get up? Shin gently stroked Konan's bluish-purple hair. Konan blushed and said shyly, I can't get up. I have no strength. It's all your fault, Shin and She knew she'd be teased later, but she didn't mind, the others weren't exactly in any better shape. All right then, Konan, you rest well. Shin let Konan rest and got up himself, pushing open the door and heading outside. You all finished breakfast already? Didn't save any for us. Shin, upon emerging, saw Kushina and the others who had just finished eating and couldn't help but ask. Can't help it. You two woke up so late, Kushina said with a shrug. There's still some in the kitchen. We saved some specially. Mikoto told Shin. Mikoto, you're the best. You always look after me. Shin smiled faintly and headed towards the kitchen. After Shin finished eating, he brought breakfast into the room and personally fed Konan. So envious. Hanabi, you little brat, you know it's rude to enter without knocking, don't you? Where are your manners? Shin lectured Hanabi. I know. Why are you becoming just like big sister? Hanabi said glumly. Her sister Hinata often lectured her about manners. Your personality is getting wilder. You'll become unpopular. Shin pinched Hanabi's cheek. It was surprisingly soft and squishy. Hanabi, can you leave? Konan was quite shy at the moment, feeling an urge to bury her head under the covers. Konan-ichan, are you shy? Big sister is the real shy one. Hanabi glanced at Konan, then thought of her sister Hinata and couldn't help but say to Konan. Hanabi, since you like staying here, then you can feed Konan breakfast. I have some business to attend to. Shin placed the breakfast in Hanabi's hands, then, amidst Hanabi's bewildered gaze, used Yumatsu Hirasaka and left the Land of Whirlpools. White Zetsu, what brings you to me? Shin asked White Zetsu coolly. White Zetsu possessed a flying thunder god kunai Shin had given him, allowing White Zetsu to contact him during major events. Shin-sama, Obito Uchiha discussed with Nagato earlier. They are preparing to execute the plan. So I came to report to Shin specifically, White Zetsu reported respectfully. Executing the plan now. Shin wasn't surprised. It was indeed about that time. The Akatsuki's Tailed Beast collection plan was about to begin. That's right. Obito and Nagato have already discussed it. I felt this was a major event and needed to be reported to Shin-sama. White Zetsu lowered his head. It wasn't that he wanted to report to Shin, but if he didn't, he risked being killed. Besides, these matters weren't particularly secret. Even if he reported them to Shin, it wouldn't be a problem. Shin would find out sooner or later. Probably in a short while, Nagato Uzumaki would gather the Akatsuki members and make an announcement. Good to know. Shin waved his hand at White Zetsu. White Zetsu immediately flickered away. He understood Shin's meaning. In that case, I should pay the Akatsuki a visit. After White Zetsu left, Shin muttered to himself. Before heading to the Akatsuki base, Shin first returned to the Land of Whirlpools, informed Kushina and the others, then departed for the Akatsuki base. Hey, who are you? Intruding on the Akatsuki's hideout. I'll sacrifice you to Jashin-sama. Haiden, seeing Shin suddenly appear in the Akatsuki base, brandished his triple-bladed scythe, his killing intent overflowing as he looked at Shin. Tired of living, are you? Kakuzu, seeing Haiden's actions, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although Haiden possessed an immortal body, Kakuzu felt Shin Uzumaki could find a way to kill him permanently. Shin glanced at Haiden, and Haiden collapsed to the ground with a thud. Though not dead, Shin's single genjutsu had taken Haiden down. Kakuzu went over to check and found Haiden wasn't dead, sighing in relief. He had spent a considerable amount of time with Haiden. Kakuzu still had some feelings for him and didn't want to see him killed. Shin Uzumaki. This is the first time I've seen him. Deidara looked at Shin with great curiosity. If you don't want to die, don't anger him. You might end up worse than Haiden. Sasori, Deidara's partner, kindly reminded Deidara. Although these two disagreed on artistic philosophy, they sometimes shared a mutual respect. Sasori didn't want to see Deidara to get himself killed. Deidara glanced at Sasori in surprise. Though he was fearless by nature, he didn't go looking for trouble. He wasn't an idiot like Haiden. These new Akatsuki members, this is the first time I've seen them. Shin's gaze swept over all of them. All the Akatsuki members were present. No, wait. Obito, the one hiding in the shadows, hadn't appeared, and Nagato's main body was also absent, but the Deva path represented everything. Being scanned by Shin's gaze, they felt immense pressure. Though Shin hadn't displayed any aura, he gave them an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Phew. Itachi Uchiha exhaled. Even just standing with Shin Uzumaki felt oppressive. He didn't know how strong Shin Uzumaki truly was. But it was certain that Shin Uzumaki's strength surpassed that of the leader, Pain. He wondered what Shin's purpose in joining the Akatsuki was. As an undercover agent, Itachi Uchiha was under immense pressure. If Konoha faced an enemy like Shin Uzumaki, could they truly resist? Itachi Uchiha didn't know. He'd just have to take it one step at a time. You're here too. Pain glanced at Shin. Among everyone here, his feelings towards Shin were the most complex, and he was also the most wary, the most unwilling to see Shin. Of course. I'm a member of the Akatsuki, after all. Shin said with a smile. Pain looked deeply at Shin but said nothing. Though Shin claimed to be a member of the Akatsuki, he hadn't contributed anything to the organization. However, now that the plan was about to begin, perhaps he could borrow Shin Uzumaki's strength. Some of the more difficult, troublesome targets could be left to Shin Uzumaki to handle. He just didn't know if Shin would agree. After all, he couldn't command Shin Uzumaki. Chapter 382, Return to Sunagakure. All the Akatsuki members gathered. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were also present. Only Obito Uchiha, who preferred to remain in the shadows, was absent. Haiden, who had been caught in Shin's genjutsu earlier, had recovered and was now standing, though he looked at Shin with considerable fear. Who knew what horrors he had experienced in that illusion? Shin stood atop the demonic statue of the outer path, making no comment. He was purely here as an observer. However, the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection plan wasn't entirely unrelated to Shin. Gyuki, the 8 tails, was currently under Shin's control. When you joined the Akatsuki, I explained our objective, to retrieve all the tailed beasts. The tailed beast capture plan officially begins now. Pain didn't give a lengthy speech. Nagato, unlike Yahiko, was introverted and not one for grand pronouncements. Besides, did capturing tailed beasts really require a motivational speech? Next came the assignment of tailed beasts. The task of capturing the one tail, Shikaku, fell to Sasori and Deidara, the art duo. Mind if I tag along? Shin asked Sasori and Deidara with a faint smile. Pain glanced at Shin. Nagato, hidden in the shadows, frowned. Hopefully, Shin Uzumaki won't cause any trouble. If Shin disrupted the plan, Nagato wouldn't hesitate to become his enemy. The tailed beasts were crucial for achieving world peace, Yahiko's dream. Nagato couldn't allow any mishaps. Nagato's resolve was even firmer now than in the original story. Shin wondered if Naruto Uzumaki could still defeat him with talk no jutsu. If Shindano wishes to accompany us, I have no objections, Sasori said. In terms of age, Shin and Sasori were peers. But Shin's strength commanded respect, Dano was appropriate. Deidara glanced at Sasori. He had no objections either. This was a good opportunity to learn more about Shin Uzumaki. He'd heard that Inoki had almost been killed by Shin. Deidara wanted to see for himself how strong someone capable of nearly killing Inoki truly was. Zetsu, responsible for intelligence gathering, provided Sasori with all available information on the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is the 5th Kazekage. This will be a bit challenging. Master Sasori, returning to your village, any thoughts? Deidara asked Sasori. Sasori glanced at Deidara, then controlled Hirako and departed without a word. Seeing Sasori ignore him, Deidara wouldn't pursue the matter further. He turned his gaze towards Shin. Shindano, I heard you fought Inoki, is it true? Deidara's personality was quite lively. He was very interested in this matter, mainly because he couldn't stand his stubborn old teacher, Inoki. Inoki. I just put him in his place. Nothing serious, Shin said dismissively, waving his hand. Deidara looked skeptical. Is he bragging? Though he disliked the stubborn Inoki, Deidara recognized his strength. Deidara doubted Shin Uzumaki could actually defeat Inoki, let alone put him in his place. He considered Shin's claim an exaggeration. The truth was, Shin wasn't bragging. Though his strength back then was far from his current level, defeating Inoki had been child's play. He hadn't even needed to use his hands, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan alone could have overwhelmed Inoki. The Akatsuki members dispersed, each with their assigned tasks. However, the tailed beast sealing process had to begin with the one tail and end with the 9 tails. Shin treated the journey as a leisurely sightseeing trip. Deidara, however, was frustrated by Sasori's slow pace. Master Sasori, are you going soft because we're attacking Sunagekure? Is that why you're moving so slowly? Soft. Heh. Sasori sneered coldly. He wouldn't go soft even against Sunagekure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the 3rd Kazekage back then. This weather's awful. Shin looked at the sandstorm raging in the distance. It didn't affect Shin much. He formed a repulsive force field around his body, blocking all the wind and sand. Deidara, however, was unlucky, getting several mouthfuls of sand, his appearance quite disheveled. Sasori was fine, hidden within Hirako, impervious to the sandstorm. If I had known, I wouldn't have joined this mission. Deidara couldn't help but complain. Eating sand here, how does that compare to blowing up a few villages? Yes, Deidara was a terrorist. Art is an explosion. So, Deidara often blew up villages to showcase his art. If not for Pain's overwhelming threat, Deidara might have even blown up the Akatsuki base. Arriving at Sunagekure, the situation was somewhat better. The village was built on an oasis, far superior to other parts of the Land of Wind. Sunagekure should have asked Hashirama Senju to plant some trees back then, Shin couldn't help but comment. If Sunagekure had asked Hashirama, given his personality, he might have actually come to help. How do we get in? Deidara asked Sasori. I have a spy in the village. They will help us get in, Sasori replied calmly. I don't care how you get in. I'm going in first. By the way, don't expect any help from me. Shin glanced at them, then strolled openly into Sunagekure. No way. Are the Suna guards blind? Why aren't they stopping him? Maybe we should just walk in like that too. Deidara, seeing Shin casually walk in while the guards at the gate didn't react at all, also wanted to try. If you don't want to die, don't, Sasori said coolly. Just because Shin Uzumaki could walk in didn't mean they could. If they were spotted, it would jeopardize their plan. TCH. I'll just fly in. Deidara glanced at Sasori, then used his explosive clay to create a giant bird. He leaped onto its back and directed it towards the interior of Sunagekure. That idiot. Sasori was quite annoyed. Though rumors claimed Sunagecure's internal strength had weakened, Sasori knew that if it were just the two of them against Suna, their chances weren't great. Having originated from Sunagekure, Sasori was very familiar with the village's true strength. Chapter 383, Shall I demonstrate how to destroy Sunagekure? Shin strolled through the streets of Sunagekure, attracting quite a few gazes, especially from women. My irresistible charm, it's a burden, really. Shin lamented melodramatically. If Kushina and the others were here, they'd accuse him of being narcissistic. But Shin wouldn't consider himself narcissistic, he was just stating facts. Sunagekure looks even more dilapidated than before. Shin surveyed his surroundings. It had been over a decade since his last visit. In that time, Sunagekure hadn't improved at all, in fact, it had deteriorated further. The primary reason was the Third Shinobi World War, which had completely drained Sunagekir's resources. The Land of Wind, though a large nation, wasn't particularly wealthy. Its vast territory was mostly desert, with a harsh geographical environment. Coupled with Sunagekir's defeat in the war, the Land of Wind daimyo stopped funding the village. Sunagekir was forced to tighten its belt and adopt an elite ninja training policy. It wasn't a choice, they simply didn't have enough money to train a large number of ninja. Training ninja was incredibly expensive. Boom. As Shin walked, an explosion sounded nearby. He looked up to see Deidara bombing Sunagekir with his explosive clay. Quite arrogant. Shin chuckled lightly, then paid it no further mind. Owner, a bottle of sake. Shin entered a tavern and addressed the panicked owner. Just take it yourself. No charge. The owner fled in terror. The explosions outside were terrifying, his life was more important than a bit of money. Shin casually took a bottle of sake from the counter and walked out of the tavern. Sunagekir's ninja had all been alerted by now. Ha 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 ha. Deidara cackled atop his clay bird, reveling in the sight of the panicked Suna ninja below. Gaara stood on the Kazekage tower, looking up at the small black dot in the sky, Deidara on his bird. Sand shuriken. Countless shuriken formed from sand shot towards the sky, targeting the cackling Deidara. Deidara, sensing danger, quickly leaned to the side, but he was a step too slow. A lock of his hair was severed, and a bloody scratch appeared on his face. I'm flying this high, and he can still hit me. Deidara was surprised and angered. He controlled his bird to descend, wanting to see who had attacked him. That idiot, Deidara. He's making too much noise. Sasori, who had infiltrated Sunagekir, fumed. He had thought Deidara was just scouting, but Deidara had actually started attacking. Since Deidara had made his move, Sasori, though reluctant, had no choice but to act as well. He didn't believe Deidara could complete the mission alone. This was Sunagekir's home turf, and Sasori knew Suna had hidden power, like his grandmother, Chiyo. His grandmother Chiyo was Sunagekir's strongest puppeteer. Though Sasori now believed that title should belong to him, he didn't underestimate his grandmother. Furthermore, there was Ebizo, whose combat strength was once Kage level. Even if age had diminished his power, he was still at least quasi-Kage level. If they appeared, Deidara would likely be killed. Sasori controlled his puppets, attacking the Suna ninja. Meanwhile, Deidara had already engaged Gaara in battle. Deidara's explosive clay was completely blocked by Gaara's sand. With his armor of sand, even powerful explosions couldn't break through Gaara's defense. Shin, observing from nearby, took a sip of sake and nodded lightly. Gaara's strength was indeed sufficient to be Kazekage. Well, just barely. Among the Kage of the 5 great villages, Gaara's strength was likely the weakest, probably not even comparable to the current Mizukage, Hayashi Hyuga. Shin Uzumaki. Why are you in Sunagekir? Is this your doing? An angry voice questioned Shin. Chiyo, you're not dead yet. Shin didn't turn around, but he knew who was standing behind him. In the original story, Chiyo and Ebizo only appeared after Gaara was captured. It seemed things had changed. The old woman Chiyo's nose practically contorted with rage. She was about to attack Shin, but the quick-witted Ebizo stopped her. Sister, consider the bigger picture. Don't act recklessly. Ebizo earnestly advised Chiyo. If they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be Shin Uzumaki's match. They weren't his match before, let alone now. So many years had passed, Shin Uzumaki's strength had surely increased significantly, while theirs hadn't improved and had likely even regressed. With this disparity, they would probably be crushed. Humph. Chiyo snorted coldly but heeded Ebizo's advice and didn't attack. Recognizing me just from my back, you're quite impressive, Shin said with a faint smile. Ebizo remained silent, touching a spot slightly to the right of his heart, which ached faintly. Ebizo had once been nearly killed by Shin Uzumaki, his heart almost pierced by Shin's blade. His memory of Shin was incredibly vivid. Are you involved in this? Do you want to destroy Sunagekir? Chiyo glared angrily at Shin. Don't make baseless accusations. This has nothing to do with me. Besides, do you want to see me destroy Sunagekir? Shall I demonstrate how to destroy Sunagekir for you? Shin turned around, looking at Chiyo and Ebizo. Shin wasn't just talking, he was actually doing it. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Countless trees erupted from the ground, destroying Sunagekir's buildings. Nothing escaped the wood release's destructive power. In the blink of an eye, the original Sunagekir was transformed into a forest. Sunagekir should be considered gone now, right? Shin said with a faint smile. Relax. I didn't kill anyone. Just destroyed all of Sunagekir's buildings. Actually, you should thank me. I've given you a vast forest. Chiyo's face turned ashen. She was almost overcome with anger by Shin's words. This is would release. When did Shin Uzumaki learn would release? Ebizo looked at Shin, his eyes filled with apprehension. Shin Uzumaki was becoming increasingly unfathomable. Sister, absolutely do not attack. Ebizo quickly stopped Chiyo, who looked like she was about to explode. Shin Uzumaki had only destroyed Sunagekir's buildings. Though the loss was great, it was still acceptable. But if they attacked Shin Uzumaki, he would likely start killing. Shin Uzumaki was no saint. Chapter 384, I don't play by the rules. Deidara, soaring on his clay bird above Sunagekir, watched in stunned silence as a vast forest suddenly materialized, engulfing the entire village. After a long moment, Deidara couldn't help but curse. What the hell just happened? Where did this forest come from? Just moments ago, there was nothing. In the blink of an eye, a huge forest had sprung up. What was going on? Deidara didn't even consider ninjutsu. Everyone knew would release had vanished from the shinobi world. Besides, this was an entire hidden village being enveloped by trees. Deidara felt that even his ultimate art, C0, wouldn't be enough to completely destroy this forest. The Suna ninja were the most shocked. Watching their village instantly pierced and overrun by countless erupting trees, they dropped their kunai in disbelief. Shin Uzumaki. What do you want? Chiyo, though managing to restrain herself from attacking Shin Uzumaki, still spoke with a harsh tone. Although Chiyo hadn't been involved in village affairs for a long time, she was still well aware of Suna's financial situation. The village would likely need to be rebuilt. The economic losses, it was no exaggeration to say Sunagekir couldn't afford it. Not every village was Konoha. Konoha had been destroyed several times but had the wealth to rebuild. Sunagekir lacked that capability, their economic situation wouldn't allow it. This was why all the other villages coveted Konoha, it was too wealthy. The other villages looked on with envy. Chiyo, I suggest you watch your tone. Believe it or not, I could erase Sunagekir with a single-hand seal, don't test me. Shin looked coolly at the clamoring Chiyo. Chiyo's expression changed, and she finally reined in her anger. Ebizo was also terrified. No doubt, Shin Uzumaki was capable of it. Thinking back to the Second Shinobi World War, how many had died at Shin Uzumaki's hands? Please, forgive us. We apologize. We were wrong. Ebizo, in his apology, also pulled Chiyo back. For the sake of the village, they had to endure this humiliation for now. I'm sorry. Chiyo's apology was stiff, her heart filled with frustration to the point of near suffocation. They had simply asked him a few questions, and he destroyed their village, now threatening to kill them all. Where was the justice in that? There was no place for justice, after all, might makes right. If she dared to reason with Shin Uzumaki, he'd probably kill her. Shin Uzumaki doesn't play by the rules. Of course, if they possessed strength superior to Shin's, they wouldn't be reasoning with him either, they would have already taken him down. Actually, if you hadn't disturbed me, none of this would have happened. So, Sunagekir's losses are entirely your fault. Shin glanced at the apologizing Chiyo and Ebizo, then turned away to continue drinking, casually shifting the blame onto them. Sister, let's go. Let's first see who is attacking Sunagekir. Ebizo, seeing Chiyo's barely suppressed rage, forcefully pulled her away. He couldn't let his sister anger Shin Uzumaki. Chiyo glanced at Ebizo. The attacker was right here. Ebizo understood Chiyo's meaning and shook his head at her. Sister, I was referring to the people who attacked the village before. Chiyo nodded. Though she had said she wouldn't interfere in village affairs anymore, Sunagekir was facing a major disaster. She couldn't stand by and watch Suna suffer. Boom boom boom. Just as Chiyo and Ebizo were about to investigate, a series of thunderous explosions echoed. Deidara had resumed his artistic journey. The flames from the explosions landed on the trees. Normal trees might have been ignited, however, Shin's would release created trees with such vigorous life force that the flames couldn't ignite them. The main reason was the fire's insufficient intensity. If it were Madara Uchiha using fire release, perhaps he could have done it. Still holding on. Looks like I need to get serious. If I can't even take down a little brat, what will they think of me? Deidara looked at Gaara, who was blocking his clay bombs. Gaara panted heavily, his chakra excessively depleted. He was about to collapse. Actually, if not for Shin, Gaara wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Shin's would release had hindered Gaara's sand, forcing him into a passive, defensive position. C4, Karura, this was a ninjutsu Deidara had created to defeat Itachi Uchiha. Now, Gaara would be the first to experience it. A giant doll fell from the sky. This was a doll formed from explosive clay, filled with microscopic clay spiders invisible to the naked eye. Once the doll exploded, these clay spiders would scatter into the air, anyone who inhaled would inadvertently suck the spiders into their body, where they would then detonate internally. This technique was incredibly dangerous. Even if one dodged the doll's main explosion, they could still be killed by the invisible clay spiders. After unleashing the technique, Deidara couldn't help but lean against his clay bird, quickly taking out a few soldier pills and swallowing them. Boom. A deafening roar that could be heard throughout Sunagakure. The forest was blasted, leaving a massive crater. Gaara lay on the ground, his condition unknown. Don't tell me he's dead. Deidara peered down at Gaara. Their mission is to capture him alive. If a Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would die as well. So, the Jinchuriki absolutely could not be killed. Deidara felt a bit apprehensive. If Gaara died by his hand, Pain would definitely not let him off. Though Deidara was quite arrogant, he still felt some fear towards the Akatsuki leader, Pain. Pop pop pop. A series of small explosions erupted on Gaara's skin, the detonation of the invisible clay spiders. The power of these explosions wasn't great, but the key was their ability to enter the body. Internal explosions were far too dangerous. No. I have to make sure he doesn't die. Deidara panicked slightly. He immediately controlled his clay bird to fly down, preparing to check Gaara's condition. Just as Deidara's hand reached out, Gaara, who appeared to be bleeding from all 7 orifices and covered in blood like a bloodman, suddenly opened his eyes. Before Deidara could react, Gaara's sand lashed out, ripping off Deidara's left arm. Die. Deidara punched Gaara in the head, knocking him unconscious. I knew you'd get injured. Sasori emerged unhurriedly from the shadows, looking coolly at Deidara. Deidara held his severed arm, stopping the bleeding to avoid bleeding to death. Don't worry. If you die, I'll turn you into a puppet, letting you live forever, Sasori said to Deidara. TCH. That day will never come, Deidara wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said disdainfully. Chapter 385, Sunagakure asks Konoha for help. Well. Can you move? Sasori asked Deidara. It's just an arm. I'll be fine, Deidara said, feigning ease. In reality, Deidara was in excruciating pain, but he couldn't lose face. He had to endure it. As for the severed arm, Deidara wasn't worried. He'd just find Kakuzu later and have him stitch it back on. Kakuzu often did this kind of thing for Haiden. Deidara trusted Kakuzu's skills. A severed arm wasn't a big deal in the Naruto world, reattaching it was quite simple. Since you're fine, take Gaara and leave. I'll hold off any pursuers, Sasori instructed Deidara. Oh. In that case, be careful. Don't die. Deidara said to Sasori with concern, then picked up the unconscious Gaara, jumped onto his clay bird, and quickly departed. He wouldn't offer to stay and help, he knew his current condition. Though he could still fight, his combat strength was severely diminished. Staying would risk death. After Deidara left, Sasori looked at Kankuro, who had just arrived. Kankuro should have arrived much sooner, but Shin's wood release had blocked his path, causing him to be late. Though Shin hadn't intended to help Sasori and the others, he had inadvertently done so. Don't underestimate this small act of assistance. Without Shin, they might not have successfully captured Gaara. Remember, Chiyo and Ebizo had been delayed by Shin earlier. If not for that delay, Chiyo and Ebizo would have definitely arrived before Gaara was defeated. Once Chiyo and Ebizo arrived, whether Deidara could defeat and capture Gaara would have been uncertain. But now, Deidara had left with Gaara, they had succeeded. As long as Sasori could escape, the mission would be a perfect success. As for Deidara's severed arm, it wasn't a problem. Kakuzu could reattach it. Sasori easily defeated Kankuro, then quickly departed, showing none of Hiriko's usual clumsiness. Kankuro didn't die, but he was afflicted with a potent poison developed by Sasori. Chiyo probably couldn't create an antidote. Though Chiyo was a master of poisons, it didn't mean she was skilled at creating antidotes. By the time Chiyo and Ebizo arrived, it was already too late. They only saw Kankuro lying on the ground, critically poisoned. Chiyo helplessly helped Kankuro up and checked his condition. Suddenly, Chiyo's expression darkened, a hint of sorrow appearing on her face. What's wrong, sister? Ebizo, seeing his sister's expression, felt a sense of foreboding. This is Sasori's poison, Chiyo said gravely. Ebizo wanted to ask how she knew it was Sasori's poison, but seeing Chiyo's grim expression, he wisely refrained. Gaara seems to have been captured. Ebizo felt a headache coming on. Their Kazekage had been captured. Thinking about Sunagakure, it was truly too tragic. The third Kazekage died mysteriously, suddenly disappearing. Then the fourth Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, and they didn't even know when it happened. And now, the fifth Kazekage had been captured within their own village. This was an immense humiliation. Our only option now is to ask Konoha for help. Ebizo sighed, speaking his thoughts. What? Ask Konoha for help. Chiyo, who had been lost in grief, suddenly looked up, staring intently at Ebizo. Seeing his sister's strong reaction, Ebizo smiled wryly. He knew why she reacted that way. I know you don't want to ask Konoha for help, sister. But we have no other choice now. Didn't Suna just re-sign an alliance with Konoha 2 years ago? We can only ask Konoha. What else could they do? The Kazekage was captured, and even Sunagakure itself was in ruins. What else could they do but ask for help? If the Kazekage were still here, the decision would be his. But now, with the Kazekage captured, only they could make the decision. I know you hold a grudge against Konoha because of what happened to your son and daughter-in-law, sister. But you also know Sunagakure's current situation. This isn't the time to dwell on such things. Ebizo knew his sister still harbored deep hatred for Konoha due to the deaths of her son and daughter-in-law, but they had no other choice now. If they still wanted to be one of the 5 great villages, they had to request Konoha's assistance. I understand. You make the arrangements. I'll help him suppress the poison first. Chiyo said no more, but her heart felt heavy. She never thought she'd see the day she had to ask her enemies for help. It was truly pathetic. Ebizo immediately gathered the Suna ninja, selected Baki, and ordered him to head to Konoha at top speed to request their aid. Time was of the essence. With the Kazekage captured, who knew what might happen? What if he was killed? What do you plan to do about Shin Uzumaki? Chiyo, having temporarily suppressed the poison in Kankuro's body, asked Ebizo. What else can we do? Leave him be. Ebizo smiled wryly, his eyebrows twitching. They couldn't handle Shin, they could only leave him alone. Actually, Ebizo didn't need to worry. Shin was no longer in Sunagakure, he had already caught up with Deidara. Shin Dano. Did Sasori escape? Deidara asked Shin, grimacing in pain. The agony of a severed arm wasn't something a normal person could endure. Deidara was quite resilient. Sasori is fine, Shin told Deidara. That's good. If he died, I probably wouldn't have anyone to compare art with. Deidara didn't want to see Sasori die. Of course, if Sasori did die, Deidara wouldn't necessarily feel much grief. By the way, Shin Dano, can you help me reattach my arm? You should have that ability, right? Deidara's eyes lit up slightly as he asked Shin. Of course, Deidara didn't hold much hope. Even if Shin Uzumaki was incredibly strong, skills were specialized. He might not be able to heal his severed arm. Shin looked deeply at Deidara. This guy isn't shy about asking. But it didn't matter, Shin held no ill will towards Deidara. Besides, for Shin, this was just a small favor, an effortless task. Alright, I can help you. A ball of green chakra appeared in Shin's hand. He tossed it towards Deidara. A moment later, Deidara held his severed left arm in his right hand, then looked at his newly regrown left arm, falling into stunned silence. What is this technique? It made a severed arm grow back. Deidara had only thought Shin would help him reattach it. Chapter 386, Konoha support. What? Are you not happy with my healing? Shin glanced at Deidara and asked. Happy? I'm grateful. Deidara flexed his newly grown arm. It was exactly like his original, no difference at all. This made Deidara look at Shin with a new sense of awe. It seems that Reaper of the Shinobi world, the one who instills fear throughout the ninja world, isn't just an empty title. Perhaps the third Tsuchikage really was no match for him. Right. If it were fake, knowing the old man's personality, he would have definitely come out to refute the rumors. That old man cares about his face. Meaning, this severed arm of mine is useless now. Deidara looked at his detached arm. With a new arm grown, this one was indeed useless. Might as well bury it. He definitely had to bury it. He couldn't just leave it lying around. What if some wild animal ate it? Although it was useless to him now, it was still his arm. If a wild beast really dragged it away, Deidara would feel very annoyed. After burying his arm, Deidara tossed Gaara aside and asked Shin Dano, why hasn't Sasori arrived yet? Could he have been captured? Deidara's face was somewhat pale, a result of earlier blood loss, though now that his arm had recovered, Deidara's mood had improved considerably. That depends on Sasori's speed. If he's slow, he might have been caught, Shin said with a light chuckle. If Sasori encountered Chiyo, he might not make it back. Sunagakure, though weakened, was still strong enough to deal with Sasori. However, it wasn't long before Sasori arrived, dragging the cumbersome Hirako puppet. Your arm. Sasori looked at Deidara's perfectly intact arm with great confusion. Wasn't it severed earlier? My arm is healed. It's all thanks to Shin-senpai's help, Deidara said with considerable respect. Previously, when Deidara called Shin Dano, it didn't carry much respect. But now, Deidara held Shin in high esteem. Sasori couldn't help but glance at Shin. Proficient in medical ninjutsu. He wasn't too surprised. Sasori simply assumed Shin had used medical ninjutsu, but Shin had actually used Inyan release. In the original story, Naruto could create an eye for Kakashi. Shin could naturally create an arm for Deidara. Carrying the still unconscious Gaara, Sasori and the others quickly found a place to extract and seal the tailed beast within him. As for sealing the tailed beast, Shin didn't get involved. Watching Pain and the others seal the tailed beast, Shin found it somewhat amusing. So many people, struggling for several days just to seal the mere one tail. If it were Shin, simply controlling the demonic statue of the outer path would allow him to instantly seal the one tail. This was likely because Nagato Uzumaki's control over the demonic statue wasn't very good, hence the slow sealing process. After all, only the Rinnegan could control the demonic statue, and Nagato Uzumaki's Rinnegan wasn't his own, its use was restricted. Ignoring their sealing process, Shin simply left and returned to the Land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, Baki, rushing desperately, finally arrived in Konoha. He met Jiraiya, explained the situation, and requested Jiraiya's help. The Akatsuki. Jiraiya fell into thought. He knew a bit about the Akatsuki. This information was from Hiruzen Sarutobi. When Hiruzen's son was killed, he had thoroughly investigated the Akatsuki and learned some things about them. All right. I will send people to help. After all, Tsunagakure is Konoha's ally. Jiraiya hesitated for a long time, then finally agreed to Baki's request. He chose to help Tsunagakure partly to strengthen the alliance between their villages. Another reason was to probe the Akatsuki. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I hope you will dispatch ninja as soon as possible. Baki was overjoyed and couldn't help but urge Jiraiya. With the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, captured, the situation was unknown. Baki was worried. What if Gaara was killed before they arrived? Jiraiya didn't delay. Since he had agreed to help Tsunagakure, he couldn't just go through the motions, otherwise, it might have the opposite effect. He immediately summoned Kakashi and Guy, ordering them to lead their teams to provide support. Sending Kakashi and Guy already showed great importance. Konoha didn't have many other capable generals to spare at the moment. Jiraiya, as Hokage, certainly couldn't personally go to help with the rescue. After receiving the mission, Kakashi and Guy departed with Naruto Uzumaki and their teams. Naruto Uzumaki was very anxious. Although the plot had deviated from the original story, and the Konoha Crush plan was different, Naruto had still become good friends with Gaara and had successfully brainwashed him with his talk no jutsu. This was why Gaara became Kazekage. Without Naruto's talk no jutsu, how could Gaara's personality have allowed him to become Kazekage? The group arrived in Tsunagakure. Kakashi was mistaken for Hitaki Sakumo by Chiyo, and they almost came to blows. Fortunately, Ebizo was there to mediate, and a fight was avoided. Actually, if they had fought, Tsunagakure wouldn't have had the advantage. In the original story, Guy arrived later as reinforcements, but now, they had come together. However, there was a problem. Kankuro's poison, he would die within 3 days, and there was no way to break it. In the original story, Sakura healed him, but the current Sakura didn't know medical ninjutsu at all. Tsunade was in the Land of Whirlpools, who could Sakura learn medical ninjutsu from? So, Kankuro couldn't be saved. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Kankuro could only wait for death. Chiyo was also helpless against this poison. She excelled at creating poisons, not antidotes. They could only hope Sasori had an antidote. Chiyo decided to go along, bringing Tsunagakure's elite ninja to rescue Gaara. Although Konoha had sent help, they couldn't pin all their hopes on Konoha. Besides, Chiyo didn't trust Konoha's people at all. The group was filled with conflict. Naruto Uzumaki and Chiyo bickered constantly. At the Akatsuki sealing location for the One Tail, Pain also knew that Gaara's rescuers were on their way, including reinforcements from Konoha. The sealing process still needed some time to complete, so they had to stop the approaching rescuers. Finally, Pain used the shape-shifting technique, transferring Kisame and Itachi Uchiha's chakra onto living sacrifices, creating clones equivalent to their true selves. However, these shape-shifting clones were different from normal clones. They could use all their original jutsu, including Kekkei Genkai. This technique required sacrifices. In the original story, the sacrifices were Sasori's subordinates, spies planted in Tsunagakure. But things were different now. The spies weren't here. So, they had to use White Zetsu. Chapter 387, not interested. Pain used the shape-shifting technique, sending chakra clones of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki to intercept the Konoha and Suna ninja. Then, they naturally focused on sealing the tailed beast. You still haven't sealed the One Tail. At this slow pace, if you were given Kurama, the 9 tails, would it take you a lifetime to seal it? Shin's voice echoed as his figure appeared. Hanabi was clinging to Shin's back, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Shin had come to check on the situation. Hanabi had insisted on coming along. Shin initially refused, but Hanabi, being stubborn, had followed him anyway. Pain and the others were sealing with agonizing slowness. Shin had already returned to the Land of Whirlpools and stayed for 2 days, yet they still hadn't finished sealing the one tail. However, this was likely because, aside from Sasori and Deidara, the others were only present as chakra projections via the illusionary body technique. Shin Dano, if you think we're slow, you could help us out. Please, Shin Dano. Deidara said to Shin. He was getting tired of this, he'd been standing here for 2 days straight sealing the one tail. What is that thing? Why is it so ugly? Hanabi pointed at the demonic statue. This thing was too ugly, it was the ugliest thing Hanabi had ever seen. The demonic statue was the husk of the Ten Tails, essentially the Ten Tails itself. And among the tailed beasts, few were good-looking. Helping isn't out of the question. But there has to be a benefit for me, Shin said to Deidara with a light chuckle. Deidara's eyes lit up. Shin Dano must be very interested in dust release, right? I can teach you how to use it. Deidara possessed the training method for dust release. He had once been Inoki's student. Inoki had valued Deidara greatly and even taught him dust release, though Deidara hadn't learned it. Dust release, a Kekkei Toda surpassing Kekkei Genkai, required not only talent but also a bit of luck to master. Deidara didn't mind sharing it, he believed others likely couldn't master this monstrous technique anyway. Not interested, Shin rejected him mercilessly. Not interested. Deidara was stunned. Shin Dano, that old man Inoki said this is a Kekkei Toda, surpassing Kekkei Genkai. Deidara didn't understand. Shin didn't bother explaining. He had already mastered Kekkei Mora, let alone a Kekkei Toda. He already knew dust release, why would he need Deidara to teach him? But Deidara truly didn't understand. In the end, he dejectedly resumed the sealing process. The shape-shifting clones have been defeated, Kisame spoke up at that moment. The shape-shifting clones could at most exert 30% of Kisame's chakra, meaning their combat strength was less than 30% of his actual power. With such strength, though Kisame could stall for some time, he couldn't hold out for too long. Kisame was defeated by the combined efforts of Guy and Lee. On the other side, Itachi Uchiha's shape-shifting clone was also defeated. Itachi hadn't held back, but with only 30% of his chakra, his combat strength might have been even lower than Kisame's. Kisame possessed immense chakra, earning him the moniker, Tailed Beast Without a Tail. Even 30% of his chakra was considerable. Compared to Kisame, Itachi Uchiha clearly didn't have as much chakra. It's fine. The sealing is complete. Pain spoke. The one tail had been completely sealed within the demonic statue. The statue trembled slightly. Deidara, Sasori, find a way to retreat, Pain instructed Deidara and Sasori. Then, Pain and the other projections vanished, leaving only Sasori and Deidara. Oh, right, Shin and Hanabi were also still there. Gaara lay on the ground. He was dead now. With the tailed beast extracted, Gaara naturally had no way to survive. Even Uzumaki clan members, with their powerful life force, couldn't survive having their tailed beast extracted, let alone Gaara. Boom. A loud roar came from outside. Shin looked out in surprise as the barrier was broken. Konoha and Suna had arrived quickly. Kakashi and the others who rushed in were also startled. Shin Uzumaki is here too. If they had known, Konoha definitely wouldn't have waded into these muddy waters. Kakashi frowned, looking at Chiyo, waiting for an explanation. Kakashi felt Chiyo had tricked them. Chiyo's expression was even grimmer. She looked at Shin with a conflicted expression, then shifted her gaze to Sasori. Sasori, is that you? Chiyo asked. How did you recognize me? Sasori finally spoke. His true body was hidden within Hirako. How had she recognized him under these circumstances? It really is you, Sasori. A look of sorrow crossed Chiyo's face. Her own grandson had become a missing nin. There was nothing more painful than this. Rasengan, Naruto Uzumaki leaped up, a Rasengan in his hand, and charged towards Shin. A Rasengan. Against me. Shin sneered coldly, casually kicking Naruto Uzumaki away. Before even reaching Shin, Naruto was sent flying by Shin's kick, crashing into a rock wall and becoming embedded in it. Naruto. Kakashi quickly checked Naruto's condition, feeling a pang of self-reproach. He should have been watching him more closely. At the same time, Kakashi was also annoyed by Naruto's reckless attack. Attacking Shin Uzumaki, even he wouldn't dare do such a thing. He didn't know where Naruto got such courage. Naruto holds quite a grudge against me. Shin looked at Naruto, who had been kicked away. He didn't understand. He hadn't specifically targeted Naruto, had he? Why did Naruto harbor such resentment towards him? Shin didn't know that Naruto's deep resentment stemmed from the incident when they were trying to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. Seeing Shin with Orochimaru, Naruto had concluded that Shin and Orochimaru were allies. Naruto blamed Shin for Sasuke Uchiha being taken away by Orochimaru, hence his intense animosity. Kakashi checked Naruto Uzumaki's condition and found him severely injured, with several broken bones. Actually, Shin had held back. For Akiko Uzumaki's sake, he had shown mercy. Otherwise, Naruto Uzumaki would be dead. Child of prophecy. Shin didn't care. This was a real world. Shin didn't know if things like protagonist halo or luck existed, but even if they did, they were useless against him. For someone capable of destroying the world, what use was a world's luck? Yes, if Shin went all out, destroying the Naruto world wouldn't be much of a problem. Pulling down the moon for an impact, everyone would die. Chapter 388, A Fool's Errand. Shin glanced at the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki, then dismissed him. Honestly, it was fortunate Naruto had fainted from his injuries. If he were still conscious, knowing his personality, he definitely wouldn't have given up attacking Shin. And if he had attacked again, Shin would have unhesitatingly crushed him. Was that a Rinnegan he used earlier? Hanabi asked Shin with surprise. Yes. Don't you know how to use it too? Couldn't you tell? Shin had also taught Hanabi the Rinnegan. Though the Hyuga clan specialized in the gentle fist, it didn't mean they couldn't learn other ninjutsu. Lee, please take Naruto away. Kakashi said to Rock Lee. But. Lee, take Naruto and leave. You're not needed here, Guy directly ordered Lee. In the end, Lee still obeyed Guy's command, taking Naruto and leaving. He likely understood that staying here would only make him a burden. Tenten and Sakura also left. They couldn't help here. Especially Sakura. Without Tsunade as her teacher, her strength was pitifully weak, probably at the bottom of the Konoha 10. Wait, there was no Konoha 12 anymore. With Hinata and Niji Hyuga gone, could they still be called the Konoha 12? Actually, in the original story, Niji Hyuga wasn't much of a strong one either. His strength was considerable, but he lacked the unkillable plot armor of a protagonist. He ended up being the only one of the Konoha 12 to die, which was quite tragic. Now, perhaps Shin had changed his fate. If he still died, it could only be attributed to his terrible luck. The two of you, are you planning to fight me? Shin looked at Kakashi and Guy. They were staring at him as if they wanted to fight. You're also a member of the Akatsuki, aren't you? Anyone from the Akatsuki is our enemy, Guy said with a serious expression. Knowing Shin's strength was immense, but he couldn't let fear deter him. Besides, the hot-blooded guy didn't even know the meaning of fear. Since they said so, Shin didn't bother saying more. If they wanted to attack him, they would have to pay the price. Chiyo's heart leaped with joy. The most troublesome opponent, Shin Uzumaki. Konoha's ninja were actually going to deal with him. This was an unexpected boon. Shouldn't we be retreating now? Deidara couldn't help but ask. He remembered the leader ordering them to retreat. Were they really going to fight them? Honestly, Deidara didn't want to fight. He wasn't in good condition. Sealing the one-tail had taken several days, he had no stamina left. These past few days, he had survived by eating soldier pills. That stuff tasted terrible, and eating it also had side effects. Deidara felt that right now, he could at most exert 60% of his strength. We retreat, Sasori said to Deidara. Eh? What about Shindano? Deidara asked. He hadn't forgotten Shin. Shin helping him heal his arm hadn't been in vain. Just worry about yourself. If he encounters danger, we're even less likely to survive, Sasori glanced at Deidara and said coolly. Looking at his grandmother, Sasori didn't want to fight her. Retreating directly was the best option. Chiyo looked at her grandson with a complex expression. But as a Sunagakure ninja, Chiyo couldn't just let him leave. White secret technique, Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Chiyo brought out her signature technique. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets she summoned now was different from the original. The original collection was puppets created by Monzaemon Chikamatsu, but those had been destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War. The current Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets was replicated by Chiyo herself. Though perhaps not as strong as the original, they were definitely not weak. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Sasori controlled nearly 100 puppets, surrounding Chiyo's Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. He can do that. Deidara said with surprise. This was the first time he had seen Sasori use it. This was normal. After all, this technique was Sasori's strongest, naturally, he wouldn't use it lightly. Though controlling 100 puppets surprised Chiyo, in battle, she couldn't gain the upper hand. While Sasori had a numerical advantage, quality trumped quantity. Chiyo's 10 puppets were enough to hold off Sasori's nearly 100. Of course, Sasori still hadn't used his strongest puppet, the third Kazekage. He didn't intend to fight his grandmother. Sasori's goal was to leave. He controlled his puppets to block Chiyo, then he and Deidara departed. After leaving the cave, Deidara created a clay bird, taking Sasori with him. Sasori recalled his puppets, and the two of them quickly fled. Flying in the sky, Chiyo could only watch helplessly. At the same time, Chiyo didn't want to keep Sasori here. And so, Gaara, who should have died, survived this time. Turning her head, Chiyo looked at Gaara's body, which had become a corpse. Granny Chiyo, take the fifth Kazekage and leave, Kakashi said to Chiyo. I know. You two be careful. Don't get into trouble. It's best to escape immediately. You're no match for him. Chiyo picked up Gaara's body and kindly reminded Kakashi and Guy. Although Kakashi was the son of her enemy, he had come to help Sunagakure this time. Chiyo couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. In Chiyo's eyes, them confronting Shin Uzumaki was a stupid move. She didn't know what they were thinking, but Chiyo wouldn't stop them. Reminding them was already an act of kindness on her part. As for stopping them, why should she? Whoever won or lost held no disadvantage for Sunagakure. Chiyo still had things to do, namely, resurrecting the deceased Gaara. She possessed a forbidden jutsu called one's own life reincarnation, originally intended to revive Sasori's parents. But now, Chiyo prepared to use it on Gaara. The price of using this forbidden jutsu was immense, her own life. Chiyo had come to terms with this. Her old bones had reached the end of their road. Being able to save a young, promising ninja was worth it. Are you two really going to fight me? Shin asked again. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance, their hearts firm. They already considered Shin Uzumaki a great enemy. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate him, it would be a good thing for both Konoha and the shinobi world. The reason for this bold thought was mainly because Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Or rather, the Mangekyo Sharingan had been awakened long ago, Kakashi had only now mastered it. The dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan was Kakashi's confidence. His dojutsu was very powerful. Kakashi felt it wasn't impossible to kill Shin Uzumaki. Shin could somewhat guess their thoughts. What gave them courage at this moment was likely the dojutsu Kamui and the 8 inner gates. Chapter 389. What do you do when your killing move fails? Hanabi, clinging to Shin's back, looked at Kakashi and Might Guy with excitement. Shin and you always brag about how strong you are. Let me see it now. Don't tell me you can't even beat these two. Be quiet, or I'll throw you off. Shin said irritably. Brag. Shin felt he was always quite humble. Guy, I'm counting on you to distract him, Kakashi whispered to Guy. The Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, though powerful, had many drawbacks. It was slow to activate and consumed a lot of chakra. Don't worry. I'll give it my all. Guy clenched his fists, feeling like he was about to ignite. His next opponent was the strongest in the shinobi world, Shin Uzumaki. After so many years, Kakashi trusted Guy implicitly. Though Guy often acted like a goofball, he was dependable when it mattered. However, it was always best to be cautious. Kakashi felt he needed to be extremely careful. He hadn't experienced Shin's strength firsthand, only heard legends. But the legends were incredibly exaggerated, making Shin Uzumaki sound even stronger than the Sage of Six Paths. Honestly, Kakashi felt the rumors were a bit over the top. Shin Uzumaki's strength probably wasn't as formidable as the legends claimed. Unfortunately, Kakashi had no idea that Shin's strength was even more exaggerated than the rumors suggested. If the Sage of Six Paths truly dared to appear, Shin would indeed beat him down. 8 inner gates, gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of joy, gate of shock, open, Guy roared, opening the 8 inner gates all the way to the 7th gate. His eyes rolled back, his hair stood on end, and the aura erupting from his body made the small pebbles on the ground tremble. He's strong. Shin and can you even beat him? Maybe we should, run. Hanabi gulped, then said to Shin in a very timid tone. You were just talking big. Now you're scared. What happened to your tough girl act? Shin asked Hanabi. Hanabi felt extremely awkward. I'm not scared. It's just that he looks really strong. Yeah. Guy shouted, punching towards Shin. His speed was so extreme it left after images in the air, his fist creating a sonic boom. Kakashi had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then could he barely keep up with Guy's speed. Meaning, after opening the 7th gate, Guy's speed was already pushing the limits of what the Mangekyo Sharingan could track. Your punch is too straightforward, Shin raised his hand and caught Guy's fist. All of Guy's immense power was effortlessly stopped by Shin, just like that, with an air of casual ease. A punch capable of shattering a mountain, Shin caught it without his body even swaying. Kakashi was so shocked he forgot to use Kamui, staring dumbfounded. Still too weak. Shin casually flung Guy away, sending him flying several kilometers. If it were anyone else, they would have died from the fall. Is he all bark and no bite? Hanabi couldn't help but wonder. Or maybe. I'm just that strong. Did you think I was weak? Shin tapped Hanabi. You never showed off before. And Big Sis just said you were strong. I thought she was exaggerating. Hanabi said glumly. True. Shin rarely showed his strength. Though her sister had said Shin was very strong, Hanabi hadn't seen it herself and just thought her sister was exaggerating due to admiration. Can I become that strong too? Hanabi asked Shin. Maybe. You can try in your next life. Probably no hope in this one. Shin said, grinning. Humph. I don't believe you. Hanabi was determined to surpass Shin someday. Then she'd flick him on the forehead. Shin and Hanabi chatted, while Kakashi, standing not far away, had cold sweat dripping down his forehead, his Mangekyo Sharingan practically bulging out. Why is it malfunctioning at a time like this? Kakashi was about to cry from anxiety. His Kamui was currently unusable. Or rather, he could use it, but it had no effect. Kakashi didn't know what was happening. Chakra was consumed, ocular power was consumed, but the Kamui he used had lost its effect. The space here, I've sealed it with Fuinjutsu. Your Kamui is ineffective. Shin, likely noticing Kakashi, kindly explained. How do you know my dojutsu? Kakashi was shocked. He had only told Guy about his dojutsu earlier. He told Guy mainly because he needed Guy's cooperation, it was necessary for his partner to know his abilities, and Kakashi trusted Guy wouldn't recklessly reveal his dojutsu. Is it that hard for me to know? I know everything. Alright, Shin was showing off a bit. Though Shin knew most things in the Naruto world, there were still some things he didn't know. For example, the Sage of Six Paths' current hiding place, Shin didn't know that. If he did, Shin would have already hunted him down and finished him off. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation, Shin formed a single-hand seal, then spewed out a massive fireball over 100 meters in diameter, like a flaming mountain surging towards Kakashi. Is this a sea of fire? Kakashi was stunned, momentarily forgetting to dodge. Daytime Tiger. At the critical moment, it was Guy who saved Kakashi's life, using Daytime Tiger to disperse the massive sea of flames. Kakashi. Don't get distracted during a fight. Guy, covered in blood, lectured Kakashi. Sorry. Kakashi looked apologetic. The reason he lost focus wasn't because he was scared by the Great Fire Annihilation, but because Kamui was unusable, leaving Kakashi somewhat disoriented. This was their key killing move against Shin Uzumaki. Now that their killing move was gone, what should they do? Guy, my Kamui is having problems. I can't use it now. You should leave quickly, Kakashi said gravely to Guy. Daytime Tiger, Guy completely ignored Kakashi, unleashing his full power with a punch into the air. A giant tiger formed from air pressure lunged towards Shin. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, Shin casually slapped his palm forward. The giant tiger was instantly dispersed by the palm strike, which then continued towards Guy and Kakashi. Puffed. Guy spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying. Kakashi suffered the same fate. However, if one were to compare who was more injured, it was definitely Guy. Guy had blocked most of the attack for Kakashi. So, Guy's love for Kakashi was true love, Obito's was fake. Guy. Kakashi went over and helped Guy up. His heart felt heavy. It was his decision to confront Shin Uzumaki, yet his decision had led to this result, both their lives were in danger. Chapter 390, Shin vs 8 Gates Guy. Kakashi, you go first, Guy said to Kakashi, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Earlier, Kakashi had wanted Guy to leave, but Guy certainly wouldn't abandon Kakashi. Besides, Konoha needed Kakashi more. Go. Without allowing Kakashi to object, Guy grabbed Kakashi's collar and threw him away. 8th Gate, Gate of Death, open. 8 inner gates released formation. After tossing Kakashi away, Guy opened the final gate of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Death. With all 8 gates open in the 8 inner gates released formation, red steam, generated by evaporating blood, enveloped his body. His power surged, dozens of times greater than a peak Kage. I never said I was going to kill you. Why are you going all out? Shin looked at Guy, who had opened all 8 gates, his expression somewhat exasperated. Kakashi, standing in the distance, watched Guy, who was now wreathed in red steam, tears welling up in his eyes. Kakashi knew the 8 inner gates forbidden technique well, he had even trained in it, though his mastery was far from Guy's. Once all 8 gates were opened, the user would inevitably die. Guy's father, Might Dewey, had died after opening all 8 gates. However, Might Dway with all 8 gates open was definitely not as strong as Might Guy with all 8 gates open, because Might Guy's base strength was greater than his father's. There was nothing to be particularly proud of. Might Guy being stronger than his father was because his father had paved the way for him. Little girl, I'm sending you back. Shin glanced at Hanabi, then used Yamatsu Hirasaka to send her back to the Land of Whirlpools. Though Hanabi would be safe here, Shin could guarantee she wouldn't be harmed. She was somewhat in the way. So, Shin sent her back. Guy, with all 8 gates open, was a rare opponent. His combat strength had reached 6 paths level. Even among 6 paths level individuals, he wouldn't be considered weak. The only unfortunate thing was that he couldn't sustain it. After Guy opened the 8th gate, his life force was constantly draining away. He wouldn't last long before his life force was completely depleted, and he died. Such a massive power boost naturally came with a corresponding price. Evening Elephant. Guy's fist struck the air at super high speed, forming continuous air cannons shaped like elephant feet. Their power was enough to create a deep well in the ground. Even if a meteor fell from the sky, the current Guy could shatter it. And Evening Elephant had 5 steps. This was only the first step, the subsequent attacks would become increasingly stronger. Facing Guy's attack, Shin naturally wouldn't just stand there and take it. Super Shinra Tensei. Shin's eyes transformed into the 9-tomo Rinnegan. His aura changed, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed by his sheer presence. With Shin at the center, an immense repulsive force, capable of pushing away even small planets, was continuously released. Guy's continuous air cannon attacks were also repelled. Second step. Ignoring the strain on his body, Guy unleashed another air cannon. But without exception, it was still repelled by the repulsive force. In fact, the repulsive force was steadily pushing closer to Guy. Third step, fourth step, fifth step, Guy's fists, radiating power, strained against Shin's Super Shinra Tensei. Reag. Guy let out a series of roars, but even the 5th step of Evening Elephant couldn't overcome the Super Shinra Tensei's repulsive force. Boom. The surrounding mountain peaks, forests, including the ground and the clouds in the sky, all completely vanished. The ground became a massive basin, and even groundwater gushed out, forming an incredibly large lake. Guy's broken body slammed into the ground, more than a dozen bones shattered. Nagato Uzumaki, using Super Shinra Tensei, could destroy the entire village of Konoha. If Shin used it with all his might, destroying a small planet wouldn't be impossible. Shin floated in midair, his expression extremely calm, looking down at Guy's broken body. Guy wasn't dead. His fingers twitched, and he climbed out of the deep pit, looking up at Shin. Opening the 8 inner gates released formation, and he hadn't even scratched Shin. His body's injuries were partly self-inflicted from using the 8 inner gates released formation, and partly from the Super Shinra Tensei. If not for Guy's incredible power, which had allowed him to resist most of the repulsive force's impact, he would have already been crushed into paste. Shinra Tensei was both an offensive and defensive ninjutsu. The shinobi world had many techniques hailed as the strongest shield, such as the Shield of Shikaku and the Lightning Release Chakra mode's lightning armor. However, the truly strongest defensive jutsu was likely Shinra Tensei. If your repulsive force was strong enough, forget attacks, you could even push away planets. It was normal for Guy's Evening Elephant to be unable to break through. Guy, I admire your tenacity, Shin said to Might Guy. Compared to those born with cheats, Might Guy had almost nothing. As a child, he was a dead last, a failure unable to use ninjutsu. Yet, he could unleash such power now. All of this was earned through his own tireless efforts. In terms of talent, Guy definitely wasn't outstanding. He was the type of genius who achieved everything through hard work and sweat, not innate talent. It's an honor to have your admiration. Might Guy panted, each breath expelling a bloody mist that swirled around his body. His skin was cracked like a tortoise shell, his blood boiling, literally boiling. His body was about to be scorched, it couldn't bear the burden any longer. Then, Might Guy assumed a running stance. Seeing Guy's posture, Shin knew he was about to use his strongest taijutsu secret technique. Night Guy. This was the ultimate secret technique after Evening Elephant, used when all 8 gates were open. Might Guy then ran at near light speed, the chakra gathered throughout his body forming a bizarre dragon shape. Ugh. Aha. Night Guy. Might Guy ran, even treading on air as if flying, and kicked towards Shin with all his might. Space itself distorted. Anyone without profound mastery of spacetime ninjutsu would likely be unable to use it to dodge at this moment. If Obito were here, facing this attack, he too would be unable to use Kamui to escape. Though Obito's Kamui was masterfully used, under this kind of spatial distortion, using spacetime ninjutsu had a high chance of failure. Taijutsu's secret technique, Starfall Strike. Though Shin could dodge, he chose not to. He wasn't afraid of a head-on clash. In terms of taijutsu, Shin felt he could claim to be number 1. This punch, like a falling star. Pitch-black chakra formed a small galaxy, its surface burning with flames, colliding with Might Guy's Night Guy. Kakashi, already tens of miles away, knelt on the ground, struggling to support himself, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. Even from such a great distance, he could still feel such immense pressure that he found it difficult to even stand. Chapter 391, Kakashi's self-reproach. The collision was instantaneous, and the outcome was decided. Shin still floated in the air, completely unscathed, as if he hadn't even been in a battle. Might Guy, however, with only a breath of life remaining, fell into the lake created by their fight. No, it couldn't even be called a lake anymore. The collision just now had completely evaporated the water. His combat strength might not match Hamura Otsutsuki, but it's still impressive, Shin commented. Perhaps 8 Gates Guy's power didn't quite reach the level of Hamura, whom Shin had killed, but the full force of Night Guy, even Hamura Otsutsuki would have struggled to take that hit. If 8 Gates Guy fought Hamura, Shin estimated he could take at least half of Hamura's life. Landing beside Guy, Shin looked at the fallen figure. Guy's body was already carbonized, almost turned to charcoal. His right leg was completely destroyed, yet he still clung to a sliver of life. His life force was truly tenacious. Without any special constitution, not being a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, just an ordinary human, for Guy to survive such grievous injuries relied entirely on his willpower. Well, I'll spare your life this time, I don't usually save people easily. Consider yourself lucky. Shin used Yang release chakra to bring the dying Guy back from the brink. However, even though Guy was saved, his body was crippled. Forget opening the 8 gates again, he probably couldn't even open 6. Actually, Shin could have completely healed Guy's injuries, but he didn't. People always had to pay the price for their choices. Since Guy chose to fight him, he had to pay a price. Shin sparing his life was already due to his favorable impression of Guy. Shin then left, returning to the Land of Whirlpools. Long after Shin departed, tens of miles from the center of their battle, Lee, Sakura, and the awakened Naruto found Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. What happened to you? Naruto ran over, grabbing Kakashi's clothes and shaking him vigorously. After a long moment of shaking, the unconscious Kakashi finally woke up. Naruto, if you shake me any harder, I might die, Kakashi said, his face pale, looking at Naruto Uzumaki. Seeing this, Naruto immediately let go, but still asked with concern, Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Whether I'm alright isn't important. What matters is Guy. Kakashi's expression turned heavy. He had been knocked unconscious by the shockwave earlier and knew nothing of what happened afterward, nor the outcome of the battle. No, regardless of the outcome, whether Guy won or not, he wouldn't survive. Kakashi-sensei. What happened to Guy-sensei? Lee asked Kakashi anxiously. Silence. Kakashi remained silent. He felt he had failed Lee, and even more so, Guy. If not for his decision, they wouldn't have fought Shin Uzumaki. If they hadn't fought, Guy wouldn't be in this state. Guy had opened the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates. After a long, painful silence, Kakashi finally told Lee the truth. Lee slumped to the ground, his large eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Lee also practiced the 8 inner gates, he naturally knew the consequences of opening the 8th gate. Guy-sensei is already. Rock Lee wept sorrowfully. If one were to say who in the village had the best relationship with Guy, it wasn't Kakashi, but Rock Lee. The bond between Guy and Lee likely surpassed that of father and son. Though, with their similar appearances, they truly did look like father and son. We haven't found Guy yet. We're not sure, a glimmer of light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Perhaps there's still hope. Perhaps a miracle exists, and Guy is still alive. Let's go. We'll find Guy. Kakashi stood up, but as soon as he did, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Even the shockwave, from tens of kilometers away, had severely injured him. If he had been any closer, Kakashi might have been killed by the aftershock. Kakashi-sensei, you should rest and recover first. We'll go find Guy-sensei, Sakura said to Kakashi. No. I have to go. Kakashi refused. No matter how severe his injuries, he had to go. If Guy was dead, he had to bring Guy's body back. Their group then arrived at the place where Shin and Guy had fought and found Guy. He's still breathing. Guy is still alive. Kakashi exclaimed in joyful surprise. Really? Is Guy-sensei really still alive? Lee wept with joy. Great. Guy-sensei is still alive. Let's take Guy back first. Kakashi picked Guy up onto his back, but in his current condition, carrying Guy was truly difficult. Kakashi-sensei, let me carry Guy-sensei, Lee said to Kakashi. Kakashi ultimately didn't refuse, letting Lee carry Guy. Then, the group didn't go to Sunagakure but returned directly to Konoha. They couldn't go to Sunagakure now. Though they were currently allied with Suna and their relationship seemed good, what if Suna decided to attack them? One must always be wary of others. They couldn't afford not to be cautious. Their strength was severely depleted now. If Suna launched a fatal attack, they wouldn't have the power to resist. They returned to Konoha all the way and took Guy to the Konoha hospital. After a doctor's examination, they learned Guy's injuries were extremely severe, almost impossible to recover from. However, his life wasn't in danger, though he would no longer be suitable to be a ninja. Kakashi's expression was somber, his heart filled with self-reproach. He believed Guy's severe injuries were all his fault. Opening the 8 inner gates is certain death. Guy didn't die. Could it be that Shin Uzumaki saved him? Kakashi speculated inwardly. Perhaps. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Guy was still alive. Kakashi knew that opening the 8 inner gates was a death sentence, with absolutely no exceptions. Guy surviving could only mean Shin Uzumaki had saved him. Naruto, you and Sakura go train by yourselves for now, Kakashi said dejectedly. He felt like he was a jinx, everyone around him basically died. His father committed suicide when he was 5. Later, his friends Obito and Rin also died. His teacher and his teacher's wife were also dead. Now, even Guy, with whom he had a very good relationship, was severely injured and could no longer be a ninja. He didn't know how big a blow this would be to Guy. Kakashi felt he had no face to see Guy. As for teaching his students, Kakashi wasn't in the mood right now. Jiraiya, after learning the situation, also had nothing to say. Jiraiya didn't know how to console Kakashi either. After all, Kakashi needed to overcome some things himself. Jiraiya simply gave Kakashi leave, letting him rest properly. As for Naruto and the others, Jiraiya arranged for another jonin to lead them. Chapter 392, Want to reach the top. Little girl, stop pestering me. It's useless. Shin looked at Hanabi, who was clinging to him, exasperated. Shin and I know you're a good person. Please just teach me. Hanabi pleaded coquettishly, grabbing Shin's hand and refusing to let go. Shin looked at Hanabi, a black line forming on his forehead. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but you can't just skip to the end. There are no shortcuts. Hanabi was dissatisfied with her slow training progress and wanted Shin to help her, to at least make her as strong as Hinata. Shin felt this little girl was dreaming. Even if Shin could use 6 paths power to help Hanabi, Hanabi's body had to be able to withstand that power. Clearly, the current Hanabi wasn't up to par. And if one couldn't bear the power yet forcibly use strength beyond their limits, the consequences could be seen by looking at Nagato Uzumaki. Hanabi, patience is key. Don't be so eager for results, Mikoto said to Hanabi. That's right. This little girl dreams big. Wants to become strong without putting in the effort. Kushina added, looking at Hanabi with disapproval. Thinking back to her own efforts to achieve her current strength, Hanabi, this little girl, wanted to become strong without working for it. I know. I'll work hard on my own from now on, all right. Hanabi said glumly. If this continued, she'd probably be criticized by everyone. By the way, Shin and that watermelon head ninja from before, was he really strong? Hanabi asked Shin expectantly. She was very disappointed she hadn't seen Shin and Guy fight. Strong. Even Kushina and Tsunade would have a hard time against him at full power. As soon as Shin finished speaking, Kushina couldn't help but stand up, looking at Shin in surprise. Really? Kushina felt her current strength was already formidable enough, she should be unmatched in the entire shinobi world. Of course, it's true. The 8 inner gates is very strong. And in the right hands, it's devastating. Shin shrugged at Kushina. Shin estimated Guy's dedication to taijutsu was likely no less than him. However, the two couldn't be compared. Shin possessed the perfect sage body. Higher training intensity placed little burden on his body, perhaps even no burden at all. But for Guy, with his physique, training desperately would definitely not be comfortable, the damage to his own body would be immense. Even if he looked physically fit now, in his later years, he would definitely be plagued by injuries. Alright, let's put these aside for now. I also want to train that super strong 8 inner gates. Hanabi looked at Shin with sparkling eyes. Opening all 8 gates comes at the cost of one's life. Do you still want to train in it? Shin asked Hanabi coolly. Hanabi was startled upon hearing this, then immediately shook her head. If that was the case, then it was better not to train. That price was too steep. No, thank you. I'll pass. Hanabi said, sticking out her tongue. Actually, training in the 8 inner gates was fine, as long as one didn't open all 8 gates, but Shin had calculated that Hanabi definitely wouldn't train in it. Training the 8 inner gates was brutal, and one had to endure pain during the process. This little bum Hanabi wouldn't be able to stand it. She'd probably complain after training for just 2 days. That was why Shin had no intention of teaching Hanabi. It wasn't that he was reluctant to teach her, but Shin didn't want to waste his time. By the way, Hanabi, do you want to go home and visit? Shin asked Hanabi. Go home. Isn't this my home? Hanabi couldn't help but say. She knew Shin meant returning to their home in Kirigakure, but Hanabi didn't want to go back, not for the rest of her life. As for the reason, Hinata and Hanabi's mother had passed away from a serious illness a year ago. Not long after, her father found them a stepmother. Hinata didn't react much to this, but Hanabi's reaction was strong. She declared she wanted to sever father-daughter ties with Hayashi Hyuga. Nearly a year had passed, and Hanabi still hadn't forgiven Hayashi Hyuga, even stating she would never forgive him for the rest of her life. Seeing Hanabi's indignant look, Shin said nothing more. I'm going to train with big sister. Hanabi went to find Hinata. Hinata was now teaching Hanabi. Alright, actually, Hanabi preferred Shin to teach her, but Shin was rather lazy. Even if Hanabi dragged Shin, she couldn't move him. So, she had no choice but to let her sister teach her. The shinobi world was once again becoming restless. Although Gaara had been rescued, things couldn't just be forgotten like that. Especially since Kankuro had died. No one could detoxify Kankuro naturally died. In the past, Gaara wouldn't have cared much if his brother Kankuro died. But now, the relationship between Gaara and Kankuro had been repaired and was particularly good. Gaara wanted to avenge Kankuro, so he began desperately investigating intel on the Akatsuki. Konoha was the same, not letting go of intel on the Akatsuki. Jiraiya's intuition told him the Akatsuki was planning something big. Though he didn't know the specifics, Jiraiya guessed it was highly likely related to the tailed beasts. He had to investigate thoroughly. Naruto was also a Jinchuriki. If the Akatsuki's target truly was the tailed beasts, it meant Naruto might also be in danger. As for Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya entrusted him to Yamato's leadership. Kakashi was still mired in self-blame. Even though the recovered guy didn't blame Kakashi, Kakashi still couldn't overcome his own guilt. So Kakashi was still on leave, recuperating. Yamato was responsible for leading Team 7. At this time, Yamato received information about the missing Nin Orochimaru. Naruto's team was then sent to rescue Sasuke. Even though Sasuke had stabbed him once, almost killing him, Naruto still chose to believe in Sasuke, firmly believing Sasuke had his reasons. Alright, to be able to do what Naruto Uzumaki did, there was no one else like him. Also, their Team 7 had a new member, Sai. Just like in the original story, Sai was still assigned to Team 7. Danzo had arranged it. There were two purposes for this arrangement: first, to monitor the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and second, to find an opportunity to kill Sasuke Uchiha. Originally, Jiraiya opposed Danzo planting someone, but Danzo had Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane backing him. Yes, the two who had fallen out with Danzo over the Hokage position were now back in cahoots with him. Chapter 393, Just Be Envious. The sun shone brightly that day. Shin lay in the courtyard, sunbathing and enjoying the sunlight, his eyes closed. Shin and II is getting lazier and lazier. Konan put down her origami and glanced at Shin. He wasn't always like this. Shin used to be very hardworking, Tsunade commented. That's right. I have the most say in this. I grew up with Shin. Kushina glanced smugly at Mikoto, Meitorumi, Tsunade, and Konan, displaying her sense of superiority. As if that's something to be proud of, Meitorumi pouted. I don't think it's anything special either, Mikoto pursed her lips and nodded. Is that so? But I feel it is quite remarkable. I can clearly feel the sourness emanating from you all. Just be envious. Kushina wore a smug smile. Though they claimed it was nothing special, their hearts clearly thought otherwise. Kushina could sense that sourness from a mile away. Kushina, if you keep provoking me, I'm going to give you a beating you won't forget. I'm warning you. Tsunade's face darkened as she questioned Kushina. Tsunade's fists were already raised. Though not afraid of Tsunade, Kushina had opened fire with a map-wide attack this time, offending everyone. She decided to back down. Help! Help! Just then, Hanabi frantically pushed open the courtyard gate and ran in from outside. What's wrong? Shin opened his eyes and asked the flustered Hanabi. I saw a monster at the beach. A really, really big monster. Hanabi patted her small chest, still looking somewhat frightened. It was unclear what kind of monster she had seen. What monster? Shin used Kagura Mind's Eye to sense. After sensing, Shin's expression turned peculiar. It's actually the Three Tails. How did it end up here? Shin's expression was very strange. Logically, the Three Tails should be in the Land of Water. How did it get to the Land of Whirlpools? Three Tails. Is it a tailed beast? Hanabi asked Shin curiously. That's right, it's a tailed beast. But its strength isn't great among all the tailed beasts. In terms of size, the three tails was one of the larger ones, but its strength was very average, probably at the bottom. Let's go take a look. Shin stood up and led Hanabi towards the three tails. Isabu had intruded on his territory. Instantly arriving at the seaside, the three tails was currently lying on the beach, seemingly sunbathing. That turtle's sunbathing. Instead of staying properly in the land of water, it actually came to the land of whirlpools and even crawled ashore to sunbathe. Don't you like staying in the water? This big guy looks tough. I was fishing earlier and got scared by this thing, Hanabi told Shin. Weren't you supposed to be training? Why did you come here to fish? Shin looked at Hanabi, waiting for an explanation. Hanabi just giggled foolishly, then changed the subject, resolutely avoiding Shin's question. Forget it. I won't bother with you about this. Hinata's already doing that enough. Shin glanced at Hanabi. He knew she had slacked off again. It wasn't the first or second time, Shin was already used to it. Three tails, you've got some nerve, running into my territory. Shin had already tacitly considered the land of whirlpools his domain. The three tails showing up without even greeting him. Who else should he deal with if not it? Of course, the three tails didn't know whose territory this was. But that wasn't important. Did Shin need a reason to deal with the three tails? The three tails, enjoying the sunlight, lifted its head and opened its eyes, staring at Shin. Shin sensed a violent killing intent from the three tails. Shin and I think it wants to fight you, Hanabi said to Shin. Yes, even Hanabi could sense it. The three tails is not worthy. Only the 10 tails is a challenge. Shin didn't care about a bottom-tier tailed beast like the three tails. In fact, Shin didn't even care about the 9 tails. At most, it was a bit smarter, an intelligent beast. Only the power of the 10 tails could make Shin pay a little more attention. After all, the 10 tails' true form was the God Tree. Shin was somewhat curious about the God Tree. If only I could capture a member of the Otsutsuki clan. The God Tree was planted by the Otsutsuki clan. Shin was somewhat curious about this God Tree, and also how the Otsutsuki clan obtained the God Tree seeds. Getting sidetracked. At this moment, the three tails looked at Shin with uncertainty. What did it hear? Did this human just mention the 10 tails? This human knows about the 10 tails. The tailed beast's greatest taboo was likely the 10 tails. They were all chakra separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of Six Paths. They feared the 10 tails the most. Because if the 10 tails were to revive, it would first reclaim its chakra. And if the 10 tails reclaimed its chakra, the other 9 tailed beasts would obviously die. The three tails' fierce gaze softened. It turned and left, moving with surprising speed, as if something was chasing it. This human is probably not to be trifled with, the three tails judged for itself. Don't think the three tails is stupid just because it's a turtle. In fact, the three tails was quite cunning. Alas, without Shin's permission, could the three tails escape? Come back here, an immense gravitational force erupted from Shin's hand. Universal pull dragged the giant turtle, the three tails, back. Sigh, if only I could learn that. Hanabi glanced at Shin, muttering enviously to herself. Her older sister knew this technique too. When Hanabi asked Shin to teach her, she found out she couldn't learn it, it was a Kekkei Genkai. Hanabi knew Kekkei Genkai couldn't be taught, so she didn't unreasonably pester Shin to teach her. Being dragged back by Shin, the three tails' ferocity was also aroused. Tailed beasts generally had terrible tempers. Though it felt Shin was not to be trifled with, it didn't mean it was afraid. Its large mouth opened, yin and yang chakra gathering, quickly forming a sphere that shot towards Shin. This was the tailed beast's strongest technique, the tailed beast ball. Seeing the incoming tailed beast ball, Shin used a Shinra Tensei to send it flying back. Then, his eyes flickered for a moment, and the three tails was completely controlled by Shin. Did you control that big guy? Hanabi, seeing three Tomo appear in the three tails' eyes, transforming them into a three Tomo Sharingan, guessed the three tails was now under control. Knowing the three tails was controlled, Hanabi immediately rushed forward and attacked it with the gentle fist, avenging herself for being scared earlier. Chapter 394, oh no, Shin ran off with a certain sneaky cat. Shin watched as Hanabi attacked the immobilized Isabu with her gentle fist. After a long while, Shin finally stopped her. Don't your hands hurt? A little. Hanabi looked at her reddened fists. The three tails' skin was very tough, her attacks weren't having any effect. Shin thought Hanabi's earlier actions were a bit foolish. Shin-sama, what is this big thing? Just then, Karen and Hinata arrived. Karen curiously examined the three tails. She naturally didn't recognize it. Many people knew of the tailed beasts, but not many knew what they looked like. This is the three tails, named Isabu, Shin told Karen. So this is the three tails. It looks strange. But it does have three tails. Karen, like a curious baby, examined the three tails. Big sister, aren't you curious? Hanabi went over to her sister Hinata and asked the quietly standing Hinata. I'm curious why you attacked this tailed beast earlier. Hinata looked down at Hanabi. It's the three tails' fault. I was fishing peacefully at the seaside, and then the three tails suddenly appeared and scared me. Hanabi said, though she realized her excuse had revealed she'd been skipping her training. Are you injured? Hinata asked Hanabi with concern. Right now, Hinata wasn't worried about Hanabi slacking off, but whether Hanabi had been injured earlier. Of course not. It's just a turtle. I almost beat it to death. Hanabi proudly puffed out her chest. Hee hee, Shin chuckled at Hanabi. If you hadn't run fast, you'd be the three tails' dinner by now. Shin-sama, what do you plan to do with the three tails? Karen asked Shin after curiously examining the tailed beast. Let it stay here for now. Shin hadn't decided how to deal with the three tails. The Akatsuki would probably come to collect it later. He didn't know how this creature had managed to travel all the way from the lakes of the Land of Water to the Land of Whirlpools. Let it stay here for now. Nagato Uzumaki can deal with it later. Shin was waiting for the 10 tails to be revived. Naturally, he'd leave this to Nagato. This tailed beast was useless to him anyway. Though the major hidden villages valued tailed beasts highly, in Shin's eyes, they weren't very useful. After all, tailed beasts, though seemingly powerful, were no different from house cats when facing truly strong opponents. At most, they could be used to clear out fodder. But if he wanted to clear out fodder, wouldn't techniques like Shinra Tensei and Tengai Shinsei be more effective? Let's go. Let's head back, Shin said to Hinata and the others. The three tails was now under Shin's control, it would stay here obediently and wouldn't run away. Hanabi, didn't you tell me earlier that you had a stomachache and felt unwell? Why were you fishing? Hinata asked Hanabi on their way back. Hanabi's expression stiffened. She racked her brains for an excuse. Big sister, my stomach wasn't feeling well, so I was planning to catch a fish to make some soup to feel better. Hearing her ridiculous excuse, Shin mentally applauded her creativity. Hanabi had barely managed to pass it off. Of course, the main reason was that Hinata didn't pursue the matter. Hinata knew Hanabi liked to slack off during training, she'd just have to keep a closer eye on her next time. Actually, if Hanabi truly disliked training, Hinata wouldn't force her. What did you do with the three tails? Did you kill it? As soon as Shin returned, Tsunade asked him. No. Do I look like the type to kill a defenseless creature? Shin rolled his eyes at Tsunade. Even if you didn't kill it, the three tails probably didn't have a pleasant experience. Tsunade had initially wanted to go see, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. Shin, I'm so bored lately. Can you take me out to play? Kushina pounced onto Shin's back, asking him in a low voice. Where do you want to go play? Shin asked Kushina. Instantly, Kushina perked up. She immediately said to Shin, as long as you take me out, it doesn't matter where we go. By the way, just take me alone. Kushina lowered her voice and secretly told Shin. All right. But when we get back, don't let me take the blame. Relax. If Mikoto and the others have any objections, I'll take all the responsibility. How about that? Kushina assured Shin. What are you two whispering about so secretly? Mei Terumi, seeing Shin and Kushina whispering, couldn't help but walk over. Ahem ahem. Kushina coughed lightly, signaling Shin not to reveal anything. She wanted to go out and play, but she wanted to go alone with Shin, she didn't want to bring anyone else. Nothing. Shin lightly flicked Mei Terumi's forehead. After dinner that evening, Kushina secretly slipped into Shin's room, left a note, and the two of them snuck away. The next morning, Mei Terumi pushed open Shin's door, picked up the note Shin had left with a puzzled expression, then angrily tore it to shreds. Shin ran off with a certain sneaky cat. Mei Terumi shouted loudly. Shin and I ran off. Konan couldn't help but stand up and look at Mei Terumi. He probably left with Kushina, Mikoto said, her voice flat, though inwardly, she was also a bit annoyed. Ah. Mikoto, you knew. Did you know all along and deliberately hide it from us? Mei Terumi looked at Mikoto angrily. Mikoto rolled her eyes at Mei Terumi. Use your brain, will you? I guessed it. Only Shin and Kushina are missing, of course, Shin and Kushina ran off together. Mei Terumi's expression turned somewhat awkward. Sorry, Mikoto-ne. I was wrong. Apologizing now seems a bit late. You can solve your own breakfast problem today, Mikoto said, then took away the breakfast she had prepared for Mei Terumi. Don't be like that, Mikoto-ne. I've already apologized. I admit I was wrong. Please have mercy. Mei Terumi shamelessly threw herself at Mikoto, begging for mercy. she didn't want to starve for a day. Chapter 395, You actually believe a woman's words. In an unnamed small town, Kushina happily pulled Shin's hand, looking around at everything on the street. Kushina, could you try to be a little less conspicuous? Shin said. Why? Kushina looked at Shin, puzzled. Acting like this, it makes us look like we've never seen the world before. It's embarrassing. Shin could already feel the strange gazes from the people around them. Kushina, hearing this, glanced around, then fiercely stomped on the ground with a heavenly foot of pain. With a rumble, the entire street trembled. What are you all looking at? If you keep looking, I'll beat you up. Kushina threatened the surrounding people, shaking her fist. The townspeople, seeing the cracks in the ground, quickly dispersed. They'd realized Kushina was a ninja, and a dangerous one at that. If that kick had landed on them, they'd be dead. Look at you. You scared everyone away, Shin said rather helplessly. But forget it. It was better that these people left. This way, Shin and Kushina could stroll around in peace. It's already good enough that I didn't hit them, Kushina huffed lightly. She's getting more and more violent. Shin muttered under his breath. Of course, Shin lowered his voice so only he could hear, confident Kushina couldn't. However, when Kushina was in front of him, she was still relatively gentle. Hasn't anything major happened in the shinobi world recently? Kushina asked. Of course, something major happened. Not long ago, the fifth Kazekage almost lost his life. Shin pinched Kushina's delicate nose. By the way, instead of focusing on major events in the shinobi world, I think you should be thinking about how to explain things to Mikoto and the others later. Does this need any explanation? Actually, I've already thought it through. Worst case, I'll just sell you out. After all, you're the one who brought me out. What? Hearing Kushina's words, Shin immediately exploded. He forcefully pinched Kushina's cheeks and said to her with a dark face, I'll give you a chance to say that again. Let go of me first, Kushina said to Shin. Fine. I'll let you go for now. Shin nodded, temporarily releasing Kushina. Kushina, freed, immediately took 2 steps back and said, even if you make me say it again, it'll still be the same. Kushina, didn't you say earlier that you would take responsibility? Shin grabbed Kushina again. Though Kushina tried to dodge, she couldn't escape. Ahem. You actually believe a woman's words? Kushina coughed twice, then muttered under her breath. I think it's not urgent to talk about this now. Let's talk about it after we get back. Shin glanced at Kushina. When we get back, even if you don't want to take responsibility, you won't have a choice. Let's go. There's nothing fun here. Let's go somewhere else. Kushina pulled Shin's hand and left. Let's go. Let's head to the Akatsuki base and see how Pain and his gang are doing, how many tailed beasts they've captured. Shin took Kushina and headed towards the Akatsuki base in the Land of Rain. He mainly wanted to check on the Akatsuki's progress. He didn't want to see them dawdling. Shin was still waiting for them to revive the Ten Tails. Once the Ten Tails was revived, or rather, once Kagaya Otsutsuki was revived, that old geezer the Sage of Six Paths would definitely show up. Then, Shin would kill him. For a long time now, Shin had wanted to kill the Sage of Six Paths. It had almost become an obsession. Not that Hagoromo had done anything to him, but his power had been a threat, a potential threat. To Shin, anyone strong enough to be a threat, regardless of their intentions, was an enemy. There was another purpose. To copy the Sage of Six Paths' power. When Shin met Hamura Otsutsuki, he hadn't used a divine replication card to copy his power mainly because Shin felt Hamura's strength wasn't up to par. But the Sage of Six Paths was definitely stronger than Hamura Otsutsuki, probably much stronger. For this reason, Shin had his eyes on the Sage of Six Paths. And Shin didn't know where Hagoromo Otsutsuki was, so he could only wait for him to reveal himself. If the Akatsuki's progress was too slow, Shin didn't mind helping them speed things up. If his strength wasn't enough, Shin would definitely try to follow the plot. But Shin's strength had already reached a level where he didn't care about these things at all. Arriving at the Akatsuki base, Shin learned they had already captured the 2 tails and sealed it away. As for the 3 tails, White Zetsu had originally found it in a lake in the Land of Water. But when they went to the location White Zetsu mentioned, they found no sign of the 3 tails, the creature had run off. Of course, it was gone. It was right that there was no sign of the 3 tails, because the 3 tails had run off to the Land of Whirlpools and was now under Shin's control. So you're looking for the 3 tails? Simple. I've already captured it. As for the 4 tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, leave him to me too, Shin said to Pain. Pain looked at Shin with uncertainty. Previously, Shin Uzumaki hadn't cared about capturing tailed beasts at all. Why the sudden interest now? This was a bit strange, making Pain feel suspicious. Shin indeed hadn't cared before, but things were different now. Shin had changed his mind and was now interested in this matter. Shin then ignored Pain's thoughts, took Kushina, and left. He planned to personally go capture Rashi. Though Shin didn't know Rashi's location, someone else did. For example, White Zetsu, whose intelligence network spanned the entire shinobi world. He had likely already tracked down Rashi. White Zetsu, tell me Rashi's location, Shin said to White Zetsu. Shin-sama is taking action personally. That's great. With Shin-sama's help, we'll definitely capture the Four Tails, White Zetsu said, eager to please Shin. Shin frowned slightly. He wasn't here to listen to White Zetsu's flattery. Likely sensing Shin's displeasure, White Zetsu immediately told Shin Rashi's whereabouts. Looking at the detailed intel White Zetsu provided, Shin nodded with satisfaction. This guy truly was uniquely gifted in intelligence gathering. Chapter 396 still hasn't grasped the situation. In a top-secret Akatsuki location, unknown to other members, Nagato, in his true body, met with the masked Obito Uchiha. In the original story, Obito should have joined the Akatsuki as Toby by now, but that hadn't happened. Are you saying Shin Uzumaki interfered with the tailed beast collection? Obito stared at Nagato, his brow deeply furrowed. Shin Uzumaki suddenly intervening, what were his intentions? Aren't you and Shin Uzumaki partners? You don't know. Nagato looked at this Madara Uchiha, impassively, his own thoughts unreadable. Obito's face, hidden beneath the mask, darkened. Shin Uzumaki, his partner. No. He never considered Shin Uzumaki to be on his side. I understand the situation now. Obito turned and left. He needed to think some things through himself. Shin Uzumaki wasn't on his side, he was Madara's collaborator, not his. At this moment, Shin and Kushina were heading towards the Land of Earth. Rashi, though having left Iwagakure, was still in the Land of Earth. That was why Shin and Kushina were going there. The environment in the Land of Earth is terrible, Kushina couldn't help but comment. It was constantly raining rocks from the sky. Shin kept Shinra Tensei active, deflecting all the falling debris. Most of the Land of Earth was desolate, rocky terrain. Strong winds would whip up the fine gravel, creating these so-called rock rains. This debris would also blow into neighboring countries, making life miserable for them as well. This place is desolate. I'm never coming back here again. By the way, Shin, if we find that Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, let me fight him. Kushina said, eager for a fight. Back home, Kushina couldn't find any worthy opponents. Tsunade and the others were as strong as her, fighting them was pointless. All right. Shin had no objections. If not for wanting to speed up the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection, Shin wouldn't even be interested in dealing with Rashi. They arrived at a small town on the border of the Land of Earth. According to White Zetsu's intel, Rashi was currently in this town. As for Rashi's exact location within the town, White Zetsu couldn't provide precise information. Rashi wasn't an inanimate object, he was a person and could move. But that didn't matter. As long as Shin could determine Rashi's general vicinity, he could easily find him. I found him, Kushina said to Shin. Kushina also possessed the Kagura Mind's Eye. Finding Rashi wasn't difficult. A Jinchuriki's chakra was distinct from other ninjas, making them easy to identify. Besides, in this small town, only one person possessed such chakra. It was too obvious. When they found Rashi, he was drinking in a tavern, looking quite carefree. Should we do it here? Kushina asked Shin. Well, fighting here would affect innocent bystanders. Let's grab him and leave town. Though Shin wasn't a saint, he wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. If they fought here, many people in this town would likely die. Shin walked over, grabbed Rashi by the collar, and before Rashi could react, used spacetime ninjutsu to teleport him out of the town. Who are you? Rashi, thrown to the ground by Shin, angrily demanded. We're here for the Four Tails. Hand it over obediently, or you'll die a miserable death, Shin said coolly to Rashi. Rashi's face paled. Extracting a tailed beast was a death sentence. They wanted him dead. You're Shin Uzumaki. Rashi looked intently at Shin and recognized him instantly. Rashi recognized Shin. Even the Four Tails had clashed with Shin before, though it ended with Shin beating it into a hasty retreat. But that was during the Second Shinobi World War, over 20 years ago. Kushina, go ahead and deal with him. Judging by his looks, he won't hand over the Four Tails willingly. Remember, don't kill Rashi. If he dies, the tailed beast dies too, Shin reminded Kushina. This reminder was necessary. If Kushina used a bit too much force, she might accidentally kill Rashi. After all, Kushina was incredibly strong now, and Rashi was fragile. A slightly heavier blow could definitely kill him. I know. I'll control my strength, Kushina assured Shin. Shin looked at Kushina, not entirely convinced. If Kushina really killed Rashi, the aftermath would be quite troublesome. Though he wasn't bothered by a little trouble, it was best to avoid it if possible. You're not going to fight? Rashi, hearing Shin and Kushina's conversation, felt his worry gradually dissipate. If his opponent wasn't Shin Uzumaki, but the Kushina Uzumaki beside him, Rashi felt he could still win, then he could capture Kushina Uzumaki and use her to threaten Shin Uzumaki. It wasn't impossible to escape. Rashi, who had thought he was doomed, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. It's not a completely hopeless situation after all. Rashi still hadn't grasped the situation, hadn't realized the severity of things. He thought Kushina would be easy to deal with. What's with that smug look? Are you looking down on me? Kushina's face showed a hint of displeasure. Rashi, who had looked desperate just moments before, suddenly appeared arrogant. Does he think she's weak? Lava release chakra mode. Rashi activated his lava release chakra mode. It was somewhat similar to the lightning release chakra mode, practically the same in principle. His entire body was wreathed in high-temperature lava, capable of melting anything it touched. This was Rashi's greatest reliance. The lava armor formed by lava release protected Rashi, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Lava release wasn't weak. Consider Akainu from One Piece. But Rashi was Rashi, and Akainu was Akainu. Rashi definitely couldn't reach Akainu's level. Still, being covered in lava, it looked quite intimidating. Chapter 397, Would Human Technique Crushes the Four Tails. Not bad. Looks quite imposing. Kushina nodded with satisfaction. If the opponent was too weak, Kushina wouldn't feel a sense of accomplishment. Of course, she also disliked fighting those stronger than her. Kushina preferred crushing weaker foes, but they couldn't be too weak, they had to at least put up a fight. That way, Kushina felt a greater sense of achievement. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique, Rashi spat out a magma ball towards Kushina, believing in striking first. TCH. That's it. Kushina looked at Rashi's attack with disdain. Wood release, wood locking wall, numerous sturdy wooden pillars rose around Kushina, forming a hemispherical defense. The magma ball struck the wood locking wall, only slightly charring the wood, it caused no other damage. How is this possible? This is wood release. Rashi stared dumbfounded at the wood release Kushina used. Wood release, like the Mangekyo Sharingan, was a legendary technique that inspired awe in those who witnessed it. Of course, what surprised Rashi most was that his ninjutsu hadn't broken through. Although wood release was legendary, Rashi wasn't convinced, thinking it was probably overrated, but now, Kushina had taught him a lesson, letting Rashi understand the true power of wood release. However, Rashi still found it somewhat unacceptable. Little wooden blocks actually withstood magma. He felt it was a bit ridiculous. Though the facts were before him, Rashi still found it absurd. Normal wood certainly couldn't withstand magma, it would probably turn to ash upon contact. But was the wood created by wood release normal wood? If it were Yamato's wood release, Rashi could definitely break through the wood locking wall's defense. But this was Kushina's. Kushina's wood release was no different from Hashirama Senju's. Elemental weaknesses didn't apply to wood release. Madara Uchiha was a master of fire release. In terms of elemental properties, fire overcomes wood, right? But Madara Uchiha was still beaten miserably by wooden blocks, never even managing to defeat Hashirama Senju. Normal wood was just wood. But true wood release contained yang release chakra, greatly enhancing its power. Already surprised? Kushina huffed lightly, then used the wood human technique, a massive, wooden figure, rivaling a perfect Susanoo in size, towered over the landscape. Gulp. Rashi swallowed hard. Only now did he realize Kushina Uzumaki was not to be trifled with. Rashi was already considering escape. Facing this strong enemy, fleeing wasn't shameful. However, his desire to escape was somewhat wishful thinking. Would Kushina let him go? Obviously not. And if Kushina didn't let him go, could Rashi escape from Kushina's grasp? Besides, Shin was watching nearby. Escape was clearly impossible. Rashi was stubborn, an old diehard, but that didn't mean he was stupid. In a short moment, he understood escape was futile. He had only two paths now, one was to wait for the four tails to be extracted, their target was the four tails, and the other was to resist. Resisting offered a sliver of hope. Not resisting meant certain death. So, the choice was clear. If he wanted to live, he had no other option. Four tails, you heard that, right? Lend me your power now, or we'll both die. Rashi began communicating with Son Goku, the four tails. Having been a Jinchuriki for so many years, Rashi could still communicate with his tailed beast. The four tails couldn't ignore Rashi's words. Even for its own sake, it had to fight. So, the Four Tails didn't refuse Rashi's request for power, lending him all of it, allowing Rashi to fully transform into the tailed beast. Rashi's consciousness didn't disappear. Rashi and the Four Tails controlled the body together. Rashi and Son Goku were working together, their animosity momentarily forgotten. They had to face a common enemy. Aren't there any good-looking tailed beasts? Kushina couldn't help but complain. After the Four Tails emerged, fully transformed, its size still didn't match the wood human, it was only half the wood human's height. Controlling the wood human, Kushina then threw a punch. With its 100-meter-plus height and immense power, a single punch or kick could shatter the earth and crumble mountain peaks. Roar! The Four Tails roared, blocking the wood human's fist with both arms. Boom! The heavy punch slammed the Four Tails into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Shin, seeing this, immediately flew into the air. He didn't want to stay on the ground and eat dust. Landing beside Kushina, atop the wood human she controlled, he looked down at the Four Tails below. The Four Tails was quite resilient. Even if the wood human's punch was strong, it couldn't finish off the Four Tails in one blow. The Four Tails was still struggling. Still struggling. Just accept your fate and let me beat you up. Kushina controlled the wood human, lifting the Four Tails, which had been slammed into the ground. Grabbing the Four Tails by the neck, Kushina rained punches down on its body. Even the Four Tails knew pain, it roared in agony. Shin's mouth twitched slightly. Kushina was brutal. He almost felt sorry for the Four Tails. Kushina, be careful. Don't kill it, Shin reminded Kushina from the side, lest Kushina get carried away. Relax, Shin. I know my limits. This kind of beating won't kill it, Kushina said to Shin. The Four Tails was about to cry. Right now, the Four Tails felt it would rather be dead. Four Tails, use lava release quickly. Hurry. Rashi reminded the Four Tails. He was more anxious than the Four Tails. If they couldn't win, it was a dead end. Rashi didn't want to die, he could only hope the Four Tails held on. The Four Tails' body turned fiery red, lava surging all over it. The terrifying heat caused the wood human to ignite. However, even though the wood human was burning, it showed no signs of damage. Or rather, if there was any damage, Kushina could use her chakra to repair the wood human. This was just like Susanoo. After Susanoo was damaged, chakra and ocular power could also be used to repair it. The wood human technique could similarly be repaired with chakra. So, even after using the power of lava release, the Four Tails still couldn't escape the reality of being held by the neck and beaten. This is getting boring, Kushina couldn't help but say. She had been quite excited at first, but now she found it increasingly dull. This Four Tails wasn't putting up much of a fight. Chapter 398, Shin's Thoughts. Kushina dispelled the wood human technique. And Rashi, his body battered and burned, lay in the crater. He was still alive, though barely. Shin didn't care about Rashi's condition, as long as he was still alive. That was merciful enough. Of course, Rashi's life was only temporarily spared. He'd be dead soon, once the Four Tails chakra was extracted. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Shin walked over, picked up Rashi, who was like a dead dog, then took Kushina's hand and stepped into the spatial gate. In the blink of an eye, they traveled from the border of the Land of Earth to the Akatsuki base in the Land of Rain. Space-time ninjutsu is really convenient. Kushina's face showed a hint of envy. She also wanted to learn space-time ninjutsu, but unfortunately, she lacked the talent for it. Kushina had studied the Flying Thunder God technique for a long time, but in the end, she hadn't understood a thing. Eventually, she had to give up on learning space-time ninjutsu. It couldn't be helped, she just couldn't learn it. It was a complete waste of time, and Kushina didn't want to waste any more time. Shin found pain and tossed Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, to him. He also made a quick trip back to the Land of Whirlpools, brought the Three Tails over, and tossed it to Pain as well. Tell the Akatsuki members to hurry up. Stop dawdling, Shin said to Pain as he was leaving. Pain's expression showed no change. Let's go. Shin said to Kushina. The Akatsuki had now collected a total of 4-tailed beasts. They still needed the 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. The 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails were relatively easy to capture. The 8 tails was already under Shin's control. The most difficult one to deal with was just the 9 tails. By this calculation, the tailed beast collection plan was likely to be completed ahead of schedule. But Shin wanted it to be ahead of schedule. Shin, what are you thinking? Something on your mind? Kushina, seeing Shin lost in thought, couldn't help but ask. Indeed, there are some things. To be precise, some ideas. Shin exhaled, then said to Kushina. Previously, Shin had an idea. Use a divine replication card to duplicate himself, then use another divine replication card to copy the duplicate's strength. Would that give him double the power? The cost would be 2 divine replication cards. Looking at his system panel, he still had 3 divine replication cards. Consuming 2, Shin wasn't entirely reluctant. However, it felt particularly awkward. Copying another version of himself. Meaning, even if Shin really did duplicate himself, he would definitely end up killing the duplicate. The problem was, he knew his own strength. If he really created a duplicate, it wouldn't be easy to kill. Even if he then copied the duplicate's power, doubling everything, increasing his combat strength by more than double, Shin still wasn't 100% confident he could kill himself. Some of his techniques, like his dojutsu, tenmamai, and takamagara, they were practically unbeatable. Shin himself didn't know how to counter them. I'll pass. My strength is already sufficient. No need for these fancy operations. Shin finally sighed, dismissing these wild thoughts. Kushina looked at Shin sighing inexplicably. When she asked him, he wouldn't tell her the reason, which made Kushina very annoyed. Don't be annoyed. It'll make you ugly. Shin pinched Kushina's cheek, teasing her a bit to cheer her up. I won't become ugly. Also, are you planning to abandon me once I become ugly? Kushina's dangerous gaze fixed on Shin. Had he said anything like that? Clearly not. Kushina was just letting her imagination run wild. Where is this place? Kushina asked Shin. Since Shin had brought her here using Yamatsu Hirasaka, Kushina didn't know where they were. Within the land of rice paddies. This was the land of rice paddies, where Orochimaru's Otogekure was located. Though, to be precise, Orochimaru's Otogekure was already gone. The Sound Four were dead. Kimimaro was also dead. Orochimaru no longer had the personnel to support a small hidden village. Of course, Orochimaru didn't care about any hidden village. He established them only to facilitate his actions, whether they existed or not was irrelevant. Not far from here, I sense chakra. Kushina pointed ahead, sensing dissipated chakra. It was likely someone fighting. Kushina looked at Shin expectantly. Kushina really wanted to go join the excitement. She just didn't know if Shin was willing to go. Let's go take a look. The chakra fluctuations are very familiar, Shin said with a faint smile. Shin sensed Naruto Uzumaki's chakra. To be precise, it was the Ninetales' chakra. Besides that, there was also Uchiha Clan chakra. This Uchiha chakra, if he wasn't mistaken, definitely belonged to Sasuke Uchiha. The reason he could sense it was because of the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's chakra was somewhat different. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. Kushina, impatient, grabbed Shin's hand and used the body flicker technique to rush them over. This was a battlefield. The two sides fighting were Orochimaru and Team 7, led by Yamato. Kakashi was still on leave, Yamato was still in charge of Team 7. Yamato was currently fighting Orochimaru, using wood-release ninjutsu. But Orochimaru was handling Yamato's wood-release with ease. Speaking of Yamato and Orochimaru, they did have a connection. The reason Yamato possessed the wood-release Kekkei Genkai was because Orochimaru had transplanted first Hokage cells into him. Yamato was one of Orochimaru's test subjects, and also the only one among Orochimaru's many test subjects to survive. Though Hashirama Senju was dead, his cells still contained vitality. Transplanting first Hokage cells, basically no one could resist the erosion of the first Hokage's cells. Those who survived transplanting first Hokage cells included Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, Danzo, and Yamato. The first three had a commonality, the Sharingan. Danzo himself didn't have the Sharingan, but he had transplanted it. This indicated that the power of the Sharingan could likely neutralize the power of the first Hokage's cells. As for Yamato, he was a complete miracle. However, Shin's main focus was on the battle between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. The Battle of Sasuneru. The clash between these two was quite spectacular. Sasuke Uchiha had learned quite a lot from Orochimaru. The most important thing was the use of the Cursed Seal Orochimaru had researched. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha was using the second stage of the Cursed Seal of Heaven to fight Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 399, The Suicidal Sasuke. That guy also has wood release, but it's weak. Kushina looked at the wood release Yamato used and couldn't help but feel like complaining. He's missing the essential yang release chakra, that's why it's weak. Shin looked at the wood release Yamato used. This was the first time Shin had seen Yamato use wood release. Of course, it was also the first time Shin had seen Yamato. Shin could see its flaws at a glance. The wood release used lacked vitality. However, its power wasn't too bad. Though it couldn't compare to the genuine wood release, it was still a decent Kekkei Genkai. That Orochimaru, he's getting more and more creepier. Shin glanced at Orochimaru, who was covered in slime. Yeah, I almost couldn't resist using Great Fire Annihilation to burn him to ashes, Kushina nodded. Besides the battle between Orochimaru and Yamato, and Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura and Sai were fighting Kabuto Yakushi. The two of them were being beaten up by Kabuto. Sakura, without Tsunade as her teacher, was truly weak. She had completely fallen behind Naruto and Sasuke, basically at the bottom. Participating in this battle was just adding to the chaos. As for Sai, his strength was decent. After all, he was carefully trained by Danzo with the goal of killing Sasuke Uchiha. So, even while fighting Kabuto, Sai was still keeping an eye on Sasuke Uchiha, even preparing to find an opportunity to kill him. Their reunion seems early. Shin looked at Naruto and Sasuke. If according to the original story, they shouldn't have met yet. Naruto did fight Orochimaru, unleashing 4 tails, beating Orochimaru senseless. Clearly, the plot had completely deviated from the original. Sasuke Uchiha was in his cursed seal second state, while Naruto was also borrowing the 9 tails' chakra, his body enveloped in a layer of orange-red chakra. Sasuke. Stop staying with Orochimaru. Come back to the village with me. Naruto Uzumaki yelled at Sasuke Uchiha. Having reached a partial agreement with the 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki could borrow some of its chakra. Shut up, you idiot. Sasuke Uchiha angrily knocked Naruto Uzumaki back, his expression icy, his heart furious. Why? Why did he suffer so much, train so hard, only to end up fighting to a draw with this loser Naruto Uzumaki? He was even being suppressed. The indignant Sasuke Uchiha activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His Sharingan had already reached 3 tomo, the limit of a normal Sharingan's evolution. Taking a heavy kick from Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto slammed onto the ground. Feeling the pain in his body, his inner ferocity was aroused. Borrowing a tailed beast's chakra, one would also be affected by the beast's violent chakra, leading to emotional instability, even potentially rampaging. This was Naruto's current state. After being attacked, his emotions gradually spun out of control. A Rasengan smashed towards Sasuke's head. Rationality had almost completely disappeared. Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly, using Chidori to pierce through Naruto Uzumaki's body. Of course, Sasuke Uchiha also took the hit from Naruto Uzumaki's Rasengan. Sasuke Uchiha was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. Naruto Uzumaki knelt on the ground, the aura around him gradually changing. The penetrating wound wasn't fatal for Naruto Uzumaki. In the state of borrowing the 9 tails' chakra, his injuries would heal quickly. However, stimulated by the intense pain, Naruto Uzumaki entered a partial tailed beast state. This is bad. Yamato, who was fighting Orochimaru, took a step back, distancing himself from Orochimaru, and quickly looked towards Naruto Uzumaki. Is the 9 tails Jinchuriki about to rampage? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Actually, Orochimaru didn't want to see the 9 tails Jinchuriki rampage either. Rampaging this easily, is that because he doesn't have the first Hokage's necklace? Shin's gaze also turned towards Naruto, whose body was surging with the 9 tails' chakra. Do you want to capture him? Kushina asked Shin. Naruto Uzumaki was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, key to the Eye of the Moon plan, which was why Kushina asked Shin. Of course. Didn't I say I wanted to speed up the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection progress? Shin nodded slightly. If he hadn't encountered Naruto Uzumaki, Shin would likely have let Nagato handle it himself, and also see if Nagato would be swayed by talk no jutsu again. But now that he had suddenly encountered Naruto Uzumaki, it could only be said that Naruto was unlucky. Shin decided to capture him, or rather, capture the 9 tails. As for being the protagonist, Shin didn't care about that. Since he came to this world, Naruto Uzumaki was no longer the child of prophecy. Let's go. Shin jumped down from the tree and walked step by step towards their battlefield. Kushina, seeing this, jumped down from the tree and followed Shin. Shin walking over so openly. Orochimaru, Yamato, and the others couldn't possibly fail to notice. Shin. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Why did Shin Uzumaki suddenly appear here? Shin Uzumaki. Compared to Orochimaru's relatively calm expression, Yamato's expression was not good. Kakashi-senpai had become disheartened because of Shin Uzumaki. Gai-senpai, also because of Shin Uzumaki, could no longer even be a ninja. Yamato calling Kakashi-senpai wasn't wrong. In terms of age, Yamato was younger than Kakashi. No need to be so tense. I'm just here to take the 9 tails. Shin smiled faintly and said to Orochimaru, Yamato, and the others. Orochimaru, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the target wasn't Sasuke, it was fine. He had been rather afraid earlier that Shin Uzumaki had his eyes on Sasuke Uchiha. Now it seemed his target was the 9 tails. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique, a fire dragon shot towards Shin. This attack came from Sasuke Uchiha. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach Shin, a pitch-black barrier blocked it, and the fire dragon instantly vanished. The pitch-black barrier was, naturally, a truth-seeking orb. Shin's smile vanished, his icy gaze fixed on Sasuke Uchiha. Under Shin's gaze, Sasuke Uchiha felt an immensely powerful pressure. This pressure was something Sasuke Uchiha had never felt before. The terrifying pressure bore down on Sasuke Uchiha, almost crushing him. His cursed seal's transformation dispersed, and he collapsed, his body sinking into the earth. You've got some nerve attacking me. Shin walked step by step towards Sasuke Uchiha. At this moment, Orochimaru was in the most difficult position. Originally, Orochimaru thought this had nothing to do with him and he could leave with Sasuke Uchiha. Who would have thought Sasuke Uchiha would actually court death himself? Orochimaru knew Shin Uzumaki wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it were any other subordinate, Orochimaru would absolutely abandon them without hesitation. But Sasuke Uchiha couldn't be abandoned. This was his reincarnation vessel. Chapter 400, Sage of Six Paths, are you coming out? A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. Yamato, who had been about to say something when Shin declared his target was the Nine Tails, now didn't dare speak or move. Shin's aura was too scary, he could intimidate everyone with his mere presence. Die. Kushina produced a kunai and threw it at Sasuke Uchiha. In Kushina's view, anyone who attacked her men deserved to die. This was a capital offense, even more serious than attacking her. Clang. Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade deflected Kushina's kunai, saving Sasuke Uchiha's life. It couldn't be helped, Sasuke's life had to be saved. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan almost within reach, how could Orochimaru give up now? Orochimaru, what do you think you're doing? Kushina questioned Orochimaru, her face radiating murderous intent. Kushina, please, give me some face. Orochimaru forced himself to say to Kushina. Sage art, gate of the great god, Kushina declared. What face do you have? She unleashed the sage art, gate of the great god. A red torii gate descended from the sky, suppressing Orochimaru. This technique could even suppress the Ten Tails, even the reanimated Madara Uchiha had been restrained by it, let alone Orochimaru. Using the gate of the great god to suppress Orochimaru was practically overkill. I've disliked you for a long time, Kushina couldn't help but say. Orochimaru felt helpless. After being suppressed by the gate of the great god, Orochimaru found his chakra completely immobilized, he couldn't do anything. If Kushina really wanted to kill Sasuke Uchiha, he couldn't stop her. Shin, should we kill this guy or not? Kushina pointed at Sasuke Uchiha and asked Shin. Kill him. Shin wasn't merciful. Sasuke Uchiha attacking him without reason, if he didn't kill him, anyone would think they could challenge Shin with impunity. The last time Naruto Uzumaki attacked him, Shin had spared him because he had half Uzumaki blood. But Sasuke Uchiha, he had no connection to Shin whatsoever. Fear flickered in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes. Am I really going to die? Facing death, everyone feels fear. Moreover, his revenge was unfulfilled, he hadn't avenged himself against Itachi Uchiha yet. Sasuke Uchiha certainly didn't want to die. But whether you want to die or not isn't up to you. If Shin wanted him dead, could Sasuke Uchiha survive? Besides, Shin was also doing this as an experiment. After killing Sasuke Uchiha, would the Sage of Six Paths save him? If he did intervene to save Sasuke Uchiha, then he would be completely exposed, and Shin could then deal with the Sage of Six Paths regardless. Let's try it first. Without needing Kushina to act, Shin took out his Kusanagi blade and pierced Sasuke Uchiha's heart with a single thrust. Filled with unwillingness and resentment, Sasuke Uchiha's life faded. His eyes remained wide open, dying with grievances. Actually, the reason Sasuke Uchiha attacked Shin was because he wanted to use Shin, the strongest in the shinobi world, to test his own limits. If he could defeat Shin Uzumaki, it meant his strength definitely surpassed that man, and he could then get his revenge. But he never expected this test would lead to his own demise. System, I killed one of the main characters of Naruto. Aren't you going to give me something? Shin asked the system mentally after killing Sasuke Uchiha. The system only issues missions and provides annual rewards. There will be no other indications. The system made it clear. It hadn't issued a mission to kill Sasuke Uchiha, so naturally, there would be no reward for killing him. Besides, Sasuke Uchiha, even at full strength, was at most an elite jonin. What reward could there be for killing someone of that level? As for Sasuke Uchiha being a protagonist. Sorry, the system didn't recognize any protagonist. I see. Shin hadn't expected any reward anyway. Roar. A beastly roar sounded. Naruto Uzumaki, with 8 tails erupted, on the verge of a full-tailed beast transformation, charged over. Seeing Shin kill Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki completely lost his sanity, attacking Shin madly. The Nine Tails power? Shin glanced over, then grabbed Naruto Uzumaki's neck with one hand, suppressing all of the Ninetales' power back into the seal. Come out. Shin looked at the now unconscious Naruto Uzumaki, then broke Naruto's tailed beast seal and extracted the Ninetales. The Ninetales roared repeatedly, continuously bellowing at Shin. Shin only glanced at the Ninetales and completely controlled it. Meanwhile, Yamato and the others could only watch Shin act. As for trying to save Naruto Uzumaki, sorry, Shin's aura completely suppressed them, rendering them immobile. Naruto Uzumaki, with his tailed beast extracted, still couldn't escape death. Shin glanced at Naruto Uzumaki's corpse, then turned to Kushina and said, "Let's go now." Shin then pulled Kushina, jumped onto the Ninetales' head, and controlled him to leave. After Shin left, Yamato's eyes filled with sorrow. He walked step by step towards Naruto Uzumaki's corpse. "Kabuto, help me move this," Orochimaru said to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi immediately ran towards Orochimaru, preparing to rescue him from under the Torii gate. "Yamato-sensei, what do we do now?" Sakura's eyes filled with tears. Sasuke was dead, Naruto was also dead. What should they do now? Sakura felt lost and helpless. Sai remained expressionless. Their deaths meant nothing to him. He had no camaraderie with them. Sai certainly wouldn't care if they lived or died, let alone grieve for them. Besides, Sasuke Uchiha was originally his target to kill. Now that he was dead, it was even better. Yamato lowered his head, lost in thought. The Hokage had entrusted Naruto to him, yet Naruto had met with mishap. Yamato felt he had no face to return. Shin didn't know what they were thinking. After controlling the Ninetales and leaving, Shin stopped not far away. "Why did we stop?" Kushina asked Shin, puzzled. "I'm curious. Let's see if the Sage of Six Paths will appear." Shin first stored the Ninetales in the Kamui dimension, then took Kushina back. He had killed Naruto and Sasuke. Would Hagoromo revive them? If so, Hagoromo would reveal himself, and Shin could act. If not, it would mean Naruto and Sasuke weren't as important as he'd thought. Shin certainly hoped the Sage of Six Paths would save them. If he did, Shin could then make a move against the Sage. This time, Shin was betting on whether the Sage of Six Paths would appear. But regardless of whether the Sage appeared or not, Shin wouldn't suffer any loss. After returning with Kushina, Shin concealed their presence and observed Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's situation from the shadows. Chapter 401, Letting the Cat Out of the Bag. "Are you sure the Sage of Six Paths you mentioned will really come out?" Kushina yawned and asked Shin. "Let's go." "That old geezer is more cunning than I thought," Shin shook his head in disappointment. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, who had died earlier, were now alive again. Hagoromo Otsutsuki had indeed saved them. However, Hagoromo Otsutsuki hadn't come personally. He had left chakra within them long ago, hidden very deeply. This time, he had used that chakra to save them. I should have checked Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha earlier. Shin felt he had miscalculated. If he had carefully examined them, even if Hagoromo Otsutsuki's chakra was well hidden, Shin would have been able to detect it. But Shin hadn't come away empty-handed, at least he now knew that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were very important to Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Otherwise, Hagoromo wouldn't have revived them. It seemed he still needed to keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke in the future. Shin had also left a little something behind. When he killed Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, he had placed spatial markers within them. No matter where they ran, Shin could find them. He felt Hagoromo Otsutsuki's motives weren't simple. He couldn't judge him based on the original story. In a dim, gloomy space, an old man clad in white robes with two horns on his head opened his eyes. His purple Rinnegan were particularly striking. "Hamura Otsutsuki's disappearance, was that your doing too, Shin Uzumaki?" Hagoromo Otsutsuki's face showed a hint of apprehension. "No matter what, I hope you don't disrupt my plans." Or, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's killing intent flared. Though he very much wanted to eliminate that variable, Hagoromo Otsutsuki couldn't ascertain Shin's true strength. Hamura Otsutsuki had presumably died at his hands, so he dared not act recklessly. If he had been confident, he would have acted long ago. He hadn't expected such a troublesome individual to emerge after so long of not paying attention to the shinobi world. Though Hagoromo Otsutsuki paid attention to changes in the shinobi world, over 1,000 years, he couldn't monitor it constantly. Sometimes, he only observed the shinobi world once every few decades, or even centuries. He hadn't anticipated that during his slumber, such a troublesome variable, one that could potentially affect his plans, would appear. Logically, it was impossible for a Six Paths level individual to appear in the shinobi world unless someone became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, or he personally intervened. He didn't know the situation. Precisely because he didn't understand, he dared not act. The older one gets, the more cautious one becomes. Unless absolutely necessary, Hagoromo Otsutsuki didn't want to personally intervene. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. I hope you can clear all obstacles for me, Hagoromo Otsutsuki muttered to himself. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were the blades he had designated, blades to cut through thorns for him. At the Akatsuki base, Nagato was somewhat dumbfounded, especially looking at the Nine Tails before him. He felt quite bewildered. You brought the Nine Tails back too? Pain asked Shin. Nagato had originally planned to gather all Akatsuki members to capture the Nine Tails in the end. Yes, the current Nagato had no intention of facing the Nine Tails alone. The original plan was to gather the Akatsuki and launch a full-scale assault on Konoha to seize the Nine Tails. The plan wasn't even supposed to be executed yet, and Shin had already brought the Nine Tails back. This is only half of the Nine Tails, Shin said. Half? Pain was confused. This was clearly the entire Nine Tails, why did Shin say it was only half? Regarding this matter, just ask Obito Uchiha, and you'll know. Shin had no time to answer Pain's questions. Who is Obito Uchiha? Pain asked again. This time, he felt it might involve some secrets. Oops, looks like I let the cat out of the bag. Shin realized he might have slipped up. Pain, of course, wouldn't know who Obito Uchiha was. Obito Uchiha is Madara Uchiha. Letting it slip didn't matter. So what if he told Pain directly? If Obito had any problems, he could just come find Shin and settle it. Pain, upon hearing this, froze for a moment. To be precise, Nagato was somewhat slow to react. After a long while, Nagato finally processed it and understood. So, that masked man really isn't Madara Uchiha. He had suspected it for a long time, even disbelieving it from the start. Now, he finally knew the other's true identity. Though Nagato didn't know Obito Uchiha, knowing his real identity meant he could investigate. However, this investigation would likely have to be done by himself. Normally, matters of investigation were best left to Zetsu, but Nagato didn't trust Zetsu at all. Zetsu was likely aligned with Madara Uchiha, no, with Obito Uchiha. Zetsu was on Obito Uchiha's side, not his. Thank you, Pain said to Shin. Regardless of whether Shin had intentionally let it slip or not, he had to thank him. Thank me. Shin smiled, then shook his head. No need to thank me. Actually, knowing this might not be a good thing for you. The Nine Tails is yours now. Don't let it escape. If it does, well, you know what'll happen. Before leaving, Shin reminded Pain. If the Nine Tails went berserk, he didn't know if Nagato could suppress it. Hopefully, Nagato wasn't that useless. As for sealing it into the demonic statue of the outer path, that wouldn't work. The sealing had to be done in order from One Tail to Nine Tails. Currently, only the One Tail and Two Tails had been sealed. The Three Tails and Four Tails Shin had delivered hadn't been sealed yet. And the rest hadn't even been captured. So, the Nine Tails had to be guarded at the Akatsuki base for a while. Hearing Shin's impolite words, Nagato felt somewhat uncomfortable but said nothing. Though confident in his own strength, Nagato truly wasn't confident enough to defeat Shin Uzumaki. I won't let the Nine Tails escape, Pain said coolly. In the original story, Nagato being defeated by Naruto was basically plot armor. In terms of strength, Naruto actually had no chance of winning against Nagato. After Shin and Kushina left, the Nine Tails was freed from Shin's control, its fierce eyes scanning its surroundings. Is that, the 10 Tails? The Nine Tails, seeing the demonic statue of the outer path nearby, was so frightened it took several steps back, warily staring at the statue. This was likely what the Nine Tails feared most. Seeing it made it want to run. Behave yourself. Chapter 402, 402, this is called karma. Pain's indifferent eyes stared at the Nine Tails. He raised his hand, preparing to subdue the Nine Tails. How do you possess the Rinnegan? The Nine Tails looked at Pain's eyes, utterly shocked. How could someone else have the Rinnegan? Wasn't that something only the old geezer, the Sage of Six Paths, possessed? Pain didn't answer, using the Rinnegan's ocular power to control the Nine Tails. Yes, not only the Sharingan, but the Rinnegan could also control tailed beasts. After all, the Rinnegan was an evolution of the Sharingan. Pain, however, realized he'd have to maintain constant control, which would drain his ocular power. He had no other choice, though. Without the Rinnegan's suppression, the Nine Tails would break free. Ready to head back? Shin asked Kushina. Pretty much. We can go back. I'm starting to miss Mikoto's cooking a bit. Kushina, thinking of Mikoto's cooking, couldn't help but feel a little hungry. Shin also breathed a sigh of relief. These past few days out, Shin had been responsible for cooking. Though Shin preferred eating at restaurants, Kushina insisted, wanting Shin to cook for her. Helpless, Shin could only take on the cooking duties. Now that they were going back, Shin finally wouldn't have to cook anymore. He suddenly felt liberated. Looking at how happy you are you eager to go back right away? Kushina, seeing Shin's rather excited expression, immediately became dissatisfied. To be precise, she was jealous. I've been out with you for so many days already. Isn't that enough? Shin pinched Kushina's cheek, then took her back to the Land of Whirlpools. Ah, this fresh air. Upon returning, Kushina took a deep breath and exclaimed. Fresh air? Is this air any different from the air outside? Shin glanced at Kushina. Shin didn't feel the air in the Land of Whirlpools was any better than outside, it was practically the same. What do you know? This is the smell of home. You big unromantic dolt. Kushina shot Shin a disdainful look, then pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. I'll show you what unromantic means tonight. Just wait. Shin followed closely behind. Returning home, several pairs of eyes stared at Shin and Kushina. In Tsunade and the others' gazes, Shin clearly sensed killing intent. Ahem. Shin coughed twice, then poured himself a glass of water to calm down. Don't drink first. First, tell us, what exactly do you two mean by sneaking off like that? Tsunade slammed the table, instantly shattering it. That poor table. You broke it again, Shin clutched his chest dramatically. However, Shin immediately received several eye rolls. Just a table. With 3 would release users here, what are few tables? Shin, are you trying to change the subject? Mikoto, who knew Shin best, stood up and walked gracefully towards Shin. Mikoto, what do you want? Shin looked at Mikoto warily. Before Shin could finish his question, Mikoto pounced on him and bit him. Humph. This is the price. After leaving a neat set of teeth marks on Shin's arm, Mikoto huffed lightly. Did you learn this from Kushina? Shin looked at the teeth marks on his arm, then deliberately glanced at Kushina. Hey. I don't bite people. Don't drag me into this. Kushina looked indignant. Heh, right. Shin didn't speak, just chuckled. The meaning of his chuckle was self-evident. Actually, this has nothing to do with me. It was Shin. Kushina made me sneak out with her. I couldn't help it. Knowing Kushina would definitely try to pin everything on him, Shin directly interrupted her and pushed the blame back. No, it wasn't pushing blame, it was the truth. Kushina had dragged him out. Damn it. Kushina gritted her teeth. Shin smiled faintly at Kushina, not bothered by her annoyance. Heh, do you think we'll let either of you off? Tsunade chuckled. Neither of you will escape. Tsunade had no intention of letting either of them off the hook. That's right. Sneaking off was both your faults. You both deserve to be punished. Meitarumi nodded. Then what do you plan to do? Are you going to hit me? Shin asked, putting on a brave face. Since you ask so nicely. Tsunade's fists rained down on Shin like hailstones. She really did attack Shin. Shin, getting beaten up, looked utterly frustrated. Then he discovered that Meitarumi, Konan, and even that woman Kushina, were all sneak attacking him. 10 minutes later, Shin, who had been impeccably dressed, looked worse than a beggar. Sigh, my hair. Shin smoothed his messy hair. Head can be broken, blood can flow, but hairstyle cannot be messed up. Serves you right. If they said that, I wouldn't mind. But you, Kushina. Really? Shin glared at Kushina. Kushina, are you trying to blend in with us to avoid punishment? Mikoto looked at Kushina with deep meaning. She knew Kushina well. Kushina's expression froze slightly. Ahaha. Of course not. I was just condemning Shin's actions. What right do you have to condemn? Shin stood up and gave her a few good whacks. All right, take her away. I've already sealed her chakra. Do whatever you want, no need to hold back. Shin said with a smile. Yes, just now Shin had used the gentle fist's pressure point technique to seal Kushina's chakra. What? Kushina was shocked. Only then did she realize her body's chakra was truly sealed. Now, even if she wanted to resist, she lacked the ability. Shin, I'm sorry. Kushina immediately apologized. Apologizing now is a bit late, isn't it? Though I'd like to help you, they're not going to forgive you. Call it karma, Shin said, grinning mischievously. Sob. Mikoto, we're best friends, right? So. Kushina couldn't finish her words. Mikoto had already taken out some tape from nearby and sealed Kushina's mouth. Shin looked at Kushina with satisfaction, feeling particularly pleased. Chapter 403, Sasuke vs Orochimaru. Humph. Don't sit here with me. Kushina angrily pushed Shin away, then turned her head with a huff. 2 days had passed since Shin and Kushina returned. Kushina, whose chakra had been sealed by Shin earlier, had been thoroughly bullied by Tsunade and the others. Even if her chakra hadn't been sealed, Kushina couldn't have fought off the combined forces of Mikoto, Tsunade, and the others, let alone with her chakra sealed. After being bullied, Kushina started sulking at Shin. Fine, I won't sit with you then. I'll sit with Mikoto. Shin smiled faintly, stood up, walked over to Mikoto, sat down beside her, and then pulled Mikoto into his embrace, kissing her and shooting Kushina a smug look. Mikoto also cooperated, winking provocatively at Kushina. Ah. I want to beat you two up right now. Kushina felt a surge of sourness in her heart, as if she had eaten a lemon. Kushina angrily waved her small fists, punching towards Shin. Though her punches looked fierce, they had no force when they landed on Shin. Shin actually quite enjoyed it. Kushina's punches felt like a comfortable massage. Here, hit my back a few times too. Let you vent some anger, Shin said to Kushina. Deliberately angering me, aren't you? I'll bite you to death. Kushina got angrier the more she thought about it, then transformed into a little puppy and bit Shin's arm. Shin lived a carefree life in the Land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's base, a lively scene was unfolding. Sasuke Uchiha, radiating killing intent, walked into Orochimaru's room, looking at Orochimaru, who had transformed into a giant white serpent. Sasuke-kun's not here for a friendly chat, is he? Orochimaru naturally sensed the killing intent emanating from Sasuke Uchiha. But he didn't care. Sasuke Uchiha, this reincarnation vessel, was finally fully developed. After being killed by Shin Uzumaki that day, Orochimaru thought he'd lost Sasuke after Shin killed him. Unexpectedly, Sasuke Uchiha, whom he thought was dead, had mysteriously revived. Even Orochimaru didn't know how Sasuke Uchiha had come back to life. And most importantly, the revived Sasuke Uchiha had actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha, who should have only awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after the battle between brothers in the original story, had awakened it now. Because he was revived by the Sage of Six Paths means, the Indra chakra hidden within Sasuke Uchiha's body was reawakening. Relying on this power, Sasuke Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. After Sasuke Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru didn't act immediately. He planned to recuperate first, then perform the reincarnation. After all, being suppressed by Kushina's Gate of the Great God, Orochimaru himself had suffered considerable injuries and needed to recover. And Sasuke Uchiha seized the opportunity while Orochimaru was recovering to make his move. As for the reason, naturally, Orochimaru was no longer of any value. Orochimaru, who had nothing left to teach him, could now be killed. Lightning Release, Chidori Blade. His Kusanagi blade was infused with Lightning Release chakra, then thrust towards Orochimaru. Not even a greeting before attacking me. Sasuke Uchiha, you've truly changed. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold. He spat out a Kusanagi blade from his mouth, blocking Sasuke Uchiha's. There was more than one Kusanagi blade. Shin, Orochimaru, and Sasuke Uchiha all possessed one. You managed to block my slash. Not bad, Sasuke Uchiha said coolly. Showing off. Sasuke Uchiha was showing off a bit now. After all, no matter how weak Orochimaru was, he couldn't possibly be unable to block his slash. Looks like you've forgotten who taught you. Even though Orochimaru harbored ill intentions towards Sasuke Uchiha, he was still quite angered by Sasuke attacking him now. Orochimaru also hadn't expected Sasuke Uchiha to show no sentimentality at all, attacking him directly. He felt particularly uncomfortable. Orochimaru's main body transformed into a giant white serpent. Though large, it was quite agile, spewing countless small snakes from its mouth to attack Sasuke Uchiha. Shin didn't know if Orochimaru's mouth was some kind of interdimensional space, capable of spitting out anything. But it was indeed a bit disgusting. Sasuke Uchiha calmly honed his ninjutsu and swordsmanship, using Orochimaru as his whetstone. He's stronger. Much stronger. Orochimaru wondered. He knew Sasuke Uchiha's previous level. If they fought, Orochimaru was confident he could take down Sasuke Uchiha in a few dozen moves. But now, Sasuke Uchiha's strength had increased somewhat unscientifically. After being killed once, the revived Sasuke Uchiha's strength had actually increased so much. Was there a benefit to being killed? Even Orochimaru couldn't help but want to die once and revive. But Orochimaru also knew this was impossible. He didn't even know how Sasuke Uchiha had revived. Orochimaru had no confidence he could revive himself after dying. Just like in the original story, though Orochimaru was an unkillable cockroach, reviving after death, if no one actively revived Orochimaru, he couldn't come back from the dead. Let me show you the Uchiha clan's ultimate dojutsu. Sasuke Uchiha, after being forced back by the swarm of snakes, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. His evil, demonic Mangekyo Sharingan stared at Orochimaru. A greedy glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. As long as I reincarnate into Sasuke Uchiha, I'll have a chance to obtain Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and evolve it into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If he obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he wouldn't be some minor figure anymore. Though he wasn't a minor figure now, he felt somewhat insignificant in front of Shin Uzumaki. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames erupted, engulfing the countless snakes, instantly reducing them to ashes. This was the terror of Amaterasu's black flames. And as long as the target wasn't burned to ashes, it would absolutely not extinguish. Water couldn't extinguish it either. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi. After using Amaterasu, Sasuke then used another dojutsu, controlling the Amaterasu black flames, transforming them into weapons to attack Orochimaru. Looks like I can't wait any longer. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He ignored Amaterasu and charged towards Sasuke. He was going to begin the reincarnation. He transferred his entire spirit and soul into Sasuke Uchiha's body, then fought Sasuke Uchiha for control of the body. At this moment, Orochimaru hadn't considered at all whether he could win against Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 404, 404, Itachi Uchiha releases the Nine Tails. Sasuke Uchiha and Orochimaru engaged in a battle of souls. In the end, Sasuke Uchiha, relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan, emerged victorious. In this aspect, Orochimaru's tattered soul was no match for Sasuke Uchiha, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. What was the Sharingan? It was a power belonging to In Release. And In Release was spiritual power, the Uchiha clan's greatest strength. Attacking an opponent's strength with one's own weakness, it was normal for Orochimaru to fail. However, Orochimaru hadn't completely died. A part of his soul still lay dormant within Sasuke Uchiha's body, waiting for Sasuke Uchiha to weaken, then it would contend with him for control of the body again. Sasuke Uchiha, believing he had already killed Orochimaru, left Orochimaru's secret base. After a long while, Kabuto Yakushi arrived, looking at the lifeless giant white serpent, he understood Orochimaru had failed. Kabuto Yakushi took away the giant white serpent body Orochimaru had left behind, then also left the base, vanishing without a trace. No one knew that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, had perished. Even if not truly perished, he was at least temporarily gone. At this very moment, a major event occurred within the Akatsuki. Pain stared coldly at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, I need an explanation. Other Akatsuki members were also present, but they all remained silent, knowing the leader was truly angry. There's nothing to explain. I am a Konoha spy, Itachi Uchiha stated calmly. I see. Killing intent overflowed from Pain. Actually, Pain had known from the beginning that Itachi Uchiha was a spy. Back then, Madara Uchiha, no, Obito Uchiha had told him and warned him to pay special attention to Itachi Uchiha. Because of this, Pain did indeed pay close attention to Itachi Uchiha. But after so long, some negligence was inevitable. And it was precisely this negligence that led to Itachi Uchiha causing a major incident. He actually released the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails had been properly controlled by him. But Itachi Uchiha used his ocular power to forcibly help the Nine Tails break free, and then the Nine Tails escaped, and Itachi Uchiha, having immediately drawn Pain's attention, naturally didn't escape. Moreover, Itachi had no intention of escaping. If he also fled, Pain would definitely pursue the Nine Tails, and it would be in danger. So, Itachi Uchiha sacrificed himself, giving the Nine Tails a chance to escape. The reason he did this was because he didn't want to see the Akatsuki's plan succeed. Itachi Uchiha's goal was to stop the Akatsuki's plan. Sigh. Kisame Hoshigaki sighed. Though he had a good relationship with Itachi, he definitely couldn't help him this time. Itachi Uchiha had already admitted he was an undercover spy, what more was there to say? Even Kisame Hoshigaki had to act, joining forces against Itachi Uchiha. This is going to be a good show. Hayden looked like he was enjoying the drama. Hayden didn't like Itachi Uchiha, the more misfortune Itachi suffered, the better. I heard the Nine Tails escaped. Just then, Shin appeared at the Akatsuki base. Shin had obtained this intel from White Zetsu. White Zetsu figured the Nine Tails was captured by Shin, and news of its escape, he had to inform Shin. So White Zetsu notified Shin, and Shin came to the Akatsuki base to see what was going on. How long had it been? Shin had already labeled Nagato a failure. Sensing Shin's gaze, Pain showed no expression, but Nagato's true body felt his face burn with shame. He had just assured Shin there would be no problems, yet now the Nine Tails was gone. Shin quickly learned the details of what happened. Itachi Uchiha had intervened, causing the Nine Tails to escape. Itachi Uchiha, you released the Nine Tails I captured. Shin's gaze turned towards Itachi Uchiha. His indifferent gaze made the people around feel considerable pressure. Traces of blood seeped from Itachi Uchiha's eyes. Releasing the Nine Tails hadn't come without a price. His ocular power was heavily consumed, placing a great burden on his Sharingan. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha appeared very calm. From the moment he released the Nine Tails, Itachi Uchiha hadn't expected to survive. Looking at the silent Itachi Uchiha, Shin shook his head and said, "You are quite loyal to Konoha." Shin knew very well that Itachi Uchiha released the Nine Tails entirely for the sake of Konoha. "Shin Uzumaki, you should know that the Akatsuki's plan will ultimately trigger a war that engulfs the entire shinobi world." Itachi Uchiha turned his gaze to Shin and said, "Telling me this is meaningless. Whether the shinobi world erupts in war or not, it means nothing to me." Shin chuckled coolly. Even if a shinobi world war broke out, how would it affect him? Shin didn't have those concerns about the country and its people. As long as he cared for himself and those around him, that was enough. Narrow-minded. Itachi Uchiha frowned. He felt Shin Uzumaki was too narrow-minded, just like the Uchiha clan. "You're hardly qualified to criticize others." Shin didn't care what Itachi Uchiha said. It wasn't that his personality was magnanimous, but Itachi Uchiha was a dead man today. There was no need to get angry with a dying person. "Shin Uzumaki, leave Itachi Uchiha to me," Pain said to Shin. As the Akatsuki leader, he had the right to clean house. "Oh. Be my guest. Just don't embarrass yourself. That would be disappointing." Shin was also looking forward to the battle between Pain and Itachi Uchiha. "Alright, everyone, place your bets. I'm the bookie. Itachi wins, 10-1 odds. Pain wins, even odds. Any takers?" Shin asked the other Akatsuki members with a smile. "Shindano, that's pointless. Leader will definitely win. If everyone bets on him, you'll lose everything," Deidara said to Shin. Kakuzu, hearing Shin's words, was somewhat tempted. He also knew Pain would definitely win, but he didn't dare win Shin's money. So, in the end, he could only sigh, shake his head, and just watch the battle between the leader and Itachi Uchiha. Not a single person placed a bet. Shin felt rather bored. If Itachi Uchiha went all out, he wasn't incapable of fighting Pain. It all depended on who could last longer. The one who lasted longer would surely win. The reason? Because both their bodies couldn't support prolonged combat. Itachi Uchiha's body was failing, and Nagato's body wasn't much better. It all came down to who could endure longer. Chapter 405, Pain vs. Itachi. A great battle was about to erupt. Shin watched with considerable interest, as did the other Akatsuki members. They all knew Itachi Uchiha was powerful, no one dared claim they could easily defeat him. And Pain was the Akatsuki's leader. Some members, in particular, had been thoroughly crushed by Pain before. Itachi is doomed. Kisame Hoshigaki shook his head slightly, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. Even if Itachi could defeat Pain, it would be useless. There was still the even more terrifying Shin Uzumaki here. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Itachi Uchiha struck first, a fire dragon roaring towards Pain. However, as it neared Pain, the fire dragon was dispersed by Shinra Tensei. The other paths didn't intervene, only the Deva path engaged Itachi Uchiha. Nagato believed the Deva path's power alone was sufficient to deal with Itachi. Indeed, the Deva path was the powerhouse among the 6 paths of Pain. The combined strength of the other paths couldn't even compare to the Deva path. Universal pull. A gravitational force, like a black hole, erupted from his hand, pulling Itachi Uchiha towards him. Then, a kunai in his hand thrust towards Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, suspended in midair, twisted his body with his core strength, evading Pain's kunai, then kicked towards Pain's head. Shinra Tensei. Before his kick could land on Pain, Itachi Uchiha was sent flying by the repulsive force, landing 10 meters away and sliding back several more. Itachi Uchiha's legs were deeply embedded in the ground. The initial exchange had yielded no advantage, in fact, he had suffered a significant setback. Taking the brunt of Shinra Tensei's repulsive force at close range, Itachi Uchiha showed no external injuries, but his internal organs were already damaged. In this situation, he had to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Without it, he wouldn't even get a chance to get close. Besides, the current Pain hadn't even used his full strength, perhaps not even half. Susanoo. He didn't use Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi. His opponent possessed the Rinnegan, using Tsukuyomi might backfire on him, and Amaterasu was useless. Though hailed as the strongest physical attack, its actual effectiveness was rather lackluster. If combined with Kagetsuchi, it would be quite useful. But simple Amaterasu would just be repelled, so, he could only use the ultimate technique, Susanoo. Susanoo consumed a vast amount of power, and in his current condition, Itachi truly wasn't suited to use it again. But this was a desperate moment. Fight, and there was still a chance to live, a chance to see Sasuke again. Don't fight, and it was a dead end. That's some serious pressure. Hayden couldn't help but retreat a considerable distance. This colossal Susanoo, a single blow could probably crush him into a meat patty. Though even being turned into a meat patty wouldn't kill him, Hayden didn't want to experience what that felt like. Besides, if he was turned into a meat patty, even Kakuzu couldn't save him. After all, how could one stitch a meat patty back together? Actually, I'd love to fight Itachi. What a pity I won't get the chance. Deidara said with a regretful expression. Deidara, Itachi Uchiha has a younger brother. You can go bully him, Shin said to Deidara with a smile. Itachi's younger brother? He's just a weakling. Kisame Hoshigaki was quite disdainful. He had met Sasuke Uchiha before, but in Kisame's eyes, Sasuke Uchiha was just a weakling. Weakling. Shin glanced at Kisame Hoshigaki. Sasuke Uchiha indeed had various flaws, but calling him a weakling was a bit much. Perhaps Kisame's current impression of Sasuke Uchiha was still stuck in the past. Boom. The Akatsuki base was completely destroyed. This was normal. With Pain and Itachi Uchiha fighting, it would be strange if the Akatsuki base wasn't destroyed. Chibaku Tensei. Pain's hands clasped together. He created a black sphere of highly concentrated chakra, then threw it into the sky. An endless gravitational force emanated from the black sphere. The ground began to tremble, and countless debris were sucked into the sky. Holy shit. Hayden couldn't help but curse, then quickly hugged a nearby tree. But soon, the tree was also pulled into the sky by the gravitational force. No choice, he had to run quickly, preferably out of this gravitational field. Doesn't the leader care about us at all? Deidara complained. Fortunately, they were already far away, so they weren't sucked away by the gravity. They were still relatively safe. Shin stood in place, completely unaffected. Itachi Uchiha was desperately resisting the gravitational force. Actually, if he had destroyed the small black sphere when Chibaku Tensei was first cast, it would have been fine. The small black sphere was the source of the gravity. Unfortunately, Itachi Uchiha probably hadn't thought of this countermeasure yet. And once it formed, ordinary attacks couldn't destroy Chibaku Tensei unless one could shatter it in a single blow. Facing Chibaku Tensei, it was naturally best to resolve it as early as possible, otherwise, it would become very difficult to deal with later. Chibaku Tensei gradually formed a small planet. Seeing this, Itachi Uchiha knew he couldn't let it continue. Tatsuka Blade. The Susanoo wielded the flame-like Tatsuka Blade, thrusting it towards the Chibaku Tensei with all its might. The Tatsuka Blade had no physical form and could extend. This depended on Itachi Uchiha's chakra. Boom. The Tatsuka blade pierced the surface of the Chibaku Tensei but didn't penetrate its core, so it failed to destroy it. Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but kneel on one knee, his body almost at its limit. Itachi Uchiha desperately consumed soldier pills, suppressing all the chakra within his body. Compared to Itachi Uchiha, Pain's expression was far too calm, looking as if it were effortless. But, was it really so? In a hidden location, Nagato's emaciated body panted heavily. Chibaku Tensei consumed an immense amount of chakra. Neither of them was doing well, but Nagato's condition was better than Itachi Uchiha's. In terms of raw power, Nagato was still stronger. Fall. Pain uttered softly. The Chibaku Tensei in the sky crashed down towards Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha's expression changed. He hadn't expected Pain to actually control the Chibaku Tensei to crash down. If Itachi Uchiha had been sealed within the Chibaku Tensei earlier, it definitely wouldn't be crashing down. Instead, Itachi would have been sent into the sky. However, Itachi Uchiha had resisted and wasn't sealed within it. So, Pain could only use the Chibaku Tensei as an attack, otherwise, the Chibaku Tensei he had painstakingly created would have been a waste of effort. Such a massive object crashing down, even Susanoo's defense would be instantly shattered. As for choosing to escape, there was no chance. The area covered was so large, escape was impossible. It would only reduce his chances of survival. Right now, he could only try to withstand it. Chapter 406, The Death of Itachi Uchiha. Should we run? Deidara, watching the Chibaku Tensei plummet from the sky, asked Sasori beside him. Too late. But we're far enough away, we should be fine, Kakuzu said calmly. Kakuzu wasn't afraid. He had 5 hearts, after all. He wouldn't die so easily. Hayden, though shocked, was just like Kakuzu. Relying on his immortality, he was quite calm. I should probably seek shelter with Shindano. Deidara thought for a moment, then quickly moved to Shin's side, standing with him. He believed staying with Shin would be safer, at least he wouldn't have to worry about dying from collateral damage. Crash. Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo shattered instantly. The falling Chibaku Tensei effortlessly destroyed Susanoo. Is he dead? Nagato stood in the sky, carefully searching for any sign of Itachi Uchiha. Right now, Nagato needed to confirm if Itachi was dead. Is Itachi dead? Kisame was also very concerned about Itachi Uchiha's fate. Not yet. But he's lost an eye, Shin spoke up. Just now, facing that almost certain death attack, Itachi Uchiha had used his Anaji, sacrificing one eye to survive. And Itachi Uchiha still intended to escape. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Shin opened a pitch-black spatial gate in front of him, reached in, and in an instant, pulled a figure out. Itachi Uchiha, running away like this isn't very honorable. Shin said to Itachi, whom he had tossed aside. Itachi Uchiha looked up, his gaze fixed on Shin. He hadn't expected to be caught by Shin. Was that space-time ninjutsu just now? Summoning jutsu, Itachi Uchiha didn't give up resisting. He summoned a crow. One of the crow's eyes was a Mangekyo Sharingan. Koto Amatsukami, the Mangekyo Sharingan Shursui Uchiha had entrusted to Itachi Uchiha, its ability, Koto Amatsukami, was finally activated by Itachi. Trying to change my will. Even if Shursui Uchiha were alive, he couldn't do it, let alone you. Shin's eyes erupted with immense ocular power, crushing the Mangekyo Sharingan. What kind of eyes are those? Itachi looked at Shin's eyes, somewhat horrified. 9 Tomo, Rinnegan patterns, and yet the eyes were blue. A dying man doesn't need to know. Shin calmly produced a black rod, one created from Yin-Yang release. Shin-sama, could you please wait a moment? White Zetsu spoke up hesitantly at this moment. Shin, hearing this, looked towards White Zetsu. His gaze made White Zetsu's scalp tingle. White Zetsu somewhat regretted speaking up now. He had just received a message from Obito, asking him to dissuade Shin from killing Itachi Uchiha. White Zetsu, after much hesitation, finally spoke. However, after speaking, White Zetsu felt regret. Will Shin Uzumaki kill me? Give me one good reason. Shin didn't kill White Zetsu casually as it had imagined. This. White Zetsu looked at the other Akatsuki members around, indicating it wasn't convenient to speak. After all, Obito's identity was still hidden, it wasn't good to expose it. Shin, can Itachi Uchiha be handed over to me for execution? Just then, Pain appeared and asked Shin. All right. Shin could sense Pain's killing intent. It didn't matter who killed Itachi. Pain held a black rod identical to Shin's and thrust it towards Itachi Uchiha's heart. As the black rod was about to pierce Itachi, Pain's expression suddenly changed. He stared intently at Itachi. The Itachi he had pierced had turned into a flock of crows. Meaning, he had fallen for a genjutsu just now. Impressive. You managed to fool me. Pain looked up at Itachi's true body. To think Itachi could deceive him with genjutsu just now. Looks like Itachi Uchiha is definitely going to die. I can't save him. White Zetsu, seeing this scene, also understood that Itachi Uchiha was likely unsavable. Pain was determined to kill Itachi. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Shin Uzumaki also had no intention of letting Itachi Uchiha live. So, Itachi Uchiha was definitely going to die. No need to cause trouble. As for Obito's instructions, well, he had spoken up to stop it. He couldn't be blamed for failing. Itachi Uchiha was at his wit's end. The crow clone illusion he used earlier had consumed almost all his chakra. One eye was blind from using his Anaji, so Susanoo was also unusable. Itachi Uchiha couldn't use Susanoo without eyes like Madara Uchiha could. Besides, even if he consumed his life force now, he couldn't use Susanoo, his body's chakra couldn't be squeezed out anymore. Though there was no way out, Itachi Uchiha's expression didn't change much, he still managed to maintain a calm demeanor. Itachi Uchiha, I admire your strength. Unfortunately, you are a traitor. Pain's voice was icy. Seriously, Pain did appreciate Itachi Uchiha's strength. But he had betrayed the Akatsuki, and he also needed to make an example of someone. Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes. Towards Pain's black rod, which was piercing towards him again, he offered no resistance this time. He still had one Sharingan left, Itachi Uchiha could activate his Anaji again and struggle a bit more. But he didn't do so. Futile struggle. He couldn't escape anymore. Let him just die at Pain's hands. He regretted not seeing Sasuke one last time. Itachi Uchiha had planned to go to Sasuke and settle everything. Unfortunately, there was no chance now. Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes and fell to the ground, his body already devoid of all breath, gradually growing cold. So Itachi Uchiha's dead. Haiden's eyes held little emotion. Haiden had no feelings for the other Akatsuki members. Or rather, the others were the same, as for comrades, that was just a nominal title. They could only be said to be partners who cooperated reasonably well. I don't care what you all think in your hearts, but I don't want another person to end up in this situation, Pain warned the other Akatsuki members. It was unknown how much effect this warning would have on these S-rank missing mean. But Pain's warning had been issued. Whoever dared to disobey would be killed without mercy. Shin Uzumaki, I will personally retrieve the 9 tails. Pain turned to Shin. Oh, is that so? Then I wish you success. Just don't get yourself killed in the process. Shin chuckled. If the 9 tails returned to Konoha, would Pain invade the village? Shin doubted it. The 9 tails hated Konoha. Chapter 407, Don't you have any self-awareness? After Itachi Uchiha's death, Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools. Pain took full responsibility for the 9 tails situation. Shin decided not to interfere further, letting Pain handle it. If Pain proved incapable, Shin would step in and recapture the 9 tails himself. Upon returning home, Kushina immediately pounced on Shin from behind. Where have you been? I've been looking for you all day. Weren't you angry with me? Why are you looking for me now? Shin asked Kushina with a smile. Humph. Was I? Kushina snorted lightly, then playfully punched Shin's arm. You still haven't told me what you were doing. I went to the Akatsuki. Nagato couldn't keep a handle on the 9 tails, and Itachi Uchiha set it free. Shin didn't hide anything from Kushina. It wasn't like he was out womanizing or doing anything shameful, there was no need for secrecy. If he had been womanizing, he certainly wouldn't tell Kushina. But Shin wouldn't do that anyway. After all, the most beautiful women were already in the Land of Whirlpools, why would he need to look elsewhere? It's only been a few days, and the 9 tails already escaped. Kushina was speechless. Didn't Nagato possess the Rinnegan? What a waste. Although Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, he couldn't wield its true power. If he could, Itachi Uchiha wouldn't have been able to free the 9 tails. Do we need to go capture the 9 tails again? Kushina asked Shin. If Shin went after the 9 tails again, she could tag along and have some fun with him. The thought made her quite happy. Nah. Let Pain handle this himself. Though I don't know if he's up to the task. Shin wasn't interested in going. He wanted to relax in the Land of Whirlpools, or more accurately, indulge in a life of leisure for a while. Where are Mikoto and the others? Shin asked Kushina. In the kitchen. Are you looking for them? Kushina pouted, a hint of jealousy in her voice. In the kitchen. Is Tsunade in the kitchen too? Shin blanched. If Tsunade was in the kitchen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, Tsunade is in the kitchen. And she might have lost her mind. She actually wants to learn how to cook. How utterly delusional. That sounds disastrous. She's not exactly cut out for culinary arts, is she? Shin agreed. Though Kushina's words were harsh, they were true. Tsunade's cooking was worse than poison. Shin wondered what had gotten into her. Was she really losing her mind, as Kushina suggested? Just as Shin and Kushina were discussing Tsunade, she emerged from the kitchen, or rather, she was kicked out. Mikoto, her face impassive, pushed Tsunade out of the kitchen and slammed the door shut, locking it. Tsunade couldn't get back in unless she broke down the door, which she wasn't about to do. Mikoto, I can't believe you team up with Kushina to look down on me. Tsunade pounded on the door indignantly. Tsunade-ne, I apologize, but we're running low on ingredients. We can't afford for you to waste any more. You simply have no talent for cooking. Mikoto's emotionless voice came from inside the kitchen. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Even Mikoto is fed up with you. Kushina burst out laughing. Seeing Tsunade's frustrated expression made her incredibly happy. It was as refreshing as a cool breeze on a summer day. Shut up, or I'll punch you. Tsunade threatened Kushina, clenching her fists. But, go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. Kushina wasn't intimidated by Tsunade's threat. Instead, she angered her further, as if deliberately trying to pick a fight. No, not as if, Kushina was deliberately angering Tsunade. Heh, let's see if I don't beat you until you cry today. Tsunade clenched her fists and lunged at Kushina. Seeing the incoming punch, Shin reached out and caught her fist. Tsunade, watch where you're aiming. Shin, I'm asking you, and I want an honest answer. Tsunade looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Shin. Rest assured, ask me anything. All right then. Tell me, do I really have no talent for cooking? Well. Shin scratched his head. Don't you have any self-awareness? Do you even need to ask? How should he answer Tsunade now? Encourage her and say her cooking talent wasn't bad. The thought briefly crossed Shin's mind, then he quickly dismissed it. Encourage her? Impossible. It was better to let Tsunade give up on cooking. Shin didn't want to eat her dark cuisine. No, it should be called death cuisine. How could he gently tell Tsunade without hurting her pride? That was the question. Ahem, Tsunade, why do you want to learn how to cook anyway? Shin asked Tsunade. First, understand her motives, then figure out how to deal with the situation. Shin thought he was being quite clever. Because I'm bored every day, so I want to find something to do. Is that a problem? Ahem, Tsunade, cooking isn't a good way to pass the time. The fumes will ruin your complexion. You'll become an old hag. Oh. So, Shin, you're saying I'm an old hag? Mikoto suddenly appeared behind Shin like a ghost. Shin quickly turned around and saw Mikoto's icy expression. Mikoto, of course I didn't mean that. Mikoto is a beautiful master chef. Shin quickly placated Mikoto. The cooking fumes and old hag comments were just Shin trying to scare Tsunade. After all, with her perfect sage body, what did she have to fear? Unfortunately, he hadn't scared Tsunade, and now it seemed he had offended Mikoto. He had to forget about dissuading Tsunade for now and focus on comforting Mikoto. Puffed. Mikoto couldn't help but laugh. I was just joking. Did you have to be so nervous, she said to Shin. Of course, I was nervous. What if my precious Mikoto really got angry? Ugh. Kushina and Tsunade shot Shin disdainful looks. So cheesy. I've got goosebumps. You two, get a room. Kushina said, disgustedly pushing Shin and Mikoto. Mikoto, I'll show you. Even without your guidance, I can still become a great chef. Tsunade declared to Mikoto. Hearing Tsunade's declaration, Shin sighed and face-bombed. Looks like Tsunade hasn't given up yet. What will it take to make her give up? He was most afraid of Tsunade asking him to try her cooking. That was truly terrifying. Chapter 408, Keirin's Revenge on Hanabi. The sun shone brightly. Shin lay on a lounge chair in the courtyard, Mei Terumi nestled in his arms, eating watermelon slices Mikoto had prepared, while looking sympathetically at Konan. Konan had been captured by Tsunade and was currently being forced to teach her how to cook. Unable to learn from Mikoto, Tsunade had turned to Konan, whose culinary skills were only slightly better than Tsunade's. Poor Konan. Teaching someone with zero culinary talent has to be torture. Shin sighed. It was like teaching a first grader advanced calculus, the difficulty was immense. Shin, I just made tomato and egg soup. Come try it. Tsunade's words struck Shin like a death knell. He shivered, his hair standing on end. Ahem, I need to go check on Keirin, Hinata, and Hanabi's training. Let me try it. Shin tossed Mei Terumi to the wolves, Tsunade, and fled. Mei Terumi gritted her teeth. If Shin were still here, she'd bite a chunk out of him. She'd even change her name if she didn't. It wasn't that Shin was overreacting. Tsunade's tomato and egg soup was purple and constantly bubbling. It reminded Shin of some evil sorcerer's potion. Shin definitely didn't want to taste that. He had no choice but to run. As for throwing Mei to the wolves, well, that just showed Shin had no shame. Fleeing to the training grounds, Shin saw Keirin, Hinata, and Hanabi sitting there, happily sipping watermelon juice. Well. You said you were coming to train, but you're slacking off here. Busted. Shin placed his hands on Hinata and Hanabi's heads. Ah. It was Big Sister who taught me to slack off. It has nothing to do with me. Hanabi quickly tried to shift the blame to her older sister, Hinata. Having such a sister was truly Hinata's misfortune. Hey, you think I'd believe that? Hinata is well behaved, she would never teach you to slack off. Shin stroked Hinata's smooth, long hair. Long-haired Hinata was truly beautiful. And now that Hinata had fully matured, she was a stunning beauty. Hearing Shin say that, Hinata felt a sweetness in her heart. She couldn't help but lean back against Shin. Her face flushed red. Though still shy, she no longer fainted from embarrassment. Shin-sama, I'm a little dizzy. I think I have heat stroke. Keirin swayed, then collapsed into Shin's arms. Heat stroke? Shin asked, looking at the feigning unconsciousness Keirin. Keirin didn't speak, just nuzzled her head against Shin's chest. Oh no. My glasses fell off. I can't see. Where are my glasses? Keirin suddenly exclaimed, her small hands fumbling around. Your glasses are on the ground. Why are you groping Shin and I? You pervert. Hanabi glared at Keirin, then kindly picked up the glasses and handed them to Keirin. Keirin gritted her teeth. Is Hanabi deliberately trying to ruin her plan? Keirin was right. Hanabi was deliberately sabotaging her. Who asked her to be so theatrical? Alright, Hanabi, that's enough rest. Time to train. Hinata gently pulled away from Shin's embrace. Leaving his embrace felt a little empty. Train now. Can't we rest a little longer? Hanabi looked pitifully at Hinata. No. You little bum, all you do is slack off. Karen smacked Hanabi's shoulder. If Hanabi was going to ruin her plans, Karen would return the favor. Hinata, you rest for a bit. I'll guide Hanabi. After saying that, Karen dragged Hanabi off to train, supervising her with the strictest methods. You're just getting back at me. Hanabi complained. Yes, I am. Karen nodded, not denying it at all. She was getting revenge, there was no need to deny it. Humph. Just you wait. Hanabi conceded defeat this time, but she wouldn't forget. She'd get revenge later when she had the chance. I'll be waiting. You don't scare me, Karen scoffed dismissively. Could Hanabi really do anything to get back at her? Karen didn't believe it. But Hanabi was a cunning little imp, she'd have to be careful. Karen strictly supervised Hanabi's training. Though harsh, she didn't hold back on teaching Hanabi what she needed to know, including sealing techniques. Unfortunately, Hanabi couldn't learn them. Without the talent, even the best instruction was useless. It was like Tsunade's talent for cooking. Mikoto's cooking skills were arguably the best in the entire shinobi world, yet she still couldn't teach Tsunade. Shin sat to the side, chatting with Hinata. Hinata wasn't training, they had primarily come out to guide Hanabi's training. Hinata's strength had likely reached its limit. Even with diligent training, she wouldn't see much improvement. It wasn't until evening that Shin stood up, taking Karen, Hinata, and Hanabi back home. As soon as he returned, Shin saw Mei's demonic, scary expression. Ah, Mei, you actually drank it. Shin couldn't help but ask. Did she really drink Tsunade's tomato and egg soup? Guess. Mei Terumi grimaced. Seeing her expression, Shin already had a good idea. She really had drunk it. But Shin guessed she'd probably been forced to. Otherwise, he didn't think Mei would willingly drink it. What do you think I should do to you? Mei Terumi took out a kunai and gestured threateningly at Shin, feeling an increasingly uncontrollable urge to stab him. Don't get excited. Look, I'll compensate you with myself, all right. Shin said, putting on an expression of great sacrifice. If Mei-nichan doesn't want you, I'll take you, Karen couldn't help but interject. Humph, he's already mine. Mei Terumi huffed lightly. However, her words immediately drew dissatisfaction from Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, and the others. Had she claimed Shin for herself? So, Mei immediately faced a barrage of criticism from the other women, and it was precisely their attack that allowed Shin to escape this predicament. Shin felt a little bad for Mei Terumi, who'd made such a sacrifice. Chapter 409, Tobi joins the Akatsuki. At the Akatsuki base, Obito confronted Nagato Uzumaki. Why did you kill Itachi Uchiha? Even though he let the Nine Tails escape, he still had his uses. Obito's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. He was unhappy that Nagato had killed Itachi. If Shin had been the one to kill Itachi, Obito wouldn't dare question him. But Nagato was different. In Obito's mind, Nagato was just a pawn, someone he looked down upon. My actions do not require your judgment, Obito Uchiha, Nagato said coldly. What did you say? Obito was stunned. He hadn't expected Nagato to know his identity. Who told him? Only Black and White Zetsu and Shin Uzumaki knew his true identity. It couldn't have been Black and White Zetsu, so it must have been Shin Uzumaki. Obito seethed with resentment. He couldn't believe Shin Uzumaki had exposed his true identity. It was impossible not to be furious. I already know your identity. Is there any need to hide it? I never thought the once unknown loser from Konoha would one day masquerade as Madara Uchiha. Indeed, Nagato had already investigated Obito's past. Knowing Obito's name, investigating him wasn't difficult. Of course, Nagato only knew about Obito's time in Konoha, he was unaware of other details. His knowledge was limited. Without White Zetsu's help, his own investigation wouldn't yield much. The expression under Obito's mask was grim. He'd even forgotten about questioning Nagato for killing Itachi, that was no longer important. Even if Itachi was useful, it wasn't as critical as Nagato knowing his true identity. Was it Shin Uzumaki who told you? Obito asked Nagato. So what if it was? Nagato looked at Obito indifferently. Did Obito Uchiha really think he could go settle scores with Shin Uzumaki? Nagato didn't think Obito was capable of that. Even he trembled before Shin Uzumaki. Obito's expression relaxed. He suddenly realized that even if Nagato knew, it didn't really matter. As long as he could control Nagato to complete the plan, everything else, like his identity being exposed, was irrelevant as long as it didn't affect the Eye of the Moon plan. Knowing my identity doesn't matter. My goal has always been peace in the shinobi world, Obito said calmly to Nagato. Though I can't say the same for Shin Uzumaki. Do you really think he desires peace? Nagato narrowed his eyes at Obito. However, Nagato was curious. Why would Shin Uzumaki cooperate with Obito Uchiha? It didn't make sense. It wasn't that Nagato looked down on Obito Uchiha, but Obito truly wasn't qualified. Their power levels were too disparate, how could they possibly cooperate? Cooperation only existed between equals, or at least those with comparable strength. Could cooperation exist when there was such a vast power difference? I hope you can capture the tailed beasts as soon as possible. Only then can we revive the 10 tails quickly, and then use the 10 tails to intimidate the great villages and achieve true peace. After saying this to Nagato, Obito prepared to leave. Nagato, knowing his true identity had been a significant blow, Obito needed to leave and calm down. Wait. Just as Obito was about to leave, Nagato stopped him. What else? Obito Uchiha asked Nagato, frowning. Regarding the capture of the tailed beasts, you should also contribute. Nagato stared intently at Obito. He wouldn't let Obito stay out of it. Besides, Obito's motives weren't pure, otherwise, why would he impersonate Madara Uchiha? Of course. I'll join the Akatsuki under a different identity. Obito gave Nagato a deep look, then left. After leaving, Obito appeared in a desolate wilderness, his eyes filled with terrifying rage. Damn you, Shin Uzumaki. What exactly are you trying to do? Obito believed Shin had deliberately revealed his identity to Nagato, likely for some ulterior motive. However, Obito was completely mistaken. Shin hadn't deliberately told Nagato, he had simply let it slip unintentionally. Truly, just an unintentional slip. Shin had no need to scheme against Obito. If it were Madara Uchiha, Shin might be interested in some plotting, but he had no interest in dealing with Obito. After a period of impotent rage, Obito gave up. His anger was useless, he couldn't do anything against Shin Uzumaki. A few days later, Obito joined the Akatsuki as a new member, albeit unofficially, like a substitute. He still used the alias Toby, acting like a goofy clown. The other Akatsuki members didn't take him seriously, dismissing him as a weakling with only space-time ninjutsu worth mentioning. Yes, Toby had demonstrated his Kamui ability. After all, if you wanted to join the Akatsuki, you had to show some skill, otherwise, the other members wouldn't accept you. Temporarily taking Itachi Uchiha's place, Toby was partnered with Kisame Hashigaki. Actually, if anyone in the Akatsuki knew Toby wasn't normal, it was Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame had been recruited into the Akatsuki by Obito and knew his true identity, that is, the Madara Uchiha persona. Shortly after Toby joined the Akatsuki, Pain assigned him a major task, to capture the 8 tails. The 5 tails had been captured not long ago. Now, only the 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remained. The mission to capture the 6 tails was given to Deidara and Sasori. The 7 tails mission went to Kakuzu and Haiden. Kisame and Toby were responsible for the 8 tails. Toby maintained his goofy facade, but the expression hidden beneath his mask was terrifyingly grim. Others might not know, but he certainly did. The current 8 tails was essentially Shin Uzumaki's property, and had been for a long time. It was clear Pain was doing this deliberately. It seemed Nagato had his own agenda, he wasn't so easily controlled. Obito felt he needed to come up with a plan to control Nagato. If necessary, he would eliminate him. Of course, that was a last resort. Nagato was still very useful, Obito didn't want to get rid of him. He hoped Nagato wouldn't force his hand. If pushed too far, Obito wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Nagato. As for whether he had the strength to do so, Obito believed he could. He had some understanding of Nagato's condition, Nagato didn't have much longer to live anyway. Chapter 410, Obito backs down. White Zetsu, I have a task for you. Obito called out to White Zetsu. When White Zetsu was called by Obito, its heart skipped a beat. A very bad feeling washed over it. What is it? White Zetsu turned around and asked Obito Uchiha. Its intuition told it this was definitely not good news. Contact Shin Uzumaki for me. I don't want to make a trip to the Land of Whirlpools. Sure enough, after hearing Obito's request, White Zetsu knew it wasn't good. If possible, White Zetsu truly didn't want to meet Shin. For no other reason than the fact that Shin's presence was too overwhelming. Look at Black Zetsu, it was hiding and avoiding all contact with Shin Uzumaki. White Zetsu didn't know that Black Zetsu was doing so mainly out of fear of being exposed. Actually, Black Zetsu didn't realize that its identity was no secret to Shin, it held no secrets from him. Alright. White Zetsu stared at Obito for a moment, then sighed helplessly and agreed. It took out the Flying Thunder God Kunai from its pocket and infused it with chakra. Far away in the Land of Whirlpools, Shin clearly sensed White Zetsu trying to contact him. Can't even take a nap in peace. Shin stood up, then instantly left the Land of Whirlpools and appeared before White Zetsu. White Zetsu, what's so important that you had to disturb my sleep? Shin asked White Zetsu, his gaze rather unfriendly. Shin-sama, please don't blame me. It was him who wanted to find you. White Zetsu immediately pointed at Obito, shamelessly selling him out. Then White Zetsu slipped away. It didn't want to face Shin Uzumaki, it was too dangerous. After White Zetsu left, Shin's gaze fell on Obito Uchiha. You were looking for me. If you have something to say it quickly. You told Nagato my true identity. Obito's tone was accusatory. Oh, that. Is it such a big deal? Or are you looking for trouble with me? If you want trouble, you're welcome to try. Shin smiled faintly, looking at Obito with amusement. Obito's expression darkened. Though hidden behind his mask, Shin could sense Obito's displeasure. Why did you reveal my identity to Nagato? Obito asked Shin, suppressing his anger. Does it matter? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, would you? If I said it was an accident, would you buy it? Although Shin had indeed revealed it unintentionally, he was certain Obito wouldn't believe him. Obito definitely thought he had done it on purpose. I hope you don't do anything to hinder the plan, Obito said, narrowing his eyes at Shin. Are you trying to tell me what to do? Shin asked Obito with a cold smile. Feeling Shin's icy gaze, Obito felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he were being stared at by something terrifying, even his breathing became heavy. I didn't mean that. Obito finally backed down. But he felt incredibly frustrated. Shin Uzumaki was a major obstacle, one he didn't know how to overcome. He truly didn't understand why Madara Uchiha would cooperate with Shin Uzumaki instead of eliminating this unpredictable element. Actually, Obito didn't know that it wasn't that Madara didn't want to, but that he simply couldn't. If Madara had the ability, he certainly wouldn't have wanted to leave Shin as a threat. But Madara lacked that ability, which was why he reluctantly cooperated with Shin. Though frustrated, Obito didn't have the courage to confront Shin. He hadn't been a match for Shin Uzumaki before, and even now that he was stronger, Obito still wasn't confident. Obito felt that to defeat Shin Uzumaki, he would at least need to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. So Obito continued to endure, waiting until he gathered all 9-tailed beasts and revived the Ten-Tails. Did you come looking for me just for this trivial matter? Shin asked Obito Uchiha. Hearing Shin's words, Obito felt so frustrated he wanted to cough up blood. Trivial matter? Do you think revealing my identity to Nagato is a trivial matter? Suppressing his anger, Obito said with a grim face, no. I came to discuss the matter of the 8-tails with you. White Zetsu had told Obito that the 8-tails was actually in Shin's hands. So, to deal with the 8-tails, he definitely had to find Shin Uzumaki. Otherwise, Obito wouldn't have sought out Shin. As for his earlier questioning of Shin, that was just Obito losing his temper. The 8-tails. You want to capture the 8-tails? Shin glanced at Obito. Yes. This was the mission Pain had given him. If he couldn't complete it, how would Nagato view him? Even though his Madara Uchiha persona had been exposed, Obito still wanted to maintain his image of being powerful. Only by displaying great strength could he intimidate Nagato. Otherwise, Obito feared Nagato might cause trouble behind his back. The 8-tails is with me, he's practically my subordinate. I can't just hand him over to you. Go capture him yourself. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own abilities. After saying that, Shin turned and left. Obito had anticipated this. He knew Shin Uzumaki wouldn't easily hand over the 8-tails. But now that he had informed Shin Uzumaki, and Shin had agreed, he could make a move on the 8-tails without fearing Shin would cause trouble. This was the main point. He was primarily afraid Shin Uzumaki would cause him trouble. His purpose in meeting Shin Uzumaki had been achieved. Next, he would find Kisame Hashigaki and capture the 8-tails together. Although Shin Uzumaki had agreed, Obito still didn't dare to be careless. What if Shin Uzumaki tried to sabotage him? The possibility might be small, but it wasn't non-existent. So, it was safer to bring Kisame Hashigaki along. If he couldn't capture the 8-tails himself, Kisame Hashigaki could help. Kisame Hashigaki was someone Obito had personally chosen. Obito fully recognized Kisame's strength. However, Obito didn't know the 8-tails' current whereabouts. He still needed to find White Zetsu. White Zetsu definitely knew where the 8-tails was. Once he learned the 8-tails' location, he would make his move. Chapter 411, Kisame almost gets wrecked. Deep in a dense forest, Obito and Kisame leap through the trees, rapidly closing in on the 8-tails' location. Kisame, be careful this time. Obito cautioned Kisame. Oh. Even you aren't confident. Kisame looked at Obito in surprise. Kisame had no doubts about Obito's identity, he still believed Obito was Madara Uchiha. You should know, the Eight Tails is in Shin Uzumaki's hands. Do you think it'll be easy? Obito reminded Kisame. Isn't Shin Uzumaki also a member of the Akatsuki? Can't you just ask him to hand over the Eight Tails? Or is it that even you, Madara, don't have the power to make Shin Uzumaki hand it over? Kisame's barrage of questions made Obito slightly annoyed. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. In the end, Obito didn't scold Kisame and focused on their journey. Kisame also fell silent. He wasn't a talkative person, he was a man of action. Obito and Kisame were unaware that their movements were being completely observed by Shin, who was flying high above them. Should I make things a bit more difficult for them? Shin mused to himself. Nah, let's just watch for now. Capturing the Eight Tails is already difficult enough. The third Reikage puppet was currently controlled by the Eight Tails. This meant Obito and Kisame were about to face the combined might of the third Reikage and the Eight Tails. Even Obito Uchiha might not be able to handle that. Shin followed them, purely for entertainment. Soon, Obito and Kisame found the Eight Tails, or rather, the third Reikage puppet Shin had created. Kisame looked at Obito with a puzzled expression. Weren't we here to capture the Eight Tails? That looks like the third Reikage. But that's not right either. Isn't the third Reikage already dead? How is he here? The third Reikage is Shin Uzumaki's puppet. The Eight Tails is sealed within it, Obito explained to Kisame. White Zetsu had provided him with this intel. So that's how it is. Kisame's expression turned slightly peculiar. The third Reikage turned into a puppet. Didn't Kumogakure care? Or did they not know? Did Kumogakure not know? Of course, they knew. But knowing and being able to do something about it were two different things. Knowing was useless, they couldn't handle the situation. So now we're likely facing the third Reikage plus the Eight Tails. A battle glint flickered in Kisame's eyes. He had long heard of the third Reikage's strength, now he could finally witness it. You go first, Obito instructed Kisame. He had no intention of attacking himself. He wanted Kisame to test the waters first, that was Obito's little scheme. Kisame didn't know. He thought Madara Uchiha simply disdained to act himself. So, without hesitation, he drew the Samahata from his back. Though bizarre in appearance, the Samahata was incredibly powerful. At least a third of Kisame's strength came from this sword. Kisame without Samahata was a completely different fighter. Of course, even without it, Kisame was still formidable. Who are you? The Eight Tails' deep voice rumbled from the puppet, addressing Kisame and Obito. It had noticed them following and had deliberately led them here. The ones who came to capture you. Kisame wasn't one for small talk. He preferred action over words. He struck first, slashing his massive blade towards the Eight Tails. When Samahata struck an enemy, it could absorb their chakra, its most distinctive feature. However, Samahata wasn't just an inanimate object, it was a living being. It only recognized those it favored. Kisame was someone Samahata favored. But if someone appeared whom Samahata liked even more, it would abandon Kisame without hesitation. Samahata was particularly fond of the Eight Tails chakra. After striking the third Reikage puppet and absorbing the Eight Tails' chakra, Samahata rebelled. It attacked Kisame, turning against its wielder. Kisame's expression darkened. What's wrong with Samahata? Obito was perplexed. If he didn't know Kisame better, he might have thought Kisame was staging this whole thing. Kisame Hashigaki, however, understood Samahata well. He decisively discarded the sword. A disobedient Samahata was nothing but a burden. No matter how strong a weapon, if it didn't obey, it was useless. If you're looking for a fight, I'll grant you one. The Eight Tails controlled the third Reikage puppet, charging towards Kisame. A deafening clap of thunder, and the third Reikage appeared behind Kisame, unleashing a punch. The speed was so incredible that Kisame couldn't react. He was sent flying dozens of meters, his left shoulder completely shattered. That's fast. Obito was shocked. Even he might not have been able to dodge that, if he hadn't used Kamui. Not bad. It seems the Eight Tails can draw out considerable power controlling the third Reikage's body. Shin was also observing from above. Kisame had been injured in the initial exchange. If this continued, Kisame might very well die here. No joke. The Eight Tails plus the third Reikage puppet, especially with Kisame having lost Samahata's assistance, could easily overwhelm Kisame. Lightning Release Chakra mode had already been activated. Its extreme speed was second only to the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, it reached the airborne Kisame and unleashed another punch. Kisame's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He couldn't block this punch. Kisame felt a mortal crisis. In his desperation, Kisame saw the Samahata that had abandoned him. He immediately pulled it over, using it as a shield. Boom. Samahata was obliterated by the third Reikage punch, shattering into pieces. Even with Samahata absorbing most of the impact, Kisame was still severely injured. He coughed up blood, and several new wounds appeared on his body from Samahata's own spikes. Kisame's injuries were critical. The Eight Tails didn't let up, controlling the third Reikage puppet to strike again, this punch carrying no less force than the previous one. Seeing this, Obito couldn't just watch anymore. He quickly intervened, saving Kisame. Using Kamui's intangibility, he managed to rescue Kisame. Kisame gasped for breath. If Obito had been a moment later, he would have been killed by that lightning-clad fist. Chapter 412, Can't let anyone see this humiliation. Kisame was lucky. If Obito hadn't acted, he'd be dead, Shin remarked, watching the scene unfold. Shin observed Kisame being rescued, somewhat admiring Kisame's luck. It truly was quite good. Thanks. Kisame thanked Obito. He had almost lost his life just now. Though not afraid of dying, he didn't want to die like that. Looks like this will be difficult. Obito ignored Kisame's thanks, his expression extremely grave. The Eight Tails chakra, combined with the third Reikage speed and strength, was a formidable opponent. Crucially, this opponent's defense was also formidable. It had shattered Samahata with a single punch, yet seemed unharmed itself. Hell stab, four-finger Nukite. The figure moved like lightning, its attack clearly aimed at Obito. However, when the attack struck Obito, it passed right through him, not harming him in the slightest. Obito was constantly in his Kamui intangible state, existing in another dimension. No attack could affect him. This was the power of intangibility. This dojutsu was quite broken, almost unbeatable in some respects, though it still had many weaknesses. But those weaknesses were only apparent when Obito used it. In Shin's hands, this intangibility was almost unbeatable. Shin's ocular power was immense, so the Kamui he copied seemed to have evolved. After several consecutive attacks failed to hit Obito, the Eight Tails, not being an idiot, realized Obito possessed space-time ninjutsu. Since it couldn't deal with this masked man, it would target the previously injured Kisame. Water style, Great Shark Bullet Technique. Kisame, though severely injured, had no trouble using ninjutsu. A shark-shaped water bullet shot towards the third Reikage puppet. The third Reikage puppet didn't dodge. Having fought the third Reikage many times, it knew the puppet's durability intimately. So, it stood there, taking the attack head-on, making no attempt to defend. The puppet's body withstood the water-style attack completely unscathed. An attack of this level truly couldn't harm the third Reikage. After all, the third Reikage also bore the title of Strongest Shield. Whether it was well-deserved or not, his physical strength was undeniable. Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. Seeing his previous ninjutsu attack had no effect, Kisame used water style again, this time unleashing an A-rank ninjutsu. With Kisame's terrifying chakra reserves, his Great Waterfall Technique was comparable to a tsunami, crashed towards the third Reikage puppet. Tailed Beast Ball. The Eight Tails, of course, wouldn't just take hits without retaliating. A tailed beast ball shot out, blasting the water wave apart. The force of the explosion sent the impacted Kisame flying. As for Obito, he was naturally unharmed. Injuring Obito wasn't an easy feat. The Kamui intangibility dojutsu was truly shameless. The Eight Tails' tailed beast ball attack still had no effect. Is that really a puppet? Kisame asked Obito after climbing to his feet and wiping the blood from his mouth. Could a puppet created by Shin Uzumaki possess such immense power? Are you sure Shin Uzumaki isn't controlling it right now? Kisame's suspicion was shared by Obito. Obito was also wondering if Shin Uzumaki was controlling it. In reality, they were overthinking it, although Shin was watching the show, he hadn't intervened. It was the Eight Tails controlling the puppet. If Shin had been controlling it, Kisame would be dead by now, and Obito wouldn't be faring much better. Don't think Kamui is unbeatable. Obito's Kamui had many flaws. With Shin's understanding of Kamui, finding a weakness and defeating Obito would be too easy. Retreat, Obito suddenly said to Kisame. Kisame looked at him with confusion. Are we giving up on capturing the Eight Tails? You leave first. I'll capture the Eight Tails. Obito told Kisame. Giving up? Of course not. But Obito wanted to send Kisame away. It wasn't because Obito was planning some ultimate move, but because Obito wasn't confident he could succeed. What if he failed to capture the Eight Tails and Kisame witnessed it? That would be too embarrassing. Humiliating scenes absolutely could not be seen by others. All right. Kisame agreed immediately. He had great faith in Madara Uchiha, capturing a mere Eight Tails shouldn't be a problem. He hadn't seen the previous battle where he was severely injured, while Madara Uchiha hadn't suffered a scratch. Kisame then retreated without hesitation, leaving only the Eight Tails-controlled third Reikage puppet and Obito Uchiha. Shin found this scene rather amusing. Being clever, Shin had already roughly guessed Obito's thoughts. "Let's have some fun, shall we, Obito?" Shin smiled faintly. His smile spelled doom for Obito Uchiha. Shin ocular power connected to the third Reikage puppet, instantly taking control. Although Shin had handed control of the third Reikage puppet to the Eight Tails long ago, since it was a puppet Shin created, he could control it at any time. After Shin took control of the third Reikage puppet, its aura changed slightly, but Obito Uchiha apparently didn't notice. Sealing technique, spatial lock. This was a technique Shin had developed specifically to seal space-time ninjutsu. It was perfect for dealing with Obito Uchiha, effectively sealing his Kamui intangibility. And what would happen if Obito Uchiha's Kamui intangibility was sealed? Obito Uchiha's strength would be reduced by at least half, if not more. This wasn't an exaggeration. Most of Obito Uchiha's strength actually relied on Kamui intangibility, at least before he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As for after he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, that was a different matter. Right now, there wasn't even a hint of the Ten Tails. What's going on? Obito was somewhat panicked. He discovered his Kamui had lost its effect. This was Obito's strongest ability, the one he relied on for survival. Now that it was ineffective, Obito, though appearing calm on the surface, was panicking internally. He almost turned and fled. Alas, it was too late. Even if Obito wanted to turn and flee, he had no chance. Bam. Obito's jaw suffered a heavy blow. An uppercut to the jaw sent Obito flying. Only after feeling the pain and realizing he was airborne did Obito react. Huh? Obito wondered, confused. The difference in strength before and after was too great. The puppet hadn't seemed this powerful just moments ago. It wasn't that it wasn't strong before, it was strong. But now, it was as if it were a different person controlling it. Before he could think further, Obito Uchiha was attacked again. An axe kick slammed Obito down from the sky. Even then, it wasn't over. A lightning-clad fist smashed towards Obito Uchiha's head, sending him flying dozens of meters again, crashing through several trees, his mask shattering. Chapter 413, Consider it compensation. Shin looked at the battered and near-lifeless Obito sprawled on the ground, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Is Obito Uchiha this weak? He'd received Hashirama's cells, he should be more durable. Shin had barely started warming up, and Obito was already down. If Obito knew those relentless attacks were just a warm-up, he'd probably cough up blood. Obito was indeed in a sorry state. His mask was completely shattered, his clothes tattered. His skin was charred black from the lightning, his hair styled into an afro, and his consciousness was fading. Still alive? Shin asked, descending from the sky. Obito's eyes flickered open. Seeing Shin, and then glancing at the third Reikage puppet beside Shin, his eyes filled with intense hatred. I knew it. I knew it was you controlling the third Reikage. Obito glared at Shin with loathing, as if he wanted to devour him. His hatred for Shin was bone deep now. Considering the third Reikage's sudden change in behavior, and now seeing Shin Uzumaki, it was clear Shin had been pulling the strings. Obito, I was just testing your strength. It turns out you're a bit disappointing. Shin shook his head, a look of feigned disappointment on his face. With strength like that, how can you fulfill Madara Uchiha's grand plan? I think you need more training. Obito sneered, not believing a single word Shin said. Regardless of why Shin had beaten him, Obito had already etched this incident deep into his memory. Shin wasn't bothered by Obito's resentment. He had never considered Obito a friend anyway. Besides, Shin knew that in Obito's eyes, he was already an enemy. So, Shin felt quite satisfied having the third Reikage puppet thrash him. You don't look convinced. It's alright, Obito. I can give you another chance. How about another round? Shin asked Obito with a slight smile. Obito, who had been filled with immense hatred for Shin, froze. Another round. Does Shin Uzumaki really want to kill me? Relax. I don't intend to kill you. You don't need to be so nervous, Shin reassured Obito. But could Obito truly relax? He wouldn't believe a word from Shin. He had no trust in Shin Uzumaki, not even the slightest bit, especially after being brutally beaten to near death. He wanted to use Kamui to escape, but the space was sealed. Obito's Kamui was useless, he could only remain here. Shin Uzumaki, what exactly do you want? Aren't you supposed to hand over the 8 tails? Obito asked Shin, his tone laced with anger, though Shin simply ignored it. The 8 tails is just a tool. It's useless to me. It's not that I don't want to hand it over, you're just too weak to handle it. Even without Shin's intervention, Obito would have struggled to capture the Eight Tails. It was practically impossible for him. The Eight Tails, hearing Shin's words, felt a sense of unease. What does he mean? Is Shin Uzumaki planning to sell me out? It had grown accustomed to its days of freedom. Though nominally under Shin Uzumaki's control, Shin hadn't actually controlled it. Are the good days over? The Eight Tails couldn't hold back. After hesitating for a long moment, it actually tried to flee. Turning around, it controlled the third Reikage's body, activated lightning release chakra mode, and bolted. Attacking Shin Uzumaki. The Eight Tails hadn't even considered it. Attacking would mean certain death. Run. Hopefully, I can escape to a place Shin Uzumaki can't find. Then I'll hide for 100 years before coming out again. Eight Tails, you've gotten bold, haven't you? Running away now. Shin didn't turn around, but how could he not know the Eight Tails was fleeing? A moment later, the Eight Tails obediently trotted back. Still trying to run. Don't you know you're under my control? Shin glanced at the completely subdued the Eight Tails, then looked at Obito Uchiha. Take the Eight Tails. Consider it compensation. Shin had never intended to keep the Eight Tails anyway. It was useless to him, just a tool, and not even a particularly useful one. Obito Uchiha remained silent. Even if Shin Uzumaki handed him the Eight Tails, Obito still hated him. Of course, Shin knew this, but he didn't care about Obito Uchiha's hatred. Long after Shin departed, White Zetsu appeared. Obito, what happened to you? White Zetsu asked Obito Uchiha. White Zetsu, don't tell me you don't know what happened. Obito's voice was icy, startling White Zetsu. White Zetsu wanted to scream internally. You were bullied by Shin Uzumaki, and now you're taking it out on me. Why don't you go settle the score with Shin Uzumaki if you're so tough? Get me out of here. Obito ordered White Zetsu. What about this? White Zetsu couldn't help but point at the third Reikage puppet. The Eight Tails was still sealed inside. What puzzled White Zetsu was why it wasn't moving. But White Zetsu had confirmed it wouldn't move before daring to come out. Otherwise, it wouldn't have risked appearing. Obito Uchiha naturally knew what was going on. Shin Uzumaki must have done something. After thinking for a moment, Obito absorbed the third Reikage into the Kamui dimension. After Shin left, Obito's Kamui was usable again. After absorbing the third Reikage, Obito used Kamui to teleport away, leaving White Zetsu bewildered. White Zetsu felt some disdain for Obito. It believed Obito's earlier display of near-death weakness was just an act, out of fear of being beaten up by Shin Uzumaki again. However, White Zetsu was truly mistaken this time. Obito was severely injured. He was now looking for a place to recuperate. Chapter 414, watching the show and getting dragged in. Little girl, why are you throwing a tantrum at me? I didn't do anything to you. Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools and saw Hanabi glaring at him with a cold face, leaving him utterly bewildered. He racked his brain but couldn't recall bullying Hanabi in the past few days. Could it be because he didn't bully her that she's angry? Perhaps she's a masochist. Shin nodded to himself. Don't worry, little girl. I'll bully you often from now on. Shin patted Hanabi's head. Hanabi clearly didn't know what Shin was thinking. But hearing Shin say he would bully her often made her face darken even more. Moreover, Hanabi felt she had grown up. Being called little girl by Shin still made her feel a bit dissatisfied. Seeing Hanabi get even angrier, Shin couldn't help but shake his head. Why did you suddenly go out? Hanabi huffed, hands on her hips, questioning Shin. Bomb. Hanabi, I don't need to report my whereabouts to you. Shin rapped Hanabi on the head with his knuckles, then walked past her and into the house. Wah. He bullied me again. Big sister, the big meanie bullied me. Hanabi ran off crying to find Hinata. Is she really crying? Shin couldn't help but glance back. Seeing Hanabi sneakily peeking back at him, Shin knew it was mostly fake crying. Besides, Shin hadn't used much force earlier, it wouldn't have hurt Hanabi. Forget it. I'm not going to bother with this inexplicably moody little girl. Shin walked into the house. Why isn't anyone asking where I went this time? Shin asked Tsunade and the others, somewhat surprised. Shin had expected Kushina, Tsunade, and the others to definitely ask where he'd been. He hadn't expected them not to ask at all. TCH. What's the point? You never tell the truth anyway, Tsunade said, glancing at Shin with a light scoff. Yeah, even if you were out cheating on us, we can't stop you. Mikoto shrugged, looking utterly helpless. Shin sat down beside Mikoto and said exasperatedly, if I was cheating, that'd be one thing. But I wasn't. I wouldn't hide it if I was. Oh. So you want to be open about it? Quite the Casanova, aren't you? Mikoto said, looking at Shin with interest. Mikoto, are you trying to start something? Shin raised an eyebrow, then pulled Mikoto over, staring at her seriously. Lying in Shin's embrace, Mikoto blushed slightly as Shin stared at her. It wasn't that Mikoto was a shy person, but there were other people watching. Kushina, Tsunade, Konan, Mei Terumi, everyone except Hinata, Karen, and Hanabi, who weren't present, was here, watching the show. Shin, don't hesitate. Hurry up and discipline Mikoto. I'll cheer for you. Kushina shouted enthusiastically. Mikoto, being held by Shin, shot Kushina a deep look. I'll remember this, Kushina. I hope you don't fall into my hands in the future. As for the sisterly bond between them, it was just a superficial friendship, very fragile. Even more fragile than plastic, it would break with a single touch. Shin, I think you should sort out Kushina, that loudmouth. She's always yelling and causing trouble. Mikoto leaned close to Shin's ear, her breath like orchids as she spoke. Is that so? Shin looked at Mikoto with a slight smile, a smile that made Mikoto's heart flutter. Actually, I have a suggestion. How about you sort out both of them at once? Mei Terumi, completely enjoying the drama, wasn't about to let things calm down. The bigger the commotion, the better. She even hoped it would escalate further, it would be a great show. After Mei Terumi spoke, Kushina and Mikoto exchanged a look, then immediately formed a united front. Shin, could you let me go for a moment? I have some personal business to attend to, Mikoto asked Shin softly. Shin glanced at Mei Terumi, then nodded with a smile. After Shin released Mikoto, she and Kushina advanced towards Mei Terumi. What are you two doing? Ganging up on me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Mei Terumi said, leaning back warily on the sofa. Honestly, like me and Konan, just watching the show quietly would have been fine. You just had to open your mouth. Now look, you've become the show. Tsunade said with schadenfreude. Mei Terumi looked at Tsunade with a frustrated expression. Good luck. Konan gave Mei Terumi a look of sympathy but had no intention of rescuing her. Shin, are you just going to sit there and watch? Mei Terumi didn't expect Tsunade or Konan to help her. She'd be grateful if they didn't add to the chaos. Sorry. After much thought, I've decided to just watch the show. Shin shrugged, looking like he didn't want to get involved. Humph. The promise I made to you earlier, it's off now. Mei Terumi huffed angrily. Don't. Kushina, Mikoto, give me some face. Let Mei off this once. Shin heard this and knew he couldn't stay out of it, even if he wanted to. Letting her off is impossible. Whatever Mei promised you, Mikoto and I will also promise. Kushina said to Shin, holding Mei Terumi's hands. Shin's eyes lit up, a hesitant look on his face. Should he save Mei? Kushina and Mikoto together, that was double the pleasure. Mei Terumi alone couldn't compare. Sorry, Mei. Rest in peace. Shin turned his head away dramatically. Mei Terumi was furious. That bastard had no loyalty. Wait. Just as Mei Terumi was about to say something, Mikoto suddenly covered her mouth, preventing her from saying anything that might turn the tables. Gag her first. As expected of Mikoto, so smart. Kushina gave Mikoto a thumbs up, then they both dealt with Mei Terumi. 10 minutes later, Mei Terumi's eyes were vacant, her clothes somewhat disheveled, revealing glimpses of skin. Shin couldn't help but sneak a few peeks. But after a few glances, Shin thought, why am I sneaking peeks? I can just look openly. Alright, his sneaking peeks turned into openly staring at Mei Terumi. Stop staring at me. Mei Terumi shot Shin an annoyed glare, clearly resentful towards him. That shameless jerk. And Kushina, to agree to anything without even knowing what she had promised Shin. You'll regret this. Chapter 415, anyway, I have no shame. Mei Terumi straightened her clothes and looked at Kushina and Mikoto with a haughty expression, showing no sign of her earlier discomfiture. Kushina and Mikoto looked at Mei Terumi, puzzled. Why was Mei Terumi acting so arrogant after they had just disciplined her? Did her brain break? Kushina asked, genuinely concerned. Your brain is the one that's broken. Mei Terumi shot Kushina an annoyed glare, then switched to a look of gloating amusement as she faced Kushina and Mikoto. Hee, you two are in for some bad luck now. I hope you don't regret it. Although Mei Terumi said she hoped they wouldn't regret it, her expression clearly showed she was eager to see Kushina and Mikoto's regret. Tsunade and Konan, observing from the sidelines, were also curious. Did Mei Terumi have some kind of trump card? Considering Mei Terumi's confident demeanor, it seemed likely. Their curiosity was piqued. You're bluffing, aren't you? Kushina scoffed dismissively. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm bluffing or not, Mei Terumi said with a wicked smile. Remember earlier, when I was begging Shin for help, I used a condition to get him to assist me. You two said you'd agree to whatever I promised. Mei Terumi grinned at them, making Kushina and Mikoto's hearts sink. They instinctively looked at Shin, a bad feeling creeping over them. They knew Shin too well. Shin, what is it? Mikoto couldn't help but ask Shin. Shin chuckled lightly and waved his hand. It's nothing, really. Just a promise to serve me a little. Oh, is that all? That's easy. Kushina immediately relaxed, relieved. Mei Terumi was clearly just trying to scare them. However, Mikoto wasn't as optimistic as Kushina. She felt it definitely wouldn't be that simple. Knowing Shin, it would never be that simple. There's more to it, isn't there? Mikoto looked at Shin. Ahem, that's right. As expected of Mikoto, she guessed it right away. Much smarter than Kushina. Shin gave Mikoto a thumbs up. Kushina gritted her teeth at Shin's comment. She wanted to bite him to vent her frustration. Being told Mikoto was smarter than her naturally made Kushina a bit unhappy. Then tell us, Shin, Mikoto said to Shin, the uneasy feeling in her heart growing stronger. You want to know? Fine. Shin glanced at Mei Terumi, who was now too embarrassed to meet his gaze. It's to serve me as a personal maid, for a day each. And I've prepared a handbook with specific instructions. Shin took out a manual and placed it in front of the women. I'm going out for a bit. Conan, after a glance at the manual, immediately blushed and left the room, too embarrassed to stay any longer. The contents were simply too much for her. Wow, kinky. Tsunade scanned the faces of Mei Terumi, Kushina, and Mikoto, then also turned and left. It wasn't her business, so Tsunade was quite at ease, happy to watch the show. But she'd leave for now. Even watching a show required timing. She didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Shin, you big jerk. I'll kill you. Kushina's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She also shot Mei Terumi a glare. She couldn't believe Mei Terumi would agree to this. Alright, at this moment, Mei Terumi also felt her face burning with shame. But it wasn't that she had willingly agreed, she had lost a bet to Shin and had to accept the terms. This doesn't seem to concern me anymore, so I'll be leaving now. Mei Terumi glanced at Kushina and Mikoto with a bit of schadenfreude, then prepared to leave. She was afraid of further retaliation from the embarrassed and enraged Kushina and Mikoto, so she planned to make a run for it. However, Mei Terumi was too slow. Just as she moved, Shin had already grabbed her. Wait a minute, Mei. This doesn't mean I'm letting you off the hook, Shin said with a grin. What? Mei Terumi froze for a moment, then glared angrily at Shin. Shin was unfazed by her glare. Anyway, he had no shame. Kushina and Mikoto exchanged a look. They knew that even if they wanted to back out now, Shin wouldn't let them. So, they might as well drag Mei Terumi down with them. After all, this whole thing started because of her. How could they let Mei Terumi escape? Mei, you're not going anywhere. Kushina and Mikoto flanked Mei Terumi, holding her in place. Mei Terumi glared angrily at Shin for a while but was helpless. It seemed she had to compromise. She felt she had suffered a huge loss. She'd been disciplined by Kushina and Mikoto, and she thought she could escape. If she had, it would have been worth it. But alas, Shin had no shame. In the end, Mei Terumi reluctantly agreed. Shin nodded with satisfaction, as if he could already see his happy life tomorrow. Stop grinning like that, or you'll regret it. Mei Terumi, seeing Shin still smiling, pounced on him, pulling at his cheeks. Shin didn't mind. He had gotten his way, and it was a great deal. So now he didn't care if Mei Terumi pinched his face. Seeing Mei Terumi venting her anger, Kushina and Mikoto didn't spare Shin either. Ahem, actually, I'm doing this for your own good, Shin coughed lightly. I'll punch you for your own good, how about that? Kushina asked Shin, not holding back. Shin was instantly speechless and chose to remain silent. After a long while, Tsunade and Conan returned, along with Karen, Hinata, and Hanabi. Are you done with your discussion? Tsunade asked curiously. She wondered what they had talked about after she and Conan left. Had they actually agreed? She was so curious she was considering sneaking a peek tomorrow morning. The thought flashed through her mind. Tsunade decided to get up early the next morning and see what was going on. Kushina, Mikoto, and Mei Terumi glanced strangely at Tsunade and Conan. They shouldn't be the only ones suffering, should they? They might as well drag Tsunade and Conan into this as well. That way, no one could laugh at anyone else. Initially, it was Kushina and Mei Terumi who proposed it. Mikoto had been against it at first. But later, Mikoto was persuaded by Kushina and Mei Terumi. She silently apologized to Tsunade and Conan, then started discussing how to trick them. Shin had no objections to their discussion. This was a great thing for him. He was the one benefiting, only a fool would stop them. Chapter 416, Akatsuki attacks Konoha. Shin's life in the Land of Whirlpools was one even gods would envy. Tsunade and Konan eventually fell into the trap, tricked by Kushina and the others into Shin's room to offer him morning comfort. And that little minx Karen actually tried a night raid on him. If Kushina hadn't interrupted, Shin probably would have eaten Karen. After all, meat delivered to his doorstep. Shin wouldn't become a monk and refuse. Unfortunately, Kushina interrupted. Both Shin and Karen felt it was a pity. But Shin wasn't in a hurry. There would always be a second time after the first. One day, Shin left the Land of Whirlpools and headed towards the Land of Fire, towards Konoha. According to intel from White Zetsu, the 6 tails and 7 tails had also been captured. The 8 tails had already been handed over by Shin. Now, tailed beasts 1 through 8 had been successfully sealed. Only the 9 tails remained. And the 9 tails had, for some reason, returned to Konoha. After Itachi Uchiha let it escape, Shin didn't know if the 9 tails had gone mad, but it had actually returned to Konoha. If this intel hadn't come from White Zetsu, who wouldn't deceive him, Shin would have thought White Zetsu was spouting nonsense. Shin understood the 9 tails' hatred for Konoha. Logically, there was absolutely no way it would return to Konoha. Yet, the 9 tails had done just that. This baffled Shin. Regardless, Pain had already decided to go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails, and the other Akatsuki members would go too. This time, it was a full-scale deployment. Only the 9 tails remained. So, Nagato chose to be cautious, leading all Akatsuki members to capture the 9 tails. Konoha is really in for it this time. Shin didn't think Konoha had the ability to resist. Honestly, Nagato alone was difficult to deal with, let alone the rest of the Akatsuki. Except for Itachi Uchiha, the Akatsuki was still at full strength: Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, Deidara, Kisame, and Tobi, Obito. Their combined strength rivaled that of a multi-village alliance. When Shin arrived outside Konoha, the 6 paths of Pain and the other Akatsuki members were already there. Can't wait to slaughter those Konoha bastards. I'm so excited. Haiden shouldered his scythe, his eyes filled with fanaticism. If he could sacrifice everyone in Konoha to Lord Jashin would definitely be pleased. Haiden was getting a bit conceited. Though his immortality was impressive, Haiden's actual strength was at the bottom tier of the Akatsuki. His immortality wasn't comparable to Kagaya Otsutsuki's. Haiden's was more like pseudo-immortality. If a fire-release jutsu turned him to ash, could he still revive? Impossible. Once turned to ash, Haiden would be well and truly dead. So, dealing with Haiden was actually very easy. Deidara, for example, could blow Haiden to smithereens with his clay bombs. Even if he could survive being blown to bits, without Kakuzu, being alive was worse than being dead. Don't get careless, Pain said, glancing at the Akatsuki members with a warning tone. Compared to the Nagato of the original story, the current Nagato wasn't as arrogant, likely because of Shin, who was hundreds of times stronger than him. Though Nagato issued a warning, some, like Haiden and Deidara, paid it no mind, looking down on Konoha. White Zetsu, the 9 tails chakra isn't in Konoha. Shin glanced at White Zetsu. Just now, Shin had used Kagura Mind's Eye to skin Konoha and hadn't found the 9 tails. Shin-sama, the 9 tails seems to have been voluntarily sealed back into Naruto Uzumaki. And Naruto Uzumaki isn't in Konoha right now. But I believe if we attack Konoha, he will definitely return, White Zetsu quickly explained to Shin. White Zetsu. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Pain asked White Zetsu, his tone unfriendly. He hadn't known this information. Leader, Naruto Uzumaki only recently left. I just received the intel, White Zetsu quickly explained, not daring to hide anything from the unfriendly Pain. Pain gave White Zetsu a deep look, seemingly accepting its explanation, and said nothing further. Regardless of whether Naruto Uzumaki was in Konoha or not, as long as they attacked Konoha, they weren't afraid of Konoha not handing over the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Shin-sama, actually, I'm very curious. Naruto Uzumaki should have had the 9 tails extracted by you once. How did he survive? White Zetsu asked Shin curiously. After White Zetsu asked this question, the others, intentionally or unintentionally, looked towards Shin. Clearly, they also wanted to know the answer. Shin glanced at White Zetsu but ignored its question. Since Shin didn't speak, White Zetsu didn't ask further, afraid of angering Shin. Leader, how should we enter Konoha? Sasori asked Pain. Attacking Konoha was the most important thing right now. Sasori didn't underestimate Konoha. Only a fool would. In previous shinobi world wars, Konoha had always emerged victorious. Though Kumogakure's military strength was well known, Konoha had always been the #1 hidden village. This title was earned through battle. Even though Konoha had suffered many disasters and seemed weaker now, they still needed to be cautious. We charge in. Pain said to Sasori. Leading so many people, all of whom were exceptionally strong, even Haiden, with his immortality, wasn't someone an elite jonin could easily deal with. That's what I like to hear. Deidara was very excited. He disliked sneaking around. Since they were here, they should make a grand entrance. Sasori, I've heard you single-handedly destroyed a small nation. Care to give us a demonstration? Kakuzu asked Sasori. That nation was filled with civilians. Not a single ninja. Sasori said flatly. If it were Konoha, Sasori certainly wouldn't claim to be able to destroy it. But causing some trouble for Konoha. He felt he could manage that. Let's go. Pain walked at the front, all 6 paths of Pain assembled, and entered Konoha through the main gate. Deidara and the others followed behind Pain. Konoha is doomed. I wonder if they can withstand this. Shin was particularly curious if Konoha could survive this assault without being destroyed. It felt like unless a miracle happened, Konoha was truly finished. Obito, how are your injuries recovering? Shin didn't dwell on it, turning his gaze to Obito Uchiha, who was lingering at the back. Chapter 417, A Teacher-Student Reunion. When Shin asked about his injuries, Obito felt a surge of anger. Enough time had passed that his recovery, aided by the transplanted first Hokage cells, was complete. But seeing Shin, he felt phantom pains where he'd been struck. Obito hated Shin with a passion. Even though Shin hadn't directly attacked him, he had controlled the third Reikage puppet. Obito obviously blamed Shin. No need for your concern. Obito stormed off. He was afraid he'd lose control and attack Shin. Obito, naturally impulsive, had only recently become more composed as a behind-the-scenes mastermind. But his composure was fragile. If provoked, he couldn't control his anger. TSK, I was just showing some concern, and you're not even grateful. Shin used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly into Konoha, landing on the Hokage rock. From this vantage point, he could see the entire village. With his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen, he could see an ant from dozens of kilometers away, with a 360-degree field of vision. Looking down, he saw the Akatsuki had already infiltrated. The 2 gatekeepers, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higane, were already dead. In the original story, they had survived. But now, they were gone. It was understandable. With the entire Akatsuki entering through the main gate, they would have needed Kage-level strength to survive. They were, at best, Tokubetsu Jonin, or perhaps elite Chunin. Death was inevitable. The Akatsuki had stormed in openly, with no intention of being subtle. They were causing a massive commotion. Sasori used his performance of 100 puppets, controlling 100 puppets to kill anyone in sight. He even brought out his trump card, the 3rd Kazekage puppet. Deidara created clay birds, soaring through the sky and dropping clay bombs on the village, an air force of 1. And the animal path of the 6 paths of Pain summoned countless powerful beasts, wreaking havoc throughout Konoha. News of the attack quickly reached the current Hokage, Jiraiya. He immediately left his office. Quick! All ninja, with me. We'll confront the enemy. And have the genin evacuate the villagers. Jiraiya issued his orders swiftly. In this situation, they had to fight the enemy while trying to save as many villagers as possible. Perhaps because Konoha had faced so many disasters, the villagers were quite adept at self-preservation. Upon sensing trouble, they immediately headed for the shelters. Their cooperation made the evacuation proceed smoothly. But that was a minor concern. The biggest threat was the Akatsuki. Jiraiya looked at the powerful Akatsuki members, his expression grim. Besides Zetsu, who wasn't a combatant, everyone was here. Actually, Zetsu wasn't entirely a non-combatant. White Zetsu had countless clones, and Black Zetsu's abilities could even kill 6 paths Madara. Could he be underestimated? Yahiko. Looking at the Deva path, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. He recognized him. Even though Yahiko was grown, even though it had been nearly 20 years since they last met, Jiraiya still recognized his former student. Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see. A cold, emotionless voice came from Pain's mouth. You're. As you can see, I am the leader of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sensei, I suggest you hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Pain's gaze towards Jiraiya was complex, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. A teacher-student reunion, yet Nagato felt nothing. After Yahiko's death, Nagato's only goal was world peace. Besides, Nagato already harbored hatred for Konoha. His parents had been killed by Konoha ninja. And Yahiko's death also involved Konoha ninja. Nagato's hatred for Konoha was bone deep. His hatred for Konoha was as immense as Obito's hatred for Shin. Why? Jiraiya's eyes filled with sorrow. He never thought their reunion would be as enemies. Shinra Tensei. Without answering, Nagato controlled pain, unleashing a Shinra Tensei at Jiraiya. Leader, we're still here. Haiden couldn't help but shout. Idiot. Kakuzu cursed Haiden. He had already moved away from pain. Only an idiot like Haiden would stand so close. After all this time, did he still not know the leader's abilities? Standing so close to the leader was just asking for trouble. Kakuzu and the others were smart, they knew Pain's attacks were indiscriminate, so they had already distanced themselves. Only Haiden, the fool, remained beside the leader. Ow, ow, ow. It hurt so much. Haiden screamed. The Shinra Tensei had hit him as well. Pain wouldn't hold back just because Haiden was there, especially not when he was in a bad mood. Fortunately, Haiden was immortal. Even if he was hit, he wouldn't die. Jiraiya was also sent flying, but he had been prepared. Though injured, it wasn't serious. It seems there's no turning back. Yahiko, I won't let you destroy Konoha. Jiraiya said firmly. Yahiko. Jiraiya-sensei, don't you know Yahiko is already dead? Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned. Yahiko is dead. Then, this is Nagato. Seeing the Rinnegan, Jiraiya confirmed his identity. It was indeed Nagato. Then what about Yahiko? Jiraiya didn't understand what had happened. Why had Nagato become the leader of the Akatsuki? Why was Yahiko dead? Jiraiya felt a pang of regret. He regretted not keeping in touch with them. Right, he remembered Yahiko sending him a letter once, saying he had formed an organization. Was that the Akatsuki? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to you. But today, I must stop you. Jiraiya got up from the ground, looking at Pain with a grave expression. Stop me. No one can stop me from capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hand him over, and I'll spare Konoha further destruction, Pain said calmly. If possible, Pain didn't want to kill Jiraiya. But if Jiraiya insisted on standing in his way, even if he was his former teacher, he would kill him without hesitation. So many years had passed, their bond had long since faded. Chapter 418, do you think anyone can just mess around? Summoning Jutsu. Jiraiya bit his thumb and performed the summoning jutsu, bringing forth the entire Toad family from Mount Myaboku. Gamabunta, Gamaken, Gamahiro, and Gamabunta's sons, Gamakichi and Gamatatsu. Even the little ones were summoned to assist. Of course, Fukasaku and Shima, the two sage toads, were also there. Little Jiraiya, why did you summon all of us? I was making dinner for the kids. Shima asked Jiraiya unhappily. Honey, look at Konoha's situation. Something serious is happening. Fukasaku said to Shima. Sages, Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis. I need your help, Jiraiya said earnestly to Fukasaku and Shima. Since little Jiraiya is in trouble, we won't just stand by. But let Gamatatsu and Gamakichi go back. They're too weak for this. Shima said to Jiraiya. All right. I never intended for them to fight anyway. Jiraiya called over Gamatatsu and Gamakichi, telling them to return to Mount Myaboku and keep an eye on Naruto, not letting him run wild. They absolutely could not let Naruto return to Konoha. Naruto was currently at Mount Myaboku, learning Sage Mode. Jiraiya had sent him there. We understand. Gamatatsu and Gamakichi immediately left, returning to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya's gaze fell on the 6 paths of pain. Surrounded, he felt immense pressure. Hiruzen was killed by his own student. What about you, Jiraiya? Shin stood on the Hokage rock, looking down at Jiraiya below. The plot had changed. Jiraiya might die, or he might not. Who knew the outcome? Tisk, Danzo, that coward, didn't even show up. Shin's gaze swept the area, but there was no sign of Danzo, not even a single root member. Danzo always claimed to love Konoha, but where was that love now? Shin despised his hypocrisy. A selfish man, yet he insisted on labeling himself a patriot. He was just greedy for the Hokage position. The fight has begun. Shin's eyes were fixed on Jiraiya and the 6 paths of pain. Jiraiya's combat strength was not weak, especially with the assistance of the 2 sage toads. In Sage Mode, Jiraiya was practically unmatched among Kage-level shinobi. The boost from Sage Mode was immense. However, Nagato's strength was at least Super Kage level, unleashing that level of power was no problem for him. In a fight, Nagato was undoubtedly stronger. But in terms of combat experience, Jiraiya was far more seasoned. Nagato had limited battle experience. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had fought countless battles, big and small. Nagato couldn't compare. So, Shin was particularly looking forward to their fight. Is Nagato getting cocky? Shin observed closely. He saw Nagato just watching as Jiraiya entered Sage Mode, not even trying to stop him. After entering Sage Mode, Jiraiya's strength would increase by more than just a little. Sage Mode was basically a cheat. Nagato was a bit arrogant. He felt that even with Jiraiya at full power, it wouldn't matter. Nagato didn't care. There was also a bit of respect for Jiraiya, his final respect. Let him use his full strength and die gloriously. It was also a nod to their past teacher-student relationship. Regardless of the reason, in Shin's view, Nagato's actions were clearly foolish. He doesn't even have my strength, yet he dares to mess around. Shin scoffed. Did Nagato think anyone could pull that off? He should know better. Sage Art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair hardened like needles and shot towards the 6 paths of pain. Shin wanted to make a comment about Jiraiya's potential for baldness, but he knew Jiraiya's hair would regenerate. Shinra Tensei. This kind of wide-area attack was blocked by Shinra Tensei. All of Jiraiya's attacks were repelled by the repulsive force. Jiraiya wasn't surprised. He had expected this. The Akatsuki's leader wasn't easily defeated, especially since he was Jiraiya's own student. Speaking of teaching students, Jiraiya's teaching ability was probably the best in the shinobi world. None of Jiraiya's students were weak. If Yahiko hadn't died early, he would have achieved great things. But his personality doomed him. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. Jiraiya used immense Sage Art chakra to form a giant Rasengan, dozens of times larger than a normal Rasengan, and slammed it towards the 6 paths of pain. Blocking technique absorption seal. The Preta path stepped forward, intending to absorb this powerful ninjutsu. And it did, but after absorbing it, it unfortunately turned into a stone frog. Jiraiya's attack was infused with Sage Art chakra, not ordinary chakra. Without Sage Mode, absorbing Sage Art chakra had this result. In the initial exchange, the Preta path was defeated. Defeating one Preta path didn't make Jiraiya happy. He could see who was the strongest. Actually, the Preta path's ability was very strong, but if it encountered Sage Art, there was nothing to be done. Even 6 paths Madara, as a 10-tails Jinchuriki, could be injured by Sage Art, let alone Preta path. After defeating the Preta path, Jiraiya instantly appeared behind the Naraka path, kicking it. In Sage Mode, his strength and speed increased dozens of times. A large hole was kicked into the Naraka path's body. Of course, this wasn't important. The Naraka path was just a puppet, it didn't affect its movements. Sage Art, Great Flame Bullet. Jiraiya didn't let up. After kicking the Naraka path away, he immediately followed up with a Great Flame Bullet, incinerating it completely. By a stroke of luck, Jiraiya had defeated the Naraka path. This was fortunate for Jiraiya. The Naraka path's ability was to summon the King of Hell and repair the other 6 paths of pain. If it hadn't been destroyed, real trouble would have awaited Jiraiya. Chapter 419, The Return of the 8 Gates Formation. Jiraiya managed to take down 2 of the pains, but it couldn't be said that he had the upper hand. Initially, Nagato had underestimated Jiraiya. Now, taking him seriously, he controlled the remaining 4 pains, completely suppressing Jiraiya. The Azura path handled close combat, the human path sought opportunities to extract Jiraiya's soul, and the animal path summoned a relentless stream of beasts to attack. The Deva path remained in reserve, ready to intervene if Jiraiya gained an advantage. While Jiraiya and Pain fought, the other Akatsuki members weren't idle. They launched a fierce assault on the Konoha ninja. Kisame, even without his Samahata, unleashed a devastating water-style jutsu that was like a natural disaster. It took more than 10 jonin working together just to block him. Elsewhere, Haiden, wielding his scythe, madly pursued Kakashi Hatake. "Stand still, you coward." Haiden roared at Kakashi, his frustration boiling over. If he could just catch Kakashi, he'd slice him in 2. Unfortunately for Haiden, he couldn't match Kakashi's speed. Though Haiden's taijutsu was decent, he wasn't particularly agile. Kakashi, on the other hand, aside from his limited chakra, had few weaknesses. "Looks like I have to use Kamui." Kakashi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan with a grave expression. He knew about Haiden's abilities, which was why he'd been avoiding a direct confrontation. Konoha's investigation into the Akatsuki had been thorough, they knew about all the members, including Haiden's immortality. That was why Kakashi was so cautious. "Ha ha ha. Finally stopped running. Now die, you fool." Haiden laughed wildly. Pride comes before a fall. Haiden's triumphant laughter was cut short as his upper body vanished, his lower half collapsing to the ground. Kakashi clutched his eye, a trail of blood seeping from it. He had just used Kamui, twisting space to sever Haiden's upper body and transport it to the Kamui dimension. Obito will probably find Haiden's upper half when he uses Kamui. Haiden likely wouldn't die, but who knew how Obito would deal with him? He'd probably just let Haiden starve to death. Even with Haiden's supposed immortality, without food, he would likely die. Even if he didn't starve, Obito would surely find a way to finish him off. Phew. Kakashi took a deep breath, then headed towards Kakuzu. The most troublesome Akatsuki members for Konoha were Deidara and Sasori. Not because they were stronger than the others, but because their destructive capabilities were immense. Deidara, from the sky, rained down various clay bombs, destroying Konoha's buildings. Sasori was also formidable, his 100 puppets causing just as much destruction as Deidara. Boom. Jiraiya was sent flying, spitting blood. He struggled to his feet, looking at the Deva path with horror. While he had been focused on the other pains, he had left himself open. The Deva path had seized the opportunity, hitting him with a close-range Shinra Tensei. However, in order to heavily injure Jiraiya, the other pains were also destroyed. They were destroyed by Pain himself. Shinra Tensei was an indiscriminate attack, allies were also within its range. It could only be said that Pain lacked control. Little Jiraiya, how are you? Fukasaku and Shima asked Jiraiya with concern. I'm fine for now. Jiraiya said, struggling to stand. He couldn't fall now. He was the soul of the Konoha ninja. If he fell, their morale would crumble. Jiraiya-sensei, it's all over. The Deva path floated in the air, looking down at Jiraiya, as if preparing for a final, devastating attack. Is Pain going to nuke Konoha? Shin watched the posturing Pain from above. Feel pain, think about pain, accept pain, know pain. Those who do not know pain can never understand true peace. Just as Pain was about to unleash Super Shinra Tensei, a monstrous surge of chakra interrupted him. What's this? Shin, who had been enjoying the show, showed a flicker of surprise, his gaze drawn to the source of the powerful chakra eruption. What an incredible willpower. Shin's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He was familiar with this chakra, it belonged to Might Guy. After his battle with Shin, Guy had been left crippled. Shin had spared his life out of admiration. Shin had thought Guy would never be able to use the 8 inner gates again, yet here he was, opening the 8th gate once more. This willpower, even Shin was impressed. Guy, is that you? Kakashi, struggling against Kakuzu, looked towards the Konoha hospital. Hiya. Evening elephant. A roar echoed through Konoha. A continuous air cannon, shaped like an elephant's foot, struck the Deva path, who had been preparing his ultimate attack in the sky. Instantly, the Deva path vanished, not even a corpse remaining. Guy-sensei. Rock Lee knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he watched Might Guy, whose speed distorted space itself. He had already been lucky to survive once. Using the 8 gates formation again was a certain death sentence. Unless another miracle occurred. But miracles rarely happen twice. Besides, Guy surviving before wasn't a miracle, Shin had spared his life. Otherwise, Guy would have died long ago. What is this power? Sasori was stunned. But he didn't have time to be stunned for long. Guy's fist shattered his Hiriko puppet, destroying both the puppet and the core of his true body within. Sasori, who had lived a little longer this time, was finally dead. Then, Kisame Hashigaki, who was near Sasori, exploded into a mist of blood. This sudden turn of events stunned the entire Akatsuki. They even forgot to attack. Even Obito Uchiha, watching with wide eyes, was shocked by Guy's attack. Isn't that Might Guy? Though they weren't in the same class, they were in the same grade. Was Might Guy this strong? This couldn't be described as just strong. It was sheer annihilation. The Deva path hadn't even had time to react before being obliterated. Chapter 420, Nagato's Rampage. The destruction of Konoha. After killing Kisame Hashigaki, Guy didn't attack again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was already dead. Yes, from the moment he killed Sasori and swung his fist at Kisame, Guy was already dead. In other words, Guy's death actually preceded Kisame's. The force of his punch, after his death, was what killed Kisame. Opening the 8 inner gates had already crippled Guy's body. This time, opening the 8th gate, he only lasted 3 seconds before his body gave out and he died. From the moment Guy used the 8 gates formation to his final death, only 3 seconds passed. But in those 3 seconds, he had eliminated Pain, Kisame, and Sasori. If he had lasted another 3 seconds, the other Akatsuki members, except perhaps Obito, would have all died there. No, Shin would have been fine. Technically, Shin was also a member of the Akatsuki. Sigh, he still died. Shin shook his head with a sigh. Honestly, even if someone was dead, Shin could revive them. Hagoromo Otsutsuki had been able to revive Naruto and Sasuke. Shin, naturally, had that ability too, and without using the Rinne rebirth technique. But Shin wouldn't revive Might Guy again. Saving him once was enough. Now that Guy was dead, perhaps it was his destiny. Well, Actually, according to the original story, Guy wouldn't have died. But since Shin came to this world, the world had to follow the changes he brought. If I'm not mistaken, Nagato should be heading over now. Shin smiled faintly and continued watching the show from the Hokage rock. The good part wasn't over yet. Pain had been obliterated, not even a speck of dust remaining, but Nagato wasn't dead. And Nagato would definitely come. Nagato valued Yahiko too much. Now that Yahiko's body was gone, Shin believed Nagato would go berserk. Sure enough, not long after, Nagato stormed over from outside Konoha, his entire being radiating a violent aura. "You're Nagato." Jiraiya wiped the blood from his mouth, looking at the approaching Nagato, barely recognizing him. He hadn't expected Nagato to become like this. He remembered the once introverted but handsome Nagato. How had he turned into this skeletal, demonic figure? Looking at Nagato now, he truly resembled a demon crawled out of hell. His life force had been drained, leaving him emaciated. Combined with his long time hiding in dark places, his skin was unnaturally pale. With his ferocious expression, he was truly terrifying, no different from a demon. "Who was that just now?" Nagato asked Jiraiya fiercely. Jiraiya looked at the ferocious Nagato. He knew Nagato was asking about Guy, the one who destroyed Pain. But Jiraiya didn't intend to tell him. If he did, even if Guy was already dead, Nagato would definitely desecrate his body. "Nagato, I don't know why you've become like this, but I hope you can come to your senses," Jiraiya said to Nagato earnestly. In Jiraiya's heart, Nagato wasn't a bad person, nor was he suited to be one. Something must have happened to make him this way. Jiraiya vaguely guessed it had something to do with Yahiko's death. "Since you won't talk, then you can be destroyed along with Konoha." Nagato looked at Jiraiya coldly, then unhesitatingly used Super Shinra Tensei. He no longer cared about anything in Konoha, not even the Akatsuki members. Yahiko's body was destroyed, Konoha had to pay. With Nagato at the center, a destructive repulsive force flattened Konoha's buildings in an instant. Countless people died. Chibaku Tensei. After flattening Konoha with Super Shinra Tensei, Nagato didn't stop. He immediately used Chibaku Tensei. The rubble of Konoha was quickly drawn towards a gravitational sphere in the sky, including the corpses of Konoha ninja, forming a small planet. Not a large planet, maybe only about a dozen kilometers in diameter, but its deterrent force was immense. Compared to the moon, it was indeed not very large. But to the survivors of Konoha, this was the sword of Damocles, ready to destroy them at any moment. Nagato. Jiraiya stood up in pain. Jiraiya hadn't died, and he had resisted the gravitational pull of Chibaku Tensei. But looking at the planet, dozens of kilometers in size, in front of him, Jiraiya was terrified. If it fell, the villagers who had taken refuge behind the Hokage rock would also die. Konoha would cease to exist. The ground of Konoha had been scraped clean, countless people dead. Nagato killed more people this time than I did in the Shinobi World War. Shin couldn't help but remark. Those who hadn't reached the shelters were dead. Not even ninja could withstand that attack, let alone civilians. Konoha, this time, could be said to be wiped off the map. Unless Nagato, like in the original story, revived everyone he had killed. But that was impossible. In the original story, it was a bit absurd, Nagato didn't have the ability to revive so many people. Though reviving someone shortly after death consumed less energy, how many people had died? Including civilians, it was no exaggeration to say at least tens of thousands. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't revive all of them. "Sages, you should go back," Jiraiya said to Fukasaku and Shima. "Little Jiraiya, you should go too. You can still save your life with the reverse summoning technique," Shima said to Jiraiya. "No. I will live and die with Konoha." Jiraiya closed his eyes. He couldn't live with the shame of Konoha being destroyed during his reign. The once great Konoha was gone just like that. He had no face to live on. He might as well die here. Nagato controlled Chibaku Tensei, bringing it crashing down on Konoha, as if to completely annihilate everything. Actually, besides the villagers and ninjas still in the shelters, there was nothing left of Konoha. Has Nagato lost his mind? Obito's face was grim. He held an unconscious person in his hand. It was Kakashi Hatake. If Obito hadn't saved him, Kakashi would have died in the earlier Super Shinra Tensei. Obito didn't know why, but when he saw Kakashi in danger, he had subconsciously saved him. Even though he hated Kakashi, he still saved him. Perhaps Kakashi was Obito's true love, and Rin no Era was just an accident. Chapter 421, this isn't just holding back, it's throwing the fight. Susanoo. A black Susanoo, towering over 100 meters tall, stood beneath the descending Chibaku Tensei. "I'm standing right here, you know. Are you trying to crush me?" Shin said calmly. The Susanoo drew a katana from its back and slashed upwards at the celestial body. With a single swing, a sword aura that seemed to cleave the sky shot upwards, splitting into 8 distinct blades and tearing apart Nagato's Chibaku Tensei. Is that Shin Uzumaki? Jiraiya, who had been awaiting his death with closed eyes, stared in stunned silence at the black, perfect Susanoo. He'd seen Shin's Susanoo during the Second Shinobi World War. Though it had been over 20 years, the sight was still familiar. Super Shinra Tensei. Nagato's cold, emotionless gaze fixed on Shin's perfect Susanoo. A violent repulsive force erupted once more. So he's really lost it. Attacking me too. Shin, who had been about to dismiss his Susanoo, was taken aback. He'd just been sharpening his sword on the Chibaku Tensei. Was there really a need to attack him? Since he had attacked, Shin would naturally respond. This level of Chibaku Tensei is pathetic. Shin controlled the Susanoo, swinging its katana. The clouds in the sky parted before his slash. For a moment, it felt as if Shin's blade was the only thing in existence. Boom. Nagato, floating in the sky, was sent flying like a rubber ball, struck by the Susanoo's single slash. Not bad. My swordsmanship seems to have improved again, Shin said with a smile. Jiraiya, you should thank me. If it weren't for me, Konoha would cease to exist. Then again, it seems it already has. Shin dismissed his Susanoo and walked over to Jiraiya. Why? Jiraiya looked at Shin, puzzled. Knowing Shin Uzumaki, he wasn't the type to help others out of pure kindness. No reason. You should focus on rebuilding Konoha. Shin turned and walked away, leaving Jiraiya staring after him. Jiraiya's assessment of Shin was correct. Shin wasn't the type to help others. The reason he'd intervened this time was for Tsunade. Although she had claimed to sever all ties with Konoha, Shin knew she would be heartbroken if the village was truly destroyed. The village was, after all, the legacy of the Senju clan, her grandfather's life's work. As a man, he couldn't let his woman be unhappy. Besides, for Shin, it was a trivial matter. Thank you. Jiraiya said, spitting out a mouthful of blood, then looked in the direction Shin had left and offered his sincere thanks. Regardless of Shin Uzumaki's motives, his actions had saved Konoha. Of course, the current Konoha was a shadow of its former self. The number of ninja had been drastically reduced, and more than half the villagers were dead. Only those who had been evacuated to the shelters had survived. The loss of villagers was one thing, but the loss of ninja, over half of Konoha's shinobi force had perished, and most of the survivors were genin. They had only survived because they were in the shelters, otherwise, they would have suffered a far worse fate. Shin, after leaving, appeared before the unconscious Nagato, who had been sent flying by his slash. Nagato's hair was now white, his face wrinkled, he looked as if he had aged 20 years. Super Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei had consumed Nagato's life force, leaving him in this decrepit state. Be grateful I held back, otherwise, there wouldn't even be a body left. Shin felt he had held back too much with that last slash. This wasn't just holding back, it was practically throwing the fight. Though Nagato had survived thanks to Shin's mercy, he was crippled. In his current state, who could he even fight? He probably couldn't even handle a Kage-level opponent now. If he dared to use his Rinnegan again, he'd likely kill himself without anyone else needing to lift a finger. This attack on Konoha, what a mess. Didn't even get the Nine Tails, and the Akatsuki is wiped out. Shin hadn't expected this outcome. Who would have thought Guy's willpower would be so strong? If Guy hadn't intervened, capturing the Nine Tails wouldn't have been difficult, and the Akatsuki would have suffered no losses. Now, the only Akatsuki members left were Obito and Zetsu. Nagato was crippled. As for Shin, well, if he wanted to rely on Shin to get things done, that would be difficult. He only acted when he felt like it. Deidara and Kakuzu, who hadn't died earlier, were killed by Nagato's berserk Super Shinra Tensei. Kakuzu's 5 hearts couldn't save him. Deidara was also unlucky enough to die at Nagato's hands. Truly, Nagato was a harbinger of death and destruction. Without exaggeration, Nagato had killed more people than Shin had in the entire Shinobi World War. Oh, you're here. And you saved your best buddy. Shin heard footsteps behind him and knew who it was. The only one who would appear here now was Obito. Obito was lucky. If 8 Gates Guy had targeted him first, Obito would be dead. Obito was unharmed. Kamui's intangibility made him immune. His body was in another dimension, so even the most powerful Shinra Tensei couldn't hurt him. However, Obito was still in shock. It hadn't been long, yet the Akatsuki had been reduced to such a pathetic state. At this moment, Obito realized the Akatsuki had no one left to use. Nagato was practically crippled. Zetsu was best at intelligence gathering, with no combat ability. Shin Uzumaki was powerful enough, but because he was too powerful, he couldn't be commanded. In Obito's mind, Shin Uzumaki wasn't even considered a part of the Akatsuki. This is so frustrating. Obito felt a wave of exhaustion. He had become a commander with no soldiers. If he had known attacking Konoha would lead to this, he would have stopped it. But it was too late for regrets now. From now on, the entire Akatsuki would likely rely on him to support it. Or he'd have to recruit new members. Thinking of recruitment, Obito's eyes lit up slightly. There were people he could recruit. For example, Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. He might be a good addition. His strength was sufficient. According to White Zetsu's intel, he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If used well, he could become the sharpest blade in Obito's hands. Nagato Uzumaki is all yours. Shin glanced at the contemplative Obito and said. Then Shin left, not caring what Obito would do with Nagato. Even if he killed him, it didn't matter to Shin. He had no relationship with Nagato. After Shin left, Obito looked down at Nagato, deep in thought. He had initially planned to kill Nagato and retrieve the Rinnegan. But after a moment of consideration, Obito decided against it. Perhaps Nagato was still useful. He'd let him live for now. Chapter 422, Is there a reward? I'm home. Aren't you going to welcome me? Shin returned home and shouted loudly. What are you howling about? Who would welcome you? You're lucky we don't beat you up, Kushina glared at Shin and retorted unhappily. Oh. Kushina, you want to fight me? Shin cracked his knuckles and walked towards Kushina. She's gotten bold. Time to remind her who's in charge. Don't come over here. I was just kidding. Kushina took a few cautious steps back, then grabbed Mikoto and used her as a shield, hiding behind her. Look at your so-called best friend, Mikoto. Using you as a shield. How heartless, Tsunade said to Mikoto, enjoying the drama. Konan looked at Tsunade, speechless. Aren't you just trying to stir up trouble between Kushina and Mikoto? Tsunade's instigation was unnecessary. Kushina and Mikoto had already realized their friendship was more like plastic, fragile and easily broken. Tsunade, I have some big news. Want to hear it? Shin temporarily ignored Kushina, planning to discipline her later. Perhaps tonight would be a good time. He'd make sure Kushina unlocked even more new poses, otherwise, he'd walk backward from now on. Kushina, seeing Shin back off, was about to celebrate when she suddenly felt a shiver. Is Shin planning some kind of cruel revenge? What important thing do you want to tell me? Tsunade asked Shin curiously. Ahem, I'm a bit thirsty after coming back from outside. And this shoulder is a little sore. Shin sat down in the main seat and complained loudly. Tsunade clenched her fists. Clever as she was, how could she not understand Shin's meaning? Fine. To satisfy her curiosity, she will serve him this once. Just as Tsunade's hand reached for the teapot, a smaller hand beat her to it. Shin-sama, are you thirsty? Please drink some water. Karen diligently poured Shin a cup of tea, then ran behind him to massage his shoulders. Tsunade looked at the diligent Karen and smiled. Sigh. Shin sighed slightly. Compared to this, Shin would have preferred seeing Tsunade serve him tea and massage his shoulders. Did I not do a good job? Karen asked Shin, hearing his sigh. No, Karen, you did great. Shin felt Karen was definitely cut out to be a maid. Now, tell me what's going on. Tsunade nudged Shin's shoulder. Tsunade hated cliffhangers. If her curiosity wasn't satisfied, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. All right, I'll tell you. It's not good news. Konoha was almost destroyed. Well, it is mostly destroyed. Shin didn't keep her in suspense any longer. If he did, Tsunade might just use her monstrous strength to punch him. Shin had no masochistic tendencies, he didn't want to be treated violently. Tsunade's expression stiffened slightly, then she shook her head. I've already left Konoha. Whatever happens to the village has nothing to do with me anymore. Though Tsunade acted nonchalant, Shin could see a trace of sorrow deep in her eyes. After all, she had grown up in Konoha, and the village had been founded by her grandfather and the Senju clan. Her feelings for Konoha naturally ran deep. Even after so many years away, which had diluted her feelings, hearing the news still made her a little sad. Actually, I haven't finished my story. Konoha should have been completely destroyed, beyond saving. But in the end, I stepped in and saved it. Though the losses were heavy, at least it won't be wiped off the map. Shin took a sip of water and said to Tsunade. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Tsunade gritted her teeth, looking at Shin. She was truly angered by him. Hey, Tsunade, don't be angry. I really didn't mean to upset you. Shin quickly waved his hands, signaling Tsunade to calm down. Tsunade, look, I helped Konoha out once, purely for your sake. So, shouldn't you give me some kind of reward? After a while, once Tsunade had calmed down, Shin hinted to her. No, this was more than a hint. You want a reward from me? You must be dreaming. Tsunade glanced at Shin, gave him a big eye roll, and then ignored him. No way, Tsunade. You're so heartless. Do you know how cold my heart feels hearing you say that? Shin grabbed Tsunade's hand and placed it on his chest. Do you feel it? Isn't it freezing cold? Shin asked Tsunade. Don't think I don't know you're using ice release. Tsunade pulled back her cold little hand and slapped Shin playfully. Really no reward at all. Look how pitiful I am. Nothing at all. Shin looked at Tsunade with pitiful eyes. Stop being pathetic. It's disgusting. Tsunade huffed lightly, though her mood had improved significantly. It didn't matter if Konoha suffered heavy losses, as long as it wasn't wiped off the map. Otherwise, her ancestors' life's work would have been in vain. Though she claimed to have severed ties with Konoha, Tsunade didn't want to see it truly destroyed. Shin wore a frustrated expression. After dinner, Tsunade suddenly walked over to Shin, tugged on his clothes, glanced towards her room, and then returned to her room. Shin's eyes lit up slightly. It seemed there was a reward after all. The thing he'd been waiting for was about to happen. He had originally planned to discipline Kushina today, but forget it. Tomorrow would be the same. Kushina should be glad she escaped today. But just because she escaped today didn't mean she could escape tomorrow or the day after, unless Shin completely forgot about it. Shin came to Tsunade's room, walking over to her with a grin. Seeing Shin enter, Tsunade blushed slightly and told Shin to close the door, and to close it tightly. Otherwise, what if someone came over to eavesdrop or peek? She had to be prepared. Karen, for example, had a history of that. Chapter 423, Still Fighting Amongst Yourselves. The Akatsuki's attack on Konoha sent shockwaves through the shinobi world. Konoha was in the midst of rebuilding. The villagers' faces were etched with sorrow. This was the most devastating blow Konoha had suffered since its founding. Danzo, where were you when the Akatsuki attacked? And the two elders, where were you? Jiraiya questioned Danzo, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohara Udatane, his voice sharp with accusation. During Konoha's crisis, Danzo and the others were nowhere to be found. Now that the dust had settled, they conveniently reappeared. Jiraiya, watch your tone, Danzo said, his voice devoid of emotion. Jiraiya was so enraged by Danzo's nonchalant response that he almost choked. He was already severely injured, his condition was not good. Remember, you are the Hokage. Konoha has just faced a major crisis. You should be the one giving everyone an explanation. Danzo stared at Jiraiya. His goal was to oust the injured Jiraiya and seize the Hokage position for himself. Even with Konoha in its current state, Danzo was confident he could lead the village to glory. Danzo always possessed a strange, misplaced confidence. In reality, he was far from capable. If the shattered Konoha were entrusted to Danzo, its complete destruction wouldn't be far off. An explanation. Jiraiya was furious. He was the one demanding answers, and Danzo had the audacity to ask him for an explanation. Jiraiya didn't deny his own responsibility. The Akatsuki's leader was his former student. As Hokage, he was ultimately responsible for the village's losses. But now, he was confronting Danzo and the two elders. When Konoha was on the brink of annihilation, they were nowhere to be seen. Do they care about anything other than power? Is Konoha worthless to them? Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart. Jiraiya, Koharu, and I were evacuating the villagers, Hamura Mitokado stated flatly. Bullshit. Jiraiya didn't believe a single word. Evacuating villagers? He was certain they had been hiding somewhere safe. Jiraiya, you're no longer fit to be Hokage. You should focus on recovering, Danzo said to Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Hamura and Koharu's expressions changed slightly. They didn't want to remove Jiraiya as Hokage. They knew Danzo's motive was to take the position for himself. That was unacceptable. The disaster that befell Konoha can't be entirely blamed on Jiraiya. I think Jiraiya should continue as Hokage, Kohara Udatane said. Indeed. I agree, Hamura Mitokado immediately concurred. You too, are you really going to oppose me? A ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. This was his last chance to become Hokage. If he missed this opportunity, he might never get another. He was old, he didn't know how much longer he had to live. If he failed now, he'd never achieve his lifelong ambition. Danzo's killing intent flared. If these two old fools stood in his way again, he'd send them to join Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hamura and Koharu sensed Danzo's killing intent. It was a chilling realization. Knowing Danzo, he would act on his threats. Since he had murderous intent, he would definitely try to kill them. However, they still didn't back down and support Danzo. The outcome would be the same. Even if they supported Danzo and he became Hokage, he would eventually find a way to eliminate them. They would have to be extremely careful around Danzo from now on. Dying at Danzo's hands would be a truly tragic end. In the end, Jiraiya's questioning was futile. No one was held accountable. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu all walked away unscathed. Watching them leave, Jiraiya's face was as dark as a thundercloud. They were a cancer, hindering Konoha's recovery. But he couldn't do anything about them. At least he had managed to hold onto the Hokage position. That was something. It wasn't that Jiraiya loved the position, but if Danzo became Hokage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Danzo returned to the root base, his face even darker, his killing intent palpable. You old geezers. You forced my hand. Being blocked by Hamura and Koharu again had pushed Danzo over the edge. He had to kill them, no matter what. Yamanaka-fu, Abirame Torian, go kill Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane. Remember, don't be discovered. If possible, make it look like Jiraiya did it. Danzo summoned his two strongest subordinates and gave them their orders. Even now, with Konoha in ruins, Danzo was still focused on internal strife. He truly was a special kind of talent. Yes, Lord Danzo. Fu and Torian left with a team of root operatives. No one in Konoha knew about the internal turmoil brewing while they were busy rebuilding. Other hidden villages were watching Konoha closely, hoping to take advantage of its weakness. But they had their own problems. The Akatsuki had captured their Jinchuriki, no village could let that slide. Well, Kirigakure was an exception. The Three Tails had been a wild-tailed beast, captured by Shin after it wandered onto his territory. As for the Six Tails Jinchuriki, he had already become a missing meme, so Kirigakure wasn't directly involved. And with Hayashi Hyuga now the Mizukage, their past animosity with the Akatsuki was gone. Hayashi Hyuga chose to remain a bystander to Konoha's misfortune. Not kicking them while they were down was already a kindness. As for the Akatsuki, Nagato, though not dead, was a frail shadow of his former self, unable to exert much power. Obito had already abandoned him. Nagato was useless now. The only reason he was still alive was because Obito had some lingering use for him. Once Nagato was truly worthless, Obito would be the first to kill him. He definitely wanted Nagato's pair of Rinnegan. Chapter 424, Finding Nawaki to take over Konoha. Why did you come to the Land of Whirlpools? Are you here to thank me specifically? Shin asked Jiraiya. He wondered what wind had blown Jiraiya here today. And he had come specifically to find Shin. Actually, I'm here to ask for a favor, Jiraiya said. Shin had already guessed as much. Jiraiya must have needed something. Otherwise, with Konoha in such a mess, how could he have time to come here? Then let's not waste time here. Let's go. Shin immediately issued a dismissal order. But. Hey. Didn't you hear him? Shin-sama has already asked you to leave. Do you want me to throw you out? Karen threatened Jiraiya, shaking her fist. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly. Even though he is injured, a little girl threatening him. Actually, even if Jiraiya wasn't injured, Karen would still threaten him. Not just because Shin was behind her, but in terms of strength, Jiraiya was no match for Karen. Under Shin's tutelage, Karen's strength had reached Super Kage level. She had also mastered Sage Mode. However, Jiraiya couldn't see that. He didn't know how strong the Karen before him truly was. Shin, please, I really need your help with something. It's a simple matter for you, Jiraiya bowed deeply to Shin, a formal gesture of utmost respect. Shin-sama, should I throw him out? Karen asked Shin. She was deeply resentful of Jiraiya. Her precious time with Shin was being interrupted by him. If she didn't know he was acquainted with Shin, she would have already sent him to the afterlife with a single punch. Alright, tell me what you need first. I'll consider it after I hear you out, Shin said, looking at Jiraiya for a moment. Phew. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shin was willing to listen, that was enough. He had been afraid Shin would just kick him out without hearing a word. That would have been too embarrassing. It's like this. I'm trying to find Nawaki, but I don't know where he is. So I wanted to ask for your help. It really wasn't a major issue. Jiraiya wanted to find Nawaki but couldn't, so he came here to ask Shin for help. Can't you have Konoha Ninja look for him? Shin looked at Jiraiya. If Jiraiya ordered a full-scale search, they would definitely find Nawaki. It's not that I don't want to, but with Konoha's current situation, we can't spare the manpower, Jiraiya said with a wry smile. Then why are you looking for Nawaki? Shin asked, frowning. Though he didn't think Jiraiya would harm Nawaki, Shin still wanted to be clear about the situation before agreeing to help. Alright, I'll be honest with you. I'm looking for Nawaki because I want him to become Hokage. Shin couldn't help but laugh. Nawaki was still a missing nin. Asking him to become Hokage. This was ridiculous. Don't laugh. Konoha is truly in a desperate situation right now. I'm severely injured and can't continue to lead. Jiraiya pointed to his injuries. His strength was only a tenth of what it used to be. Konoha is a mess right now. You're asking Nawaki to clean it up for you. You're quite the schemer. Shin looked at Jiraiya calmly. With Konoha in its current state, whoever became Hokage would be unlucky. How could one person solve so many problems? Besides Danzo, who was obsessed with becoming Hokage, no one would be willing to take on this mess. They were just looking for someone to take the fall. Can you take me to see Nawaki? I'll talk to him personally. Jiraiya said with a wry smile. Alright, I'll take you to see Nawaki. Shin knew Nawaki's childhood dream was to become Hokage. He wondered if that dream still held. If it did, Shin wouldn't stop him from taking the position. Karen, go tell Kushina and Tsunade I'll be back soon, Shin turned and said to Karen. Ah. You're not taking me with you. Karen's face showed disappointment, then she shot Jiraiya a fierce glare. Jiraiya was bewildered. He didn't understand why she was so hostile. But he knew women were best avoided, so he said nothing. Let's go. Shin opened a spatial gate with Yamatsu Hirasaka and stepped through. Jiraiya looked at the black portal, hesitating. Was it safe to enter? But Shin had already entered. He couldn't possibly harm him, could he? If Shin wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need any tricks. When Jiraiya passed through, Shin was already chatting with Nawaki. Who's there? Nawaki warily looked at Jiraiya emerging from the spatial gate. Seeing it wasn't Tsunade, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not my sister. Nawaki was terrified of Tsunade. If she came, she'd definitely pester him about getting a girlfriend. Nawaki didn't even want to think about that topic right now. Well, here's the guy who wants you to take over his mess, Shin said. Nawaki looked at Shin, completely clueless about what he meant. Let me explain. Jiraiya wants you to become Hokage, Shin said simply to Nawaki. Become Hokage? Seriously? You're not kidding, are you? Nawaki couldn't believe it. He felt Shin was messing with him. How could that be? He was still a Konoha missing nin. Bomb. Shin punched Nawaki on the head. Would I lie to you? Have I ever lied to you before? I was just asking. Why'd you have to hit me? You're as violent as my sister, Nawaki said, rubbing his sore head. I'll be sure to tell Tsunade what you said. I wonder if she'll make a special trip to see you, Shin said with a faint smile. Don't. Please don't. My good brother-in-law, please don't get me killed. Nawaki pleaded with Shin in terror. If Tsunade heard he called her violent, she'd beat him up for sure. Alright, I won't tell her. Now let go of my hand. Shin looked with disgust at Nawaki, who was clinging to his sleeve. If it were a beautiful woman, Shin wouldn't mind at all. But a burly man. Shin was utterly repulsed. Chapter 425, Nawaki's decision, returning to Konoha. After Shin and Nawaki talked for a while, Jiraiya was finally able to interject and explain the situation to Nawaki in more detail. Shin had only given him a brief overview, Jiraiya provided a more thorough explanation. Nawaki, for the sake of the Senju clan's legacy, I hope you'll return to Konoha and become Hokage. I'm still a missing nin. Nawaki frowned, reminding Jiraiya. That's not a problem at all. I can have your missing nin status revoked, Jiraiya said quickly. For Jiraiya, such a small matter was not a concern. Nawaki fell silent. After a long moment, he looked up at Shin. Shin, what do you think I should choose? Nawaki couldn't make up his mind, so he wanted Shin to advise him. You want me to choose for you? Nawaki, you're a grown man now. Learn to make your own decisions, Shin said, exasperated. However, when Nawaki asked for Shin's opinion, Shin could already guess Nawaki's inclination. Nawaki still wants to be Hokage. If Nawaki had no such intention, he wouldn't have asked for Shin's advice, he would have refused directly. Nawaki, let me remind you first. Konoha's situation is particularly dire. Over half the ninja have been killed, and most of the dead were elite. Konoha's strength is now at the bottom of the 5 great villages. Shin explained Konoha's situation to Nawaki. How did that happen? Nawaki's expression changed. Konoha was supposed to be the #1 hidden village, how had it become so miserable? Konoha was attacked by the Akatsuki, which is why the losses were so heavy. The village is still in the process of rebuilding. Jiraiya heard Shin explain Konoha's situation and added with a helpless look, Konoha is indeed a mess. Even I can't handle it. Tricking Nawaki into going back was impossible, so he could only be honest and appeal to his emotions. And Nawaki, let me tell you, this mess in Konoha is exhausting. If you can avoid it, it's best not to get involved. Shin gave Nawaki one last reminder. Whether Nawaki would listen was up to him. Nawaki was no longer a child, he had the right to make his own choices. Let him choose for himself. Jiraiya looked at Shin with frustration. With Shin here, the chances of Nawaki becoming Hokage seemed to have dropped several times. Nawaki was still struggling, completely unsure of what to choose. Nawaki, looking at you, it seems you want to go back and be the Hokage, don't you? Shin couldn't stand watching Nawaki struggle anymore. If Nawaki had no intention of becoming Hokage, he wouldn't have hesitated for so long without refusing Jiraiya. Nawaki scratched his head at Shin's words. Shin was right, deep down, he really wanted to go back. Actually, if you want to go back, it's not impossible. But you should set some conditions. Shin didn't want to see him struggle anymore. Since he wanted to be Hokage, let him follow his heart. What conditions? Nawaki and Jiraiya asked Shin at the same time. Danzo. Have you thought about how to deal with Danzo? Make his elimination a condition for your return. That's right. That bastard. Nawaki clenched his fists. His near-death experience and becoming a missing nin were all tied to Danzo. For years, Nawaki had wanted to kill Danzo but never had the chance. And Nawaki didn't want to rely on Shin's power, he wanted to kill Danzo with his own strength. That. Jiraiya's face showed hesitation. Jiraiya, you need to understand. Even if Nawaki agrees to go back, if Danzo isn't dealt with, Nawaki still won't be able to become Hokage. Shin believed Jiraiya understood what kind of person Danzo was. He should know what Shin meant. Danzo would definitely disagree and vehemently oppose it. It would even be a question of whether Jiraiya could clear Nawaki's name as a missing nin. Alright, let's get rid of Danzo. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. This was all for Konoha. And it would be good if that guy Danzo died. Nawaki, have you decided? Jiraiya looked at Nawaki seriously. Alright, I've decided to return to Konoha. Nawaki had made up his mind. He was already leaning towards returning to Konoha to become Hokage, which was why he agreed so readily. After making the decision, Nawaki felt a sense of relief, a great comfort. This is your own decision. I hope you don't regret it later. Not that you'll have the chance. Shin said to Nawaki. From the moment Nawaki agreed to go back, there was no turning back. It was his choice, no matter how difficult, he had to see it through. Anyway, Shin felt that taking over the mess in Konoha was definitely not a good job. In Shin's view, Nawaki's choice wasn't a good one. I won't regret it, Nawaki said seriously. Since Nawaki had said so, what more could he say? Anyway, if he regretted it later, it wasn't Shin's business. By the way, if you run into trouble in the future, try not to come to me. Hearing Shin's words, Nawaki's expression froze. He looked at Shin with frustration. He had originally thought that if he ran into trouble, he could ask Shin for help. But now, Shin's words had blocked that path. What could he do? Then can you come with me to Konoha? Nawaki asked Shin. Nawaki wasn't stupid. If he went back alone, he'd still be a bit uneasy. He could trust Jiraiya, but not completely. It was a contradictory feeling. Jiraiya was someone you could trust, but not fully. All right. Who made you my brother-in-law? I'll do it for Tsunade's sake. Shin didn't refuse Nawaki. Thank you so much, Shin. Nawaki was overjoyed. With Shin agreeing to go with him to Konoha, Nawaki felt much more at ease. I feel like you don't trust me. Do you think I'd harm you? Jiraiya looked at Nawaki with frustration. He felt this kid didn't trust him at all. Also, Jiraiya didn't want Shin to go to Konoha. Konoha was already in such a state, it couldn't withstand Shin Uzumaki's antics. What if Shin caused trouble and destroyed everything? But then Jiraiya thought, Konoha doesn't really have anything left to destroy. There's no need to be so defensive. And if Shin went with them, it could be a good thing. If they encountered a problem they couldn't solve, Shin Uzumaki could help. This time, they were going to deal with that bastard Danzo. Jiraiya didn't think Danzo would be easy to deal with. After all, Root had many powerful ninja. Chapter 426, Danzo makes his move. This is Konoha. Nawaki stared at the current state of Konoha, dumbfounded. Where's the village? It was completely in ruins. The rebuilding efforts were underway. With ninja helping, the reconstruction was fast, but it would take time to restore Konoha. Regretting it now? Shin asked Nawaki. Jiraiya looked at Nawaki nervously. Don't regret it now. If Nawaki backs out and doesn't want to be Hokage, who will take over this mess? Jiraiya just wanted to find someone to take over Konoha's mess. He had never wanted to be Hokage in the first place, he'd only taken the position out of necessity. Now that he'd finally found this guy Nawaki, and he had agreed, he couldn't let him back out after seeing this sight. No regrets. Nawaki took a deep breath and said seriously. He wouldn't regret it easily. Good, I won't say more. But your trouble is about to arrive. Shin said calmly to Nawaki and Jiraiya. Our trouble? Jiraiya looked at Shin, confused. But then, Jiraiya knew what trouble he meant. He saw Danzo approaching with root members, and they didn't look friendly. Jiraiya. You dare show your face here? Danzo looked at Jiraiya coldly, as if Jiraiya had committed some great crime. Danzo, what do you mean? Jiraiya didn't understand what Danzo meant, but he knew Danzo was looking for trouble. Jiraiya had expected Danzo to cause trouble, but he hadn't expected Danzo to confront him right after he returned. This made Jiraiya a bit angry. Humph. You murdered the two elders, and you have the nerve to ask me. Danzo snorted angrily. I killed the two elders. Are you saying Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane are dead? Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He stared intently at Danzo. His intuition told him that the deaths of Hamura and Koharu were definitely related to Danzo. It was very likely Danzo who had killed them. And now he was trying to frame him, pushing all the blame onto him. How utterly shameless. Shin Uzumaki, this is a Konoha matter. Stay out of it, Danzo said, glancing at Shin. He hadn't expected Shin Uzumaki to come, and with Jiraiya. Danzo didn't want his plans to be ruined by Shin Uzumaki. Is that a threat? Shin's smile vanished, his expression turning icy. Danzo has the guts to threaten him. Who gave him the courage? Danzo's expression stiffened. Although he wanted to say yes directly, facing Shin Uzumaki, Danzo couldn't be so bold. He wanted to be bold, but he was wary of Shin's strength. After all, Shin could wipe him out in minutes. This is Konoha's affair. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. Danzo said to Shin, his tone somewhat weak. Danzo was a bully who feared the strong. Facing Shin, he became cautious. No, no. I have strength. Even if I want to interfere, what can you do? Shin looked at Danzo calmly. Danzo subconsciously clenched his fists, his expression darkening. In the end, he suppressed his anger. What could he do if he didn't suppress it? Attack Shin Uzumaki. If he was truly stronger than Shin Uzumaki, Danzo wouldn't hesitate to attack. But even with Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo wasn't confident he could defeat Shin. Jiraiya, you killed the two elders who had a conflict with you. I'm placing you under arrest. Resist, and you'll be killed. Danzo stopped getting angry with Shin and turned his attention to Jiraiya. Pick on the weak one. Shin Uzumaki was a tough nut to crack. Besides, Danzo didn't plan to target Shin, so he could only target Jiraiya. Who made Jiraiya relatively easy to bully. Yes, the current Jiraiya was indeed easy to bully. His injuries hadn't healed, and his strength was probably less than that of an elite jonin. Strike while he's down. Danzo was very good at picking his moments. If Jiraiya hadn't left Konoha to find Shin, he would be dead by now, killed by Danzo's root. Danzo, don't think I don't know. You killed Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, didn't you? Jiraiya looked at Danzo coldly. Humph. Nonsense. They were my friends. Why would I kill them? On the contrary, you had a conflict with them. Who else could it be but you? Danzo's words made the gathered Konoha ninja somewhat believe him. Did the Hokage really kill the two elders? I believe Lord Hokage would never do such a thing. Kakashi was the first to speak up for Jiraiya. Kakashi spoke up, first because he knew what kind of person Danzo was, and second because he knew Jiraiya's character. Danzo glanced at Kakashi. Fine, Kakashi. After this is over, I'll send you to reunite with your father. For Danzo, anyone who didn't listen to him or agree with him had only one path, death. Am I being ignored? Nawaki asked Shin with frustration. There's a reason you're being ignored. Who even recognizes you now? Shin glanced at Nawaki and said. Who recognized Nawaki now? The younger generation of ninja certainly didn't. Even Danzo might not recognize him. His appearance had changed too much, and he was unkempt. So, not many people could recognize him. Danzo, I know you want to be Hokage. But I never thought you'd kill Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane for it. Jiraiya never thought Danzo would be so crazy. He killed his fellow students and now wanted to attack him. Was the Hokage position that important to him? Important. Of course, it was important. More important than anything. It had become Danzo's obsession. Still accusing me. Attack. Danzo didn't want to talk anymore. He ordered his root subordinates to attack, to kill Jiraiya first. Shin Uzumaki was here now. He didn't know what Shin would do, what his thoughts were. So he had to strike first, to eliminate Jiraiya. Once Jiraiya was gone, he could deal with Shin. Jiraiya was the biggest obstacle to Danzo's ambitions. Nawaki, I'll have to rely on you, Jiraiya said with a wry smile to Nawaki. To deal with Danzo and Root now, he had to rely on Nawaki's help. Jiraiya was too severely injured. Facing Danzo and his subordinates, he was no match. After all, Danzo was also very strong. Chapter 427, Nawaki vs Danzo. Jiraiya looked at Nawaki with hopeful eyes. He knew he couldn't ask Shin Uzumaki to intervene, Shin likely wouldn't. Only Nawaki could possibly persuade Shin. All right. Nawaki didn't hesitate. Danzo was his enemy too. This wasn't just about helping Jiraiya, it was about avenging himself. He instantly appeared in front of Jiraiya, kicking away one root ninja and killing another with a Rinnegan. His movements were clean and decisive. One was kicked to death, the other had his face smashed in by a Rinnegan. The remaining root ninja were stunned. You're Nawaki Senju. Danzo finally recognized Nawaki, and only because Jiraiya had called out his name. Danzo, I have a score to settle with you. Nawaki's eyes burned with suppressed rage. The memory of his near-death experience and being branded a missing nin, all Danzo's doing, fueled his anger. Humph. Jiraiya, so you're colluding with a missing nin. What do you have to say for yourself now? Danzo snorted, turning his attack on Jiraiya. Jiraiya remained expressionless. Danzo was a dead man anyway, there was no point getting angry with him. Even if Nawaki couldn't defeat Danzo, Jiraiya was confident Shin Uzumaki would step in and finish the job. That was why Jiraiya was so calm. The outcome was already decided. Nawaki, you handle Danzo. Don't worry about these roots small fry, Shin said to Nawaki. Hearing Shin's words, Danzo felt a chill. He had forgotten about Shin Uzumaki, but now he realized he couldn't afford to. Given Shin Uzumaki's relationship with Nawaki Senju, if Nawaki fought him, Shin would definitely intervene. All right. I'll leave it to you, then. Nawaki knew Shin would handle the other root members. This was good. He wasn't entirely confident he could defeat Danzo alone. With Root's help, his chances would be even slimmer. Nawaki charged towards Danzo. The Root ninja tried to move, but in that instant, a kunai pierced each of their necks. No one saw when the kunai struck. All the Root members, including the elite Jonin, were killed by a single, small kunai. An elite Jonin killed by a kunai, it was a tragic end. In the entire shinobi world, few elite Jonin died in such a way. After all, elite Jonin were seasoned veterans, the backbone of the shinobi world. Damn it. Danzo glared at Shin with hatred. His carefully trained subordinates had all been killed by Shin Uzumaki. Though he hadn't seen Shin attack, who else could have killed all his root members in an instant? Only the unfathomable Shin Uzumaki could do it. Hey, just impotent rage, Shin said calmly, watching the furious Danzo. He had initially planned to kill Danzo himself, but decided to let Nawaki handle it. Nawaki, don't tell me you can't even handle one Danzo. If you can't even beat him, that would be too embarrassing, Shin said to Nawaki. I will definitely kill Danzo. Nawaki attacked, using a water-style jutsu against Danzo. Nawaki's specialties were water and earth release, along with the Rinnegan Shin had taught him. He also possessed immense chakra, a benefit of his sage body. Nawaki's taijutsu was also strong. Overall, among Kage-level shinobi, Nawaki's strength was top tier, at least stronger than Danzo's. However, Danzo had many tricks up his sleeve, especially Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, and the ultimate suicidal technique, the reverse four-symbol sealing technique. So, in a real fight, Nawaki couldn't be said to have a guaranteed win. Wood release, tree root burial. At this point, Danzo no longer held back. His right arm produced tree roots that swept towards Nawaki, while also enveloping himself. How? Nawaki's eyes widened in shock. This was wood release. How could Danzo use wood release? Stunned, Nawaki froze for a moment. That idiot. Hurry up and dodge. Shin's exasperated reminder snapped Nawaki out of it. He barely managed to dodge, a close call. He had almost been trapped. Is he trying to kill himself too? Jiraiya was stunned, watching Danzo attack himself. Was he that ruthless? Danzo had his Anaji, of course he would be fine, and with 10 Sharingan on his arm, he could afford to use it. You dodged. Impressive. Danzo's face was grim. An attack that cost a 3-tomo Sharingan had been dodged. Thank goodness Shin reminded me, or I would have been done for. Nawaki sighed in relief. He had almost been killed. Humph. Let's see how you dodge this. Danzo used would release again, instantly creating a massive tree that shot towards Nawaki. Don't get stunned by his pathetic would release again, Shin reminded Nawaki. Nawaki blushed slightly. Don't worry. I won't make the same mistake twice, Nawaki said confidently to Shin. Good. Shin shrugged. He had already warned Nawaki. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Nawaki used this S-rank water release ninjutsu with extreme piercing power, thrusting it towards Danzo. It pierced through Danzo's would release and impaled Danzo himself. Is it over already? Nawaki felt it was a bit too easy. Wind style, vacuum sphere. The Danzo Nawaki had pierced suddenly appeared behind him, spewing bullet-like air waves from his mouth. Substitution jutsu. Sensing danger, Nawaki quickly used the substitution jutsu, but his arm was still hit by Danzo's ninjutsu attack. Damn it. Nawaki clutched his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Though not a major injury, it still affected his combat ability. Crucially, Danzo seemed completely unharmed. Actually, Danzo's situation wasn't as good as it seemed. He wasn't injured, but he had consumed a lot of chakra. Nawaki had truly pierced him earlier, but he had used Izanagi to reverse it. And using Izanagi twice consumed a significant amount of chakra. Danzo's own chakra reserves weren't large, just average. He couldn't afford such high consumption. Chapter 428, Danzo's death. Nawaki retreated to Shin's side, not rashly attacking Danzo again. Shin, what's going on with Danzo? Nawaki was confused. He had clearly pierced Danzo's real body, not a substitution or shadow clone. Why had Danzo suddenly appeared behind him? Izanagi, one of the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. It can turn the user's injuries, including death, into a dream. Shin didn't hesitate to explain to Nawaki. That powerful. But how did Danzo get the Uchiha clan's dojutsu? Nawaki was even more bewildered. It's simple. Just transplant a Sharingan. A 3-tomo Sharingan is enough to use Izanagi. Shin looked at Nawaki as if he were an idiot. Can't you even guess that? You're really too dumb. And he can use would release because he transplanted Hashirama cells, Shin added, resolving Nawaki's earlier confusion about Danzo's would release. What? Nawaki's anger surged. It seemed he had another reason to kill Danzo. This time, Danzo had to die. How do you break Izanagi? Nawaki asked Shin. Turning injuries and even death into a dream. That was too broken. With that ability, it seemed impossible to harm the user. Without breaking this technique, killing Danzo was impossible. It's simple. Though Izanagi is powerful, it costs 1 Sharingan to use, and each use lasts at most 60 seconds. Shin told Nawaki all this information, lest Nawaki fall into a trap. Actually, Izanagi didn't always last only 60 seconds. Obito Uchiha, for example, could maintain it for 3 minutes. But Danzo's chakra was insufficient, he could only maintain it for 60 seconds. Shin Uzumaki. Danzo glared at Shin with fury. Shin had revealed all his secrets. Even if he defeated Nawaki this time, he wouldn't have a place in Konoha anymore. Transplanting Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan was a scandal. The Konoha ninja wouldn't tolerate it. Transplanting the Sharingan might be acceptable, but Danzo had touched Hashirama's cells. This was a grave offense. Koto Ematsukami. The furious Danzo removed the bandage from his right eye and used Koto Ematsukami on Shin. Danzo's right eye was Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Its ocular power was formidable, not comparable to an average Sharingan. You think that'll work on me? Shin sneered dismissively. But since Danzo dared to attack him, Shin wouldn't let him off. His ocular power materialized into a tangible impact, directly shattering Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan. A bloody line appeared on Danzo's right arm, and the arm fell to the ground. No one saw how Shin attacked. Danzo's Sharingan and right arm were both destroyed. The wound on his right arm looked as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. It was cut by a sharp blade. Shin had used his invisible repulsive force to form a blade and sever Danzo's arm. With his right arm, which had Hashirama cells and Sharingan, severed, and his Mangekyo Sharingan destroyed, Danzo's means were mostly crippled. Impossible. I used Izanagi. How could you hurt me? Why didn't Izanagi work? Danzo roared like a mad dog. Heh, why should I answer that question for you? Shin chuckled coldly. Weren't you supposed to not interfere and let me deal with Danzo? Nawaki looked at Shin with frustration. He attacked me. And when did I promise you that? I don't recall, Shin asked, looking at Nawaki with feigned confusion. I guess you didn't. Nawaki scratched his head awkwardly, then quickly said, let me deal with Danzo now. I want to kill him with my own hands. Nawaki clenched his fists. Transplanting his grandfather's cells, this was desecrating his grandfather's body. Nawaki would never forgive Danzo. Whatever. I'm not interested in fighting him anyway. Shin said calmly. If Danzo hadn't attacked him, Shin wouldn't have bothered with him. Cold sweat dripped from Danzo's forehead. He wanted to pick up his severed arm from the ground, but before he could touch it, it was engulfed in black, inextinguishable flames. This black, inextinguishable flame was, of course, the Amaterasu black flames. Since I've already cut it off, don't even think about getting it back, Shin said with a cold smile. Damn you, Shin Uzumaki. I'll kill you. Danzo roared, his remaining left eye bloodshot, as if it would pop out. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard. Shin laughed heartily. In this pathetic state, you're still talking about killing me. I don't know where Danzo gets the confidence to say such things. Danzo, your opponent is me. Nawaki rushed towards Danzo with the kunai, lest Danzo continue to court death. If he truly angered Shin and was killed by him, Nawaki wouldn't be able to get his revenge personally. So, Nawaki interrupted Danzo's suicidal behavior. Danzo couldn't perform one-handed seals. Now that Shin had severed one of his arms, he couldn't even use ninjutsu. He couldn't summon his summoning beast either. And even if he could, it would just be another death. Danzo possessed a summoning beast, the Baku, a legendary dream-eating beast. But it had obvious weaknesses and was easy to deal with. Even his final, suicidal sealing jutsu, the reverse four-symbol sealing technique, couldn't be used now. He couldn't form the hand seals with one arm. Die. After a brief struggle, Nawaki plunged a kunai into Danzo's heart. The so-called darkness of Konoha, the man responsible for countless tragedies, was finally dead. After killing Danzo, Nawaki let out a breath. He hadn't expended much energy in this fight. He'd only been slightly injured earlier because he didn't know Danzo's abilities. Later, Shin had crippled most of Danzo's power, making it easy for Nawaki to kill him. It's good that he's dead. Danzo was a cancer hindering Konoha's development. Jiraiya looked at the dead Danzo, feeling quite happy. When he was Hokage, Danzo had caused him no end of trouble. Jiraiya had only tolerated Danzo for the sake of the bigger picture, to avoid turmoil in Konoha. Now that Danzo was finally dealt with, and Konoha was about to welcome a new Hokage, perhaps this was a new beginning for the village. Jiraiya choosing Nawaki to be Hokage was also a calculated move. With Nawaki's relationship with Shin, after Nawaki became Hokage, Konoha would be truly safe. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by Shin Uzumaki. If Konoha faced a crisis in the future, they might even be able to ask Shin Uzumaki for help. This was Jiraiya's calculation. From the beginning, when he asked Nawaki to be Hokage, Jiraiya had already considered all this. Chapter 429, Your earning speed is too fast. With Danzo and the two elders dead, Jiraiya's announcement that Nawaki would become Hokage was met with little resistance. There was no opposition. Jiraiya officially cleared Nawaki's name as a missing nin, blaming everything on the deceased Danzo. It wasn't exactly framing, Danzo was indeed responsible. He wasn't taking the fall for someone else this time. Next was the Hokage inauguration ceremony. Given Konoha's current state, it was a simple affair. Nawaki smoothly became the sixth Hokage, grinning so wide he looked like an idiot. He's grinning like a fool for a while. He must have lost his mind, Shin couldn't help but comment. Well, I should be heading back. Shin prepared to leave Konoha and return to the Land of Whirlpools. Wait, Shin. Are you leaving? Shin turned to see Nawaki running towards him. Of course I'm leaving. Did you think you could convince me to stay for dinner, he said, annoyed. Heh, actually, I wouldn't mind treating you to dinner, Nawaki said with a grin. Hearing this, Shin narrowed his eyes. Something's off. This can't be good. Spit it out. What do you want? Tell me now before I leave. And as for dinner, forget it. He'd rather eat Makoto's cooking. Nawaki was broke, whatever he could afford wouldn't be worth Shin's time. All right. I was hoping you could help me rebuild Konoha. You can use wood release, right? It should be easy for you. Nawaki said, shamelessly. Fine. But what's my payment? Shin crossed his arms, smiling at Nawaki. Payment. Nawaki's expression stiffened. Konoha was broke, waiting for the daimyo's funding. How could they pay Shin? Are you kidding me? If there's no payment, do you expect me to work for free? Shin never did business at a loss. Though there was no loss here, he still expected a fee for his labor. Nawaki gritted his teeth and held up 5 fingers. How about this much? 500 million ryo. I suppose that's acceptable. Wait, not 500 million. 50 million. Nawaki quickly corrected. Goodbye. Shin wasn't going to waste his time. 500 million was already a friendly price. 50 million. That was just insulting. Rebuild Konoha yourself. I'm out. Wait. 500 million it is. Nawaki quickly grabbed Shin, stopping him from leaving. If Konoha rebuilt on their own, it would cost at least 1 billion ryo. For your sister's sake, I'll help. Now, pay up. Shin gestured to Nawaki. He wanted the money up front. He was afraid Nawaki would try to stiff him. I wouldn't cheat you, Nawaki muttered under his breath, then reluctantly handed the money to Shin. The funds had just been allocated by the Land of Fire daimyo. The daimyo knew that without Konoha, his own position would be unstable, so he quickly provided the funds. I've received the money. Now, get everyone out of Konoha. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Shin counted the money. Nawaki didn't short me. Exactly 500 million ryo. Since he'd been paid, it was time to get to work. Nawaki eagerly went to evacuate the villagers. After everyone had left, Shin used Shinra Tensei to level the partially rebuilt structures. Wood style, serial pillar houses jutsu. In an instant, a village rose from the ground. Nawaki was stunned. It's done already. Just like that. 500 million ryo. I got ripped off, Nawaki couldn't help but complain. Ripped off? If you did it yourselves, it would cost at least 1 billion. And you have the nerve to say you got ripped off. Shin kicked Nawaki. Your earning speed is too fast. Nawaki looked at Shin with envy. He wished he had would release too. I agree. My earning speed is quite fast. But honestly, money is useless to me. Shin couldn't help but say. Money truly had no use for him. If it's useless, can you give it back to me? Nawaki sidled up to Shin and asked. Get lost. Shin kicked Nawaki away without hesitation. You didn't have to kick me. Nawaki looked at Shin with a resentful expression, like a jilted wife. Shin, disgusted by Nawaki's look, decided to ignore him and return to the Land of Whirlpools. He had helped Nawaki enough. Now, it was up to Nawaki to handle the rest. Back home, Tsunade asked Shin, what did Jiraiya want? Nothing much. He just wanted me to find Nawaki. Shin didn't hide it from Tsunade. Perhaps Tsunade would be happy to see Nawaki become Hokage. Jiraiya wanted Nawaki to become Hokage. Now, Nawaki is the 6th Hokage of Konoha. Nawaki became Hokage. Seriously? Wouldn't the others in Konoha object? Tsunade was stunned. This was major news. Who would object? Danzo was killed by Nawaki. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane were killed by Danzo. The only one left in Konoha's leadership is Jiraiya. Jiraiya was the one who sought out Nawaki, of course, he wouldn't object. So, there was no opposition. Nawaki killed Danzo. Tsunade was surprised, but also felt a sense of satisfaction. That old geezer was finally dead. I imagine you're happy to see Nawaki become Hokage. Shin looked at Tsunade. Indeed. I remember when he was little, Nawaki's dream was to become Hokage. Now, he's finally achieved it. His dream has been fulfilled, Tsunade nodded. By the way, has Nawaki found a girlfriend? Tsunade asked Shin. No. And it'll probably be difficult now. As Hokage, he'll be swamped with work. No time for romance. Is that so? That won't do. Tell him to step down immediately. Tsunade's expression changed. What Hokage? It wasn't as important as carrying on the family line. Tsunade immediately stood up, ready to storm Konoha and make Nawaki resign. Calm down. Nawaki's not a child anymore. He has his own thoughts. Don't force him. Shin held Tsunade back. Chapter 430, Sasuke Uchiha is a good pawn. Forget it. I won't meddle in Nawaki's affairs. Tsunade sighed and shook her head. That boy had grown up, he wasn't as obedient as he used to be. Talking to him would be pointless. Shin shrugged. Nawaki had dodged a bullet. If Tsunade had gone, Nawaki would have at least gotten a beating. By the way, I also made some money. Shin took out the money he had earned from Nawaki. It was a whopping 500 million ryo. How did you earn it? Kushina came over, asking Shin curiously. Did Shin rob someone? Shin didn't know what Kushina was thinking. If he did, he would have disciplined her without a second thought. The great reaper of the shinobi world, robbing people. Impossible. I earned it from Nawaki, Shin explained to Kushina and Tsunade. So Nawaki's money is that easy to earn. Tsunade's eyes flickered. A bold idea suddenly came to her. Should she destroy Konoha and use would release to earn a fortune? Why wasn't I the one who earned the money? Kushina looked frustrated. She could use would release too. Hearing Kushina's words, Shin couldn't help but find it amusing. Isn't my money your money? That's right. Your money is my money. So I'll take this. Kushina shamelessly took all the money, not leaving any for Shin. Hey, at least give me some. I earned it. Humph, your money is my money. What do you need it for? What if you use it to chase other women? Kushina shook her head, refusing to give Shin any money. Little miser. Shin couldn't help but say, then took his tea to the courtyard to sunbathe, enjoying a leisurely life. Shin had grown fond of this relaxed lifestyle, but he knew it wouldn't last long. The Akatsuki had already collected 8-tailed beasts. Only the 9 tails remained. Once captured, they could revive the 10 tails. The crucial moment was approaching. But capturing the 9 tails wouldn't be easy. The 9 tails Jinchuriki was Naruto Uzumaki. And Naruto Uzumaki's Azura chakra had been activated when he was revived by the Sage of 6 Paths. His strength would increase rapidly. The Akatsuki was in a semi-crippled state, a weakened Nagato Uzumaki, a Zetsu who didn't reveal its true strength, and a Bito Uchiha. With this lineup, capturing the 9 tails would be difficult. Obito Uchiha's strength seemed formidable, but without his Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito was at most at the peak of Kage level. He relied on Kamui's intangibility to roam the shinobi world. But Kamui alone couldn't capture Naruto Uzumaki. If Naruto Uzumaki learned Sage Mode now, the Naruto with activated Azura Chakra would be stronger than Obito. Of course, Obito had the broken Kamui. Naruto Uzumaki definitely couldn't do anything to Obito either. Perhaps knowing the Akatsuki's current strength was insufficient to capture the 9 tails, Obito Uchiha went to find a helper. And the helper he found was Sasuke Uchiha, the one who had killed Orochimaru. Was it really Nagato who killed Itachi Uchiha? Sasuke stared coldly at Obito Uchiha. Of course. But it wasn't just Nagato. Shin Uzumaki also had a hand in it. Obito said sinisterly to Sasuke. Obito planned to use Sasuke Uchiha to get rid of the troublesome Nagato and retrieve his 2 Rinnegan. He would also trick Sasuke Uchiha into dealing with Naruto Uzumaki and capturing the 9 tails. Perhaps he could even annoy Shin Uzumaki in the process. It was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Shin Uzumaki. A cold glint flashed in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, filled with deep hatred. Without Obito's instigation, Sasuke Uchiha already harbored intense hatred for Shin. After all, there was still the grudge from being killed by him before. If not for being revived by the Sage of 6 Paths, Sasuke's body would have already started to rot. Seeing the deep hatred in Sasuke's eyes, Obito Uchiha was satisfied. As long as he hated Shin Uzumaki, that was good enough. However, Obito Uchiha didn't want Sasuke to go find Shin Uzumaki now. Going now would be pure suicide. Sasuke still had great value, Obito wouldn't let him die yet. After he was no longer useful, it wouldn't matter if he died. It won't be easy to defeat Shin Uzumaki. Only with the power of the 10 tails can you defeat him. And the 10 tails can also revive the Uchiha clan, Obito Uchiha said to Sasuke. Reviving the Uchiha clan with the 10 tails was, of course, a lie Obito made up to deceive Sasuke. He knew what Sasuke Uchiha cared about most. And before, Obito had told Sasuke Uchiha the whole story of the Uchiha massacre, making Sasuke Uchiha hate Konoha. It had to be said, Obito hadn't learned much else, but he was quite skilled in this aspect. He had learned to manipulate people's hearts. I hope you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Sasuke Uchiha threatened Obito, then beckoned to Yugo and Soijetsu Hozuki to leave. Yugo and Soijetsu Hozuki were the companions Sasuke Uchiha had found, one less than in the original story, Karen Uzumaki. After Sasuke Uchiha left, Obito's eyes turned cold, looking at the departing Sasuke Uchiha with ridicule. This was just one of his pawns, and a very useful one at that. Mainly because he was easy to fool. Of course, half of what Obito said was true, so fooling the naive Sasuke was relatively easy. Obito, I don't understand. Why do you want him to deal with Nagato? White Zetsu emerged, asking Obito. Nagato has no more use. It's time for him to die, Obito said calmly. By the way, have you passed on the information from here? Obito asked White Zetsu in the end. Not yet. Why? Good that you haven't. Obito unhesitatingly twisted White Zetsu's neck, killing this White Zetsu clone. It wouldn't be good if you revealed things to Shin Uzumaki, Obito said coldly. Obito didn't trust White Zetsu at all. White Zetsu had told Shin too many things, causing Obito to lose trust in it. In Obito's eyes, Zetsu and Shin were on the same side. So, some things absolutely could not be known by White Zetsu. Today, he had schemed against Shin Uzumaki. What if Shin Uzumaki found out? Would he come looking for trouble? It was very likely, a high probability. So, for safety's sake, he could only kill the White Zetsu clone that had heard these things. It was its own fault for hearing something it shouldn't have. It deserved to be killed. Obito left this place. If nothing unexpected happened, Sasuke Uchiha and his two subordinates should be going to kill Nagato Uzumaki. He had to go see the situation. Nagato Uzumaki could die, but the Rinnegan absolutely could not have any mishaps. Chapter 431, Sasuke vs Nagato. In the Land of Rain, Sasuke Uchiha, Soijetsu Hozuki, and Yugo, drenched by the persistent drizzle, made their way towards the Akatsuki's base. Sasuke, are we really going to kill Nagato Uzumaki? According to that masked man, he's the Akatsuki leader. Are we really a match for him? Soijetsu Hozuki asked, his eyes filled with doubt. Are you scared? Sasuke asked Soijetsu calmly. Soijetsu didn't answer. Scared? Yes, deep down, Soijetsu was a little scared. Who knew what kind of power the Akatsuki leader possessed? They had to be cautious. 8 of the shinobi world's tailed beasts had been captured by the Akatsuki, and Konoha had been destroyed by them not long ago. Sasuke, I don't think we can trust that masked man. We don't even know who he is. Soijetsu said to Sasuke. Bottom line is, you're scared. Afraid of dying, Yugo scoffed, looking at Soijetsu. Soijetsu was speechless. Aren't you afraid of dying too? But then he remembered, Yugo truly wasn't afraid of death, so he kept his mouth shut. If you two are scared, stay here, Sasuke said coolly, then continued towards the Akatsuki base. Yugo glanced at Soijetsu, then grabbed his arm and followed Sasuke. Hey! If you want to go, go. Why are you dragging me along? Soijetsu asked Yugo angrily. Soijetsu hadn't wanted to go. Though loyal, he didn't want to throw his life away. But now, Yugo was forcing him. Thanks to the intel provided by Obito, finding the Akatsuki's base was easy. They arrived directly at Nagato's secret hiding place. Nagato's expression was dazed, he was still lost in self-reproach over Yahiko's body being destroyed. He hadn't been able to protect Yahiko in life, and now he couldn't even protect his remains. Clack! A soft footstep brought Nagato back to reality. He looked to his left and saw Sasuke Uchiha enter, followed by Yugo and Soijetsu. Soijetsu, initially fearful, relaxed upon seeing Nagato, emaciated, looking like he was on death's door. Phew, so it's just a cripple. And I was scared for so long. Looks like destroying Konoha took a heavy toll on the Akatsuki. Soijetsu was no longer afraid. Nagato's gaze sharpened, fixing coldly on Soijetsu. Stared at by Nagato's icy gaze, Soijetsu felt a shiver of fear. And why are his eyes different? Does he have some kind of dojutsu? Soijetsu immediately thought of Sasuke's Sharingan. Who sent you? Shin Uzumaki or Obito Uchiha? Nagato asked, looking at the hostile Sasuke and his companions. Only Shin Uzumaki or Obito Uchiha could have found this hidden location. As for Zetsu, Nagato didn't even consider him. Obito Uchiha. Sasuke finally learned the masked man's name. But it didn't matter. If not for Obito's bizarre techniques, Sasuke would have killed him already. He couldn't kill him now, but once he had the chance, Sasuke would definitely eliminate him. No one could use him, Obito Uchiha included. Anyone who tried to use him would die. Thinking this, a murderous glint flashed in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, aimed at both Obito Uchiha and Nagato Uzumaki. I ask you, did you kill Itachi Uchiha? Sasuke questioned Nagato. That traitor? Yes, I killed him. Nagato wouldn't deny it. His pride wouldn't allow it. Then you can die, Sasuke's Kusanagi blade unsheathed instantly, thrusting towards Nagato, aiming to assassinate him. Shinra Tensei. Just as Sasuke approached, Nagato's Rinnegan unleashed a powerful repulsive force, blasting Sasuke away. Byaapayam. Sasuke Uchiha slammed into the wall, his body deeply embedded, spitting up blood, nearly losing consciousness. It wasn't that Sasuke was weak, he wasn't. But he had been too arrogant. Trying to kill Nagato with a sword. Unless he possessed swordsmanship like Shin's, it was impossible. Sasuke. Yugo, seeing Sasuke severely injured, immediately went berserk and charged towards Nagato. Damn it. Yugo's lost it. Soijetsu's expression changed. Yugo's constitution was unique, he was born with the ability to absorb natural energy, sage transformation. He was the source of Orochimaru's cursed seals. He had a dual personality, usually docile, but prone to murderous rage when agitated. Now, Yugo was enraged, his eyes filled with insane killing intent, as if wanting to tear everything apart. Watching the charging Yugo, Nagato didn't use Shinra Tensei to send him flying, he had just used it and couldn't use it again so soon. Universal pull. His right hand became like a black hole, pulling Yugo towards him. Then, he thrust a black receiver rod at Yugo. Blast fist. The enraged Yugo slammed his arm towards Nagato, making no attempt to dodge the incoming black rod. He was determined to take Nagato down with him. Nagato's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dodge either. Both were ruthless. The black rod pierced Yugo's body, and Nagato was sent flying by Yugo's blow. Nagato spat up blood, surprised to be injured by this opponent. Yugo, however, had been impaled through the heart. A suicidal attack. Who would have thought this guy would be reckless? Though his heart was pierced, Yugo's tenacious life force kept him alive, likely due to his unique constitution. Yugo, you idiot. Suigetsu stared at Yugo in a daze, shocked by his recklessness. Though Yugo wasn't dead yet, Suigetsu knew he wouldn't last long. Without a miracle, he was doomed. They had been together for a long time, seeing Yugo about to die, Suigetsu felt a pang of sorrow. Sasuke Uchiha, however, seemed completely unfazed by Yugo's condition. Though Yugo considered Sasuke important, Sasuke didn't hold Yugo in high regard. Chapter 432, I've got you figured out. Sasuke Uchiha wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Nagato Uzumaki, his eyes already transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. His earlier carelessness had almost gotten him killed. This time, Sasuke Uchiha was being cautious. Susanoo. A massive Susanoo materialized, instantly destroying Nagato's hiding place. Its malevolent chakra aura struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Nagato climbed up from the ground. Though nearly out of chakra and severely injured by Yugo, Nagato wouldn't die so easily. If Yugo's single blow had killed him, that would have been truly humiliating. Shinra Tensei. As the saying goes, one trick is all you need. Nagato basically relied on this one move, Shinra Tensei. As for the more powerful Chibaku Tensei, Nagato no longer had the strength to use it. In his current condition, if he dared to use Chibaku Tensei, he would die before Sasuke even had to act. Shinra Tensei itself was quite powerful. Its strength varied depending on the user's ocular power. Nagato's Shinra Tensei sent Sasuke Uchiha and his Susanoo flying. Yugo, who still had a breath left, was caught in the blast and died. Suigetsu Hozuki, thanks to his hydrification technique, was unharmed. If not for this secret technique, he would have joined Yugo on the path to the afterlife. Scary. I don't think I can interfere. Suigetsu now realized he couldn't help at all. This battle was beyond his capabilities. He could only rely on Sasuke Uchiha now. Blaze release, Kagetsuchi. Sasuke Uchiha controlled the Amaterasu flames, shaping them into weapons to attack Nagato. These were weapons formed from the shape manipulation of Amaterasu. If Nagato was hit, he would instantly be engulfed by the Amaterasu black flames. Nagato was no stranger to Amaterasu black flames, Itachi Uchiha could use Amaterasu. However, Itachi's Amaterasu couldn't compare to Sasuke's. Because Sasuke's Amaterasu black flames were controlled by Kagetsuchi, they were naturally more lethal in his hands. Facing the attack, Nagato's expression changed slightly. If he were at full strength, Nagato naturally wouldn't fear Sasuke Uchiha. But his injuries hadn't healed. Not only that, but he also had very little life force left. He was like a candle in the wind. Looks like Sasuke Uchiha killing Nagato is no problem. Obito, hidden in the shadows, nodded. Nagato seemed doomed unless a miracle occurred. He couldn't use his trump cards, like the demonic statue of the outer path. He couldn't even use Chibaku Tensei, let alone summon the demonic statue and control it in battle. Miracles wouldn't happen for Nagato Uzumaki, he didn't have protagonist plot armor. So, those who were meant to die would die. In the end, Nagato still perished. Not killed by Sasuke Uchiha, but because his own life force ran out. Nagato had been clinging to his last breath. After this battle, his life force was completely depleted, and he died. Seeing Sasuke Uchiha about to destroy Nagato's body, Obito's expression changed drastically. He immediately intervened to protect Nagato's body. What Obito wanted to save wasn't Nagato's body, but the Rinnegan. Nagato could die, but the Rinnegan absolutely could not be damaged. After securing Nagato's corpse, Obito finally relaxed. Luckily, he had followed them, otherwise, the Rinnegan would have been destroyed. If the Rinnegan were destroyed, then everything would fail. The Rinnegan was indispensable to the plan, as it was needed to control the demonic statue of the outer path. What are you doing? Sasuke looked at Obito coldly. Sasuke wasn't in good condition either. His eyes were bleeding profusely, he was on the verge of blindness. He's already dead. There's no need to vent your anger on his corpse, Obito said calmly to Sasuke Uchiha. Next, I hope you can help me get the 9 tails. Only then can the 10 tails be revived. You're using me. Sasuke Uchiha was very unhappy. He used Amaterasu, trying to burn Obito, but it couldn't hit him. He had tried before, it had no effect. Now, a surprise attack still couldn't affect Obito Uchiha. Using you? No. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You help me get the 9 tails, I revive the 10 tails, and then use the 10 tails power to revive everyone in the Uchiha clan. How can I trust you? Sasuke's intelligence hadn't completely disappeared. He naturally couldn't fully believe Obito Uchiha's words. I have no reason to lie. If you don't trust me, we can end our partnership now. Obito made a gesture as if to leave. He was confident Sasuke Uchiha would agree to cooperate with him, willingly becoming his pawn. Wait. Sure enough, Sasuke Uchiha stopped Obito. I hope you're not lying. Otherwise, you'll pay the price. The face hidden beneath Obito's mask sneered coldly. Pay the price. Wait until you survive to say that. Sasuke Uchiha was currently useful. That was why Obito tolerated Sasuke's threats. Once Sasuke Uchiha had no more use, that would be the time to eliminate him. He had Sasuke Uchiha figured out. He knew Sasuke Uchiha's weakness, his desire to revive the Uchiha clan. Regardless of whether it was true or false in the end, Sasuke Uchiha would gamble on it. After Obito and Sasuke Uchiha plotted for a while, Sasuke Uchiha left with Suigetsu Hozuki. Suigetsu Hozuki didn't want to follow Sasuke Uchiha anymore. Sasuke had been indifferent even to Yugo's death, this guy was too cold-blooded. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to leave now. If Suigetsu Hozuki said he was leaving, he might very well die at Sasuke Uchiha's hands. So, he could only follow him temporarily. White Zetsu, spread the news about Sasuke Uchiha, Obito said to White Zetsu. Obito knew Naruto Uzumaki was determined to bring Sasuke back. So, he planned to use Sasuke Uchiha to lure out Naruto Uzumaki. Capturing Naruto Uzumaki in Konoha was unrealistic. Sasuke Uchiha alone couldn't do it. They had to find a way to lure Naruto out. From this perspective, Obito's scheme was quite good. White Zetsu immediately went to carry out the task. After White Zetsu left, it also sent a piece of intel to Shin. White Zetsu generally provided Shin with some intel from the shinobi world. This was Shin's previous instruction, White Zetsu didn't have the guts to disobey. Shin in the Land of Whirlpools also learned that Nagato was dead. Interesting. Obito found Sasuke. Shin felt a bit interested. Obito was quite bold to use Sasuke Uchiha, that backstabbing wolf. Using him might very well lead to being bitten back. Obito probably didn't know yet, having not been bitten. Chapter 433, Valley of the End. Karen, I'm leaving the Land of Whirlpools for a bit. Let Kushina and the others know. Shin planned to leave the Land of Whirlpools to observe, this time, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki might finally clash again. Shin-sama, take me with you, Karen pleaded, looking at Shin with puppy dog eyes. I heard that, Shin and If you're leaving the Land of Whirlpools, you have to take me too. Otherwise, I'll tell Mikoto-nichan and the others right away. Hanabi suddenly popped out from the nearby bushes. What are you doing here? Karen asked, startled by Hanabi's sudden appearance. It had genuinely frightened her. I was sleeping here, Hanabi immediately clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she'd let her slacking slip. You think you can threaten me with that? So what if you tell Mikoto? I was planning on telling them anyway. Shin flicked Hanabi's forehead, annoyed. Humph. Then I'll tell them you went out to meet some other woman. Hanabi huffed at Shin. Looks like you need a good lesson. Shin rolled up his sleeves, preparing to discipline Hanabi. Karen watched from the side, clearly enjoying the show. Not only did she have no intention of helping Hanabi, but she actually wanted to see her get disciplined. Wait. I won't go with you. And I won't make things up. Don't bully me. Hanabi quickly surrendered. Compared to being disciplined, compromise was the better option. Karen, keep an eye on Hanabi. Take her back and make sure she trains properly. I'm leaving now, Shin said to Karen, then departed. After Shin left, Karen and Hanabi stared at each other. Karen glared angrily at Hanabi. It's all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly popped out and interrupted, I would have left with Shin-sama. TCH. I was just trying to ruin your plan. What are you going to do about it? Hanabi scoffed, deliberately challenging Karen. Heh, I can beat you up. What do you think? Karen adjusted her glasses, gritting her teeth at Hanabi. Hearing this, Hanabi flinched, then immediately turned and ran. She didn't argue with Karen. Seeing Karen's expression, it seemed she really was going to hit her. Only by running home could she be saved. Don't run. You can't escape. Karen chased after Hanabi. You're chasing me now, but when I'm as strong as Big Sister, I'll definitely make you pay. Just you wait. Hanabi yelled back at Karen as she ran. Karen found Hanabi's taunts both infuriating and amusing. Karen hadn't actually intended to catch Hanabi, she just wanted to scare her. But now, Karen genuinely didn't plan on letting Hanabi off. Using the body flicker technique, she caught up to Hanabi in an instant, grabbing her and lifting her up. Weren't you quite capable just now? Running and taunting. Keep it up, Karen said to Hanabi with a cold smile. Wah. I was wrong. I regret it so much. Hanabi, knowing when to fold, immediately burst into tears and apologized. All right. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was actually bullying you. Karen shot Hanabi an annoyed glare, then put her down. Hanabi, once released, wiped away her non-existent tears, feeling particularly smug. This is Hanabi's ultimate survival technique. Hanabi should be glad Karen didn't know what she was thinking. If she did, Hanabi would be getting a real beating right now. Shin left the Land of Whirlpools and appeared before White Zetsu. White Zetsu, upon seeing Shin, instantly became very deferential. Shin-sama, what brings you here? White Zetsu asked Shin cautiously. What's the status of Obito and Sasuke Uchiha's plan? Have they lured out Naruto Uzumaki yet? Shin asked White Zetsu. Hearing Shin ask about this, White Zetsu immediately relaxed and quickly replied, they've already lured him out. Naruto Uzumaki is currently heading towards the Valley of the End. Oh. The Valley of the End. Shin showed a hint of surprise, though it also seemed logical. The Valley of the End was where Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju had their final battle. It was also where Madara, feigning death, bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, obtaining his cells and eventually awakening the Rinnegan. Hashirama Senju also passed away not long after the battle at the Valley of the End. Though Hashirama Senju was the victor in that battle, Madara Uchiha outlived him by many years. The previous generation's Indra and Azura settled their scores there. Now, this generation's Indra and Azura were gathering there again. Interesting. After obtaining this information, Shin paid no further attention to White Zetsu and headed towards the Valley of the End. When Shin arrived, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki had already reached the valley, facing each other. Naruto Uzumaki had come alone, or rather, he had snuck away. If anyone else in Konoha knew, they definitely wouldn't have allowed him to go find Sasuke. Sasuke, come back with me, Naruto Uzumaki said, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha remained expressionless. His former teammate meant nothing to him now. He was different from Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps Naruto truly felt a bond with him, but Sasuke Uchiha had already severed that bond when he left Konoha. Go back. Heh. I'm here to kill you, Sasuke Uchiha said to Naruto Uzumaki with cold indifference. Naruto Uzumaki's expression froze. He asked Sasuke in a low voice, why? Orochimaru is already dead. Why won't you return to Konoha? Naruto, don't you know that the Uchiha clan massacre was orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups? Sasuke Uchiha's eyes filled with hatred. He hated Itachi Uchiha, hated Konoha, hated everyone in Konoha. He would destroy Konoha. Impossible. Sasuke, you must have been deceived by someone. Naruto Uzumaki roared, his voice low and pained. In Naruto Uzumaki's heart, Konoha was only filled with light. Honestly, to be like Naruto Uzumaki was a state of being in itself. To endure countless insults yet still protect Konoha. Not turning evil was already impressive. Shin, for one, couldn't understand it. If it were him, he would have already overturned the entire village. I'm here for the nine tails within you. Hand it over, Sasuke Uchiha didn't want to waste any more words on Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, do you really want to kill me? Naruto Uzumaki stared at Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke wanted the nine tails, and extracting the nine tails meant certain death. He didn't know why he had been lucky enough to survive last time, but such luck definitely wouldn't strike twice. Chapter 434, Eternal Mangekyo. Naruto Uzumaki didn't want to fight Sasuke, but the outcome wasn't up to him. Even if Naruto wanted to stop, Sasuke wouldn't agree. Unless Naruto Uzumaki was willing to hand over the nine tails. But if he did, Naruto Uzumaki himself would die. Sasuke, why have you become like this? Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth, blocking Sasuke's Kusanagi blade, and asked. Though Sasuke had been aloof in the past, Naruto Uzumaki had always considered him his best friend. Even if he acted like he disliked the arrogant Sasuke, deep down, he had never really hated him. Konoha forced me to do this. I will make Konoha atone for the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's eyes burned with hatred. Even if you are my best friend, I will absolutely not let you do anything to Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. This was likely one of Naruto Uzumaki's most proficient ninjutsu. Relying on the Rinnegan and shadow clones, Naruto Uzumaki had fought his way through many battles. Countless Naruto Uzumakis filled the area. The Valley of the End was completely overrun by his shadow clones. Naruto 2000 Uzumaki Barrage. 2,000 shadow clones attacked Sasuke Uchiha simultaneously. Though it was just one person, the shadow clones created the feeling of an entire army. Naruto Uzumaki has so much chakra. Is it because of the Nine-Tails chakra? Obito Uchiha, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but frown and mutter to himself upon seeing so many shadow clones. It's not because of the Nine-Tails chakra. He himself has that much chakra. A voice came from behind Obito Uchiha, making him jolt. Turning his head, Obito saw Shin smiling at him. Obito couldn't bring himself to smile back, he couldn't. Hidden beneath his mask was Obito's miserable face. It was already a feat that Obito Uchiha hadn't burst into tears. Why are you here? Obito Uchiha asked Shin. Actually, Obito Uchiha had already roughly guessed. If he wasn't mistaken, White Zetsu must have told Shin Uzumaki. Otherwise, Shin Uzumaki definitely wouldn't know. At this moment, Obito Uchiha had the urge to eliminate White Zetsu. If not for considering White Zetsu still had its uses, he really would have eliminated this guy. The amount of information White Zetsu had leaked was too much, so much that Obito wanted to tear that bastard White Zetsu apart. Looks like you already know how I found out. Shin sensed the fluctuation in Obito's gaze and knew he had probably guessed. As for whether Obito would cause trouble for White Zetsu, Shin didn't particularly care. It was unlikely. Obito wouldn't go and eliminate White Zetsu out of anger. After all, eliminating one White Zetsu was useless. And eliminating all White Zetsu would be very difficult. Moreover, it would be like cutting off his own arm. As long as Obito had some sense, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Shin only greeted Obito, then focused on the battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The battle between them was becoming increasingly fierce. Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone technique was easily broken. Shadow clones basically dispersed with a single touch. Initially, Sasuke Uchiha suffered a great loss, but after using his Mangekyo Sharingan and activating Susanoo, Sasuke Uchiha was no longer at a disadvantage. Perfect Susanoo. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin looked at the perfect Susanoo Sasuke Uchiha unleashed, slightly surprised. He hadn't paid attention before. Only now did he realize Sasuke Uchiha's ocular power had more than doubled, his eyes had evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin glanced at Obito Uchiha. In the original story, it should have been Obito Uchiha who helped Sasuke Uchiha awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But the current situation was definitely not like that, because one of Itachi Uchiha's eyes had been permanently closed due to the use of Izanagi. So, it was impossible for Sasuke to evolve his eyes into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan using Itachi Uchiha's eyes. Interesting. The power of that old geezer, the Sage of Six Paths, Shin said with a light chuckle. Because Shin's voice wasn't lowered, Obito Uchiha, standing beside him, naturally heard it. Obito Uchiha's gaze sharpened. He couldn't help but look at Shin. What did Shin Uzumaki mean just now? The Sage of Six Paths power? His intuition told Obito that there was definitely a big secret here, and it was a big secret he didn't know. However, after hesitating for a long moment, Obito ultimately didn't ask Shin. The reason was simple, even if he asked Shin Uzumaki, Shin might not tell him. No, it wasn't that he might not tell him, but that he definitely wouldn't tell him. So, there was no point in asking Shin Uzumaki now. Hearing Shin Uzumaki's words, it seemed to be related to the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps he could investigate along this line. Even if he investigated, he definitely couldn't entrust it to White Zetsu. Obito Uchiha, having completely lost trust in White Zetsu, decided to investigate himself. So he's completely reached an agreement with the Nine-Tails. At this moment, seeing Naruto Uzumaki use Nine-Tails mode, Shin knew he and the Nine-Tails had reached an agreement. For what reason did the Nine-Tails help Naruto Uzumaki? Shin felt it wasn't because the Nine-Tails had been captured before. Perhaps there was also the Sage of Six Paths intervention. Of course, these were just Shin Uzumaki's guesses, he had no evidence. Naruto Uzumaki's Nine-Tails mode versus Sasuke Uchiha's perfect Susanoo, this was indeed an earth-shattering battle. Transforming into a tailed beast state while maintaining absolute rationality, his combat strength was capable of fighting against a perfect Susanoo. Of course, this was Naruto Uzumaki fighting Sasuke Uchiha's perfect Susanoo. If it were Madara Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki would definitely be beaten senseless. Blaze Release, Kagetsuchi. Sasuke Uchiha controlled the Amaterasu black flames, causing them to change shape. The black flames transformed into blades, shields, arrows, and various other forms, attacking Naruto Uzumaki. Amaterasu's strongest physical attack, that was just Black Zetsu's exaggeration. So many Amaterasu black flames attacked, yet they couldn't affect Naruto Uzumaki at all. The black flames burned on his tailed beast mode body, and Naruto Uzumaki simply discarded that part of his body. Boom. After a clash, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha both retreated hundreds of meters, staring at each other. Naruto Uzumaki held no killing intent towards Sasuke Uchiha. Even at this stage of the battle, he still had no killing intent. However, Sasuke Uchiha was overflowing with killing intent, determined to completely eliminate Naruto Uzumaki. Obito looked at the current Sasuke, a slight flicker of fear in his eyes. But thinking that the Rinnegan was already in his hands, Obito's fear lessened somewhat. Chapter 435, Wary of Shin. After a long, fierce battle, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha finally concluded their fight. Naruto emerged victorious, albeit by a narrow margin. Sasuke Uchiha had exhausted his chakra and ocular power, while Naruto Uzumaki still had some strength left. Sasuke, I'm not going to kill you. I'm taking you back to Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki said, climbing to his feet. Lying on the ground, Sasuke Uchiha gritted his teeth and glared at Naruto. When had he become unable to even defeat Naruto? If he couldn't even handle Naruto, how could he ever hope to destroy Konoha and kill Shin Uzumaki? What do we do now? Suigetsu Hozuki, standing in the distance, paced anxiously. Sasuke was defeated. If he rushed in, he'd just be fodder. He could have taken this opportunity to escape, but Suigetsu didn't. Sasuke Uchiha had saved him, after all. If not for Sasuke, he would never have been freed from Orochimaru. He owed Sasuke a great debt. Damn it. I'm saving Sasuke. Suigetsu Hozuki quickly rushed towards Naruto Uzumaki. As he attacked, he racked his brain for a way to rescue Sasuke. Although Naruto Uzumaki was not in good condition, his Ninetales chakra mode could sense malice, and Suigetsu Hozuki's malice was clearly detected. As Suigetsu Hozuki attacked Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto materialized a chakra arm from the Ninetales and swatted him away. If you don't act now, you won't get another chance. Shin said calmly to Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha hesitated, his eyes filled with indecision. Should he attack Naruto Uzumaki now? Naruto's strength truly made him wary. Although Obito was confident that Naruto couldn't harm him, he also felt he couldn't do much to Naruto either. Now was the best time to strike. After a moment of hesitation, Obito Uchiha decided to act. He instantly appeared behind Naruto Uzumaki and went for a backstab. Boom. Just as Obito Uchiha was about to succeed, the Ninetales chakra protected Naruto Uzumaki. Honestly, Sasuke Uchiha losing to Naruto Uzumaki wasn't surprising. He was essentially fighting both Naruto and the Ninetales. Though the Ninetales was sealed within Naruto, with Naruto's consent, the Ninetales was aware of the external situation and assisted Naruto in fighting his enemies. The moment his attack failed, Obito Uchiha retreated without hesitation, acting like a true assassin, strike once, then vanish. His speed was so fast that Naruto Uzumaki didn't even have time to counterattack. Moreover, Obito Uchiha's Kamui intangibility was truly unbeatable for others. Madara Uchiha had to take Kakashi's eye to counter Obito Uchiha. Of course, Kakashi's eye was also Obito Uchiha's. This was also one of Obito Uchiha's weaknesses. If Obito could gather both Mangekyo Sharingan, then very few people could deal with him. But Obito Uchiha either had a screw loose or his feelings for his best friend were too deep. He left the Mangekyo Sharingan with Kakashi and never took it back. Perhaps it was because he had given the eye away, and he didn't want to take it back. What a coward. Shin looked at Obito Uchiha with a bit of speechlessness. Like this, Obito Uchiha would never be able to get his hands on the Ninetales. Naruto Uzumaki was already at a critical state after being beaten by Sasuke Uchiha, yet Obito still refrained from taking action. Was it because he was scared by the battle between Naruto and Sasuke? Thinking about it, that was a real possibility. He might have actually been scared, which was why he didn't act. Taking advantage of Obito's attack on Naruto Uzumaki, Suigetsu Hozuki quickly moved, grabbing Sasuke Uchiha and leaving the area. After successfully rescuing Sasuke Uchiha, Suigetsu Hozuki didn't say another word and quickly fled with Sasuke. Obito had no objections to this. Sasuke Uchiha was a waste who couldn't even handle the Ninetales Jinchuriki. There was no use keeping him here. Naruto Uzumaki, you're lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Obito gave Naruto Uzumaki a murderous glare, then entered the Kamui dimension and left. It wasn't that Obito was not confident in capturing Naruto Uzumaki, but he didn't want to right now. The reason was simple, Shin Uzumaki was here. Obito Uchiha didn't act entirely because he was wary of Shin. If he wanted to capture Naruto Uzumaki, relying on the Mangekyo Sharingan alone was impossible. He could only use the Rinnegan he had recently transplanted. Yes, Obito had already transplanted one Rinnegan. This made it convenient for him to control the demonic statue of the outer path. Although he only had one Rinnegan, controlling the demonic statue was absolutely no problem. Obito Uchiha's use of the Rinnegan was stronger than Nagato's. After all, Obito Uchiha himself was an Uchiha, and a better match for the Rinnegan. If Obito transplanted both eyes, his strength would definitely surpass the previous Nagato Uzumaki by a lot. But Obito was cowardly. He couldn't bear to part with the life-saving ability of his Kamui intangibility, so he only transplanted one Rinnegan. Of course, there was another reason, the consumption of ocular power. Even if he was a better match for the Rinnegan, the consumption of ocular power would likely double. If he wielded two Rinnegan, he would probably end up like Nagato. Obito didn't want to reveal that he had transplanted the Rinnegan, because he didn't know what Shin Uzumaki would do after learning this news. Not long after Obito Uchiha left, Kakashi Hatake arrived, accompanied by Yamato. Naruto, why did you sneak out alone? Kakashi looked at Naruto angrily. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto looked up wearily. Though he had won against Sasuke, it was a Pyrrhic victory. He wasn't severely injured, but his body was completely overexerted. Let's go back and talk. Kakashi knew a lot had happened, likely related to Sasuke Uchiha. From the information Naruto left behind when he snuck out, he knew Naruto had run off because of Sasuke. Actually, it was easy to guess. If not for Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki would never have snuck out alone. Alright, let's go back. Naruto nodded. He would tell Kakashi-sensei and the others everything that had happened. They've all left. This battle was a bit of an anticlimax. Shin's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. In the end, there was no real result. Sasuke Uchiha was defeated, but he didn't die. And Obito Uchiha, who knew what he was up to, clearly had a chance to capture Naruto Uzumaki and extract the Nine Tails, but he didn't act. Shin, of course, didn't know that Obito Uchiha had refrained from attacking Naruto Uzumaki because he was wary of him. Chapter 436, A Way to Break the Reaper Death Seal. Obito Uchiha is useless. It'll take him forever to capture Naruto Uzumaki. Looks like I'll have to tell him another way. Shin stroked his chin, thinking. If he kept waiting for Obito Uchiha to act, who knew when the Eye of the Moon plan would be completed? Shin was still a bit curious about the legendary rabbit goddess, Kagaya Otsutsuki. He was waiting for the Eye of the Moon plan to be completed. And with the Eye of the Moon plan, it was unlikely that the hidden Hagoromo Otsutsuki wouldn't appear. Leaving the Valley of the End, Shin didn't return to the Land of Whirlpools but went to find Obito Uchiha. Obito had returned to the Land of Rain. Though the Akatsuki was practically defunct, Obito still used it as a base. The demonic statue of the outer path was also there. We meet again so soon. Aren't you surprised, Obito? Shin asked Obito. Obito Uchiha's face turned ashen. Surprised? Obito Uchiha was furious to the point of death. What do you want? Obito asked stiffly. Obito, do you remember the other half of the Nine Tails sealed by Minato Namikaze? Shin wasn't here to chat with Obito Uchiha. He got straight to the point. I remember. Obito frowned, wondering why Shin Uzumaki was bringing this up. Is he trying to mock me for killing my teacher? Obito Uchiha was overthinking it. Shin didn't have the time to mock him. He'd rather spend time chatting with Konan and the others. As long as you break the Reaper Death Seal, you can release the other half of the Nine Tails that was sealed. Shin looked deeply at Obito and told him. Break the Reaper Death Seal. That's impossible. That sealing jutsu can't be broken. Obito shook his head. From his understanding, the Reaper Death Seal was absolutely unbreakable. Heh. The Reaper Death Seal is an Uzumaki Clan sealing jutsu. Even I haven't said it's unbreakable. What right do you have to say so? Shin mocked Obito Uchiha's presumption. Obito Uchiha's face flushed red. He glared at Shin with anger and shame but didn't dare to speak. In Obito Uchiha's heart, Shin was the image of a great villain. He remained silent, waiting for Shin's next words. Perhaps Shin Uzumaki would reveal the method to break the Reaper Death Seal. Honestly, Obito Uchiha was quite curious. After all, the Reaper Death Seal was a famous sealing jutsu, and Obito Uchiha was even more familiar with it. Obito's familiarity wasn't from personal experience. If he had personally experienced it, he wouldn't be here. He had learned about it after knowing Minato Namikaze had used it to seal the Nine Tails. It was because he was familiar with it that he knew how powerful the Reaper Death Seal was. To release the Reaper Death Seal, you just need to get the Shinigami mask, guide the Shinigami to possess you, and cut open its stomach to release the sealed souls. Shin told Obito Uchiha the method to release the Reaper Death Seal. This method was absolutely true. Whether Obito Uchiha would do it or not was up to him. There must be a price, right? Obito Uchiha asked Shin cautiously. He didn't believe releasing the Reaper Death Seal would come without any cost. Indeed. You haven't lost your head. Releasing the Reaper Death Seal does have a price. The user will die. After Shin finished speaking, he didn't care what Obito Uchiha chose. It didn't matter what Obito chose anyway. And Shin believed Obito Uchiha would definitely do it. The user would die, but Obito didn't have to be the user. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, controlling a ninja was simple. He didn't need to do it himself. Good thing I asked about the price. Obito Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. If he had done it without asking, he might have died himself. Then, Obito Uchiha left the Land of Rain and headed for the Uzumaki Clan mask storage temple in Konoha. The Shinigami mask was there. It was originally in the Land of Whirlpools, but after the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, Konoha Ninja moved it to Konoha and built a storage temple. After leaving the Land of Rain, Shin returned to the Land of Whirlpools. Upon returning, he saw Karen glaring at him resentfully, clearly blaming him for not taking her out. He coughed lightly, then ignored Karen and walked into the room. Shin-sama ignored me. Was it on purpose? Karen felt even more frustrated, her gaze towards Shin becoming even more resentful. Perhaps because Karen's resentful gaze was too powerful, Shin couldn't help but quicken his pace and hurry into the room. Oh, you're back. Kushina looked up at Shin. What are you all doing? Shin looked at Kushina and the others, who were busy, and couldn't help but ask. Can't you see? We're making dumplings, of course. Kushina wiped some flour from her hands onto Shin's face, leaving 2 white streaks. Shin wiped the flour from his face, then said with a strange expression, "Are these really dumplings? My knowledge is limited, don't try to fool me." The various bizarrely shaped dumplings left Shin speechless. They must have invented them themselves. Conan's dumplings were still good. After all, Conan's greatest hobby was origami. She applied this skill to making dumplings. If your knowledge is limited, what are you still doing here? Go read a book, Tsunade said, knowing Shin was mocking them, and couldn't help but give Shin a big eye roll. Oh, sorry. I don't like reading. Shin sat down and watched them make dumplings. By the way, where's Mikoto? Shin just noticed that Mikoto, the master chef, wasn't here. This was a bit strange. Mikoto and Hinata went to guide Hanabi's training. I think Mikoto works quite hard cooking every day, so today I'm helping her out. Hearing Mei Terumi's words, Shin's eyes showed a flicker of hesitation. Since Mikoto didn't make them, could the dumplings they were making even be edible? That's the real question. Shin and Mikoto Nichin prepared the filling. Conan, likely guessing what Shin was thinking, said to him. Hearing Conan say that, Shin instantly relaxed. So Mikoto prepared the filling. That was fine. If Kushina or Tsunade had prepared it, Shin really wouldn't dare to eat it. Who knew what they would put inside? But if Mikoto prepared it, he could eat it with peace of mind. At most, the dumplings would just look a bit ugly. Chapter 437, The 5 Kage Summit. Shin was relaxing in the Land of Whirlpools, while Obito Uchiha was tirelessly working. Indeed, Obito was a tool, and a very effective one at that. He arrived in Konoha, sneaking in. Konoha's defenses were even tighter now, but Obito, with his abilities, slipped past them easily. Quietly, without alerting anyone, he reached the Uzumaki Clan mask storage temple, retrieved the Shinigami mask, and immediately departed. He didn't plan to dispel the Reaper Death Seal in Konoha. It was too risky, something could go wrong. Obito wouldn't allow that. The plan was nearing its final stage. If it failed now due to some unforeseen circumstance, Obito himself would probably die of regret. After stealing the Shinigami mask, Obito left without a trace, having successfully played the part of a master thief. And this theft would likely go unnoticed. Konoha didn't place much importance on the masks in the storage temple. Even if they all disappeared, it wouldn't attract much attention. While Obito was busy with his thievery, a not-so-small event was unfolding in the shinobi world. The 4th Raikage, in his own name, invited the Kage of the other hidden villages to a 5 Kage summit to discuss matters concerning the Akatsuki. This time, the Kage of the other hidden villages gave the 4th Raikage face and agreed to attend. After all, this matter concerned all the hidden villages. Their tailed beasts had been stolen, it would be strange if they didn't react. Kumogakure had lost the 2 tails. As for their 8 tails, it had been stolen by Shin long ago and was now reportedly in the Akatsuki's possession. They didn't have the courage to try and retrieve the 8 tails from Shin Uzumaki. But if it was the Akatsuki, Kumogakure felt their courage returning. After some deliberation, they decided to hold the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Nawaki, accompanied by Kakashi and Yamato, went to attend. Nawaki. Upon arriving in the Land of Iron, Nawaki heard someone call his name. Looking over, he saw Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi, you should address me as Hokage, Nawaki said to Hisashi. Honestly, I never thought you'd become Hokage. Hisashi was somewhat surprised, but also a little pleased. Nawaki becoming Hokage wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Given their relationship, it could strengthen the harmony between their two villages. Where's your older brother? Nawaki asked. Attending the 5 Kage summit should be Hayashi's responsibility. Big brother has already entered the meeting hall. I just stepped out for a moment. Nawaki and Hisashi then entered the meeting hall together. Kakashi and Yamato, Nawaki's guards, frowned upon seeing Nawaki's familiarity with Hisashi but said nothing. They were just guards, their only duty was to protect the Hokage. Other matters were not their concern. As expected of the Hokage, arriving so late, making all of us wait. As soon as Nawaki entered, he heard a sarcastic voice. Third Tsuchikage, do you have a problem with that? Nawaki looked at Inoki, feeling particularly annoyed. Hearing Nawaki's irritated tone, Inoki sneered dismissively. He wasn't afraid of Nawaki. In terms of seniority, no one present could compare to him, he was a true veteran. Yes, Inoki loved to flaunt his seniority. It was a rather annoying habit. And in Inoki's eyes, Nawaki had become Hokage largely because of Shin Uzumaki, so he looked down on him. Though angry, Nawaki didn't argue with Inoki. His status was different now. He represented all of Konoha, he had to be more careful. The 4th Raikage slammed his fist on the table, his face grim. The table instantly shattered. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others immediately drew their kunai, warily watching the 4th Raikage. No need to be nervous. Nawaki waved his hand at Kakashi and the others, signaling them to put away their kunai. There was no need to be afraid now, no one would dare to make a move. 4th Raikage, what is the meaning of this? Inoki asked the 4th Raikage unhappily. He hadn't even lost his temper yet. When was it the 4th Raikage's turn to throw a fit? I convened this 5 Kage summit to question all of you. The 4th Raikage stood up, his unfriendly gaze sweeping over the others. As far as I know, the members of the Akatsuki are all missing nin from your respective villages, correct? Don't you have an explanation? The 4th Raikage's accusatory tone annoyed the others. Heh, 4th Raikage, this accusation is baseless. Kisame Hoshigaki defected before I took over as Mizukage. Hayashi Hyuga said calmly. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. He couldn't really blame Hayashi Hyuga, but he was still dissatisfied with him. The reason was simple, Shin Uzumaki. The 4th Raikage's hatred for Shin was known throughout the shinobi world, and Hayashi Hyuga had a good relationship with Shin Uzumaki, obviously earning the 4th Raikage's enmity. In any case, besides Kumogakure, all your villages have missing nin who have joined the Akatsuki. Especially Konoha, Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha joined successively, and it's rumored that Sasuke Uchiha has also joined. The 4th Raikage stood up and confronted Nawaki. Nawaki frowned. The 4th Raikage's words were sharp, Nawaki didn't know how to refute them. 4th Raikage, the appearance of missing nin is not something we desire. And your Kumogakure has no powerful missing nin. Could it be that your village is simply weak? Inoki sneered at the 4th Raikage. Nawaki and the others looked at Inoki, speechless. Is having missing nin something to be proud of? Inoki, are you looking for a fight? The 4th Raikage clenched his fists. Your father was killed by Shin Uzumaki, and you don't even dare to seek revenge. You're just a useless coward. The old man Inoki was merciless with his insults, saying whatever was most hurtful, making the 4th Raikage's face turn livid. Do you want to die, Inoki? The 4th Raikage was hot-tempered and already wanted to fight. Inoki's aura was no weaker than the 4th Raikage's, they were evenly matched. As for the other Kage, they were happy to watch the show. Their relationships weren't good anyway. Seeing Inoki and the 4th Raikage about to fight, not adding fuel to the fire was already quite considerate of them. However, though they enjoyed the drama, someone couldn't just stand by, Mifune. This 5 Kage summit was being hosted by him. The reason Mifune was hosting was because he wasn't from any of the 5 great villages. Esteemed Kage, please don't hurt our harmony, Mifune said quickly, seeing Inoki and the 4th Raikage about to fight. Chapter 438, Obito declares war. Although Inoki and the 4th Raikage were at each other's throats, they ultimately didn't fight, thanks to Mifune's mediation. It showed Mifune, as the host, was quite effective. At least Inoki and the 4th Raikage gave him some face. Mifune's strength was not weak either, as someone who had fought Hanzo of the Salamander, his own strength was likely no less than Kage level. Who's there? Show yourself. The fourth Reikage, who had just sat down, suddenly lashed out, punching towards his left rear. An unfortunate white Zetsu was killed by his punch. It was just a white Zetsu clone. Even if it was killed, it didn't matter. Actually, even if White Zetsu's main body was killed, it wouldn't matter much. White Zetsu's main body wasn't that important. It wasn't that if White Zetsu's main body died, all its clones would die too. In fact, if White Zetsu's main body perished, its clones could continue to live and jump around. As expected of the fourth Reikage, your senses are quite sharp. Obito appeared behind the fourth Reikage, his voice calm as water. Playing tricks in front of me. The fourth Reikage reacted instantly. Before even turning his head, he swung his elbow towards Obito. The powerful blow, which would have made even other Kage wary, passed right through Obito's body. What's going on? The fourth Reikage's gaze darkened. He didn't know what had happened, the attack had passed right through him. Spacetime ninjutsu. The fourth Reikage was well informed. This definitely wasn't genjutsu, it had to be spacetime ninjutsu. Thinking the opponent possessed spacetime ninjutsu, the fourth Reikage felt it would be annoying. And the fourth Reikage felt this technique was very familiar. Shin Uzumaki seemed to possess a similar spacetime ninjutsu. Staring intently at the masked man, this guy is not Shin Uzumaki. If it were Shin Uzumaki, he definitely wouldn't wear a mask and hide his face. Who are you? The fourth Reikage questioned Obito Uchiha. He's a member of the Akatsuki. At this moment, Kakashi spoke, his expression very complicated. He remembered that during the Akatsuki's attack on Konoha, it was this man who had saved him. If not for him, Kakashi would have perished along with Konoha. Obito heard Kakashi's words, his body stiffening for a moment before returning to normal. The eye visible through his mask became even colder. He's right. I am the leader of the Akatsuki. I came here only to declare, the Fourth Shinobi World War officially begins, Obito said indifferently to everyone. Brat. Inoki couldn't help but stand up, glaring angrily at Obito. Obito wasn't affected by Inoki's words. Declaring war also had a purpose. He wanted to use this war to get the other half of the Nine Tails from Naruto Uzumaki. Although he had obtained the Ina tribute Nine Tails through Shin Uzumaki's method, half a Nine Tails clearly wasn't enough to revive the Ten Tails to its complete state. Obito feared something might go wrong. He didn't want to revive an imperfect Ten Tails, so he wanted to get the other half, the young attribute Nine Tails. Besides, Obito also knew that even if he didn't declare war on the entire shinobi world, the 5 great villages would definitely come looking for trouble with him. Who asked him to steal all the tailed beasts? What exactly is your purpose? Nawaki asked Obito calmly and composedly. Purpose? I will revive the Ten Tails, unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, and plunge the entire world into a genjutsu. Then, everything lost can be brought back in the world of illusion. A crazed glint appeared in Obito's eyes. One wonders if Obito had a problem with his brain. He had the Rinnegan, he could have just used the Rinne rebirth technique to revive Rin no Era. That would have been the end of it, yet he insisted on completing the Eye of the Moon plan. Was he brainwashed too thoroughly by Madara Uchiha, or was it for some other reason? Perhaps it was for another reason. Even if he revived Rin no Era, Rin might not like him. Only in a genjutsu could everything proceed according to his wishes. At this moment, Obito was twisted. Perhaps only Obito himself knew his true thoughts. The 5 Kage, hearing Obito's words, reacted intensely. He wants to cast a genjutsu on the entire world. This is insane. And looking at his confident demeanor, it seemed he had the ability to achieve it. This made them unable to sit still. Who would want to live in a false world? Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki used dust release. A cubic barrier shot towards Obito, enveloping him. All objects enveloped by the barrier would be disintegrated into atomic states, not even ashes remaining. The power of dust release, aside from truth-seeking orbs, all-killing ash bones, some ultimate ocular techniques, and 6 paths senjutsu, was arguably the strongest. However, this kind of attack had no effect on Obito. To be precise, Obito's true body existed in another dimension. No matter how powerful dust release was, it was useless if it couldn't hit. No effect. Inoki's face was very dark. Although he had anticipated this result, seeing it have no effect still made his expression gloomy. Obito glanced at Kakashi, then left. The people here could do nothing to him. Is it my imagination? Kakashi couldn't help but touch his Sharingan, watching Obito's retreating back. He sensed a familiar aura. After Obito left, everyone was lost in thought, their expressions grim. Everyone, we must stop his plan, Hayashi Hyuga stood up and said. Hayashi had originally come here just to watch the show, as it didn't concern him much. But after learning of the opponent's plan, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Because this also concerned him. Hayashi Hyuga didn't want to live in a genjutsu world either. And who knew what would happen to him after being pulled into the Genjutsu world? Actually, the Genjutsu world of infinite Tsukuyomi could satisfy all your thoughts and desires. If they were really pulled into it, perhaps even knowing it was a Genjutsu, they wouldn't be willing to come out. But they hadn't been hit by the Genjutsu yet, so that wasn't the case. They naturally had to resist with all their might. I remember Shin Uzumaki also has intricate connections with the Akatsuki, right? The fourth Reikage gaze fixed on Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga. If anyone here was familiar with Shin Uzumaki, it would be these two. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Nawaki, seeing everyone staring at him, immediately waved his hands. Nawaki himself really didn't know much about Shin's affairs. Could the Akatsuki's plan also involve Shin? Nawaki found it a bit hard to believe. Chapter 439, Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga seek out Shin. The five Kage reached a consensus. They would form an alliance to fight the Akatsuki and stop the masked man's plan. Meanwhile, in the Land of Whirlpools, Shin also learned of the five Kage summit and Obito's declaration of war. He wondered if there was truly some kind of world will at play. In that case, it means Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival isn't far off. Shin believed that as long as he didn't interfere, and the hidden Hagoromo Otsutsuki also didn't interfere, Kagaya Otsutsuki would definitely be revived, just like in the original story. Shin himself certainly wouldn't interfere. He wanted Kagaya to be revived, and through Kagaya, he could learn many secrets about this world. The Otsutsuki clan was probably the biggest secret in the Naruto world. The origin of chakra could be said to be entirely due to the god tree planted by the Otsutsuki clan. Less than half a day after Shin received the intel, Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga arrived in the Land of Whirlpools. Their purpose, of course, was to find Shin. Why are you two here? And together? Shin looked at Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga with confusion. I came to ask you something, Nawaki said, hesitating slightly. If you have questions, ask quickly. Don't waste my time. Shin looked at Nawaki's hesitant expression and said impatiently. He didn't want to waste time with Nawaki's hemming and hawing. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll ask. I wanted to ask, do you know about the Eye of the Moon plan? Nawaki glanced at Hayashi Hyuga, who turned his head away, unwilling to speak. So, Nawaki had to ask. Oh, so that's the question. Of course, I know. I know about the Eye of the Moon plan. What about it? Shin had thought they were going to ask something else. So it was just this. You know. Are you also involved in this Eye of the Moon plan? Nawaki's emotions were somewhat agitated. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean he would have to become enemies with Shin? I know what you mean. In short, this matter is complicated, involving many things. I can't explain it clearly to you in a short time. Shin felt a headache coming on. He didn't know where to start explaining to Nawaki. Then can you tell me about it? Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga both adopted an attitude of listening respectfully, waiting for Shin to continue. Alright, since you want to know, and I happen to have some free time, I'll tell you. But not here. Follow me back, and we'll talk. Shin said to Nawaki. They were currently at the seaside, not at Shin's home. We have to go back with you. Nawaki's face showed reluctance. Going back with Shin, wouldn't that mean seeing his sister? Honestly, Nawaki really didn't want to see Tsunade. He was afraid of being lectured by her. Let's go, Shin kicked Nawaki lightly, then led the way. Helpless, Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga could only follow. They wanted to know the secrets of the Eye of the Moon plan. Arriving home, Nawaki was thrilled to find Tsunade wasn't there. Only Mikoto and Konan were home. The others had gone fishing at the seaside. Can you tell us now? Nawaki asked Shin impatiently. Nawaki was thinking of learning the truth and leaving quickly, lest Tsunade catch him. Then he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Alright, I'll tell you then. Shin told Nawaki some of the secrets about the Eye of the Moon plan, such as it being Madara Uchiha's creation, and the masked Obito Uchiha being merely an executor. However, Shin didn't tell Nawaki and the others about the deeper secret of Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival. It wasn't that this secret couldn't be told, but Shin found it annoying. If he continued to explain, it would probably take a whole day. So it's related to Madara Uchiha. Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga were both in a daze, clearly shocked by the information they received from Shin. Alright, I've explained it clearly. You shouldn't have any other questions, right? Shin took a sip of the tea Konan poured for him and said. I do have questions, but looking at you, you probably won't answer them anyway, Nawaki said, shaking his head at Shin. But Shin, are you really going to participate in this? Nawaki asked the final, crucial question, the one he most wanted to know. Relax. The world won't be destroyed, Shin waved his hand at Nawaki. Although Shin didn't directly answer Nawaki's question, Nawaki understood Shin's answer from his words and felt relieved. In that case, I should leave too. I still need to go back to Konoha and prepare. Nawaki immediately stood up and ran outside, as if being chased by some scary entity. Is it really necessary? Shin was a bit speechless. Did Nawaki really need to be this scared? He had already told Tsunade not to pester Nawaki about settling down. After Nawaki left, Shin looked at Hayashi Hyuga. Nawaki's gone. Why are you still here? Do you want to stay for dinner? Shin unceremoniously asked Hayashi to leave. Hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga's face darkened. I want to see my two daughters. You want to see Hinata and Hanabi. That's not a problem. But whether they want to see you is another matter. Shin shook his head. Hinata was fine, but Hanabi held considerable resentment towards Hayashi Hyuga, because Hayashi had remarried shortly after their mother's death. Hanabi's resentment was immense. She hadn't visited Hayashi Hyuga in years, precisely because of this. Hayashi Hyuga likely knew this too. Sigh, forget it. Hayashi Hyuga sighed. A meeting would probably lead to an argument, so it was better not to meet. Hayashi Hyuga also left. He had to prepare for the upcoming Fourth Shinobi World War. The information he received from Shin made him take it seriously. Shin had told them that the Akatsuki wasn't just a handful of members. They had 100,000 white Zetsu. Chapter 440, The Allied Shinobi Forces. Tsunade Nichin, you came back late. Your brother Nawaki was here earlier. After Tsunade and the others returned from fishing, Konan told Tsunade. Nawaki was here? Tsunade was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then looked at Shin. Not just Nawaki. Hayashi Hyuga also came, Mikoto said. TCH. What did he come for? Hanabi's little face immediately showed displeasure. Hanabi. Hinata called out to Hanabi, causing Hanabi to restrain some of her displeasure. What did those two come to find you for? Kushina asked Shin curiously. Mei Terumi followed behind Kushina, her curiosity even greater than Kushina's. They came to ask me about the Akatsuki's Eye of the Moon plan. Shin didn't hide it from them. Anyway, Mikoto and Konan already knew what they were discussing earlier. The Eye of the Moon plan. They know about it now. Mei Terumi's face showed a hint of surprise. Yes. Not long ago, Obito declared the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War in front of the 5 Kage. Shin nodded. Obito was quite something, already posturing in front of the Kage of the great villages. Though Obito was nothing in Shin's eyes, to the other Kage, he was a formidable figure. His Kamui intangibility alone made them helpless, unless Kakashi could use his Kamui to counter Obito's. However, Kakashi didn't know that was his good old buddy, so naturally, he wouldn't know his Kamui could counter Obito's intangibility. Kakashi could distort space and enter the Kamui dimension. And in the intangible state, Obito's real body was also in the Kamui dimension. Entering the Kamui dimension, he could naturally deal with Obito. Of course, that was assuming Kakashi could defeat Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha's various abilities were also trained by Madara Uchiha. Even if his intangibility was nullified, his strength was not weak. If Kakashi and Obito fought, Obito's chances of winning were likely greater. Obito Uchiha challenged the 5 villages. Does he have the strength to fight 5 hidden villages? Karen Uzumaki couldn't help but ask with confusion. He does. Relying on the demonic statue of the outer path, plus the Hashirama cells, he produced 100,000 white Zetsu. Shin smiled, answering Karen's question. What? White Zetsu was produced using my grandfather's cells. Tsunade was somewhat angry upon hearing this. Back then, Madara Uchiha bit off a piece of your grandfather's flesh. These cells came from that. But white Zetsu are actually humans from 1,000 years ago. Shin had told them before. White Zetsu were people who had been caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi, they had all become Kagaya Otsutsuki's army. But honestly, to true powerhouses, white Zetsu were just cannon fodder. Shin didn't know what purpose Kagaya Otsutsuki had in creating white Zetsu. Anyway, Shin didn't believe Kagaya created white Zetsu just to deal with powerful enemies. Forget it, no need to think too much about these things. When he met Kagaya Otsutsuki later, he could just ask her. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki not answering, that didn't matter. Shin had ways to make her answer. Next, there's going to be a good show to watch. Shin looked up at the sky. The real drama was about to begin. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, that secretive old geezer, would definitely make an appearance. I want to go see too. I don't even know what the Ten-Tails looks like. I want to see it. Kushina's eyes sparkled. I'm also very curious about the Ten-Tails. Mikoto's eyes also showed curiosity. The legendary Ten-Tails God Tree, the origin of chakra, how could she not want to see it? All right. We'll all go together then, Shin said with a wave of his hand. Next, the great shinobi villages mobilized their full strength. Soon, an allied shinobi forces was established, formed by the 5 great shinobi villages, and even including samurai from the Land of Iron. As for the ninja from other small villages, the 5 great villages didn't bother mobilizing them. Even if they came, their contribution wouldn't be significant. And the great villages generally looked down on the small villages, unless they possessed strength comparable to Amigekure. Of course, this referred to Amigekure's past strength. The current Amigekure was pitifully weak. With the 5 great villages assembled, they naturally had to choose a commander. This had been decided during the last meeting. The 4th Reikage became the supreme commander of the allied shinobi forces. Nawaki and Hayashi Hyuga had no intention of competing. Gaara wanted to compete but lacked the seniority. Anoki had the seniority but was too old. So, this heavy responsibility fell to the 4th Reikage. But don't think that becoming commander meant he could command the other villages. The other villages still wouldn't listen to him. The only people the 4th Reikage could truly command were still the ninja of Kumogakure. The allied shinobi forces assembled, and Obito also began to act, controlling the demonic statue of the outer path to seal the Nine-Tails Ina tribute chakra. Yes, Obito hadn't sealed the Nine-Tails Ina tribute chakra before. If he had, the Ten-Tails would probably have started reviving long ago. Damn it. Sealing it alone is so slow. Obito Uchiha frowned. Actually, it was mainly because Obito's strength was insufficient. If Obito had 6 paths level strength, sealing the Nine-Tails would be a matter of minutes. The Ina tribute Nine-Tails, bound tightly, roared, its hateful eyes staring at Obito. I hope you can buy me some time, Kabuto Yakushi, Obito muttered to himself with a grim face. He had been careless. Obito had thought that with the Rinnegan, sealing the Ina tribute Nine-Tails would be a simple matter. After all, it was only half a Nine-Tails. But Obito hadn't expected that even half a Nine-Tails would be much stronger than the other tailed beasts. Sealing it was very difficult. So, an awkward situation arose. Obito needed someone to help him buy time. And just like in the original story, Kabuto Yakushi collaborated with Obito. To be precise, he should be called Orokabuto now. He had completely inherited everything from Orochimaru and had also devoured the cells of the white snake Orochimaru had left behind. Most importantly, Orokabuto had learned the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei, and it was the version Orochimaru had researched and perfected. And Orokabuto also had Madara Uchiha's corpse. It was unknown how Orokabuto had found it. Madara Uchiha's corpse had been hidden by Black Zetsu. If he hadn't brought it out, it would have been impossible for anyone to find Madara Uchiha's corpse. Or perhaps, Orokabuto had also been made a pawn by Black Zetsu, used to restrain Obito Uchiha. Black Zetsu likely saw that Obito Uchiha had ulterior motives. Chapter 441, With great power comes great whimsy. Hokage, how did your investigation go? In the allied shinobi forces command tent, the 4th Reikage asked Nawaki. Shin won't interfere with us. As for what he's planning, I don't know, Nawaki replied to the 4th Reikage. He won't move against you. But against us, that's another story, Anoki said with a sarcastic tone. Suddenly. Oh. Anoki, do you have a problem with me? I'm right here. If you have an issue, you can say it to my face. Shin suddenly appeared in the command tent with his companions, looking at Anoki with an impassive expression. Anoki's body trembled. He hadn't expected Shin Uzumaki to show up. Facing Shin, Anoki had the right to remain silent, though proud, silence was the best option right now. Shin Uzumaki. Seeing Shin, the 4th Reikage couldn't help but clench his fists. Eventually, he reluctantly relaxed them. What was the use of hatred? He didn't have the strength for revenge. Over the years, his strength hadn't improved much, it felt like he had reached his limit. Against Shin Uzumaki, he was completely outmatched. So, under the suppression of his reason, the 4th Reikage didn't attack. But he wouldn't forget his father's death. If an opportunity ever arose, he would definitely seek revenge. Shin sensed the 4th Reikage's hatred but ignored it completely. In Shin's eyes, the 4th Reikage's strength was no greater than an ant's. He could kill him with a single punch, without even using ninjutsu. Big sister. What are you doing here? Nawaki looked at Tsunade, on the verge of tears. What? Am I not welcome? Tsunade asked Nawaki, her expression unfriendly. What could he do? Could he say she wasn't welcome? Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare say that. Otherwise, he'd be met with Tsunade's fist. Few could withstand Tsunade's punch, especially against her own younger brother. She probably wouldn't hold back. Shin had brought all the women with him this time, Kushina, Tsunade, Mikoto, Konan, Mei Terumi, Hinata, and Hanabi. Hayashi Hyuga looked at Hinata and Hanabi, his heart stirring with emotion. He hadn't seen his daughters in so long. Hanabi glanced at the emotional Hayashi, then turned her head away, completely ignoring him. This was understandable. Hanabi still held a deep resentment towards Hayashi for remarrying shortly after their mother's death. Hayashi could only smile wryly. He had his reasons for remarrying. He had wanted a son. And now, his wish had been granted. His son had been born, Hinata and Hanabi's younger brother. Though Hinata and Hanabi didn't know yet. Even Shin didn't know, let alone Hinata and Hanabi. Shin hadn't paid any attention to Hayashi's affairs. Shin Uzumaki, what is your purpose here? The fourth Reikage, asked. Are you worried I'll attack you? Shin looked at the wary fourth Reikage with a disdainful smile. If I really wanted to attack you, you'd all be corpses by now. Or not even corpses. The fourth Reikage's face turned grim. Though he knew Shin was telling the truth, hearing it from Shin's mouth still made him incredibly unhappy. But what could he do? He could only swallow his pride. Shin was too strong. Shin, can you tell us what you're planning? Nawaki asked Shin. Relax. We're just here to watch the show, Shin replied with a smile. Nawaki was bewildered. We're about to engage in a serious, tense war, and you're here to watch the show. So, with great power comes great whimsy. Nawaki couldn't say anything. The fourth Reikage breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Uzumaki probably had no need to lie to them. As long as he just watched and didn't interfere, that was fine. If he really did interfere, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Who knew how strong Shin Uzumaki truly was? When he was young, he had the strength to easily defeat several Kage-level opponents working together. Now, his strength was likely unimaginable. To this day, no one had been able to force Shin to use his full power. No one knew the extent of his strength. Even Shin himself didn't know how strong he was at full power, he had no opponent to test it against. As for testing his own strength, that was the act of a destroyer. His powerful ninjutsu could annihilate an island. There weren't enough islands for Shin to practice on. And he had already sunk more than one or two. Shin and his companions stayed there, eating and drinking, watching the battle. The allied shinobi forces and the Akatsuki's white Zetsu army had already clashed. The allied shinobi forces had even changed their forehead protectors. The original village symbols were replaced with a unified shinobi character. This was to foster unity among the forces, who came from different villages and held grudges against each other. A unified forehead protector helped bridge the gap between them. As for what would happen later, it was hard to say. But for now, the most important thing was to deal with the Akatsuki and stop the Eye of the Moon plan. Though the 10,000 white Zetsu army seemed numerous, their individual strength was not high. To an elite jonin, white Zetsu were basically cannon fodder. However, most of the ninja in the allied shinobi forces weren't very strong either. Jonin were a minority. The white Zetsu army was weak individually, but they had many tricks up their sleeves, such as merging together. Several white Zetsu could merge to form a giant, pitcher plant-like creature with considerable combat strength. Another of white Zetsu's abilities was the flawless transformation, a transformation jutsu. Unlike a normal transformation jutsu, after absorbing someone's chakra, it could transform into the person with the same chakra, allowing it to infiltrate the allied shinobi forces. This kind of transformation was very difficult to detect. Even experienced elite jonin couldn't see through it. In terms of transformation jutsu, white Zetsu was arguably the best in the entire shinobi world. Right now, the allied shinobi force's biggest headache was the white Zetsu's flawless transformation. After transforming, they were undetectable, even the chakra they used was the same as the original person's. In this situation, how could they be distinguished? With no way to differentiate, not only were they suffering heavy losses from the white Zetsu army's frontal assault, but they were also plagued by internal paranoia. At this point, they had to be wary not only of the white Zetsu but also of the ninja transformed from white Zetsu. You could be stabbed in the back by an ally at any moment. It was impossible to guard against. Chapter 442, Orochimaru's Revival. While the white Zetsu army caused immense trouble for the allied shinobi forces, Orokabuto's Edo Tensei army also emerged. It was unknown how many graves Orokabuto had dug up. Basically, all previous Kage had been reanimated by Orokabuto. And not just the former Kage of each village, but also elite ninja from each village had been reanimated. When the Edo Tensei army appeared, the allied shinobi forces were utterly shocked. Edo Tensei is your Konoha's forbidden jutsu, right? The fourth Reikage looked at Nawaki unhappily. Anoki was also quite upset about this. He had heard that his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, had also been reanimated. Nawaki was helpless and could only remain silent. They would definitely blame Konoha for this. The person who developed the forbidden jutsu was his granduncle, so, he had to bear this blame. Now is not the time to talk about this. We need to find a way to seal the reanimated individuals, Hayashi Hyuga stood up and said, helping Nawaki out. The fourth Raikage also knew that now was not the time to blame Nawaki, and Nawaki's sister, Tsunade, was here. Even if he really wanted to cause trouble for Nawaki, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Edo Tensei can only be sealed. We can only notify the sealing team. Fortunately, they had been prepared. The sealing team, proficient in sealing techniques, had also been brought to the battlefield. Otherwise, they would have no way to deal with the reanimated individuals. While they were discussing in the command tent, Shin and his companions were naturally not there. They were outside, watching the great battle. I didn't expect White Zetsu to be this capable. Kushina watched as the White Zetsu threw the allied shinobi forces into chaos, somewhat surprised. She knew how weak White Zetsu were individually. But when they combined, the combat strength they unleashed was quite powerful. A dozen White Zetsu combined could even pose a challenge to a Jonin, and most importantly, the flawless transformation was undetectable by even the most advanced sensory ninjutsu. Unless one, like Naruto Uzumaki, could sense malice, it was impossible to distinguish who was an enemy. Shin, what are you looking at? Mikoto, keenly aware of Shin, noticed him staring at a certain place in a daze and asked him. Strange. How did Orochimaru revive? Shin said, somewhat puzzled. Logically, Orochimaru shouldn't have a chance to revive now. Orochimaru. Tsunade, hearing this, looked over, and she saw not just Orochimaru, but also Jiraiya, Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hashirama, Tobarama, Minato, and Hiruzen were in an Edo Tensei state. Shin could guess that Orochimaru had reanimated them. I'm going over to have a look. Tsunade charged over, filled with murderous intent. Her two grandfathers had been reanimated again. Tsunade was furious. Let's go too. Seeing Tsunade go, Shin and the others couldn't just stand by. He took the women and rushed over to Tsunade's location. Orochimaru, give me an explanation. After charging over, Tsunade glared at Orochimaru angrily. Only Orochimaru here knew the Edo Tensei technique. So, her grandfather must have been reanimated by Orochimaru. Are you little Tsuna? Hashirama Senju asked Tsunade tentatively. Ha 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 ha. Little Tsuna. That's hilarious. Kushina couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing Hashirama Senju's words. Tsunade's face darkened. She felt an urge to turn around and punch Kushina. I am, and I'm not little anymore. Tsunade said to Hashirama Senju with some frustration. Grandfather, you're not under Orochimaru's control. Tsunade looked at Hashirama. Tsunade, don't misunderstand. Actually, Orochimaru is a helper I invited, Jiraiya quickly said to Tsunade. Orochimaru's revival was thanks to Jiraiya's help. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru have had a chance to revive? Knowing the danger of fighting the Akatsuki, Jiraiya had found a way to revive Orochimaru and have him use Edo Tensei. Tsunade's gaze fell on Jiraiya, her fists already clenched. Seeing Tsunade clench her fists, Jiraiya instantly felt things were not good. Without a second thought, he quickly hid behind Hashirama Senju, afraid of being killed by Tsunade's punch. Orochimaru. You're quite lucky. Shin looked at Orochimaru. Shin had thought that with the plot deviating so much, Orochimaru wouldn't have a chance to revive. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to come back to life in the end. Shin truly hadn't anticipated this. Perhaps I wasn't meant to die, Orochimaru said with a smile. You are Shin Uzumaki? Tobarama Senju asked Shin. The reason Tobarama Senju knew Shin was surely because of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other's explanation. Otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't know Shin Uzumaki. Yes. Shin's gaze met Tobarama Senju's. Though Tobarama Senju's gaze was extremely sharp, it couldn't intimidate Shin. I heard you're very strong. Tobarama Senju looked deeply at Shin, unable to discern Shin Uzumaki's strength. He looked normal, but who knew what kind of strength was hidden beneath that average appearance? Tobarama Senju felt he was even more dangerous than his older brother. I hear you also have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As Tobarama Senju looked at Shin, a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. Possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan definitely meant having Uchiha blood. And Tobarama Senju hated the Uchiha with a passion. Shin was quite unhappy being stared at by Tobarama Senju. If not for Tsunade's sake, he would have kicked him away. Just as Tobarama Senju was about to attack, he was suddenly held back by Hashirama Senju. He's my granddaughter's husband. How can I let them fight? Being held back by his older brother, Tobarama Senju didn't say anything, obediently choosing to back down. After all, Tobarama Senju was a Brokon. Lord Hokage, could you please assist the allied shinobi forces first? Jiraiya couldn't help but speak up. Of the people here, besides Minato Namikaze, he couldn't command anyone else. He could only request. Boom. A tall, purple Susanoo slashed towards the allied shinobi forces with a single stroke. The attack was indiscriminate, even the white Zetsu were within its range. Perfect Susanoo. Hashirama Senju's playful face turned grave. This represented the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it another Uchiha clan member? A hint of disgust flashed in Tobirama Senju's eyes, but because his older brother Hashirama Senju was here, Tobirama Senju didn't say anything. Let's go quickly. Hashirama Senju rushed towards that direction. The destructive power of the perfect Susanoo was too great, it had to be stopped. Chapter 443, The Reanimated Madara Uchiha. What's the deal with this perfect Susanoo? Kushina asked, puzzled, looking at the purple perfect Susanoo before them. That's Sasuke Uchiha Susanoo. Indra's power allowed Sasuke Uchiha to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin explained to them. There was no need to explain who Indra was, Shin had previously told them about the Otsutsuki family, including Indra Otsutsuki. Not long after, a wooden golem, as large as the perfect Susanoo, appeared, blocking the perfect Susanoo's attack. This wooden golem was obviously Hashirama Senju's wood release. After blocking the attack, Hashirama Senju began his counterattack. He used the wood human technique and the wood dragon technique simultaneously. A wooden dragon coiled around the Susanoo, binding it tightly. While restraining the Susanoo's movements, it could also absorb Sasuke Uchiha's chakra. Orochimaru's perfected Edo Tensei allowed the reanimated individuals to utilize over 90% of their original power. And Hashirama Senju wasn't being controlled. Besides, Orochimaru couldn't control Hashirama. The previous instance where he was controlled was due to Orochimaru's Edo Tensei being incomplete, making the reanimated Hashirama too weak. But the current Hashirama Senju was unbelievably powerful. Without even using Sage Art, he could beat Sasuke Uchiha senseless. Completely suppressed, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't even muster a counterattack. At this moment, Tobirama Senju also arrived. He didn't help Hashirama but instead focused on dealing with the other reanimated Kage. He didn't help Hashirama because Tobirama knew his older brother's strength, he could definitely handle his opponent. Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi also joined the fray. For a time, they managed to suppress the momentum of the Edo Tensei army. I'm going too, Jiraiya said to Shin, then quickly rushed over. Orochimaru didn't go. He had helped enough, Orochimaru clearly didn't want to exert himself further. Seeing you again is quite unexpected, Shin said to Orochimaru. Me too. Orochimaru felt a bit emotional. He hadn't expected to ultimately lose to Sasuke Uchiha in their struggle for control of his body. Even so, Orochimaru hadn't completely lost his chance. He lurked within Sasuke Uchiha's body, constantly seeking an opportunity. Until Sasuke Uchiha's Indra power was fully awakened, evolving his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Before, he could hide. But after Sasuke Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan evolved, Orochimaru couldn't hide anymore. The current Orochimaru seemed to have come to terms with some things. He wasn't as obsessed with the Sharingan anymore. Of course, if an opportunity to obtain it arose, Orochimaru would definitely not give up. What is this aura? Mei Terumi's gaze couldn't help but turn towards the distance. She sensed a powerful presence. Very familiar. Madara Uchiha's aura. The moment Kushina sensed this aura, she knew who it was. She had seen Madara Uchiha before, so she could recognize his aura. Shin looked over. The current Fourth Shinobi World War was vastly different from the original story. It seemed the scene of Madara Uchiha single-handedly fighting the 5 Kage wouldn't happen. With Hashirama Senju as his opponent, Madara wouldn't bother with the 5 Kage. Let's go take a look. Shin pulled the women towards the battlefield. Orochimaru, also curious, followed along. Hashirama, long time no see. Madara Uchiha's somewhat weary eyes stared at Hashirama Senju. I didn't expect you to be reanimated too, Hashirama Senju said, looking at Madara Uchiha with a wry smile. This wasn't part of my plan. Madara Uchiha couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on his face. Not revived properly, but reanimated by Edo Tensei. Madara Uchiha was naturally quite upset. He didn't know what Obito was up to. Could it be because of Shin Uzumaki? Speculation was useless. For now, Madara Uchiha could only reminisce with Hashirama Senju. Your plan. Hearing Madara Uchiha's words, Hashirama Senju looked as if he had heard some great secret, his expression turning grave. Indeed. My Eye of the Moon plan. Madara Uchiha unreservedly told Hashirama Senju about his Eye of the Moon plan, as if he were showing off to him. In fact, Madara Uchiha was showing off his plan. He had already been revived, the Eye of the Moon plan would definitely succeed. This was Madara Uchiha's confidence. After hearing Madara Uchiha's plan, Hashirama Senju took a deep breath. I will absolutely stop you, Hashirama Senju said solemnly. Hashirama, you're not qualified anymore. Madara Uchiha said calmly, his tone filled with confidence. After obtaining the Rinnegan, his strength had undergone a massive improvement. Before, though he was unwilling to admit it, the fact was he couldn't defeat Hashirama Senju. But now, Madara Uchiha was confident he could defeat Hashirama Senju, provided he was really resurrected. Damn it! Sasuke Uchiha roared angrily. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's conversation completely ignored Sasuke Uchiha, who was currently subdued by Hashirama Senju. Countless trees bound Sasuke Uchiha tightly, rendering him immobile. An Uchiha clansman. Eternal Mangekyo. Madara Uchiha glanced at Sasuke, a strange glint in his eyes, but Madara didn't pay him much mind. Even if Sasuke Uchiha was killed, Madara Uchiha wouldn't care in the slightest. He had already given up on the Uchiha clan. It wasn't that Madara Uchiha had abandoned the Uchiha clan, but that the Uchiha clan had abandoned him, their clan had. If the Uchiha clan had followed Madara Uchiha back then, perhaps their fate would have been different. A wrong choice led to the Uchiha clan's disappearance from the shinobi world. Madara Uchiha's aura seems weaker than before, Tsunade said to Shin, looking at Madara Uchiha. It's normal. He's in an Edo Tensei state, so he can't exert his full power. Shin wasn't surprised. The reanimated Madara Uchiha might even be weaker than the old, dying Madara Uchiha. After Shin and the others arrived, Madara Uchiha's gaze was also drawn to them. If it were anyone else, Madara Uchiha certainly wouldn't care. But with Shin Uzumaki here, he couldn't ignore him. Chapter 444, Hashirama Senju vs Madara Uchiha. Seeing Madara Uchiha looking at him, Shin chuckled lightly and greeted him. Madara, it's been a long time. Hashirama Senju was bewildered. Shin Uzumaki no Madara. He had learned some information about Shin Uzumaki from Hiruzen. Madara had already died before Shin was born. Madara had told Hashirama about the Eye of the Moon plan earlier, but he hadn't revealed everything, such as the matter of his fake death. So Hashirama Senju still believed Madara Uchiha had died after their final battle at the Valley of the End. Shin Uzumaki, why was I revived in this state? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? A cold light glinted in Madara Uchiha's eyes. You should ask Obito that question. Do you think I'm targeting you? You think too highly of yourself. Shin sneered. If he really wanted to deal with Madara Uchiha, he had hundreds of ways to ensure Madara wouldn't even have a chance to be revived. Obito. Madara Uchiha looked towards the demonic statue of the outer path in the far distance, or rather, the soon-to-be-revived Ten Tails. His face darkened. Madara Uchiha realized the small trick he had used to control Obito had already been removed by Obito himself. The forbidden individual curse tag, this was Madara Uchiha's method of controlling Obito. Obito couldn't remove it himself. He didn't know who had helped Obito. Shin Uzumaki. Unlikely. Looking at Shin Uzumaki, Madara Uchiha didn't think it was Shin who had helped Obito. Actually, it was Orokabuto. It should have been Obito using Kakashi to break the curse, but now it had been done by Orokabuto. Feeling a headache? Shin asked Madara Uchiha with a smile. Headache? Madara Uchiha sneered dismissively. No matter how much Obito grew, in Madara Uchiha's eyes, he would always be a little brat who couldn't grow up. You think breaking my technique means you can escape my control? Delusional. Madara Uchiha hadn't just prepared one method, he had other means. He wasn't afraid of Obito. Right now, the one he was most wary of wasn't Obito, nor his old rival Hashirama Senju, but Shin Uzumaki. How do you two know each other? After being bewildered for a long time, Hashirama Senju finally couldn't help but ask how they knew each other. Madara Uchiha glanced at Hashirama but didn't offer any explanation. Instead, he launched a fire-release jutsu, Majestic Destroyer Flame, at Hashirama. The attack also enveloped Shin. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Shin remained expressionless. The flames were split apart just as they were about to reach him, completely unable to affect him in any way. Madara, your tricks are very weak. Shin said calmly. Hashirama Senju also used wood release to block Madara Uchiha's attack and engaged Madara in taijutsu. Madara Uchiha had no time to answer Shin now, he had to be cautious when fighting Hashirama Senju. Tsunade Nichin, aren't you going to help? Hinata asked Tsunade. No need. Madara Uchiha is no match for grandfather. Tsunade's tone was quite confident. As it stood, Madara Uchiha's strength was completely disadvantaged, he was currently being suppressed. Susanoo. Madara Uchiha shouted lightly. A blue Susanoo stood tall, its immense power awe-inspiring. Boom. Hashirama Senju was not to be outdone. The wooden golem clashed with the Susanoo. A wood dragon coiled around the wooden golem, roaring at the Susanoo. Hashirama Senju vs Madara Uchiha. This is a grand spectacle. Shin chuckled. Orochimaru stood in the distance, slightly dazed. This power was a bit beyond his imagination. Then Orochimaru's gaze turned to Shin. Only from Shin Uzumaki had Orochimaru seen such power, and that was decades ago. How strong was Shin Uzumaki now? Orochimaru was very curious about this, but he was certain that Shin Uzumaki's strength was definitely much stronger than before. Everyone else on the battlefield deliberately avoided the clash between these two. Anyone who approached would only face death. Sasuke Uchiha hadn't died, but caught in the middle of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju's battle, he could only tremble and try to survive. Though both were perfect Susanoo, the power they unleashed was completely different. Sasuke Uchiha's Susanoo, compared to Madara Uchiha's, was like a younger brother. They had only fought for a few minutes, but the earth had already been torn apart. A canyon appeared because of their battle. A single battle could change the terrain. Madara Uchiha was completely suppressed. There was no way around it, the wooden golem and wood dragon were 2 against 1. Even the perfect Susanoo couldn't hold out. Especially since the wood dragon could absorb chakra. Fortunately, it was Edo Tensei, with infinite chakra to squander. Otherwise, Madara Uchiha's situation would be even more embarrassing. Looks like I have to use the Rinnegan. Madara Uchiha's eyes changed, evolving from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. His aura rose another notch. Edo Tensei can also use the Rinnegan. Mikoto was somewhat surprised. Don't be surprised. Edo Tensei is the most bug-ridden ninjutsu I've ever seen. Shin wasn't surprised at all. This forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, had many bugs. When Madara Uchiha died, he was clearly in an old, dying state. Yet, after being revived by Edo Tensei, he was in his prime. Crucially, his eyes were gone, yet he could still use the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. This is... Hashirama Senju's face showed surprise, his expression gradually turning grave. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the legendary Rinnegan. Hashirama Senju had also seen it in records. Tengai Shinsei. After activating the Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha couldn't wait to use his ultimate move. As Madara Uchiha formed hand seals, the Susanoo also followed suit. Soon, a large meteor fell from the sky, its shadow casting a desperate gloom. The 5 Kage, who had been fighting the Edo Tensei army, stopped, looking up at the sky in a daze. Inoki looked at the falling giant meteor in disbelief. So scary. Hanabi clutched Shin's arm tightly in fear. Only by Shin's side could Hanabi feel safe. It's just a meteor. Is there a reason to be afraid? Shin couldn't help but say to Hanabi. With a sword in hand, Shin could directly slice this falling meteor apart. Compared to Shin and his group's calmness, the allied shinobi forces were in complete chaos. Even the White Zetsu army was now obediently watching the massive meteor falling from the sky. Chapter 445, I'm going to beat him up. With no one to stop it, the meteor descended faster and faster, its surface even glowing with a fiery light. Hashirama Senju looked grimly at Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha was completely calm. He was currently in an Edo Tensei body, even if it was completely shattered, he could regenerate. If he had been truly revived, he definitely wouldn't have used the Tengai Shinsei technique so easily, because this technique included him within its attack range. Madara Uchiha could watch the meteor fall without a care, but Hashirama Senju absolutely could not. There were 50 to 60,000 ninja here, including Konoha ninja. He had to stop it. Sage mode. At this critical moment, Hashirama Senju naturally went all out, using Sage mode. His power surged. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. A Buddha statue with countless giant arms appeared. Compared to this behemoth, even a perfect Susanoo was only as large as the Buddha statue's head. Even the Ten-Tails was a younger brother in front of the true several thousand hands. Of course, this referred to size, not strength. So it finally appears. Madara Uchiha squinted at the giant Buddha statue. This was the second time Madara Uchiha had seen it. The first time, he had been miserably defeated by Hashirama. Seeing it again, Madara Uchiha felt somewhat emotional. Is this the true power of wood release? Nawaki's expression was dazed, and also filled with envy. Why didn't I inherit the wood release Kekkei Genkai? Nawaki had no idea that the Senju clan's Kekkei Genkai wasn't wood release, but the sage body. Hashirama Senju possessed wood release because he was a reincarnation of Azura's chakra. Other Senju clan members couldn't use it. Besides Hashirama Senju, who else in the Senju clan possessed wood release? Tsunade had wood release, but if not for Shin's help, she would never have obtained it. Alright, looks like I don't need to intervene. Shin looked at the Great Wood Buddha. It could definitely deal with the Tengai Shinsei. Summit Enlightenment. Hashirama Senju roared angrily. Countless fists and palm imprints shot towards the meteor in the sky, each punch carrying immense force. No one had ever counted exactly how many fists the great Buddha had, but it was definitely no less than 1,000. This terrifying attack could move mountains and fill seas. Even the Ten-Tails could be beaten down and left dazed for a while. In an instant, the meteor was shattered into countless fragments. Though the small fragments were still dangerous, the threat was far less significant. However, there wasn't just one meteor. Another meteor continued to fall, but the end result was the same. Madara Uchiha's Tengai Shinsei was thus dealt with by Hashirama Senju's Sage Art would release. So strong. I remember Kushina Nichin and Tsunade Nichin both know would release, right? Can you teach me? Hanabi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kushina and Tsunade. Go ask Shin. I'm not teaching a slacker like you, Kushina said, glancing at Hanabi. I promise I won't slack off anymore. Hanabi immediately assured Kushina. You promise? Do you think I'd believe your promise? Kushina scoffed. Humph. Fine, don't teach me. I'll ask Shin and I. Hanabi looked up at Shin. Shin looked down at Hanabi with a brilliant smile, then mercilessly refused her. Teaching Hanabi was out of the question. Would release itself was difficult, and Hanabi wasn't serious. Shin didn't want to waste his effort. Limbo, border jail. The moment the Tengai Shinsei attack failed, Madara Uchiha decisively attacked, using his Rinnegan's exclusive dojutsu. No, it shouldn't be an exclusive dojutsu anymore. Madara Uchiha didn't know that Shin had already copied his Rinnegan. Shin also knew the Limbo, border jail dojutsu. And when Shin used it, it was even stronger than Madara Uchiha's. Madara Uchiha's expression would be priceless if he knew the truth. Invisible Limbo clones appeared beside Hashirama Senju, and their incredibly powerful force directly shattered Hashirama's body. Fortunately, it was an Edo Tensei body, otherwise, Hashirama Senju would be dead now. Watching Hashirama Senju's body gradually regenerate, Madara Uchiha finally reacted, his face darkening. It seemed Limbo, border jail was used in vain this time, it had no effect. Edo Tensei can also use Limbo, border jail. Did I underestimate Edo Tensei? Shin was particularly surprised. In the original story, Madara Uchiha first used Limbo, border jail after being revived and obtaining one Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is powerful. Tsunade's face stiffened slightly, a hint of displeasure in her heart. If both of them were alive, then her grandfather Hashirama Senju would have been defeated, no, killed. Is this also the power of the Rinnegan? Hashirama Senju asked Madara Uchiha after regenerating. The Madara Uchiha of the past didn't have this technique, so it could only be a power Madara Uchiha obtained after awakening the Rinnegan. Hashirama, you are no longer my opponent, Madara Uchiha said proudly to Hashirama Senju. This guy's getting cocky. I'm going to go beat him up. Tsunade couldn't suppress her displeasure any longer. Alright. But remember not to kill him completely. Madara Uchiha still has his uses, Shin said to Tsunade. Shin didn't mind Tsunade beating up Madara Uchiha, but she absolutely couldn't kill him. If Madara Uchiha really died, who would be the sacrifice for Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival? Don't worry. Tsunade activated Six-Path Sage mode. Wearing a white sage robe, she clenched her fists and charged towards Madara Uchiha. She instantly appeared before Madara Uchiha. This speed even caught Madara Uchiha off guard. Don't get carried away. Tsunade's fist landed on Madara Uchiha's face. The force of the punch obliterated Madara Uchiha's head. It was that violent. Tsunade's fist could shatter a mountain. Smashing Madara Uchiha's head was child's play. Unless Madara Uchiha became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and his body became sufficiently durable, only then could he withstand Tsunade's punch. But the current Madara Uchiha, though only one step away from the Six Paths realm, had a vast difference in strength. Although his head was blown off, Madara Uchiha was an Edo Tensei, his destroyed head quickly regenerated. Tsunade didn't care. She completely treated Madara Uchiha as a punching bag. Following Shin's instructions, she didn't kill Madara Uchiha, but she definitely humiliated him. Chapter 446, The Ten-Tails Revived. So brutal. Hanabi watched Tsunade pummeling Madara Uchiha, covering her eyes. Shin glanced at Hanabi. Though she covered her eyes, the gaps between her fingers were wide, her two eyes sparkling as she watched. Does Hanabi also have some violent tendencies? Shin muttered to himself. Is that really little Tsuna? Hashirama Senju's eyes widened, watching Tsunade beat up Madara Uchiha, hardly believing his eyes. As Madara Uchiha's best friend and old rival, Hashirama Senju knew exactly how strong Madara Uchiha was. And his granddaughter Tsunade now possessed the strength to dominate Madara Uchiha, making it hard for Hashirama Senju to believe. Has Tsunade become that strong? Hiruzen Sarutobi also couldn't believe it, then he glanced at Shin in the distance. If even Tsunade is that strong, then Shin Uzumaki. Just thinking about it made Hiruzen Sarutobi shiver. His strength is probably unimaginably powerful. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt some regret. If not for his and Danzo's schemes back then, Shin Uzumaki wouldn't have left Konoha. Unfortunately, there was no regret medicine in this world. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi regretted it, it was useless. Limbo, border jail. Madara Uchiha roared ferociously. Being brutally beaten by Tsunade, even in an Edo Tensei state, even if he could regenerate after being turned to ash, he had completely lost face. That trick won't work on me. Though Tsunade couldn't see the Limbo clones, she could sense them. When the Limbo clones attacked, Tsunade shattered them with a single punch, and the shadows returned to Madara Uchiha's body. Only Sage Eyes could see Limbo clones, but those with Six-Path Sage Art could also sense them. And Tsunade currently happened to have mastered Six-Path Sage Art, having already activated Six-Path Sage Mode. It was precisely because she used Six-Path Sage Mode that she could suppress Madara Uchiha. Boom. Madara Uchiha was sent flying again. A large hole was blasted through his chest, but the hole began to regenerate rapidly. Phew. That felt much better. Tsunade satisfyingly swung her arm and stopped. If Shin hadn't said Madara Uchiha still had his uses, perhaps Madara would have been killed by Tsunade by now. Madara Uchiha could be considered lucky to have survived this. Madara, you've been humiliated this time, Shin said to Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha's face was grim, but he didn't attack Shin Uzumaki or Tsunade. Attacking again would only be self-humiliation. Madara Uchiha clearly wouldn't do that again. But Madara Uchiha wouldn't forget this either. After he was revived, after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he would reclaim his lost dignity. Rumble. Just then, the sky changed dramatically. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Has the Ten-Tails revived? Shin's gaze turned towards the demonic statue of the outer path in the distance. It was no longer an inanimate object, it had awakened. 10 terrifying tails, a single eye revived, its blood-red 6-tomo Rinnegan radiating an ominous light. Not a 9-tomo Rinnegan. Is it because it's missing the other half of the 9-tails chakra? Shin wondered, looking at the 10 tails. Is this the revived 10 tails? It looks ugly. Kushina couldn't help but complain. Its chakra was indeed terrifying, but its appearance was hideous. Can't be helped. That's just how it looks. Shin shrugged. Ding. System mission issued, eliminate the 10 tails. Reward, 1 divine replication card. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up. It had been a long time since the system had issued a mission. If not for the system gifting Shin a replication card every year, Shin might have forgotten about it. Eliminate the 10 tails. That's not a problem. But definitely not now. Shin looked at the furiously roaring 10 tails but had no intention of dealing with it now. He'd wait until the 10 tails had no more use. Eliminating this 10 tails thing doesn't seem easy. Shin suddenly realized that eliminating the 10 tails wouldn't be easy. Kagaya Otsutsuki, through the power of the god tree fruit, possessed an immortal body. And the 10 tails was the god tree. Shin wondered if the 10 tails also possessed an immortal body. Shin, what are you thinking about? Seeing Shin lost in thought, Mikoto asked him. Nothing. The real show has officially begun. Shin didn't say. It was better not to reveal the system's secrets, even though Shin trusted Mikoto completely. The main reason was that explaining it would be annoying. After all, the system was not easy to explain. Mikoto didn't ask further, her gaze also turning towards the roaring 10 tails. At this moment, the battle on the field had stopped. Whether it was the White Zetsu army, the allied shinobi forces, or even the Edo Tensei army, all had ceased their movements. What a horrifying chakra. Hashirama Senju looked at the 10 tails with a grave expression. This terrifying chakra was unprecedented. Obito stood atop the 10 tails head, controlling the 10 tails with his Rinnegan. Possessing the Rinnegan allowed one to control the 10 tails. Mikoto, you can also control the 10 tails, Shin said to Mikoto. Because Mikoto also possessed the Rinnegan, she could naturally control the 10 tails. And if she wanted to fight Obito for control, it would be an easy matter. Madara Uchiha pondered for a moment, then quickly approached the 10 tails. With a final leap, he landed on the 10 tails head, his gaze fixed on Obito. Obito, why didn't you revive me according to the plan? Madara Uchiha asked Obito calmly. Madara, there was an accident. Nagato died. Obito replied calmly. Madara Uchiha looked deeply at Obito. From Obito's way of addressing him, Madara Uchiha deeply understood Obito's meaning. It was nothing more than wanting to abandon him and complete the Eye of the Moon plan himself. After all, it was best to have everything under one's own control. Madara Uchiha appeared very calm. Even if Obito really wanted to betray him, Madara Uchiha wasn't afraid. From the beginning, Madara Uchiha hadn't considered Obito an opponent. Madara Uchiha believed that the only person who could be his opponent now was Shin Uzumaki. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would personally defeat Shin Uzumaki, then complete the Eye of the Moon plan and achieve true peace. Chapter 447, Are you challenging me? Obito and Madara Uchiha stood atop the Ten Tails, jointly controlling it. Although Madara was in an Edo Tensei body, he could still use the power of the Rinnegan to somewhat control the Ten Tails. However, using the Rinnegan in an Edo Tensei state didn't allow him to unleash its full power, only a fraction. This partial power was barely enough to control the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails chakra is immense. I think it's even stronger than mine. Can I even beat it? Kushina asked Shin. The answer to that is yes, you definitely can. The Ten Tails chakra is powerful, but it lacks intelligence. Its combat effectiveness is limited. The Ten Tails was undoubtedly strong, but it couldn't compare to a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, who could fully unleash its power. Moreover, its massive size wasn't always an advantage, sometimes it was a disadvantage. Being too large made it an easy target. For instance, Hashirama Senju's true several thousand hands could temporarily suppress the Ten Tails, and Kushina's strength was definitely greater than Hashirama Senju's. Suppressing the Ten Tails would be no problem for her. However, if she faced a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, if it were Six Paths Obito, she should be fine. But against Six Paths Madara, Kushina might not be a match. After all, Kushina's Six Paths level strength was largely due to Shin's help. Controlling the Ten Tails, Obito Uchiha launched a tailed beast ball as a greeting. The devastatingly powerful tailed beast ball hurtled towards the allied shinobi forces. However, the tailed beast ball's trajectory seemed to be aimed directly at Shin. No, it wasn't it seems, it was definitely aimed at him. Madara Uchiha glanced at Obito Uchiha but didn't intervene. This was what he wanted to see. Madara didn't think a single Ten Tails tailed beast ball could pose any threat to Shin Uzumaki. However, it wasn't entirely useless. Perhaps it could force Shin Uzumaki to reveal some of his strength. If it could achieve that, it would be good enough. Just force Shin Uzumaki to show a little more of his power, that's all. Madara Uchiha didn't ask for more. Is this a challenge? Shin watched the incoming tailed beast ball, his eyebrow twitching slightly. Shinra Tensei. The moment the tailed beast ball arrived, Shin used repulsive force to push it back. Seeing the tailed beast ball being pushed back by Shin, Obito's face changed, while Madara Uchiha, standing beside Obito, remained relatively calm. Anyway, he was currently in an Edo Tensei body. Even if he was blasted to bits, it didn't matter, he could regenerate. Madara Uchiha was overly confident in Edo Tensei. If Shin had used truth-seeking orbs, Madara Uchiha would surely have been obliterated. Obito quickly calmed down. He still had Kamui's intangibility. The tailed beast ball indeed couldn't be blocked. It crashed into the Ten Tails body. Madara Uchiha was blown to pieces, but being an Edo Tensei, he would regenerate soon enough. Obito Uchiha was also completely unharmed. The Kamui intangibility was quite broken, even a tailed beast ball attack had no effect on him. After all, no matter how powerful the tailed beast ball was, if it didn't hit him, it was useless. The Ten Tails, however, was unlucky. It screamed in agony after being hit by its own tailed beast ball, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Of course, the Ten Tails wouldn't die from such attack. After all, this was the Ten Tails, it couldn't be killed so easily. Is this Shin's strength? It's the same as the Rinnegan's power, Orochimaru said, looking at Shin. Orochimaru didn't want to have any ideas about Shin. His strength was so frightening. Hashirama Senju also couldn't help but look over. He could have blocked the tailed beast ball earlier, but pushing it back like Shin Uzumaki. He absolutely couldn't do that. Obito, your courage seems to have grown. Shin said, his face cold as he looked at Obito. Obito's face turned slightly grim, but hidden beneath his mask, others couldn't see it. That guy is Obito. Minato Namikaze, hearing Shin's words, froze for a moment. Kakashi did too. Could I have misheard? Obito should have died long ago. Especially Minato Namikaze, he found it somewhat unbelievable. Because this masked man was the one who had released the Nine Tails and caused his death. The guy who killed me was Obito. Minato Namikaze, despite his open-minded personality, found it difficult to accept at this moment. If this were the original story, Obito's identity would have been revealed long ago. But now, Obito's identity hadn't been exposed yet. Now that Shin had revealed it, Obito Uchiha wouldn't hide it anymore. He directly took off his mask, revealing a face with a spiral-shaped scar. It really is you. Kakashi gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected his supposedly deceased friend to still be alive. Minato Namikaze's expression darkened. If one were to say who was the most heartbroken, it would be him. He had been killed by Obito Uchiha, killed by his own student. In the end, Minato Namikaze sighed. Everything was in the past. He was already dead. Thinking so much now was useless. Obito's eyes were cold. Even facing Minato Namikaze and Kakashi, his expression didn't change much. Do you think you've grown wings now? Shin asked Obito calmly. Yes, Obito did think he had grown wings. With the Ten Tails revived, defeating Shin Uzumaki wasn't impossible. But a single probing attack had made Obito stumble. He knew he couldn't deal with Shin at all. Relying on the Ten Tails wouldn't work against Shin. He could only consider becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As for reviving Madara Uchiha, Obito hadn't thought about it. Reviving Madara Uchiha would bring him no benefits. Right now, he could still control the situation. If Madara Uchiha were revived, could he compete with Madara Uchiha? Obito wasn't sure, but he didn't want to try. Honestly, if possible, Obito Uchiha didn't even want Madara to be revived in an Edo Tensei state. Obito, it seems only by becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki can you be Shin Uzumaki's opponent, Madara Uchiha said to Obito. Hearing this, Obito looked at Madara Uchiha suspiciously. Does he have some ulterior motive? Obito didn't particularly trust Madara Uchiha now. Even though he didn't know that Rin Nohara's death was Madara Uchiha's scheme, Obito knew Madara Uchiha was using him. But right now, besides becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, there really was no other way to fight Shin Uzumaki. He couldn't just hope Shin Uzumaki wouldn't attack him, could he? That was impossible. He had attacked Shin Uzumaki earlier. With Shin Uzumaki's personality, he would definitely retaliate. Chapter 448, Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Six Paths Obito. Shin looked at Obito in the distance. Suddenly, his figure instantly vanished. The moment Shin disappeared, Obito became alert and defensive. Alas, it was useless. Before Obito could prepare, Shin appeared behind him, grabbed the back of his head, and slammed him into the ground. Boom. Then Shin stood up and glanced at the Ten Tails. After Shin looked at it, the Ten Tails immediately halted, not even daring to make a sound. Looking at the trembling Ten Tails, Shin thought, I'll find a way to slaughter the Ten Tails later and complete the system's mission. As for Obito, Shin hadn't killed him, but Obito, whose face had been smashed into the ground, was completely disfigured. Half his face had been disfigured before, now his entire face was ruined. His face looked even more horrifying than a car accident scene. Although I know you hate me quite a bit, you should think carefully before acting. First, consider if you even have the strength to fight me. Shin said calmly to Obito, who was climbing to his feet. You really think you can deal with me just by controlling the Ten Tails? A tailed beast ball might be able to flatten several mountain peaks, but against a true Six Paths level powerhouse, it posed no threat. Even if they couldn't block it head-on, they could dodge it. I'll kill you. Obito, filled with hatred, lunged at Shin with a kunai. It seemed he had lost his mind, or perhaps Shin had just knocked his brains out. Shin delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending Obito flying. He crashed into the Ten Tails. Obito couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Madara Uchiha, standing nearby, just watched. Watching Obito get thrashed without doing anything, Madara Uchiha wouldn't dare to fight Shin Uzumaki now. Even Tsunade Senju could suppress him, let alone Shin Uzumaki. Suppress was a nicer way of putting it. In reality, Madara Uchiha had been thrashed earlier. But Madara Uchiha also had his pride. After kicking Obito away, Shin didn't pay him any more attention. He glanced around. Sasuke Uchiha was here, so where was Naruto Uzumaki? It seemed Naruto Uzumaki hadn't appeared since the Fourth Shinobi World War began. Where was he now? Naruto Uzumaki still had the other half of the Nine Tails, but that wasn't important. The Ten Tails had already revived. Even without the other half of the Nine Tails, the Ten Tails would evolve on its own, eventually evolving into its final form, the God Tree. Six Paths Ten Tails Coffin Seal. Just then, Obito Uchiha seized the opportunity to seal the Ten Tails within himself. He wanted to use the Ten Tails' power to seek revenge on Shin Uzumaki. Revenge was one reason. Another reason was to realize the Eye of the Moon plan and create a world with Rin in it. Logically, the Ten Tails wasn't so easy to seal. But Obito used his Rinnegan to suppress the Ten Tails' will, so sealing it wasn't a major problem. While Obito Uchiha sealed the Ten Tails, both Shin Uzumaki and Madara Uchiha had a chance to intervene, but neither Shin nor Madara did so. Shin wanted to use Obito Uchiha to lure out Naruto Uzumaki. Madara Uchiha didn't intervene because he didn't want to openly fall out with Obito now. And for Madara Uchiha, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps he could use Obito's power to eliminate some enemies. Even if Obito Uchiha became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara Uchiha was still confident he could deal with Obito. This was why Madara Uchiha wasn't panicking. Everything was still within Madara Uchiha's control, not too far off track. After sealing the Ten-Tails within himself, Obito Uchiha's appearance changed drastically. He wore a sage robe, held a six-path shakujo, looking exceptionally imposing. Truth-seeking orbs floated behind him. He just looked a bit inhuman. Horns like those of the Otsutsuki clan sprouted from his head, and scales appeared on his face. "Should we go help Shin?" Kushina asked, eager to fight. "I don't think it's necessary," Mikoto shook her head. Though Obito Uchiha's aura was not weak, it couldn't compare to Shin's. Shin absolutely didn't need their help. And if they went, they might even disrupt Shin's plans. So Mikoto directly stopped the eager Kushina. "You should just stay here obediently. Don't go over there." Kushina, held back by Mikoto, pouted. In the end, she didn't go help. Actually, she had just been itching to fight. Kushina herself knew that Obito Uchiha posed no threat to Shin. But now, he shouldn't be called Obito Uchiha anymore. He should be called Six Paths Obito. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Obito already possessed Six Paths level power. From a former deadlast, he had instantly turned things around, surpassing the ninja of the shinobi world and reaching another level. What a terrifying power. Can we really defeat him? Inoki looked at Six Paths Obito, feeling somewhat desperate. Though Six Paths Obito hadn't attacked yet, just his aura gave off an invincible feeling. Even before Madara Uchiha, Inoki hadn't felt this. This meant the opponent's strength had already surpassed Madara Uchiha's. How strong was Madara Uchiha? Just think about the meteor Madara Uchiha summoned earlier. If Hashirama Senju hadn't blocked it, Inoki didn't know how they would have stopped that massive meteor. Shin Uzumaki. Six Paths Obito roared angrily, then controlled the truth-seeking orbs and attacked Shin. An attack with truth-seeking orbs? Shin understood the nature of truth-seeking orbs, but an attack with them was ineffective against him. Possessing Six Paths power, he could touch them freely. Your truth-seeking orbs? I'll confiscate them for you. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to open a spatial gate, and the truth-seeking orbs directly entered the gate. Obito's control over the truth-seeking orbs had a limited range. If the distance was too great, Obito couldn't control them, and Obito's truth-seeking orbs had already been sent to the moon by Shin, so the truth-seeking orbs disappeared. Of the 9 truth-seeking orbs, 5 were confiscated by Shin. And Obito couldn't recreate truth-seeking orbs. Unless one possessed Kekkei Mora, one couldn't create truth-seeking orbs. Obito had only become Six Paths level by relying on the Ten-Tails, he naturally couldn't create truth-seeking orbs. The current Six Paths Obito was actually like Tsunade and the others when they activated Six Paths Sage mode. The truth-seeking orbs were limited in number. If they were destroyed, they couldn't be recreated. Damn it. Obito, who had been full of confidence, immediately lost half of it. His strongest means, the truth-seeking orbs, were useless. Were his other means effective? Obito, even as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, you're pitifully weak in my eyes. You don't really think you can change the outcome, do you? Shin asked Obito with a calm expression. Chapter 449, A Love-Hate Relationship. Attacking Shin with a truth-seeking orb, that's kind of hilarious, Kushina couldn't help but say. Anyone with Six Paths power can touch the truth-seeking orbs freely. He probably thinks Shin doesn't have that kind of power, Mikoto guessed Obito's thought process. In fact, Obito was right, he didn't know Shin had already reached Six Paths level. And Shin wasn't just an average Six Paths level being, his strength had even surpassed that threshold. As for how strong he truly was, Shin himself didn't know. But he had easily thrashed Hamura Otsutsuki, the sage of Six Paths' younger brother. In that battle, Hamura had no resistance whatsoever and was effortlessly eliminated by Shin. Gentle Fist Art, 8 trigrams 361 palms. After Shin assumed the Gentle Fist stance, Six Paths Obito was enveloped within the Bagua trigram pattern. At this point, Obito couldn't escape. Or rather, Obito didn't even have a chance to escape. Sensing danger, Obito immediately used Kamui. Even as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Obito still trusted his Kamui intangibility the most. Kamui? Useless. Shin's barrage of fists and palms didn't cease. The friction from his high-speed punches ignited the air, and all the palm strikes landed on Obito's body. Boom. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground, his body twisted and contorted by Shin's blows, his bones almost completely shattered. Why? Obito painstakingly raised his head, looking at Shin. His Kamui hadn't failed just now. His real body was in the Kamui dimension, how could he still be hit? You think I can't hit you just because you're hiding in the Kamui dimension? Shin glanced at Obito with disdain. With the assistance of Yamatsu Hirasaka, each of Shin's attacks passed through space. Even if Obito hid in the Amanamanaka dimension, Shin could still hit him. Hayashi, so your family's gentle fist is that powerful? Nawaki poked Hayashi Hyuga, unable to help but comment. Hayashi Hyuga, seeing everyone looking at him, felt his mouth twitch slightly. He also didn't know Hyuga clan's gentle fist was this powerful either. Was Obito strong? Just his aura alone made Hayashi Hyuga afraid to act. Yet he was beaten down by Shin using the gentle fist. So, everyone else thought the gentle fist was strong. Also, wasn't the gentle fist a Hyuga clan's secret taijutsu? Didn't it require the Byakugan to use? Why could Shin Uzumaki use it? With these questions, everyone, including the fourth Raikage, Anoki, and Gaara, looked at Hayashi Hyuga with confusion. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but smile wryly. You guys are confused. I'm just as confused. And, it wasn't that the gentle fist was strong, but that Shin Uzumaki was strong. It was Shin who was strong. I don't know. Don't ask me. Hayashi Hyuga said calmly. He truly didn't know. Obito, you're really weak. I just warmed up a bit, and you're already down. Shin looked down at Obito, shaking his head in disappointment. Six Paths Obito's strength, compared to Hamura Otsutsuki's, was not just a little bit different. Not far away, Madara Uchiha's eyes were filled with horror. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Obito's power was something even he had to take seriously. But Obito was easily beaten down by Shin Uzumaki. This was too theatrical. Even a great schemer like Madara Uchiha couldn't help but be horrified. He felt that if he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his strength would definitely be much greater than Obito's. But he still had no confidence in fighting Shin Uzumaki. Before, Madara Uchiha had been confident. But now, he really had no confidence at all. After beating Obito down, Shin didn't attack again. Obito's current injuries weren't that severe. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, as long as the tailed beast wasn't extracted, his life force was as tenacious as a cockroach's, he basically wouldn't die. However, the chakra within Obito's body had been partially sealed by Shin. An opponent like you is not worth the effort of killing. After saying that, Shin turned and walked towards Kushina and the others. Obito was completely bewildered. He had thought Shin Uzumaki would take this opportunity to kill him. But even though Shin didn't kill Obito, he didn't receive any gratitude from Obito. Obito naturally wouldn't be grateful to Shin. His hatred for Shin was still immense. Why didn't you kill him? Kushina asked Shin, puzzled, after he returned. It's not time yet. Let's see if he can lure out Naruto Uzumaki, Shin shrugged. Actually, even if Naruto Uzumaki didn't come out, Shin could easily find him. Last time, he had left a chakra imprint within Naruto Uzumaki. Including Sasuke Uchiha. The women were confused. They didn't know what use Naruto Uzumaki had. Shin didn't tell them. Naruto Uzumaki was just bait for Shin, bait to lure out the Sage of Six Paths. Although Obito had been thrashed by Shin earlier, when facing others, he was the one doing the thrashing. Though Shin had sealed part of his chakra, he hadn't completely sealed it, so some ninjutsu could still be used. And even without ninjutsu, just with the remaining few truth-seeking orbs and taijutsu, the Kage of the shinobi world were no match for him. As for the other ninja, they had no room to interfere. Besides, there was still the White Zetsu army waiting for them to deal with. Orokabuto's Edo Tensei army hadn't been completely sealed either. And those reanimated by Orokabuto were not weak. The weakest had the strength of an elite jonin, while the strongest were the former Kage of the major villages, their strength even greater than the current Kage. These people weren't easy to seal. Although their strength was somewhat restricted, the advantages of Edo Tensei made up for this weakness. I'm the only one who can deal with him, Hashirama Senju said seriously. Right now, only he could handle Six Paths Obito. But Hashirama Senju didn't know if he could defeat him either. Hashirama, your opponent is me. Madara Uchiha certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity for some love-hate drama, standing opposite Hashirama Senju, looking at him with indifference. Madara. Hashirama Senju looked helpless. He had forgotten about Madara. It seemed he couldn't deal with Obito now. To fight Six Paths Obito while facing Madara Uchiha's attacks, that would be underestimating Madara Uchiha too much. Though he had defeated Madara Uchiha before, the current Madara Uchiha was not the same one he had defeated. Now, Madara Uchiha possessed the Rinnegan. If they fought now, Hashirama Senju had no absolute confidence in defeating Madara Uchiha. It was probably a 50-50th chance. He could be defeated, or he could suppress Madara Uchiha. Chapter 450, Don't be a teacher in the shinobi world. Sage Art, Deep Forest Emergence. After entering Sage mode, Hashirama Senju formed a single-hand seal and created a forest. A sea of countless trees engulfed Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha held a giant Gunbai fan, a treasure of the Uchiha clan. He had given it to Obito when he died, and Obito had returned it to him earlier. Actually, Obito rarely used the Gunbai fan, he wasn't used to it. Only Madara Uchiha could use it proficiently. Fire Release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. After using Fire Release, Madara Uchiha swung the Gunbai fan forcefully. An endless sea of fire surged towards the deep forest emergence. The sea of trees created by Hashirama Senju was completely engulfed by the flames. However, even in the face of flames, the trees still radiated endless vitality. Scary. Inoki watched the clash between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha and couldn't help but sigh. A B-rank jutsu like Majestic Destroyer Flame, in Madara Uchiha's hands, was more powerful than an S-rank jutsu. And Hashirama Senju lived up to his title of God of Shinobi, facing Madara Uchiha with complete composure. Even if all 5 Kage joined forces, they would not be a match for either one of them. Don't just stand there sighing, third Tsuchikage. Our crisis has arrived. The fourth Raikage said to the sighing Inoki with a grave expression. Obito had appeared before them. Now, they had to rely on themselves to stop Obito Uchiha. Earlier, they had seen Shin Uzumaki easily thrash Obito. But when it was their turn to face him, the terrifying aura alone made it hard for them to breathe. Why didn't Shin just finish him off? Nawaki muttered to himself in frustration. After thrashing 6 paths Obito, he had let him go. Nawaki didn't know what Shin was thinking. I'll help, Nawaki. Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive. As for Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya, they were busy sealing the reanimated former Kage and couldn't come for now. Alright. He's your student anyway. How about you deal with him? Nawaki nodded without hesitation. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly upon hearing this. Nawaki, you overestimate me. I'm no match for Obito now. If it were Obito before he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze would have had the confidence to fight him. But now. Some student you taught. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly, looking at Minato Namikaze unhappily. Faced with the fourth Raikage's displeasure, Minato Namikaze looked embarrassed. He couldn't refute it. Whatever the reason, Obito had turned evil, and he bore an undeniable responsibility. Now is not the time for accusations, is it? Nawaki spoke up for Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato Namikaze was a former Hokage. The Hokage is right. Right now, we should focus on how to deal with Obito, Inoki nodded. If it were any other time, Inoki would definitely have made some sarcastic remarks, perhaps even faster than the fourth Raikage. But the current situation didn't allow for it. Inoki still prioritized the bigger picture. Now was not the time for quarrels and accusations, they knew they had to stop Obito Uchiha. No one wanted to be pulled into a genjutsu world, no one wanted to live in a false world. Of course, this was because they hadn't experienced the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. If they really did, perhaps they wouldn't think so. The world of infinite Tsukuyomi was beautiful. Unfortunately, this jutsu wasn't just a simple genjutsu, it was a world-destroying technique. Those caught in infinite Tsukuyomi would eventually turn into White Zetsu. The current White Zetsu army was the ancient humans of the past. Sensei, I'll help too. Kakashi arrived, standing firmly beside Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze glanced at Kakashi, then nodded. Kakashi must be in great pain right now. Of course, the one in pain wasn't just Kakashi. Minato Namikaze was in even more pain. He had lost his family because of his student. Don't be a teacher in the Naruto world, because none of them have a good ending, especially in Konoha. Minato Namikaze died because of his student, and even his wife was lost. His newborn son became an orphan, living a miserable life. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, who could also be said to have died at the hands of his student, Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, although he hadn't died now, that was because Shin had changed the original story. In the original story, Jiraiya was also killed by his student, Nagato. Perhaps it was a tradition. They all had the idea of killing their teacher to prove their way. Oh right, Jiraiya was currently fighting Nagato, and he was being completely dominated, in a very precarious situation. Nagato had died, so the current Nagato was reanimated by Edo Tensei. Orokabuto had also reanimated the deceased Akatsuki members. For example, Itachi Uchiha was currently fighting Sasuke Uchiha. Because of Shin's changes, Itachi hadn't had a final duel with Sasuke before he died. After death, he finally got his chance. Though Sasuke Uchiha knew the truth now, regardless of the reason, Itachi Uchiha helping Konoha annihilate the Uchiha clan was a fact. So, Sasuke Uchiha naturally harbored great resentment towards Itachi Uchiha. It was normal for them to be fighting now. What a mess. Shin couldn't help but sigh. But the fights were quite exciting. Shin watched with great interest. I want to join this chaotic battle too, Kushina said, rubbing her fists. Don't. You're a superweapon. It would be bullying. Mei Terumi glanced at Kushina and said. Mei is right. If you join, it would be complete bullying. Only 6 paths Obito could give you a fight. Shin nodded, fully agreeing with Mei Terumi's statement. Shin and didn't you just intervene earlier? Conan couldn't help but say. Of course, Conan's words were basically just a tease. Intervene for what? Isn't it nice to just watch the show peacefully? Shin wrapped his arm around Kushina's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. Kushina struggled slightly. Seeing she couldn't break free, she didn't continue to struggle forcefully. Will father be all right? Hinata looked worriedly towards the 5 Kage. Her father, Hayashi Hyuga, was still there. What are you worried about him for? Hanabi pouted. Though she said that, Hanabi was still being honest. Her eyes frequently glanced in that direction. After all, he was her father. No matter how much disappointment she had in her heart, she didn't want to see him get into trouble. Fortunately, the situation was still good for now, because Hayashi Hyuga was just a bystander. The real main force was Minato Namikaze. Only Minato Namikaze, with his Flying Thunder God technique, could contend with Obito. As for the others, even the 3rd Tsuchikage and 4th Raikage were completely useless. Chapter 451, Ten Tails equals natural disaster. Minato was able to contend with Obito, whereas Inoki and the 4th Raikage could not because their strength was significantly inferior to Minato's, but because Minato, with his space-time ninjutsu, could choose to flee even if he couldn't win. They, however, lacked that flexibility. Even the 4th Raikage, in his lightning release chakra mode, couldn't escape Obito's attacks. Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki unleashed his trump card, Dust Release. Though it consumed a massive amount of chakra, Inoki couldn't be bothered with that now. As Inoki used Dust Release, Obito used truth-seeking orbs to form a giant sphere, enveloping himself within it. Though this black sphere was only a thin layer, it possessed the strongest defense. Any ninjutsu attack was ineffective, including Dust Release, a Kekkei Tota that surpassed Kekkei Genkai. It had no effect whatsoever. Lightning Release, Elbow. The 4th Raikage, shrouded in blue lightning, transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged towards 6 paths Obito, his elbow aimed at Obito. This elbow strike could make even a mountain tremble. However, when the 4th Raikage struck, Obito used a truth-seeking orb to defend. Upon contact with the truth-seeking orb, the 4th Raikage's right arm vanished. If the 4th Raikage hadn't stopped quickly, he would probably be dead now. Anyone without 6 paths power who touched a truth-seeking orb would be annihilated. Now, the 4th Raikage's arm was gone. The 4th Raikage, with his arm, demonstrated the terror of the truth-seeking orbs to others. This black sphere is somewhat similar to Dust Release, but far more horrifying, Inoki immediately warned everyone. His earlier Dust Release attack had been ineffective, meaning this black sphere's power surpassed Dust Release. 4th Raikage, are you alright? Gaara asked with concern. It was natural to be concerned now, after all, they were comrades in arms. I'm fine. The 4th Raikage was a tough man. Even with one arm gone, he remained calm. In the original story, when the 4th Raikage's arm was set ablaze by Amaterasu's black flames, he decisively cut it off. This showed the 4th Raikage was a ruthless man. That was in the original story. Now, due to the changes in the plot, the 4th Raikage hadn't even fought Sasuke Uchiha yet. Be careful, Nawaki said to Hayashi Hyuga. Nawaki didn't want to see Hayashi get into trouble. You too, be careful. Hayashi Hyuga nodded and said the same to Nawaki. Actually, neither of them had to worry that much. Tsunade and Hinata were watching them. If they were in danger, they would intervene. Nawaki was Tsunade's brother, and Hayashi Hyuga was Hinata's father. How could they not intervene? Even without them, Shin would save them. Nawaki, you go deal with the Edo Tensei army. Minato Namikaze returned to Nawaki's side and said. Are you sure you can deal with Obito Uchiha? Nawaki asked Minato Namikaze with surprise. Is Minato Namikaze hiding his strength? Minato Namikaze smiled wryly. I think I can at least stall him. You should quickly help Lord Second Hokage and the others seal the other reanimated individuals, then come help me. This was Minato Namikaze's tactful way of saying, you're not much use here. And it was true. Even if they stayed, they couldn't help much. Defeating Obito was simply impossible. Even if Hashirama Senju were free, he couldn't deal with Obito either. Alright, you be careful. Nawaki considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Perhaps what Minato Namikaze said was the best choice. Minato Namikaze nodded. He certainly would be cautious. If he wasn't careful, he might die. Even though he was an Edo Tensei and wasn't afraid of dying, who knew if the opponent had a way to prevent him from regenerating? Sensei, I'll help you. Kakashi decided to stay and help Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze was about to refuse, but was interrupted. Are you done chatting? Obito's face was filled with anger, a cold glint in his eyes. Ignoring him and chatting away. The furious Obito summoned a part of the Ten-Tails body and released a tailed beast ball. This was the Ten-Tails tailed beast ball. The Nine-Tails tailed beast ball could flatten several mountains. And the Ten-Tails was who knows how many times stronger than the Nine-Tails. How strong was the Ten-Tails tailed beast ball? The Ten-Tails had released one before, but Shin had pushed it back. The tailed beast ball had hit the Ten-Tails itself, so others didn't know how destructive it was. But just its chakra was unprecedented. If this terrifying tailed beast ball fell, they, including the allied shinobi forces, would all die. Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. Minato Namikaze unhesitatingly charged forward, using his chakra without regard for consumption. Anyway, Edo Tensei had infinite chakra, Minato Namikaze wasn't afraid of running out. Using Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, he teleported the tailed beast ball to the sea. The tailed beast ball struck the sea surface, creating a monstrous wave and triggering a massive earthquake. Boom. It's like a natural disaster. Nawaki felt the ground shake and couldn't help but say. Though he didn't know where Minato Namikaze had teleported the tailed beast ball, it was definitely a very far place. And they could still feel it here. This showed how strong the tailed beast ball was. The Ten-Tails could easily destroy a country, right? Actually, the question mark could be removed. Destroying a country was an easy matter. Even if given time, destroying the world wasn't impossible for the Ten-Tails. And destroying living beings was even easier, a single infinite Tsukuyomi could wipe out all life. Obito, turn back. Everyone can forgive you, Minato Namikaze said to Obito. Ha 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 ha. Can Rin come back then? Obito's eyes were crimson as he stared at Minato Namikaze, his eyes filled with hatred. A flicker of guilt crossed Minato Namikaze's eyes. If he had paid more attention back then, perhaps Rin wouldn't have died, and Obito wouldn't have become like this. Obito, don't be used by others. Minato Namikaze said with concern. His intuition told him Obito was being used, and the one using him was likely Madara Uchiha. So what if I'm being used? Everything is in my hands now. Obito said calmly, but thinking of Shin, Obito felt somewhat unnatural. He had thought that becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would allow him to deal with Shin Uzumaki, but it turned out he was still no match, and the gap was quite large. Chapter 452, Naruto Uzumaki appears. Though he wasn't Shin's match before, Obito still held some confidence. If he obtained the other half of the Nine-Tails, the Ten-Tails' power would be complete, and his strength would rise to another level. Perhaps then he could defeat Shin Uzumaki. But now was not the time to focus on that. Eliminating his teacher, then forcing Konoha to hand over Naruto, that was Obito's current goal. And because the Ten-Tails hadn't reached its complete state yet, he couldn't use infinite Tsukuyomi. Faced with Obito's sharp attacks, Minato Namikaze dodged them narrowly. Kamui. The space around Obito distorted, as if trying to tear his body apart. This was, of course, Kakashi's attack. Kakashi. Obito glanced at Kakashi, his expression extremely complicated. Kakashi's power certainly couldn't harm him, but Obito still couldn't bring himself to harm Kakashi. However, he could definitely bring himself to harm Minato Namikaze. This showed that the bond between teacher and student wasn't deep enough. Actually, Minato Namikaze should thank Obito for being reanimated. It was Obito who had saved Minato from the Shinigami's stomach. Saved him only to kill him again. 6 Red Yang Formation. Obito alone used the 6 Red Yang Formation, which was even stronger than the 4 Red Yang Formation, trapping Minato Namikaze inside. Kakashi was isolated outside. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito with confusion. The 6 Red Yang Formation alone couldn't trap him. This 6 Red Yang Formation barrier was indeed powerful, even a Ten-Tails tailed beast ball probably couldn't break it. But Minato Namikaze had space-time ninjutsu. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, Obito sneered coldly. Since you're in, do you think you can get out? Minato Namikaze's face changed. His Flying Thunder God kunai were gone from the outside. He needed a formula to use his space-time ninjutsu. And now, all the formulas were inside the 6 Red Yang Formation barrier. The Flying Thunder God kunai he had left outside had all been secretly collected by White Zetsu. White Zetsu's actions were very stealthy, even Minato Namikaze hadn't noticed. And White Zetsu had enough clones, dozens of White Zetsu clones had instantly collected all of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God kunai. Die. Obito sneered sinisterly, then released a Ten-Tails tailed beast ball within the 6 Red Yang Formation. Everything inside the 6 red yang formation was turned to dust, including Minato Namikaze. His body was directly pulverized. However, Minato Namikaze was an Edo Tensei. Even if not a speck of dust remained, he would be fine. His body was regenerating. Obito Uchiha had naturally anticipated this. He certainly wouldn't allow Minato Namikaze's body to regenerate again. A truth-seeking orb from behind him flew over, erasing Minato Namikaze's body. Edo Tensei couldn't regenerate from that. It had to be said, Minato Namikaze was somewhat pitiful, being killed by his student again after being revived, though Minato Namikaze wasn't killed by Obito directly before, he had died because of Obito. After killing Minato Namikaze, Obito was very calm. He glanced at Kakashi outside, then left. As for Kakashi, his speed certainly couldn't compare to Obito's. And Obito could fly. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Obito gained the ability to float, moving through the air at extreme speed, even faster than the 4th Raikage using lightning release chakra mode. Damn it. Where's Sensei? Kakashi, seeing Minato Namikaze hadn't appeared for so long, knew something must have happened. Not caring about anything else, Kakashi immediately chased in the direction Obito had gone. In a flash, Obito appeared before the 5 Kage. The 5 Kage hadn't had time to go seal the other reanimated individuals before being blocked by Obito. He was dealt with so quickly. Nawaki's mouth twitched. Hand over the 9-Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, everyone in the allied shinobi forces will die under a tailed beast ball. Obito said calmly to the 5 Kage. He didn't act. He wanted to force the 5 Kage to hand over the 9-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. He believed they knew how to choose. Inoki looked at Nawaki. If possible, he wouldn't mind sacrificing one Naruto. After all, Inoki wasn't familiar with Naruto. Naruto's life and death had nothing to do with him. 3rd Tsuchikage, even if we hand over Naruto, it's useless. He is still our enemy, and he will become even harder to deal with. Gaara said to Inoki. Through Inoki's gaze, Gaara understood Inoki's meaning. But Gaara absolutely would not allow Naruto to be sacrificed. Naruto was his best friend. Gaara didn't want to see Naruto get into trouble. Moreover, what he said was a fact. Even if they handed over Naruto, it would be useless. In the end, this matter wouldn't be settled. The opponent's goal was to pull the entire world into a genjutsu. They were fighting to prevent this outcome. Handing over Naruto would be tantamount to giving up resistance. So, not only could they not hand over Naruto, but they also had to protect him from being captured by Obito. Inoki pondered for a moment after hearing this, then became resolute. Gaara was right. If they could exchange Naruto for peace, Inoki would choose to hand Naruto over without hesitation. Even if Naruto wasn't from his village, Inoki would force Konoha to hand him over. But now, handing over Naruto was digging a hole for themselves. It seems you've made your choice. In that case, prepare to collect the corpses of your village's ninja. A cold glint flashed in Obito's eyes. Then he prepared to release a tailed beast ball at the allied shinobi forces. As for the white Zetsu mixed in with the allied shinobi forces, Obito naturally wouldn't care about their lives. Stop. Just as Obito was about to use the tailed beast ball, a loud roar came from afar, and Naruto was desperately rushing over. Looks like I don't need you anymore. He came on his own. Obito abandoned the 5 Kage and rushed towards Naruto. We have to stop Obito. We absolutely can't let him capture Naruto Uzumaki. Inoki took the lead to rescue Naruto. At the same time, he secretly cursed Naruto. Of all the times to show up, you had to show up now. Inoki wanted to slap Naruto dead. Inoki's speed was not slow. With his lightweight rock technique, he could reduce his own weight and increase his speed. But no matter how fast Inoki was, he couldn't compare to Obito. By the time Inoki started chasing, Obito had already arrived in front of Naruto. Chapter 453, Obito's second suicidal attempt. Naruto Uzumaki has appeared. Shin also saw Naruto Uzumaki arrive. Right now, both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were on the battlefield. Obito moved first, capturing Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Naruto's strength, even at its peak, was only Kage level. Perhaps with the Nine Tails' help, the power he could unleash would be greater, but against 6 Paths level Obito, it wasn't nearly enough. He was easily subdued by Obito. Glancing at Inoki, Gaara, and the others charging towards him from behind, Obito took the subdued Naruto Uzumaki into the Kamui dimension. Once Obito entered the Kamui dimension, no one could do anything to him, unless they too could enter the Kamui dimension and fight Obito there. Kakashi's Kamui could also enter the Kamui dimension, but Kakashi himself probably didn't know that. Besides, even if they entered the Kamui dimension, what could they do? They'd only get thrashed. At this moment, if Shin and Kushina and the others didn't intervene, no one could defeat Obito. Not long after, Obito emerged from the Kamui dimension, and Naruto Uzumaki was thrown out. The nine tails had been extracted from Naruto Uzumaki. Though he wasn't dead yet, he was in a near-death state, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. He hadn't died solely because of the tenacious life force of the Uzumaki clan. If not for that, Naruto Uzumaki would have died long ago. Obito sealed the other half of the nine tails within Naruto Uzumaki into the 10 tails. His aura was now more than just a little stronger than before. Damn it. He still succeeded. Inoki gritted his teeth in anger. They were still a step too late. The current Obito was even stronger than the Obito in the original story. Shin had previously shifted 5 of his truth-seeking orbs away, Obito had 4 remaining. But now they were replenished. Obito once again had 9 truth-seeking orbs. Other than that, there weren't many significant changes. Though there weren't many other changes, Obito's strength had genuinely, tangibly increased. Now, Kushina and the others might not be able to defeat the current Obito. Shin's gaze remained fixed on the fallen Naruto Uzumaki. He could sense that the flow of Naruto Uzumaki's life force had stopped. He was now in a state of suspended animation, a certain power keeping Naruto Uzumaki alive. This power was very familiar to Shin, the power of Yang release chakra, constantly sustaining Naruto Uzumaki's life force. And not only that, Shin also noticed a change in Sasuke Uchiha, who was fighting Itachi Uchiha. His body lay on the ground, as if he had died. Sasuke Uchiha's situation was the same as Naruto Uzumaki's. The old geezer, the Sage of Six Paths, had intervened. So early. Shin remained impassive. He hadn't detected the old geezer Sage of Six Paths yet, but Shin wasn't in a hurry. He had guessed the old geezer's target, the God Tree. Right. The only thing that could attract Hagoromo Otsutsuki's attention was the God Tree. Shin was just curious. What scheme did Hagoromo Otsutsuki want to accomplish with the God Tree? After all, Hagoromo Otsutsuki had once controlled the God Tree. The 10 Tails was the God Tree. The Sage of Six Paths had also been the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Later, the Sage of Six Paths had separated the 10 Tails. Shin, it looks like your trouble is unavoidable. Tsunade said to Shin. Tsunade's words snapped Shin out of his thoughts. He then sensed an immense chakra approaching him. Lifting his head, he saw Obito floating in the air, his gaze fixed intently on him. Obito, it seems you're really determined to pick a fight with me. Do you think you have the strength to fight me now? Shin truly hadn't intended to kill Obito. But Obito kept coming back for more, pushing his luck time and time again. This time, Shin wouldn't let him off. I won't give you a third chance. Shin said calmly to Obito. And, I don't like people standing taller than me. So, get down here. Shin clenched his hand, then pressed downwards. Instantly, Obito, who was flying in the sky, plummeted and crashed heavily onto the ground. After Shin used universal pull to bring Obito down, he didn't give Obito a chance to stand up. His fists, wrapped in chakra, rained down on Obito. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Giant vacuum fists, like falling stars, descended, an ultimate taijutsu technique that was both offensive and defensive, capable of obliterating an island in an instant. Boom. Such powerful attacks continuously struck Obito's body. Even as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, with a body harder than steel, he couldn't withstand this assault. The defense formed by the truth-seeking orbs was like an eggshell, easily shattered by the fists. For a moment, the world was filled with Shin's fists, each punch like a calamity, devastating the entire battlefield. Boom. Inform all ninja. Retreat immediately. Inoki shouted to the allied shinobi forces nearby. At this point, they were just cannon fodder here. Though Shin hadn't actively attacked them, the aftershocks of his attacks had already caused heavy casualties. This was what they called, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Not just average ninja, but even the Kage of the 5 great villages could only retreat rapidly. Only the fearless Edo Tensei reanimations remained. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's world-shaking battle temporarily paused, because someone else's battle was even more earth-shattering. This strength is much greater than mine. As expected of the men little Tsuna chose. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily, without a care in the world. Madara Uchiha was different from Hashirama Senju, he wasn't carefree. Looking at Shin's terrifyingly powerful display, Madara Uchiha's expression was very grave. Madara, let's just sit and watch. We're both already dead. Let's not get involved in the world of the living. Hashirama Senju sat cross-legged on the ground and said to Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Hashirama, I am different from you. Just because you're dead doesn't mean I am. He could be revived after death, but Hashirama Senju couldn't. However, a world without Hashirama in the future would also be boring. Thinking of this, Madara Uchiha was momentarily lost in thought. Should I revive Hashirama too, to keep me company? Hashirama Senju didn't know the thoughts that had just flashed through Madara Uchiha's mind. If he did, Hashirama Senju would probably be horrified. Hashirama Senju was the only opponent Madara Uchiha acknowledged in his heart. Similarly, in Hashirama Senju's eyes, Madara Uchiha was also exceptionally important. Shin, over here, was unaware of the conversation between these two best friends. His gaze was fixed on Obito, who had been beaten into a deep crater. The barrage of fists had created an extra-large basin, and Obito lay at the bottom. Did he die? Is the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki that fragile? Chapter 454, Madara Uchiha revived. A long time passed with no movement. Shin was now beginning to suspect that Obito might have actually been killed by his 80 Gods vacuum attack. Are you playing dead, Obito? Shin didn't believe a single 80 Gods vacuum attack could kill Obito. After all, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki's life force was incredibly tenacious, even having their heart pierced wouldn't kill them. As long as their head wasn't destroyed, they basically wouldn't die, and their injuries would heal at an incredibly fast rate. Suddenly, a pitch-black weapon, the color of a truth-seeking orb, shot towards Shin. Sure enough, Obito had been playing dead. Is this the sword of Nunaboko? The sword of Nunaboko was Hagoromo Otsutsuki's weapon, formed by Obito through Yin-Yang release, imbued with his own will. It was a sword of the heart. As long as one's conviction remained unshaken, it couldn't be broken. Calling this bizarrely shaped weapon a sword is very strange. But then he thought of the Totsuka blade and various other ninja swords, and it seemed somewhat acceptable. The weirder the weapon, the faster you die. Shin held a pitch-black katana in his hand. This wasn't the Kusanagi blade. Shin rarely used it anymore. Mainly because the Kusanagi blade's power was now inferior to the weapons Shin could create with Yin-Yang release. In other words, the Kusanagi blade had been phased out by Shin, he probably wouldn't use it again. Vacuum slash. Slashing the air to form a vacuum blade, possessing the power to tear the sky asunder, Shin's swordsmanship once again bloomed with brilliance. Crack. Boom. The sword of Nunaboko, said to be unbreakable as long as one's conviction was firm, was shattered by Shin's single slash, along with Obito, who was bisected at the waist. Black Zetsu, if you don't act now, you won't get another chance. Shin said calmly, his aura gathering. The surrounding void produced natural phenomena, lightning and violent winds appearing out of thin air. This was Shin's power, influencing the surrounding natural environment. When one's strength reached a certain level, one truly possessed the power to influence nature. The power of nature was indeed great, but human potential was even more limitless. What does he mean? This thought had just flashed through Obito's mind when he found he couldn't move, his body was already under control. Heh, sorry Obito, Black Zetsu said with a sinister, treacherous smile. Damn it. Obito knew he was finished. Black Zetsu was Madara Uchiha's will. Now that it controlled him, he already anticipated what would happen. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Unable to control himself, Obito, controlled by Black Zetsu, formed hand seals and performed the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. And the target of this resurrection technique was, of course, Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, who had only been an Edo Tensei body, was finally revived. Though his eyes were empty sockets, having lost both eyes, his aura was even stronger than before. After controlling Obito to use the Rinne rebirth technique, Black Zetsu immediately gouged out the Rinnegan Obito had transplanted and quickly fled. The moment Black Zetsu fled, Shin's sword light descended, and Obito was utterly annihilated by Shin's single slash. Black Zetsu's escape ability is impressive. No wonder it could survive in the shinobi world for 1,000 years. Shin nodded, then his gaze shifted back to Obito's previous location. Obito had been killed by Shin, and the ten-tails within him emerged. Logically, if a Jinchuriki was killed, the tailed beast would also die. But the ten-tails didn't follow this rule. What a pity. I was hoping to kill the ten-tails this way. Sure enough, the ten-tails isn't easy to kill. Though Shin said it was a pity, he wasn't too disappointed. He had anticipated this, so he naturally wouldn't be too let down. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. Looking at the ten-tails, Shin unhesitatingly restricted its movements. Red torii gates fell from the sky, suppressing the ten-tails' tails and body completely. Controlling the ten-tails was, for Shin, as simple as beating up a child. The pitiful ten-tails could only roar impotently. Elsewhere, Hashirama Senju once again engaged the revived Madara Uchiha in a great battle. Though Madara Uchiha had no eyes, he could still use Susanoo. And in his battle with Hashirama Senju, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Sure enough, the previous Edo Tensei state hadn't been Madara Uchiha's full strength. Black Zetsu immediately came to Madara Uchiha's side and handed him both Rinnegan. Yes, both. In the original story, Madara Uchiha had expended considerable effort to retrieve his 2 Rinnegan. Now, he had obtained them directly. Well done, Black Zetsu. Madara Uchiha showed a satisfied smile. His final trump card was Black Zetsu. At this moment, Madara Uchiha was very satisfied, completely unaware that Black Zetsu was secretly plotting how to kill him. He was celebrating too early. Black Zetsu hadn't used Obito as a sacrifice to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki before, probably because he looked down on Obito, thinking Madara Uchiha was more suitable. Of course, Obito hadn't activated Infinite Tsukuyomi yet. Even if Black Zetsu wanted to choose Obito, he couldn't. This was the most crucial point. If Obito had already activated Infinite Tsukuyomi, then needless to say, Black Zetsu would definitely have made Obito the sacrifice for Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival. After obtaining both Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha had completely recovered his strength and could utterly dominate Hashirama Senju. Not long after, Hashirama Senju was pinned to the ground by Madara Uchiha, impaled by Yin-Yang release black rods. Hashirama Senju couldn't even move. His chakra was completely sealed. And Madara Uchiha had even stolen Hashirama Senju's Sage Art chakra. The revived Madara Uchiha showed no mercy to Hashirama Senju, but he didn't completely eliminate him either. Hashirama, just watch me create a brand new world. Madara Uchiha didn't want to kill Hashirama Senju. He wanted to prove to Hashirama that he was right. You will fail. Hashirama Senju wasn't flustered. Having witnessed Shin Uzumaki's strength, Hashirama didn't think Madara Uchiha could succeed. Unless Shin Uzumaki chose to ignore Madara Uchiha's plan. Hashirama felt that wouldn't happen. Shin Uzumaki didn't seem like a bad person. He was the man Tsunade had chosen. So, even though Hashirama couldn't move, he was very calm. Madara Uchiha was unaware of Hashirama Senju's calmness. He wanted Hashirama to witness him create a truly peaceful world. Next, I have to face Shin Uzumaki directly. Madara Uchiha's gaze turned towards Shin in the distance. First, he had to rescue the Ten-Tails from Shin's hands. If he couldn't become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Madara Uchiha wasn't confident he could fight Shin Uzumaki. And to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he first had to rescue the Ten-Tails from Shin. The Ten-Tails was suppressed by Shin's Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. Unless someone rescued it, the Ten-Tails couldn't break free of the Gate of the Great God's suppression on its own. Chapter 455, Are you being that generous? Madara Uchiha walked step by step towards Shin. Nawaki and the other Kage, surprisingly, didn't try to stop him. Leave this to Shin. We'll deal with the others, Nawaki said to Inoki and the rest. I'll handle my former sensei. You guys take care of the others. Inoki then charged towards the reanimated second Tsuchikage. Fighting his former teacher, one wonders if Inoki had some rebellious thoughts. Actually, no. It was precisely because he knew how formidable his teacher was, Inoki chose to face him personally. Madara, it hasn't been easy for you to be revived. Shin stood atop the Ten-Tails' head, arms crossed, looking at Madara Uchiha. Indeed. Since I've been revived, we should proceed with our plan. Give me the Ten-Tails. Madara Uchiha squinted at Shin. If he could obtain the Ten-Tails without a fight, Madara Uchiha would certainly prefer that. If he really had to fight Shin, Madara Uchiha had no confidence at all. Though he had reclaimed his full power, he was still no match for the previous 6 paths Obito. Madara Uchiha wasn't at the 6 paths level yet, but he was infinitely close. Unfortunately, even infinitely close, the gap between the 2 levels was still immense. Madara, that's not very honest of you. With just a few words, you expect me to hand over the Ten-Tails. You're dreaming a bit too big. Shin sneered. Madara Uchiha was dreaming of a beautiful thing. Then what do you want? Don't forget our previous collaboration, Madara Uchiha frowned. Collaboration? What collaboration? I've already forgotten about it. Let's not mention that. But if you want the Ten-Tails, that's fine. Just ask me nicely, and I'll give it to you. How about that? Shin asked mockingly, trying to see if Madara Uchiha had the determination. Shin felt Madara Uchiha might not. The reason was simple, Madara Uchiha was too proud. He would never beg Shin. Though they hadn't interacted much, Shin understood Madara Uchiha's personality well. Would release, Deep Forest Emergence. As soon as Shin finished speaking, the grim-faced Madara Uchiha attacked him. Beg Shin Uzumaki. What a joke. I knew you wouldn't agree. But don't get so worked up. We can discuss anything. What's the meaning of attacking at the slightest disagreement? Shin looked at Madara Uchiha with displeasure. When the trees reached Shin, they were directly pushed away by Shin's repulsive force. Fire Release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Madara Uchiha used Fire Release, igniting the forest he had created, forming a sea of fire. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly due to the sea of fire. Do you think these petty tricks will work on me? Shin's eyes flickered. The sea of fire was cleared away by his repulsive force. Such petty tricks were only effective against average ninja. Using them against him, Shin found it rather amusing. Madara Uchiha was very calm. He also didn't think he could cause any impact on Shin Uzumaki. This was just Madara Uchiha's habitual probing. Actually, if you want the Ten Tails, I can give it to you. Shin himself removed the gracious deity gates that restricted the Ten Tails, controlling the Ten Tails to move towards Madara Uchiha. However, facing the approaching Ten Tails, Madara Uchiha, instead of being pleasantly surprised, warily distanced himself. There's definitely a scheme. Madara Uchiha didn't believe Shin Uzumaki would be so kind as to give him the 10 tails. Look, I'm giving you the 10 tails, and you don't even dare to take it. Isn't that too embarrassing? I'm even embarrassed for you. Shin smiled faintly and said. Shin Uzumaki, what exactly is your purpose? Madara Uchiha asked Shin directly. He didn't like to beat around the bush either. Hey, Madara, you really make me look down on you. The 10 tails is right in front of you, yet you don't have the courage to take it. Shin sneered coldly. It seemed Madara Uchiha wasn't as he had imagined. Humph. I'm not someone you can look down on. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly. Though Shin Uzumaki's strength was great, deep down, Madara was still extremely proud. Is that so? Then show me. Shin made a please gesture. The 10 tails was a gift from Shin to Madara Uchiha. There were no traps at all. Shin was still waiting for Madara Uchiha to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and release Kagaya Otsutsuki. So there were no traps. If there was any scheming, it was Black Zetsu scheming against Madara Uchiha, which had nothing to do with Shin. Lord Madara, let's get the 10 tails first. Otherwise, we'll be too passive, Black Zetsu said to Madara Uchiha. Black Zetsu couldn't wait for Madara Uchiha to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and quickly carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. Delays breed trouble. Black Zetsu always felt that Shin Uzumaki knew too much, perhaps even his plans. So, it was better to complete the plan quickly. As long as the plan was completed and his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki was released, even if Shin Uzumaki's strength was greater, they could definitely handle it. In Black Zetsu's heart, his mother's power was supreme. Absolutely no one could defeat his mother. As for the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, those two were just despicable. Otherwise, they couldn't have sealed their mother. Compared to Black Zetsu, the filial son, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother were unfilial sons. Madara Uchiha finally nodded. Black Zetsu was right. No matter what tricks Shin Uzumaki had up his sleeve, obtaining power was the only way to fight him. Six Paths 10 Tails Coffin Seal. Using the technique to seal the 10 tails, he directly sealed the 10 tails within his own body. The process was very smooth, so smooth that even Madara Uchiha couldn't quite believe it. Looking at Shin Uzumaki, who hadn't made any move, Madara Uchiha's frown deepened. What exactly is your purpose? Madara Uchiha asked Shin again. All along, Madara Uchiha didn't know what Shin Uzumaki's purpose was. Ruling the shinobi world he had mentioned to Shin Uzumaki before, thinking about it now, it absolutely couldn't attract Shin Uzumaki. Purpose? I have many purposes. But why do you care so much now? Aren't you going to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi? Shin said with a light chuckle. Madara Uchiha was very cautious. Before figuring out Shin Uzumaki's true purpose, he was a bit afraid to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. The other party didn't seem to fear him using Infinite Tsukuyomi at all, and even seemed to be looking forward to it. What exactly was Shin Uzumaki anticipating? Madara Uchiha hesitated. Black Zetsu was so angry. Since Shin Uzumaki is giving you this chance, what are you thinking so much for? Hurry up and use Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 456, The Moon Shattered. Madara Uchiha, no, to be precise, it should be Six Paths Madara now. Six Paths Madara's appearance was similar to the previous Obito. A white sage robe, with black tomo printed on the collar, and 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him. His hair had also turned white, and he held a Six Paths Shakujo in his hand. The material of the Six Paths Shakujo was the same as the truth-seeking orbs, to be precise, it was formed from truth-seeking orbs. Six Paths Madara's aura was very powerful, more than Six Paths Obito's. But when he looked at Shin, he was still wary. Even after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Madara didn't rashly attack Shin. Shin and Six Paths Madara looked at each other, neither of them acting. But their auras were already clashing. Anoki and the others, watching from a distance, felt their hearts turn cold. Madara Uchiha became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Why did Shin Uzumaki give the 10 tails to Madara Uchiha? Are they really on the same side? They didn't know what was going on. They wanted to ask, but didn't have the courage. They were afraid of getting an answer they didn't want. What is he doing? Tobarama Senju squinted, his face filled with anger. Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing beside Tobarama Senju, smiled wryly. We can only hope he's not on the same side as Madara Uchiha. Let's go save Big Brother first. Tobarama Senju said to Hiruzen Sarutobi. First, save his older brother, then they could feel more at ease. Though Hashirama Senju had been easily defeated by Madara Uchiha before, Hashirama Senju was still their pillar of support. Seeing Tobarama Senju's actions, Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't refuse. They wanted to rescue Hashirama Senju, but that also depended on whether others would agree. Itachi Uchiha directly blocked Hiruzen Sarutobi. And Tobarama Senju was blocked by Nagato. In their Edo Tensei state, they were being controlled, unable to act on their own. Third Hokage, my apologies. Itachi Uchiha said to Hiruzen Sarutobi as he attacked. Itachi Uchiha had his own consciousness, but he couldn't control his body. However, due to his consciousness resisting, the power he could exert wasn't too strong. Faced with Itachi Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to fight him. And besides them, there were other reanimated individuals, such as the second Mizukage, the second Tsuchikage, and the third Reikage. Yes, the third Reikage had also been reanimated. Originally, the third Reikage's body had been made into a puppet by Shin. But later, Shin had given it, along with the 8 tails, to Obito Uchiha. In the end, Obito gave it to Orokabuto, which was why Orokabuto could reanimate him. These individuals could only be suppressed by the combined efforts of the allied shinobi forces. Shin, something's happened. The moon has cracked. Just as Shin and Madara were facing off, Kushina shouted to Shin. Hearing Kushina's voice, Shin was slightly stunned for a moment. The moon cracked. What does that mean? Shin couldn't help but look up at the moon in the sky, and then he found that the moon had really shattered. What's going on? Though Shin didn't know what exactly had happened, he understood that something had changed. The moon seemed to have shattered. Kagaya Otsutsuki is sealed within the moon. Now that the moon is shattered, will Kagaya come out? Shin fell into deep thought. When Shin went to the moon before, he hadn't shattered it. How did the moon shatter now? It couldn't have shattered on its own for no reason. And there was no one on it anymore. Could it be Hagoromo Otsutsuki's doing? Shin squinted his eyes. Right now, Shin could only guess it was Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He didn't know what Hagoromo Otsutsuki's purpose was. Does he want to release Kagaya? Shin could remain calm seeing the moon crack, but Madara could not. Infinite Tsukuyomi used the power of the 9-tomo Rinnegan to project its ocular power onto the moon, then cast a genjutsu on the entire world. Now that the moon was gone, what would happen? Could Infinite Tsukuyomi still be used? Shin also thought of this point and couldn't help but show a wicked smile. Ha 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 ha. Madara, didn't expect that, did you? The moon is gone. Your heart's desire can't be fulfilled. Did you do this? 6 paths Madara asked Shin angrily. Clearly, the moon's disappearance had angered Madara. After all his painstaking planning, everything had come to nothing. With the moon gone, how could he use Infinite Tsukuyomi? The most bewildered was Black Zetsu. Compared to Madara, Black Zetsu was the most miserable one. He had schemed for 1,000 years, finally finding Madara Uchiha as a pawn. Just as he was about to revive his mother, the moon exploded. This has nothing to do with me. Shin glanced at Madara. He also wanted to know what was going on. He activated his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen, looking towards the direction of the moon. Though he could see extremely far, Shin obviously couldn't see what was happening on the moon. I'll go take a look. You guys stay here and clean up the mess. Shin said to Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, and the others. After speaking, Shin used Himatsu Hirasaka, grabbing Madara and stepping into it. Madara wanted to resist, but he was too slow. By the time he reacted, Shin had already grabbed him. Madara definitely had to be taken away. Leaving him here would be too great a threat. It would probably take all the women combined to defeat him. Arriving directly at the moon, no, to be precise, the remains of the moon, Shin's gaze narrowed. Why are you 3 here at this time? Shin asked the 3 guys with confusion. Mamashiki Otsutsuki, Kinshiki Otsutsuki, and Urashiki Otsutsuki, these 3 guys were actually here at this time. Then the shattering of the moon should be related to them. Also, Kagaya Otsutsuki had already been released from her seal. But the current Kagaya Otsutsuki was really weak. If one were to find the weakest here, it would definitely be Kagaya Otsutsuki. Right, the 10 tails power was in 6 paths Madara's hands. It would be strange if Kagaya Otsutsuki was strong. Who are they? Madara asked Shin. From these people, Madara sensed considerable strength. And when Shin saw them, he showed no surprise. So Madara guessed Shin knew these people. Are these the natives of this planet? Momoshiki Otsutsuki's gaze swept over Shin and Six Paths Madara, his eyes filled with thick disdain. Chapter 457, Another One Who Wants My Eyes. This trio of Otsutsuki was quite irritating. Shin found them particularly annoying right now. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the follower, was tolerable. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at him with undisguised contempt. Momoshiki, in particular, made no effort to hide his disdain. Six Paths Madara's eyes glinted coldly. Are they all members of the Hyuga clan? Seeing there be a Kugan, Madara mistook them for Hyuga. No. They are from the Otsutsuki clan. You should be familiar with the name. Shin glanced at Madara. Madara might not know the full details of the Otsutsuki clan, but he definitely knew the surname. After all, the Sage of Six Paths' surname was Otsutsuki. The power of the God Tree, it seems to be within him. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at Six Paths Madara, a strange smile on his face, his thoughts unreadable. Ding. System mission issued, annihilate the Otsutsuki trio. Reward, Divine Replication Card X1. Just then, the system suddenly popped up. Shin's eyes lit up, his gaze towards the Otsutsuki trio turning into that of a predator eyeing its prey. Gentlemen, let's change locations. Shin opened a spatial gate with Yamatsu Hirasaka, then gestured to Six Paths Madara and walked through the portal alone. Six Paths Madara hesitated for a moment, then followed Shin into the spatial gate. After them. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki. He remembered Urashiki also knew the Yamatsu Hirasaka technique. At this moment, they even ignored Kagaya Otsutsuki. The God Tree was the most important thing to them, especially a fully matured God Tree. Otsutsuki Urashiki's one eye transformed into a 6-tomo Rinnegan, then he used Yamatsu Hirasaka to chase after Shin with Momoshiki and Kinshiki. No one will take what is mine. Kagaya Otsutsuki's expression was icy. She also used Yamatsu Hirasaka to pursue them. The Ten-Tails must be retrieved. Only by reclaiming the Ten-Tails could she regain her full power and fight Momoshiki and the others. In an instant, Shin reappeared on the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War. But upon his return, Shin discovered another surprise. Well, the Sage of Six Paths, who hides his head and shows his tail, has finally revealed himself. Congratulations. Shin looked at Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Before him stood Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. They had received power from the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto Uzumaki had entered Six Paths Sage mode, and Sasuke Uchiha had awakened the 6-tomo Rinnegan. But their state was a bit off. Their eyes were vacant, as if they were being controlled. Shin, if you'd come back a little later, I could have fought that old geezer, Kushina said to Shin with frustration. You wouldn't have won anyway. You should be glad I came back early. Shin shot Kushina an annoyed glare. Don't underestimate me. I'm very strong now. Kushina clenched her fists confidently. Kushina's strength was roughly comparable to the current Six Paths Naruto and Six Paths Sasuke. Against Hagoromo Otsutsuki, she would definitely not be a match. Shin Uzumaki. Hagoromo Otsutsuki squinted at Shin, his meaning of confrontation clear. What's going on? Six Paths Madara was a bit bewildered now. The series of events that had just unfolded left him confused, completely unsure of the situation. The 4 Otsutsuki clansmen he had seen before had already shocked him. Now, the Sage of Six Paths had also appeared. Shin had no time to answer Six Paths Madara's question. He looked calmly at Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Why is your real body still hiding? Since you've been discovered, what's the point of hiding anymore? Shin casually grasped a truth-seeking orb, which transformed into a katana, and slashed towards the distance. Boom. A sword blade tore through the air, striking a mountain peak in the distance, causing an unparalleled collision. The Sage of Six Paths before them was just a chakra clone. The real body was hidden on that distant mountain. But as long as he appeared, he couldn't escape Shin's detection. Thinking he could hide from my senses. Dream on. With a single slash, Shin expected Hagoromo Otsutsuki to come over. But he really didn't want to show himself, even turning to leave. Where do you think you're going? Get over here, universal pull. Shin's palm generated a black hole-like suction force. Even Hagoromo Otsutsuki was pulled over by this gravitational force. If the moon hadn't shattered, Shin could have pulled it over with his gravitational force, let alone Hagoromo Otsutsuki. After being pulled over by Shin using universal pull, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's expression was grim as he stared at Shin. Oh, they've finally arrived. But their speed is quite slow. Shin sensed the spatial fluctuation and looked towards the newly opened spatial hole. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki emerged from it. Then another pitch-black spatial hole opened, and Kagaya Otsutsuki also came out. Isn't that Shin-sama's dojutsu? How do they know it? Karen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Hinata, hearing this, shook her head. She didn't know either. Could Shin's technique have been stolen? Mei Terumi suspected. After the Otsutsuki trio and Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared, Hagoromo Otsutsuki could no longer remain calm, his gaze fixed on Kagaya Otsutsuki. Actually, Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival was within his expectations. Even Black Zetsu's actions were completely under his control. It was just that Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival now hadn't gone according to his plan. She had been released by breaking the seal directly. And the other 3 Otsutsuki clansmen. Are they the enemy's mother also feared? A ruthless glint gradually flashed in Hagoromo Otsutsuki's eyes. The shinobi world was considered his private property, he would not allow others to touch it. Hand over the god tree, and I might spare your life. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Six Paths Madara with indifference. With Madara's personality, he was quite furious. Spare his life? Who do you think you are? Momoshiki, I can give up the god tree, but I want those eyes. Otsutsuki Urashiki said to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. And the person Otsutsuki Urashiki was pointing at was Shin. Fine. Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at Otsutsuki Urashiki and nodded calmly. They were partners. If he wanted the god tree, he had to give Otsutsuki Urashiki some benefits. Otherwise, they might not be able to cooperate in the future. Heh, another one who wants my eyes. What an idiot. Shin chuckled coldly. The last one who coveted his eyes, Hamura Otsutsuki, had already been turned to dust by Shin. Chapter 458, Otsutsuki Urashiki gets wrecked. Tsunade, have Nawaki and the others leave this place. The farther, the better. Shin turned his head and said to Tsunade. The current battle was no longer something average ninja could participate in. There was more than 1 or 2 Six Paths level powerhouses here. And Shin was about to stretch his muscles. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would likely be killed by the aftershocks. And you guys leave too. Don't get involved. Shin knew that with Tsunade, Kushina, and the others' current strength, even if they participated, they would be fine. They had the strength to protect themselves. However, with them here, Shin couldn't go all out. For example, he wouldn't be able to use those particularly powerful techniques for fear of involving them. All right. Shin, be careful. Mikoto nodded considerately, then pulled Kushina, and with Tsunade, they took Konan, Mei Terumi, Hanabi, and Hinata and left. After they left, Shin's previously smiling face turned icy. His cold gaze fell on Urashiki, making Urashiki feel a sense of unease. Urashiki was inherently cautious. Now, feeling this unease, he already began to regret his words. Let's start with you. Shin said, his body appearing before Urashiki as if by teleportation. When did he? Urashiki was shocked by Shin's sudden appearance. And looking at Shin's 2 fingers reaching towards him, he felt he couldn't dodge at all. Facts proved Urashiki's feeling was correct. Shin directly plucked out Urashiki's 6-tomo Rinne Sharingan. This eye of yours is mine now. Shin said calmly. You wanted my eyes? Then I'll take yours first. He only took the 6-tomo Rinne Sharingan. As for Urashiki's other Byakugan, sorry, Shin didn't care for it, so he left it for Urashiki. How do you feel now? Shin put away the 6-tomo Rinne Sharingan and asked Urashiki with a smile. It was a bit like rubbing salt in the wound. Taking someone's eye and then asking how they felt now. But from Urashiki's gaze, Shin knew how he felt. That hatred had reached its peak. I'll kill you. Urashiki roared. Don't shout. It only shows your incompetence, Shin said, then punched Urashiki in the face. Urashiki crashed to the ground like a cannonball. His face was deformed by Shin's punch. He probably had a concussion. Your head is quite hard. But your strength isn't that great. Shin swung his arm and said in an extremely calm tone. Though Shin's words sounded like boasting, he had the strength to boast. Shin easily thrashed Urashiki. From the moment Shin started to act, to Urashiki having an eye gouged out and being punched into the ground, it had been less than half a minute. However, in this half a minute, Urashiki had lost half his life. Momoshiki, who had been disdainful before, no longer dared to show any contempt. He became completely serious. Six Paths Madara also watched Shin warily. Though Momoshiki and the others seemed to be enemies, Shin was also not a friend. Only Kagaya Otsutsuki, seeing Shin's strength, had a slight gleam in her eyes. Besides the unidentified Shin, everyone else here was her mortal enemy. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, needless to say, was a rebellious son, someone Kagaya Otsutsuki wanted to kill. And the Otsutsuki trio were also the same. They had come with ill intentions. They were destined to be her enemies. Kagaya Otsutsuki had been preparing for their arrival for 1,000 years. As for Madara, the Tentails was still inside Six Paths Madara. If Kagaya Otsutsuki wanted to reclaim her power, she had to take the 10 tails. So, Six Paths Madara was also Kagaya Otsutsuki's enemy. And Shin Uzumaki. Kagaya Otsutsuki had no grudge with him. So, there was a possibility of cooperation. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Shin didn't have many thoughts. He didn't need to cooperate with anyone. If all these people attacked him together, Shin was not afraid. Right now, Shin's goal was to kill Urashiki first, to let him know the price of coveting his eyes. Lord Momoshiki, should we save Urashiki? Otsutsuki Kinshiki asked Momoshiki. No need. We're not on the same side as him, Momoshiki said calmly. He and Urashiki were at most partners, even potential enemies. So, even if Urashiki was killed, he wouldn't care. However, this native before them needed to be taken seriously. He had crushed Urashiki, even Momoshiki wasn't confident he could do the same. Actually, Momoshiki didn't know that in Shin's eyes, he was the native. Shin himself wasn't from this world. How does he know my 80 Gods Vacuum Attack? Kagaya Otsutsuki frowned. This was her signature technique. This time, Shin used the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack with much greater power than when he had used it against Obito. Urashiki, under Shin's bombardment, was like a rag doll. That miserable appearance. Momoshiki and the others didn't want to look anymore. Half your body is shattered, yet you're still alive. Your life force is as tenacious as a 10-tails Jinchuriki's. Shin walked step by step towards Urashiki. Since it's hard to kill you physically, then I'll kill you spiritually. Yes, Six Paths level powerhouses were hard to kill physically. But if you killed them spiritually, they couldn't escape. Koto Emitsukami, Radiance. Pulling Urashiki's spirit into a genjutsu space, Shin then used his own ocular power to completely turn Urashiki's spirit to ash. With the spirit completely obliterated, it was equivalent to the soul being gone. So, he was truly and completely dead. Urashiki dead. Looking at Urashiki, who had completely lost his aura, even the proud Momoshiki found it somewhat unbelievable. To be killed this easily, this was too theatrical. Urashiki was very well hidden. Even Momoshiki wasn't confident he could kill him. But he was killed by this native before him. Yes, he's dead. And it'll be your turn soon. Shin turned his head, his gaze fixed on Momoshiki. Killing the Otsutsuki trio could earn him a divine replication card, Shin absolutely couldn't let it go. So, their coming here was purely to die, to deliver benefits to Shin. Chapter 459, a huge loss. In just a few short minutes, Otsutsuki Urashiki, a Six Paths level powerhouse, had been killed. The others became thoroughly vigilant. Hagoromo Otsutsuki was the most wary. Since confirming Shin Uzumaki was his enemy, he had been desperately gathering information on him. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained much. Shin had killed Otsutsuki Urashiki without even revealing his full strength. This Otsutsuki Urashiki was an enemy even his mother had been wary of. He definitely wasn't weak, yet he had been killed without even a chance to counterattack. Otsutsuki Urashiki's death was indeed pitiful. He hadn't had time to fight back before being annihilated by Shin's series of attacks. This could only mean Shin's strength had already surpassed the Six Paths level. Everyone, I think we can cooperate. Hagoromo Otsutsuki spoke up. He wasn't confident he could handle Shin alone. For now, he could only unite with others to deal with Shin Uzumaki. You have the aura of the God Tree. After Hagoromo Otsutsuki spoke, Momoshiki also turned his attention to him. After carefully examining Hagoromo, Momoshiki discovered he had the aura of the God Tree. Of course he has the aura of the God Tree. I created him from a section of the God Tree, combined with Yin-Yang release. I never thought this rebellious son would actually betray me. Kagaya Otsutsuki's face was filled with anger. Shin, hearing this, had a strange expression. Hagoromo Otsutsuki was created by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Then Hamura Otsutsuki must be the same. Indeed, Hagoromo was created by Kagaya using Yin-Yang release in the God Tree, for the purpose of dealing with Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the others. Who would have thought that Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki, the tools she created, would betray her and seal her away? This was a monumental humiliation. The tools she created, which she couldn't control, ended up overthrowing her. Kagaya Otsutsuki was truly disgraced. Didn't mother also want to kill me and Hamura? Hagoromo Otsutsuki sneered. Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Back then, her two sons' strength grew too quickly, making Kagaya feel threatened. So, she had thought of eliminating them. She could also obtain their chakra and enhance her own strength. Unfortunately, in the end, Kagaya Otsutsuki not only failed to eliminate the two Otsutsuki brothers, but she herself was overthrown. Shin understood now. Neither side was good. But it had little to do with Shin. Are you all going to unite against me? Shin's gaze swept over Six Paths Madara, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Kagaya, and he asked calmly. I will not cooperate with them. They are all my enemies. On the other hand, I think I can cooperate with you. Kagaya Otsutsuki said to Shin. Cooperate with me? Sorry, I don't need collaborators. Shin looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Now he was carefully sizing her up. She was quite beautiful. As expected of the rabbit goddess. But Shin wouldn't cooperate with her. Because Kagaya Otsutsuki's strength couldn't help him at all. Without the Ten Tails power, she was the weakest here. Kagaya Otsutsuki's current strength was probably not much stronger than Kushina and the others. Why? Do you think you can handle all of them? A hint of anger appeared on Kagaya Otsutsuki's face. Is he looking down on her? If not for the wish to avoid creating another enemy, Kagaya Otsutsuki would probably be tempted to use all killing ash bones to stab him. Kagaya Otsutsuki was not a good person. But after some consideration, she felt it wasn't suitable to make another enemy, so she held back. You're right. So what if everyone is my enemy? You're all just a bunch of weaklings waiting to be slaughtered. Shin looked at everyone with disdain. Kagaya Otsutsuki was so angry she couldn't speak. She hadn't expected this ungrateful man to be even more hateful than her. Shin Uzumaki, aren't you being too arrogant? Six Paths Madara was somewhat displeased. Madara, your seniority is the lowest here. You have no right to speak. Shin glanced at Six Paths Madara and stated calmly. System, use a divine replication card to copy Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. Shin secretly instructed the system. Some of Kagaya Otsutsuki's powers were quite powerful, and Shin really wanted them. He had 3 divine replication cards. He wasn't afraid of a little consumption. Replication was instantaneous. In that moment, Shin's power and Kagaya's power were superimposed. Shin also obtained the powers Kagaya had mastered. For example, the all-killing ash bones he had been longing for, he now had. Wait, system, what about Kagaya Otsutsuki's dojutsu, Amanamanaka? Shin suddenly discovered he hadn't mastered Kagaya Otsutsuki's dojutsu, Amanamanaka. Did the replication go wrong? Kagaya Otsutsuki currently does not possess the 10 tails, so she cannot open the 9-tomo Rinnegan, and thus has no Amanamanaka. The system explained to Shin. Alright, Shin understood now. Kagaya Otsutsuki originally didn't have the 9-tomo Rinnegan, she relied on the power of the God Tree to open it. Now that the God Tree was gone, Kagaya Otsutsuki couldn't even open or use the 9-tomo Rinnegan. So, if I want to obtain Amanamanaka, I also need to copy the 10 tails power? Shin asked the system. Yes. Receiving the system's answer, Shin's gaze instantly became like that of a salted fish that had lost its dream. Did I just make a mistake? The cost was huge. He had originally planned to use 1 divine replication card to obtain all of Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. But the system told him Kagaya Otsutsuki's power and the 10 tails power were completely separate. Of course, if Kagaya Otsutsuki had been revived as in the original story, having obtained the 10 tails power, Shin could have used 1 divine replication card to copy all of Kagaya Otsutsuki's power. Unfortunately, the 10 tails was still inside 6 Paths Madara, causing him a huge loss. Amanamanaka controlled 6 dimensions, the Genesis dimension, the lava dimension, the ice dimension, the supergravity dimension, the sand dimension, and the acid dimension. The Genesis dimension could connect to the other 5 dimensions. Its usefulness was neither great nor small. System, use another divine replication card to copy 6 Paths Madara's power, including the 10 tails. Shin gritted his teeth and instructed the system again. Anyway, what he got wasn't just this dojutsu, but also the 10 tails power and 6 Paths Madara's power. It couldn't be said to be a loss. But in Shin's heart, he still felt it was a loss. Fortunately, after killing the 10 tails and the Otsutsuki trio, he could make back the 2 consumed divine replication cards. Shin's expression changed constantly due to the consumption of the divine replication cards. The others, of course, didn't know what was going on with Shin. They looked at Shin hesitantly, not knowing if they should take the opportunity to attack him. Actually, even if they did attack, they wouldn't gain any advantage. A sneak attack on Shin was completely impossible, he wasn't unprepared. Chapter 460, The Ruthless Shin. You guys didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack me. That's a bit surprising. Shin looked at Hagoromo, 6 Paths Madara, and Momoshiki, a hint of surprise on his face. Even if they did sneak attack you, I would protect you. Kagaya Otsutsuki suddenly said to Shin. You protecting me definitely wouldn't be out of kindness. Shin glanced at Kagaya Otsutsuki. He knew this woman, despite her beauty, was ruthless. Kagaya Otsutsuki's face turned slightly grim. She was filled with anger but ultimately suppressed it. This was the second time she had been angered by this man. But compared to Shin's detestability, the people opposite were even more detestable. How have you considered it? Hagoromo asked Six Paths Madara, Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. If not for his lack of confidence, why would he cooperate with them? First, use their power to deal with Shin Uzumaki. After dealing with Shin Uzumaki, it will be time to settle accounts with them. A murderous glint flashed in Hagoromo's heart, but his face showed no change. Lord Momoshiki. Kinshiki looked at Momoshiki. Momoshiki stared at Hagoromo. Though he appeared harmless on the surface, Momoshiki felt this guy was like Urashiki, a hidden poisonous snake. If we don't cooperate, no matter what your purpose is, you won't be able to achieve it. Hagoromo said to Momoshiki again. I hope you don't play any tricks, otherwise, the first one to die will be you. Momoshiki looked deeply at Hagoromo. Then Hagoromo looked at Six Paths Madara. I can tell you a secret concerning your life and death. Are you willing to cooperate? What secret? Six Paths Madara squinted at the legendary sage of Six Paths that Black Zetsu attached to you, is actually Kaguya Otsutsuki's will. You're just a pawn. Hagoromo said calmly. And after Hagoromo finished speaking, Black Zetsu, realizing things were not good, wanted to act. However, Six Paths Madara, after hearing Hagoromo's words, was also on guard. In addition, Hagoromo also acted, helping Six Paths Madara. The pitiful Black Zetsu naturally had no chance to succeed and was killed by Hagoromo. Six Paths Madara broke out in a cold sweat. His body had suddenly been out of his control just now. Even though he was prepared, a sudden sneak attack might not have been something he could have avoided. The move that killed Black Zetsu was it all killing Ash Bones. Shin's gaze fixed on Hagoromo. He hadn't expected Hagoromo to also know this technique. You killed Black Zetsu. Kaguya Otsutsuki's face was filled with anger, her expression somewhat ferocious, losing her previous goddess-like appearance. Fortunately, Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't have the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on her forehead right now, otherwise, her appearance would definitely scare people to death. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. In her anger, Kaguya Otsutsuki gathered all her chakra into her fists and launched countless punches at Hagoromo. This woman has emotions too. That's a bit surprising. Shin glanced at Kaguya Otsutsuki with surprise. She would actually get angry over Black Zetsu's death. But that was right. Black Zetsu was a great filial son, it was normal for Kaguya Otsutsuki to be angry. Suddenly. Ameno to Chikara. Just as Shin was preparing to watch the show, Sasuke, whom he had overlooked, appeared behind Shin, thrusting a black rod towards him. Oh, I forgot about you too. Shin used Kamui, letting Sasuke's attack pass through him. He had forgotten about Naruto and Sasuke earlier. Now they had become puppets controlled by Hagoromo. System, if I kill these two, is there any reward? Shin shouted to the system. He had just used 2 divine replication cards. Though his strength had indeed improved, Shin felt the pain and was eager to earn them back. No mission, so no reward. Getting the system's merciless reply, Shin was quite frustrated. Fortunately, there were missions to kill the Otsutsuki trio and the Ten Tails, allowing Shin to earn back his money. While talking to the system, Shin didn't forget to act, grabbing Sasuke's wrist and throwing him away. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. The truth-seeking orbs flew into Shin's hand, forming a towering golden light sword that instantly slashed down. High mountains and flowing water, forests and lakes were all cut in half by Shin, including Sasuke. Let's see if you can revive them again this time. I'm looking forward to your methods. Shin looked at Hagoromo with a calm gaze. He also wouldn't spare Naruto Uzumaki, who was charging over either. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. A giant gravitational storm pulled Naruto Uzumaki in. Even though Naruto Uzumaki used countless shadow clones, it was useless. As long as they were sucked into the gravitational storm, the only end was death. The shadow clones were instantly torn apart, including Naruto Uzumaki's main body. The two of them, due to Hagoromo's enhancement, had reached 6 Paths level, a sort of entry-level 6 Paths strength. But they were killed by Shin in 2 moves, stunning everyone. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had been enraged by Black Zetsu's death, was now stunned. With such strength, it seems he really doesn't need my help. Kaguya Otsutsuki said. So, you 4 are really going to team up? Even if you don't, I'll still kill you all. Shin didn't look at Kaguya Otsutsuki. His gaze was only on Madara, Hagoromo, and the others. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki had to die. For the system mission, for that divine replication card, Shin had to kill them both. And Hagoromo, Shin had wanted to kill him for a long time. Now that he had the chance, Shin certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. As for Madara, sorry, he had to die too. Madara was now the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. If Shin wanted to kill the Ten Tails, then Madara had to die. So, regardless of whether they teamed up or not, Shin would kill them all. He wouldn't let any of them go. Chapter 461, Kenshiki's Death. One Piece World after Chapter 470. Shin's killing intent was undisguised, targeting all four of them. Even if they didn't want to be his enemies, they now had no choice but to fight. Lord Momoshiki, let me fight him first. Kenshiki spoke to Momoshiki, then charged towards Shin. Actually, Kenshiki was created by Momoshiki, using a god tree fruit. Thus, he was utterly loyal to Momoshiki. However, a counterexample must be mentioned here, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was sealed by her own creations. Be careful, Momoshiki said to Kenshiki. Although Kenshiki was a tool he created, he was very useful. Momoshiki didn't want to see him die. Thank you for your concern, Lord Momoshiki. Kenshiki was deeply moved. To receive Lord Momoshiki's concern, he had no regrets even in death. Then Kenshiki, shrouded in purple lightning, charged towards Shin like a teleporting projectile. Decent speed. But too slow for me. Are you offering yourself up to be beaten? After Shin spoke, he punched Kenshiki in the face. Kenshiki flew back even faster than he had charged, crashing into the ground. The ground shook violently from the impact. A 100-meter-deep crater appeared, with Kenshiki's body lying at the very bottom. I wanted to stretch my muscles a bit, but you're already down. I'm utterly disappointed. Shin knew Kenshiki's taijutsu was strong. He had thought Kenshiki could take at least one punch, but he was down after a single blow. He hadn't died, but he was severely injured by Shin's punch, his strength reduced by at least half. Even if he wasn't killed by Shin, he was useless now. Besides, his strength was weak to begin with. At least among the four Otsutsuki, Kenshiki was the weakest. Even Six Paths Madara could dominate Kenshiki. Momoshiki's face changed. He immediately went to rescue Kenshiki, jumping directly into the deep crater. Lord Momoshiki, my power is yours. After Momoshiki arrived, Kenshiki directly transformed into a chakra fruit. Seeing Kenshiki's choice, Momoshiki didn't hesitate, directly swallowing the chakra fruit formed by Kenshiki. Momoshiki also had Rinnegan, but his were on his hands, a pair of red Rinnegan. After eating the chakra fruit formed by Kenshiki, Momoshiki's Rinnegan turned yellow, and a third eye opened on his forehead, also a yellow Rinnegan. The chakra fruit was the god tree fruit. After eating the god tree fruit, Momoshiki underwent a huge change, his chakra increasing several-fold. However, the chakra fruit Momoshiki ate was far inferior to the one Kaguya Otsutsuki had eaten. Be careful. His strength has increased a lot. I'll deal with that rebellious son. Kaguya Otsutsuki hesitated for a moment, then said to Shin. Shin looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki with surprise. Is she talking to him? Speaking of which, Kaguya Otsutsuki was also his potential enemy. Shin wanted to kill the Ten Tails, and Kaguya Otsutsuki would definitely not let Shin kill the Ten Tails. Since she was ready to act, Shin didn't mind. He could use Kaguya Otsutsuki's hand to see how strong Hagoromo Otsutsuki truly was. Among everyone here, the only one whose strength was unknown was probably Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Shin knew the strength of the others. He didn't know if Hagoromo had any hidden trump cards. Shin suspected he did. As for Madara, Shin used a wood clone, sending it to deal with him. Wood clones were stronger than average clones, even shadow clones. They could use Kekkei Genkai, which other clones couldn't. And even if damaged, they wouldn't disappear immediately, unless their chakra was completely depleted. Are you looking down on me? Six Paths Madara's face was dark. Why would I look down on you? I think sending a wood clone is a sign of respect. Shin glanced at Madara and said calmly. Since Madara is disappointed with the wood clone, should I use a limbo clone to deal with him? I wonder what Madara's reaction would be if he saw me use limbo, border jail. But for now, let's deal with Momoshiki first. No longer paying attention to Madara fighting his wood clone, Shin focused his attention on the greatly strengthened Momoshiki. You probably haven't seen ninjutsu before, have you? Let me show you, Shin said to Momoshiki with amusement. You will die. Momoshiki said in a cold tone. Hey, I don't know if I'll die, but I know you're about to. Shin chuckled coldly. He didn't feel the slightest threat from Momoshiki. Six Paths, Super Great Ball Raisin Shuriken. Shin absorbed natural energy from the earth, then created two giant Raisin Shuriken and threw them at Momoshiki. Momoshiki had the ability to absorb ninjutsu attacks and reflect them back with greater power. It was somewhat similar to Shin's dojutsu, Takamagara, but weaker than Shin's. Because Momoshiki's dojutsu, Takamamiba no Kami, couldn't absorb all ninjutsu. For example, could it absorb Six Paths Senjutsu? This was natural energy, Six Path Sage Art formed by Sage Art Chakra. Of course, he couldn't absorb it. Looking at the two flying Raisin Shuriken, Momoshiki felt a strong sense of mortal danger. Then Momoshiki unhesitatingly used Shinra Tensei with all his might. All three Rinnegan exerted their power, several times stronger than Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei. Any substance on the surface was completely destroyed. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and the others, who were fighting not far away, quickly moved away, avoiding the clash between Shin and Momoshiki. Not bad. You actually blocked it. It seems you can't be underestimated either, Shin said, looking at Momoshiki with some surprise. Momoshiki was drenched in cold sweat. Only Momoshiki himself knew how much it had cost him to block that attack. If he hadn't absorbed the chakra fruit formed by Kinshiki, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to block that terrifying blow. His chakra was depleted by a third. This was the most difficult battle he had ever faced. He never thought that in this world, there would be someone with strength that could rival his. Chapter 462, The Fall of the Otsutsuki Trio. One Piece World. After Chapter 470. A sword formed from a truth-seeking orb was held in Shin's hand, its sharp killing intent enveloping Momoshiki. Momoshiki, do you think you can survive this slash of mine? Shin asked Momoshiki calmly. Momoshiki didn't answer Shin's words. In normal times, he would likely have been angered by Shin. But right now, he had no room for anger. Shin's sharp killing intent made him treat the situation with gravity. The truth-seeking orb formed an absolute defense, enveloping him. Even so, Momoshiki couldn't feel completely at ease. Sword Art, Starfall Slash. This slash from Shin could cut through stars, tear the sky. The blade's light completely enveloped this world. The pitiful earth once again suffered. Remember, this land had been washed clean by Shin's golden will reincarnation explosion and silver will reincarnation explosion before. Now it was enduring it again. If this land had consciousness, it would surely curse out loud. Who the hell did I anger to suffer this fate? The defense formed by Momoshiki's truth-seeking orbs didn't even last a moment before being cut open by Shin's single slash, which also severed one of Momoshiki's arms. Originally, Momoshiki should have been cut in half. But at the most critical moment, Momoshiki successfully dodged a fatal blow. Even so, he lost an arm, and the severed arm turned to nothingness. Momoshiki couldn't regenerate it. Or rather, he could regenerate it, but it would only be an ordinary arm. Momoshiki's original hand had a Rinnegan on it. Wasted a Rinnegan, Shin shook his head with slight regret. But it didn't matter. The Rinnegan was useless to him anyway. You dodged one slash. Can you dodge a second? And there's a third, and fourth. Shin asked the relieved Momoshiki with a smile. Momoshiki, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, his face instantly turned gloomy. That level of attack, you can't use it casually, can you? Momoshiki didn't believe he could casually unleash the scary sword slash. If that were the case, there was no need to fight anymore, he could just surrender. You can guess if I can use it continuously, Shin said, looking at Momoshiki with a light smile. Though Starfall Slash couldn't be used with impunity, Shin felt using it dozens of times was still not a problem. If Momoshiki knew this, he would probably curse out loud. Using it dozens of times isn't called using it with impunity. Momoshiki, I have a question for you. Shin didn't continue his attack. He planned to chat with Momoshiki, to learn about the Otsutsuki clan. Who is the strongest in your Otsutsuki clan? Shin was very curious about the Otsutsuki clan. None of them were weak. He just didn't know how many people there were in the Otsutsuki clan. I am the strongest in the Otsutsuki clan. Momoshiki said to Shin with great pride. You. Shin's eyes were filled with deep suspicion. Sensing Shin's disdainful gaze, Momoshiki couldn't help but show a trace of anger. You don't believe me. Momoshiki stared at Shin angrily. That's right, I don't believe you. With your pathetic strength, you call yourself the strongest. Are you playing me for a fool? Inukai Takaru no Mikoto. Momoshiki didn't waste any more words. He wanted to prove with his strength just how powerful he was. Inukai Takaru no Mikoto was a monster with a dragon's head and a snake's body, formed from earth-released chakra. If Kushina were here, she would definitely complain about how ugly this monster was. It was hideous. All-killing ash bones. Shin also wanted to test the power of all-killing ash bones. A gray bone spike emitting an ominous aura shot towards Inukai Takaru no Mikoto. With the speed Shin threw it, and the massive size of Inukai Takaru no Mikoto, it would be strange if it could dodge. After being hit by all-killing ash bones, Inukai Takaru no Mikoto began to disintegrate. Its body crumbled very quickly, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. Your strength is still not good enough. Shin said to Momoshiki with amusement. Shin admitted he was now provoking Momoshiki. You will pay the price for your actions. Momoshiki stopped his impotent rage and said to Shin with a grim face. I will pay the price for my actions. And what price is that? Can you make me pay it? When you say that, please consider your own strength. Shin chuckled lightly. Momoshiki's face turned completely black. Shin's light chuckle, to Momoshiki, was mockery, blatant mockery. Pheasant hunter. This time, Momoshiki used fire release chakra to transform into a fire bird. It was actually the same technique as the previous Inukai Takara no Mikoto. Don't you have any other moves? Shin used all-killing Ash Bones again, completely obliterating this fire bird. All-killing Ash Bones was domineering, it could even completely erase things formed from chakra. This was why Shin wanted to obtain all-killing Ash Bones. For all-killing Ash Bones, Shin had paid a divine replication card. Of course, besides this, Shin had also obtained other things. Overall, Shin felt this divine replication card was not spent in vain. Combined with the Dojutsu Tenmamai, it was practically 100% hit. In that case, let's finish you. Shin instantly appeared behind Momoshiki. Momoshiki didn't even notice how Shin appeared behind him, not even sensing Shin at all. It's over. Shin directly pierced through Momoshiki's heart, just like the backstab Black Zetsu gave to Madara. Of course, that wasn't the original story. Now Black Zetsu had died without succeeding, which was also tragic. Damn it. Momoshiki wanted to move, but he found his body couldn't move at all. Don't struggle. It's useless, Koto Amatsukami, Radiance. Shin knew it was impossible to destroy Momoshiki physically. Even if he completely destroyed his body, he could still live on through chakra. But if he destroyed his soul, Momoshiki would definitely be dead without a doubt. Turning his spirit and soul completely to ashes, the Otsutsuki trio was completely wiped out. Congratulations, Master. Mission complete. You have received one Divine Replication Card X1. Just after Shin killed Momoshiki, the system brought Shin good news. He had another Divine Replication Card. Chapter 463, Kaguya Otsutsuki asks for help. One Piece World after Chapter 470. After finishing off Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Shin's gaze shifted elsewhere. The battle between Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hagoromo was one-sided. Kaguya was completely suppressed, no match for her son. On the other side, Shin's wood clone had the upper hand against Madara. Madara was completely outmatched. He had thought Shin was looking down on him, but now he couldn't even handle a single wood clone. Kaguya Otsutsuki, are you even trying? Shin couldn't help but ask, watching Kaguya get sent flying by Susanu's slash. The Susanoo Hagoromo was using should be called the ultimate Susanoo. It was far larger than a perfect Susanoo, nearly 1,000 meters tall, comparable in size to the true several thousand hands, and it was incredibly powerful. Kaguya Otsutsuki's 80 Gods vacuum attack couldn't even break through its defense. This showed just how strong Hagoromo's Susanoo was. Of course I am. Kaguya Otsutsuki took a deep breath and replied to Shin with displeasure. Shin's question seemed to be looking down on her, which her prideful nature couldn't tolerate. Don't push yourself if you can't handle it. You have the image of the shinobi world's progenitor to uphold. Don't lose it all. Shin didn't intervene. He was enjoying the show. Kaguya Otsutsuki was no concern of his, her getting beaten up was her problem. Being beaten up by her son. Kaguya Otsutsuki was quite pitiful. Shin felt a flicker of sympathy for her. This was the second time she had been beaten by her sons. It was a truly tragic story. Last time, she was beaten by 2 sons. This time, by 1. Kaguya Otsutsuki should probably thank Shin. If not for Shin killing Hamura Otsutsuki, Kaguya might have faced a beating from both her sons again. Madara, can you still hold on? Should I make it a bit more difficult for you? Shin's gaze turned to Madara. Humph. Madara snorted angrily. He had no time to talk to Shin, he still had to face Shin's wood clone. Shin's wood clone was showing Madara what true wood release sage art was, stronger than Hashirama Senju's by more than a little. The massive true several thousand hands was pummeling Madara. Even truth-seeking orbs couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Madara could ignore ninjutsu attacks, but not taijutsu and sage art attacks. Now, Madara was struggling to defend. Facing this world-destroying attack, Madara truly couldn't hold on. He estimated that even Hagoromo couldn't withstand it, unless Hagoromo had some hidden trump card. Shin sat not far away, watching their battle with great interest. I should have prepared some snacks and melon seeds. A watermelon would be even better. Oh, Kaguya Otsutsuki is about to lose. Shin looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki. Her chakra was almost depleted. The Yamatsu Hirasaka 80 Gods vacuum attack, and all killing ash bones she used were all very chakra-consuming attacks. Coupled with Kaguya Otsutsuki's combat experience, Shin couldn't bear to watch. She kept spamming her ultimate moves, yet couldn't land a hit. After fighting for so long, she hadn't caused any damage to Hagoromo. No wonder she was sealed away back then. How could someone who kept missing their ultimate attacks possibly win? It would be strange if she could. Shin Uzumaki, help me. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't care about face anymore. She asked Shin for help. Though she still had some pride, her request was very stiff. Alas. Shin completely ignored her request. After a while, Kaguya Otsutsuki truly couldn't hold on anymore. She shouted at Shin again, "Please help me." She had no psychological burden now, she had completely discarded it. Though she wasn't afraid of death, she was afraid of being sealed again. Kaguya Otsutsuki possessed an immortal body, she couldn't be killed. She was only afraid of being sealed again. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki's so-called immortal body wasn't truly immortal. If her soul could be destroyed, she would die. "Do you expect me to help you for free?" Shin looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki. "Then what kind of payment do you want?" Kaguya Otsutsuki quickly came to Shin's side and asked him anxiously. The situation was very urgent for her. When had her rebellious son Hagoromo become so strong? She was no match for him. It wasn't that her power was insufficient. Kaguya Otsutsuki's power was already not weak, but her combat experience was severely lacking. Shin hadn't even stated his conditions yet when he saw Hagoromo's attack heading towards them. Hagoromo didn't care that Shin was here, in fact, it was because Shin was here that Hagoromo attacked this way. To Hagoromo, killing Shin would be the best outcome. Unfortunately, Hagoromo simply couldn't do it. Shin chuckled coldly. As Hagoromo's Susanoo fist came over, Shin slashed out with his sword. A sword aura, 1,000 meters long, slashed at the Susanoo, which was as tall as the true several thousand hands, directly tearing it apart. Kaguya Otsutsuki's face was filled with question marks. How did he do that? The katana in Shin's hand was made from a truth-seeking orb. Kaguya Otsutsuki could see that at a glance, she could create one too. But the same weapon, used by different people, would produce different power. If Kaguya Otsutsuki held a sword, she probably couldn't even slash out a sword aura. One had to train swordsmanship to a certain level to be able to slash out a sword aura, and Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't know swordsmanship at all. Agree to 3 of my conditions, and I'll help you. How about it? Shin said to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki came back to her senses. Hearing Shin's words, she frowned. Agree to 3 of your conditions. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at Shin, hesitating. What if he proposes some outrageous conditions? Chapter 464, Facing the Sage of Six Paths. Shin waited for Kaguya to agree to his conditions. He believed Kaguya knew how to choose, if Shin didn't help her, Kaguya would be sealed away in the end. In a fight, Kaguya was far from being a match for Hagoromo. All right. I agree. But you have to help me kill this rebellious son. After a moment of hesitation, Kaguya finally made up her mind, agreeing to Shin's conditions and asking for his help. All right, no problem. It's just a matter of lifting a finger anyway. Shin said with an air of indifference. Kaguya's mouth twitched. She had just fought Hagoromo and deeply understood how strong this rebellious son was now. Though she didn't want to admit it, he had indeed surpassed her. Thinking that her rebellious son's strength had surpassed hers, Kaguya's heart felt uneasy. Don't forget the 3 conditions you promised me. When I state my conditions, if you go back on your word, you'll be worse off than the Otsutsuki trio. As Shin spoke, he pointed at Otsutsuki Momoshiki's corpse. This was also a threat to Kaguya. Anyway, Shin didn't believe Kaguya would be so honest, so a little threat was necessary to prevent her from playing tricks. I won't go back on my word. Do you think I'm a despicable woman? Kaguya glared at Shin. Don't glare at me. Do you want a beating? Seeing Kaguya glaring at him, Shin clenched his fist and threatened her, instantly intimidating her. Hagoromo, it's time for us to settle our scores. Shin's tone was calm, but his body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Hagoromo was silent. Shin Uzumaki was more frightening than he had imagined. Even the enemies his mother feared had died at Shin Uzumaki's hands. I don't think there's any hatred between us. How about we shake hands and make peace? Hagoromo backed down. You want to shake hands and make peace? Shin found it rather amusing. It seemed Hagoromo was quite afraid. But this made Shin feel bored. I don't think we can. You old geezer are also a threat. It's better to get rid of you. Shin wasn't afraid of Hagoromo, but his women might not be his opponent. What if this old geezer attacked Kushina and the others? So, this threat had to be eliminated. Besides, Shin had an agreement with Kaguya. After all, the conditions Kaguya promised were still useful. Shin still had use for Kaguya. It seems there's really no room for negotiation. Hagoromo's face was extremely grim. From the killing intent Shin exuded, Shin Uzumaki had no intention of letting him go. Of course, Hagoromo was also prepared for a fight. Instantly, several clones rushed towards Shin. Hagoromo had used a technique similar to the shadow clone technique, and these clones were not weak. Shinra Tensei. Shin looked at the several clones rushing over and used the repulsive force of his 9-tomo Rinnegan to send them all flying. Even after taking a heavy blow, they didn't disappear. It seemed they weren't simple shadow clones, but something similar to wood clones. 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Hagoromo's real body used the same move he had used to seal Kaguya back then, 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. With the power of Yang in his left hand and the power of Yin in his right, Hagoromo quickly approached Shin and slapped towards him. Anyone touched by the power of Yin and Yang would have all their power sealed, and then their own body would become a gravitational source, attracting countless rocks to seal them inside. Finally, they would fly into space and slowly attract countless meteors, becoming a planet the size of the moon. The clone attack on Shin was just to attract Shin's attention. Hagoromo's real purpose was a one-hit kill. The attack is unexpectedly large. Shin calmly used Amanamanaka, taking the charging Hagoromo into the space within Amanamanaka. How do you know Mother's technique? Hagoromo looked at Shin in shock. He didn't even know this technique. No need to care so much. By the way, what would happen if I used 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei on you? Shin looked at Hagoromo with a smile. Shin could also use the strongest sealing jutsu, 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. As long as one possessed both Yin and Yang powers, using it wasn't particularly difficult. Shin had mastered the power of 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei long ago. This is the supergravity dimension. How do you like it here? Shin pressed his hand down, and immense gravity pressed down on Hagoromo's body, making him feel as if he were carrying a mountain. Shin himself was not affected at all. He didn't understand why Kaguya in the original story would be restricted by her own space. If you can't hold on, just say so. Though even if you say so, I won't let you go. Shin's words were equivalent to nonsense, but it also showed Shin's attitude. He absolutely would not let Hagoromo go. You really choose to help Mother. She is not to be trusted. Hagoromo, holding his 6 paths Shikujo, straightened his back with great effort and asked Shin, staring at him. Heh, as if you can be trusted. Compared to Hagoromo, Shin felt Kaguya was a much smaller threat. Though that woman's strength wasn't weak, her brain was stupid. Unlike Hagoromo, who was old and cunning. If you back down, I can tell you all the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. Hagoromo continued to negotiate with Shin with a grim face. The secrets of the Uzumaki clan. I don't think your understanding of the Uzumaki clan can surpass Kaguya's. Shin wasn't interested in the secrets Hagoromo mentioned. Perhaps it was just something Hagoromo made up to survive. Even if the Uzumaki clan really had some important secrets, Shin could just ask Kaguya. Chapter 465, Eliminating Hagoromo Uzumaki. Hagoromo, what exactly was your purpose, hiding in the shinobi world for so many years? Shin asked Hagoromo. If I told you, would you spare me? Hagoromo asked calmly. I'd love to lie to you, but I'll be honest, no. Shin shook his head. It was simple enough for him to discover Hagoromo's plans, he could just read his memories. Since that's the case, why should I tell you? Hagoromo prepared to fight to the death. Since there was no way out, he might as well take Shin down with him. Well said. Since you won't talk, I'll just have to look through your memories myself. Shin smiled calmly. Then let's fight to the bitter end. The truth-seeking orbs behind Hagoromo combined to form the sword of Nunaboko, and he charged towards Shin. The fish will surely die, but the net won't break, Shin said calmly. This was Shin's domain. Did Hagoromo really think he could take Shin down with him? Even if Hagoromo's strength doubled, it would be impossible. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Shin's fists blurred, unleashing countless massive punches, each one like a nuclear bomb. Boom. The earth roared, and the supergravity dimension was ravaged by Shin's full-power 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Yes, Shin showed no mercy even when destroying his own space. Hagoromo was the most pitiful. He had just declared a fight to the death, but now, he was being pulverized by Shin's fists. Even a body as hard as steel couldn't withstand the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack's blows. The sword of Nunaboko was shattered by the punches. A single 80 Gods Vacuum Attack completely shattered all of Hagoromo's confidence. Your strength isn't even enough to make me use my full power. Shin shook his head in disappointment. Where did you come from? Hagoromo lay on the ground, looking up at Shin with intense hatred. The shinobi world couldn't have produced such a monster, even the Uzumaki clan. His strength was on a whole other level. Where did I come from? Shin paused for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. I came from a place you don't know. Strictly speaking, Shin wasn't from this world. He was a transmigrator, brought to this world by the system. So you really aren't from the shinobi world. Hagoromo understood. How did he achieve this strength? Logically, only with the power of the God Tree could one reach this level. All members of the Otsutsuki clan basically relied on the god tree to enhance their strength. Shin, however, relied on the system's replication cards. Without the system, he wouldn't have reached his current level of power. Since I've let you in on a secret, you can satisfy my curiosity in return. As Shin spoke, he reached out to grab Hagoromo, preparing to read his memories. But Hagoromo naturally wouldn't allow it, holding his six-path Shakujo and preparing to resist again. Still want to resist? Didn't you get beaten enough earlier? Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 361 palms. Shin assumed the gentle fist stance. A bagua pattern enveloped Hagoromo, who was right in the center. Then, countless palm and fist strikes rained down on Hagoromo, hitting him from all sides. After being struck by Shin, the chakra wrapped around Shin's hands sealed Hagoromo's acupoints. Though Hagoromo was created by Kagaya, the gentle fist's pressure point strikes were still effective against him. Spitting out blood, Hagoromo collapsed to the ground. Already under the immense pressure of the supergravity dimension, and with his chakra now sealed by Shin, Hagoromo couldn't even stand. The gentle fist was effective against Hagoromo not because the technique was so powerful, but because of who was using it. Only Shin could seal Hagoromo's chakra. No power to resist now, right? Shin chuckled, placing his hand on Hagoromo's head, extracting his soul and reading his memories. After reading all of Hagoromo's memories, Shin understood his purpose. It was also for the god tree. Other members of the Otsutsuki clan wanted the god tree fruit, the chakra fruit. Hagoromo was the same, but Hagoromo didn't want a one-time deal. He wanted to treat the shinobi world as a nursery for leeks, harvesting them crop after crop. So that's how it is. Then your soul can turn to ash. Shin glanced at Hagoromo's extracted soul, then used his ocular power to completely destroy it. Hagoromo was dead, his body lying on the ground. This is my space, after all. Leaving a corpse here isn't good. Shin considered for a moment, then used Amaterasu to burn Hagoromo's body to ashes. The supergravity dimension is a bit severely damaged. Shin looked around. The destruction caused by the 80 gods vacuum attack was quite extensive. But it didn't matter. Besides affecting the aesthetics, there were no other consequences. Using Yumatsu Hirasaka, he left the Amanamanaka space and appeared in the outside world. You're alone. Where is that rebellious son? As soon as Shin came out, Kagaya Otsutsuki impatiently asked him. He's already dead. You wouldn't be sad, would you? Shin looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki, wondering if she would be saddened by Hagoromo's death. Looking at Kagaya Otsutsuki, she didn't seem that heartless. Kagaya Otsutsuki was silent for a moment. Though this was the result she wanted, hearing the news, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When she created them, though she intended them to be tools, she had developed some feelings for them while raising them. This was why she was so angry when she was sealed by her 2 sons. By the way, what about Hamura? Kagaya Otsutsuki's brow furrowed. Now that Hagoromo was dead, what about her second son, Hamura? You're looking for Hamura Otsutsuki? Congratulations, you won't find him. He was killed by me long ago, and not even his bones remain. Shin told Kagaya Otsutsuki this news. Chapter 466, A Living Disaster. After killing Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the system surprisingly gave no reward. Shin was quite helpless. He had had the system for decades, but he still didn't know the rules for issuing system missions. Forget it, he was already invincible in the Naruto world. Even without missions, it didn't matter. Besides, there was still one mission he hadn't completed. Shin looked at Madara. There was still a mission to eliminate the Ten Tails. This mission was worth 1 divine replication card. However, Shin felt that this divine replication card might be even more difficult to obtain than the one for killing the Otsutsuki trio. By the way, do you know any way to kill the Ten Tails? Shin's gaze turned to Kagaya Otsutsuki. She should know, right? Even if she didn't, it didn't matter. Shin could experiment himself. Kill the Ten Tails. Kagaya Otsutsuki was stunned. Why kill the Ten Tails? Isn't the Ten Tails the god tree? She had never heard of anyone wanting to kill the god tree. Didn't everyone want to use the god tree's power to enhance their strength? At least, all members of the Otsutsuki clan did. The god tree wasn't a good thing. It grew by absorbing the energy of the entire world. The Otsutsuki Momoshiki Shin had destroyed who knows how many planets. His so-called destruction wasn't blowing up planets, but destroying the life on them. No matter how awesome Otsutsuki Momoshiki was, he was still easily killed by Shin. That's right. I want to kill the Ten Tails. Do you have a way? Shin ignored Kagaya Otsutsuki's shock. What was there to be shocked about? No. You absolutely cannot kill the Ten Tails. Kagaya Otsutsuki quickly said. Though she knew the Ten Tails was immortal, if Shin wanted to kill it, Kaguya felt it wasn't impossible. Because this so-called immortality was just her own perception. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been killed by Shin Uzumaki, the Ten Tails could also be killed. Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't allow Shin to kill the Ten Tails. She still wanted to reclaim her full power, and the Ten Tails was part of her power. Oh. I am determined to kill the Ten Tails. Do you want to be my enemy? Shin looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki with a half-smile. Kaguya Otsutsuki's unnaturally pale face turned grim. If Shin Uzumaki insisted on killing the Ten Tails, she had no way to stop him. If you really want to kill it, I can't stop you. But I don't know how to kill the Ten Tails. Kaguya Otsutsuki genuinely didn't know. Even if she did, she wouldn't tell Shin. Shin had anticipated he wouldn't get an answer from Kaguya Otsutsuki. Perhaps Kaguya Otsutsuki really didn't know. The God Tree is ultimately just a tree. If its life force is exhausted, then it will only end in death, right? Shin said thoughtfully. To deal with the God Tree, he first had to deal with Madara. He hadn't expected that among so many people, Madara would be the last one standing. Madara, you're the only one left. I'll give you a way out. Hand over the Ten Tails, and I can spare you. How about it? Shin shouted to Madara, who was fighting his wood clone, and then dismissed the clone. Madara's face was black. Hand over the Ten Tails. Wouldn't that be a death sentence? Even if Shin Uzumaki let him go, then what would be the point? He hadn't completed his plan yet. Madara didn't want to die, he wanted to realize world peace according to his ideas. He now knew Infinite Tsukuyomi was a conspiracy, but Madara still hadn't given up. However, whether he wanted to die or not wasn't up to him. The power was in Shin's hands. He was an old relic, what was the point of keeping him alive? Shin Uzumaki, don't think you can kill me. Madara's expression was calm, but inwardly, he wasn't so calm. No, I really think I can. Shin felt it wouldn't be difficult to kill Madara. The key was that killing the Ten Tails God Tree wasn't easy. As long as he extracted the Ten Tails, Madara would surely die. Unlike Hagoromo and the others, Madara's current strength was entirely dependent on the Ten Tails, so, killing Madara was actually easier. Shin was just giving him some face. Limbo, border jail. Shin whispered softly. Around Shin, 10 grayish-white shadows emerged from the limbo dimension and rushed towards Madara. Madara had sage eyes, so he could naturally see the limbo clones. Seeing the limbo clones, Madara was stunned. Wasn't limbo, border jail his dojutsu? His Rinnegan's exclusive dojutsu? Why does Shin Uzumaki have it? And how did Shin Uzumaki learn all these things? Some things can't be learned just by studying. For example, Limbo Border Jail was an exclusive dojutsu of the Rinnegan, just like Sasuke Uchiha Samenotajikara. Feeling surprised, Shin's face wore a smile. He had long anticipated Madara would be surprised. Madara could at most use 4 Limbo clones, while Shin could split out 10, more than twice as many as Madara. 10 shadows all used Susanoo, and 10 invisible Susanoo rushed towards Madara. Normal people couldn't see them, but Madara could. Kaguya Otsutsuki could also see them. At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't have the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on her forehead, but her Byakugan was not normal, it could also be considered a sage eye, so she could also see them. Limbo, border jail. Madara had no choice but to also split out Limbo clones to fight Shin's shadows. As for whether he could win, Madara had no confidence at all. Because Shin's Limbo clones Susanoo were ridiculously large, like the size of the true several thousand hands. The Sage of Six Paths Hagoromo had also used this before. Madara had been surprised then, so he wasn't surprised now. However, not being surprised didn't mean he didn't know how powerful this Susanoo was. Chapter 467, Eliminating the Ten Tails. This was a one-sided slaughter. Madara's Limbo clones were instantly crushed, unable to even counterattack. The difference between them was like that of a child and a giant, there was no comparison. Madara lay on the ground, half his body gone, but he hadn't died yet. The missing half was regenerating at an incredible speed. The flesh was visibly knitting back together. In less than a minute, he would be fully restored. This was the power the Ten Tails granted him. Your recovery speed is impressive, but what's the point of struggling? Shin didn't understand why Madara continued to fight. Didn't he recognize the vast difference in their strength? Fine. Since Madara was being stubborn, Shin would just finish him off. All killing ash bones. A grayish-black bone appeared in Shin's hand and shot towards Madara. Madara had been watching Shin closely. In terms of combat experience, Madara was definitely superior to Hagoromo and the others. He hadn't lived as long as the Sage of Six Paths, but he had fought countless battles. He had lived through the chaotic warring states period. If not for living in that turbulent era, Madara wouldn't have craved peace so desperately. Seeing the trajectory of the all-killing ash bones, Madara immediately dodged the attack, which exuded a palpable sense of crisis. It's useless. I won't let you escape, Shin said, shaking his head slightly. Tenmamai. Madara, who had already dodged, found time reversing. He was back in his original spot, watching helplessly as the all-killing ash bones struck him. After being pierced by the all-killing ash bones, a decaying aura emanated from Madara's body. His body slowly turned to ash. In this process, Madara couldn't do anything to change his fate. Being hit by this was like being struck by a truth-seeking orb. Truth-seeking orbs weren't difficult for those with 6 paths power to deal with, but all-killing ash bones was a different story. Farewell, Madara, Shin said calmly. There was no way Madara could survive now. He was doomed. To think that after all my scheming, even fighting Hashirama, it ends like this. A trace of sadness flickered in Madara's eyes. He wasn't afraid of death, but his dream remained unfulfilled. There is no such thing as eternal peace in this world. Even if infinite Tsukuyomi was a viable option, would that really be good? Shin said to the dying Madara. Infinite Tsukuyomi would trap everyone in a genjutsu. But if humans lived in a genjutsu forever, even if they didn't turn into white zetsu, they would perish. So, infinite Tsukuyomi, once activated, was a world-destroying technique. Even after hearing Shin's words, Madara was still unwilling. Filled with reluctance and regret, Madara Uchiha vanished from the world. Madara was dead, but the Ten-Tails didn't die with him. Instead, it was freed. Kaguya looked at the Ten-Tails, her heart stirring. In the end, she looked at Shin and sighed, not making a move. Shin's mouth curled into a smirk. It seemed Kaguya wasn't that stupid. If Kaguya dared to snatch the Ten-Tails, Shin would absolutely kill her without hesitation. In other words, Kaguya had just walked on the edge of death and successfully landed safely. I wonder if all-killing ash bones can kill you. Shin's gaze was fixed on the Ten-Tails. Logically, with the power of all-killing ash bones, it should be able to eliminate the Ten-Tails. It's useless. All-killing ash bones was also obtained through the God Tree, Kaguya said to Shin. Shin didn't listen to Kaguya and experimented himself. Then he found that Kaguya really hadn't lied to him. It wasn't that he couldn't kill the Ten-Tails, but after killing it, the Ten-Tails could revive. It can revive because of life force. In that case, I'll just plunder all of it. Shin thought of another method. He quickly approached the Ten-Tails, then jumped onto its head. The Ten-Tails didn't resist Shin. Shin had dozens of ways to subdue the Ten-Tails, but killing it wasn't so easy. Right now, Shin could only try, constantly experimenting to find a way to kill the Ten-Tails. Placing his hands on the Ten-Tails' head, Shin's eyes glowed with a blue light. The Ten-Tails' life force was being continuously stripped away by Shin. It's working. Shin's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. It seemed the system's mission wasn't impossible to complete. The Ten-Tails roared continuously, probably sensing its impending death. Unfortunately, roaring was useless, it couldn't break free from Shin's control. In a way, the Ten-Tails was quite pitiful. It couldn't even have a quick death. Will the Ten-Tails' death affect you? Shin chatted with Kaguya to pass the time while extracting the Ten-Tails' life force. It will. My power will never return to its peak. Kaguya's expression was grim. She still wanted to reclaim the Ten-Tails. But this domineering man insisted on killing it. And crucially, she couldn't stop him. She was afraid of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the others, let alone Shin, who had killed them. Oh. Shin just said, oh, and then gave no further indication. Anyway, even if Kaguya talked until she was blue in the face, Shin wouldn't let the Ten-Tails go. The Ten-Tails' immense life force took Shin about half an hour to completely extract. The Ten-Tails had now become a tall god tree, but it was a withered god tree. Kaguya looked at the dead tree, on the verge of tears. Congratulations, Master. Mission complete. Reward, Divine Replication Card X1. Just as Shin burned the withered god tree with a single fire, the system's voice came over. His mission was complete. This also meant the Ten-Tails was truly dead. Chapter 468, The Fourth Shinobi World War Ends. The god tree, turned to ash, was blown away by a gentle breeze. Shin turned his gaze to Kaguya. What do you want? Kaguya's face was expressionless, appearing very cold. But she was hiding a hint of panic. Kaguya was very worried that Shin Uzumaki would kill her too. I won't kill you for now. You don't have to be so scared, Shin said to Kaguya. I'm not scared. Shin chuckled lightly. Kaguya's stubborn appearance was quite cute. If you're not scared, why is your body trembling? Follow me. Shin told Kaguya to follow him for now. He still had questions for her, but he didn't have time now. Bringing Kaguya, he found the girls. The women, who had been happy to see Shin, immediately looked unhappy upon seeing Kaguya behind him. Explain. Kushina said to Shin fiercely. Ahem, what do you want me to explain? I don't think there's anything to explain. Shin coughed awkwardly. He didn't want them to misunderstand his relationship with Kaguya. Then who is she? Tsunade looked at Shin with a straight face. I've mentioned this woman to you before. She is Kaguya. You killed the Sage of Six Paths, and now you're with his mother. Shin. Mikoto looked at Shin with a very special gaze. Shin and you're actually. Conan looked away, disappointed, not even wanting to look at him. I knew he had no shame. Mei Terumi looked at Shin with disdain, leaving Shin speechless. Couldn't they let him explain? Shin-sama, I actually think I'm prettier than this woman. Karen came to Shin's side, tugging on his hand resentfully. Big sister, go for it. Beat this new vixen. I support you. Hanabi nudged Hinata, then clenched her small fists, cheering Hinata on. Hanabi, don't cause trouble. Hinata scolded Hanabi, then pursed her lips and looked at Shin. You guys really think I'm that kind of person? I'm so disappointed. Shin said with a frustrated expression. If he'd actually done something, he wouldn't mind the accusations, but he and Kaguya had no relationship at all. You know what kind of person you are, Kushina said bluntly. Fine, I won't explain. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Shin waved his hand, deciding not to waste his breath on the women. I think you just can't explain it, Shin. Mikoto smiled lightly, making Shin suspect Mikoto was deliberately fanning the flames. Let's go. Let's go back to the Land of Whirlpools first. I'll talk to you all after we get back. Shin grabbed Mikoto and gave her a slap on a certain place as a punishment. Mikoto's watery eyes looked at Shin. Her body was held tightly by Shin, unable to break free. Of course, Mikoto didn't want to break free either. Then Shin used Yumatsu Hirasaka, and they all returned to the Land of Whirlpools, including Kaguya, whom he wasn't letting escape. Even with the Ten Tails gone, who knew what trouble she might cause. After returning, Shin explained the battle to the women and also explained why Kaguya was with him. But they didn't believe his explanation. Kushina directly said Shin was lusting after beauty. Shin had to use force to silence them. Damn it. We need to unite and overthrow Shin. Kushina lay on the sofa and said to Mikoto and the others. As for why she was lying on the sofa, it was naturally because she had been spanked and couldn't sit down. Kushina-nichan, you should just be obedient, Hinata kindly advised Kushina, then pointed at Shin behind her. Kushina turned her head and saw Shin looking at her with a half-smile. Her face immediately changed. Ahem, pretend I didn't say anything. Kushina didn't want a second round of punishment, so she obediently lay there, to avoid being made an example of again. The Fourth Shinobi World War ended. For the major villages, this war was somewhat inexplicable. Because they weren't the main characters of this war at all. They were even just bystanders. They had no ability to interfere in the final battle. Nawaki had originally wanted to ask Shin some questions, but when he looked for Shin, Shin was already gone. The White Zetsu army was also gone, destroyed when Shin obliterated the God Tree. The Edo Tensei army was also dealt with. Orochimaru had helped find Kabuto, and after Kabuto was dealt with, the Edo Tensei army vanished. Half a month later, Nawaki came to the Land of Whirlpools to ask Shin about Naruto Uzumaki. He was also asking on behalf of Jiraiya. Naruto is dead. He was controlled by Hagoromo, so I killed him, Shin said to Nawaki. Alright. Though Nawaki felt Naruto was a good kid, since he was dead, there was nothing to be done. But who was Hagoromo? This war had been fought in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on. Knowing wouldn't help. It's over. Don't ask so many questions. Shin directly sent Nawaki away. He didn't have time to explain a bunch of things to Nawaki. Explaining the Otsutsuki clan was annoying, it couldn't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. With this time, wouldn't it be better to sunbathe and drink tea? After sending Nawaki away, Shin lay down on the lounge chair in the courtyard. A leisurely life was a happy one, especially when being served. Beside Shin stood a woman, fanning him like a maid. And this woman was Kaguya. Yes, Kaguya had become Shin's maid. This was one of Shin's conditions, to keep her here as a maid. Kaguya herself was reluctant, but under Shin's pressure, she had no choice but to obediently be a maid. For this, she was even viewed with hostility by Karen. Karen felt Kaguya had stolen her job, so she was very hostile towards her. Chapter 469, Leaving the Naruto World. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Shin eliminated another Otsutsuki clan member. Ishiki Otsutsuki, the main antagonist of Boruto, possessed the second Ten Tails and had been hiding in the shinobi world for a long time. Shin learned of his whereabouts from Kaguya Otsutsuki, then found and eliminated him. No other reason than this, the guy was an ambitious villain. Shin didn't want him disturbing his peaceful life, so he had to take him out first. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on receiving your annual reward, 1 common replication card. Shin was startled by the system's sudden pop-up and sat up. System, you're awake. That was quick. After the Fourth Shinobi World War ended, the system had informed Shin it was going into a dormant upgrade state. Shin had thought the upgrade might take several years, he hadn't expected it to be so fast. What new abilities did you get this time? Shin asked the system. System space and the ability to traverse worlds, the system replied. System space, and traversing worlds. Does that mean I can travel to other worlds? Shin's eyes began to sparkle. He didn't care about the system space, but traversing worlds was something he couldn't ignore. Yes, Master. You can travel to other worlds. The system then explained the details. Shin also learned about the system space. It was less a space and more a small world. It was habitable, even larger than the Shinobi world, with lush greenery and blooming flowers. The only thing it lacked was life. But compared to that, Shin was more focused on traversing worlds. Traversing worlds was free, Shin didn't have to pay anything. However, the system needed to accumulate enough energy for Shin to travel. So many worlds. I want to go see them. The idea of traveling to other worlds sparked in Shin's mind. System, can I bring others with me? Shin asked the system. If he was going to travel, he naturally had to take the women with him. If he couldn't, he'd rather not go at all. Of course. As long as they enter the system space. Looks like even though you don't have much intelligence, system, you're quite thoughtful. Shin smiled, then went to inform Kushina and the others. Leave this world. Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, Konan, Mei, Hinata, and Hanabi all stared at Shin with wide eyes. The only one not shocked was Kaguya Otsutsuki. She didn't belong to the Shinobi world anyway, so traveling to other worlds didn't surprise her at all. Yes. Once we leave, it will be difficult to come back. What do you all think? Shin nodded, asking for their opinions. They could return to the Naruto world, but it would require the system to accumulate enough energy for the return trip. And this time wasn't a year or two, it might take 10 or even 80 years to accumulate enough energy. Do you even need to ask? Where you go, I go. You absolutely cannot leave me behind. I want to be with you forever. Kushina pounced on Shin, hugging his neck tightly. Me too. Mikoto didn't say much, just looked at Shin gently. Wherever Shin chose to go, she would follow. You brat, don't even think of leaving me behind, or I'll smash your head in, Tsunade threatened Shin. I'll naturally follow Shin-sama, Karen said, hugging Shin's arm, determined not to let go for the entire day. She absolutely could not be left behind. Konan grabbed Shin's other hand. She, of course, couldn't leave Shin. I'd love to see the sights of other worlds, Mei said with a light chuckle. I want to go with Shin and I too, Hinata looked at Shin with determination. I'll go with my sister. Hanabi, hearing Hinata's words, quickly said. And she also wanted to go with Shin. That left Kaguya Otsutsuki. But Kaguya had no other choice, she could only follow Shin. Alright, then pack up. And Hinata, you and your sister should go say goodbye to your father. If we leave this time, I don't know if we'll ever come back. Shin said to the two Hyuga sisters. This time, Hanabi didn't say she wouldn't go. Though she didn't want to see Hayashi Hyuga, he was still her father. Shin took Hinata and Hanabi to Kirigakure to see Hayashi Hyuga and talk with him. Knowing his two daughters were leaving with Shin to a faraway place, Hayashi Hyuga hesitated for a long time but ultimately didn't object. Objecting was useless. His two daughters no longer listened to him. In the end, Hayashi Hyuga just asked Shin to take good care of them. Shin naturally agreed. How could he not take good care of them? After returning to the Land of Whirlpools, Shin took Tsunade to see Nawaki. Learning his sister was leaving, Nawaki didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Sad because he would rarely see his sister in the future. Happy because he would no longer be forced to do things. Shin, you must take good care of my sister, Nawaki said to Shin. Of course I will. You should hurry up and get married and carry on the family line. Shin patted Nawaki's shoulder. Nawaki was probably Shin's only friend in the Naruto world. After talking for a long time, Shin took Tsunade and bid farewell to Nawaki, then returned to the Land of Whirlpools. Then Shin brought the women into the system space. Is this another world? It's so beautiful. Mikoto looked around at the environment in surprise. Yes, it's very beautiful. Is this heaven? Kushina muttered to herself. This can be considered another world. Shin nodded. Though it was the system space, it was as vast as the Shinobi world, if not larger. Shin had already built a house here. With wood release, building a house was too easy. If Shin wanted, he could become the strongest architect in minutes. Actually, this place is more like a transfer station. We haven't reached the real new world yet, Shin finally explained to the women. Then Kushina, Tsunade, Konan, Mikoto, and Mei went to explore the system space, while Shin prepared to truly traverse worlds. Traversing worlds. He felt a little excited. He would soon arrive in another world. System, take me to another world. Shin communicated with the system in his mind. Then a spatial gate, just like the one Shin used for Yamatsu Hirasaka, appeared. Shin stepped into it without hesitation. Just like using Yamatsu Hirasaka, he felt nothing, and then he had arrived in another world. Where is this place? I hope I don't run into any danger. Shin warily surveyed his surroundings. Being new to this place, Shin's vigilance was at its peak. After all, he wasn't familiar with this world yet. Chapter 470, Amazon Lily. New to this world, Shin surveyed his surroundings. He was currently in a forest. He used Kagura's mind's eye to sense his surroundings, but then he remembered that Kagura's mind's eye could only sense chakra. How could there be chakra in this new world? It seems Kagura's mind's eye is useless here. Shin was slightly frustrated, but it wasn't as if he had no other options. The Byakugan was also one of the strongest investigative tools, and Shin's eyes were who knows how many times more powerful than the Byakugan. Activating his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen, a radius of dozens of kilometers was within Shin's scope. I hope this isn't a dangerous world. I was a bit reckless when I traveled here. Good thing I still have a trump card. Shin thought of his divine replication card. The divine replication card could copy anything. Looks like I've been discovered. Shin's expression turned slightly peculiar. He saw a group of people rushing towards him. As for their strength, Shin didn't know. I'll make contact. Hopefully, I can get some information about this world. He didn't move, just waited for them to arrive. Not long after, Shin was surrounded by a group of women. And looking at their attire, it was quite revealing. Are women here really that tall? Shin noticed that these women's heights were somewhat scary. Many were even taller than him. Shin's height was considered short here. You're a man. Why are you on Amazon Lily? An old woman questioned Shin. Amazon Lily. Hearing this name, and then looking at the group of women around him, Shin roughly guessed which world this was. It should be Amazon Lily from One Piece, also known as the Isle of Women, because only women lived here, the female warriors of the Kuja tribe. Good. If this was really the world of One Piece, then the danger level wasn't high. Shin's strength could even be said to be invincible. Everyone in this world combined couldn't defeat him. A single infinite Tsukuyomi could destroy the world. Are you Elder Nyan? Shin looked at the little old woman and asked her. Seize this man. Dead or alive? Elder Nyan said to the Kuja warriors around her. I think it's better to sit down and talk peacefully. Where is your empress, Hancock? Seeing them about to act, Shin snorted lightly. A horrifying aura erupted from his body, crushing everyone. Boom. Conqueror's Haki. Elder Nyan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This young-looking man was definitely a terrifyingly strong powerhouse. It's confirmed. This is really the world of One Piece. Shin heard the term Conqueror's Haki and was completely certain. This isn't Conqueror's Haki, Shin said calmly to Elder Nyan. This was just pure aura pressure. But the pressure was too strong, so Elder Nyan mistook it for Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki was the rarest of the 3 types of Haki. Without acting, it could intimidate enemies, making weaker people faint directly. It represented a king's disposition, and Conqueror's Haki was innate, it couldn't be learned through training. After retracting his aura, Elder Nyan didn't let the Kuja warriors attack again. Though Amazon Lily had a prohibition against men stepping on the island, and any men found had to be eliminated. But the man who had just stepped onto Amazon Lily was too strong. Elder Nyan had no choice. If she didn't know when to back down, it might bring disaster to Amazon Lily. Where is your empress, Hancock? I want to see her, Shin said to Elder Nyan. What empress? When did Hancock become the empress? Do you know Hancock? Elder Nyan looked at Shin, bewildered, which also made Shin pause. Don't tell me Hancock hasn't become the empress yet. It seems the timeline isn't at the start of the story. What year is it now? Shin asked Elder Nyan. Though she didn't know why he would ask such a question that everyone knew, Elder Nyan still answered Shin truthfully. It is currently the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. The year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Shin fell into thought upon hearing this answer. He knew a lot about One Piece. He knew Luffy set sail in the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. This meant there were still 20 years until Luffy set sail. Luffy hadn't even been born yet. Roger was executed in the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. So it's been 2 years since the start of the Great Pirate Era. O'Hara was also destroyed in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Shiki the Golden Lion escaped from prison in the same year. Shin was quite familiar with the timeline of major events in the One Piece world. You don't mind if I stay here for a while, do you? Shin asked Elder Nyan. Elder Nyan looked up at Shin. Mind? Very much so. Amazon Lily didn't allow men to be here. But rules were rules. The other party had the strength to break this rule. Did she dare to mind? I don't mind. But I hope you can leave as soon as possible. Elder Nyan didn't want Shin to stay here for too long. After all, they had their rules. But how did this person get here? And what was the relationship between his appearance and the strange phenomenon? May I ask, was the black hole that appeared in the sky earlier related to you? Elder Nyan asked Shin. A black hole had appeared in the sky earlier, which was why they had rushed over and then saw Shin. A black hole in the sky. Shin nodded upon hearing this. That should be the spatial gate he created when he traveled here. By the way, I hope to learn hockey. I wonder if that's possible. Shin asked Elder Nyan. Elder Nyan frowned upon hearing this. Want to learn hockey? In the end, Elder Nyan nodded. Befriending this powerhouse was also acceptable. If Amazon Lily really encountered a crisis in the future, perhaps they could find a helper. All right. I can have someone teach you armament hockey and observation hockey. The Kuja warriors on Amazon Lily basically all mastered armament hockey. There weren't many who mastered observation hockey, but it wasn't none. Armament hockey was relatively easy to train, as long as one was prepared to endure hardship, they could learn it. True powerhouses all knew armament hockey. In the New World, the second half of the Grand Line, one couldn't survive without armament hockey. But in the first half of the Grand Line, those who knew armament hockey and observation hockey were very rare, even rarer than devil fruit users. Hearing Elder Nyan agree, Shin nodded with satisfaction. If Amazon Lily encountered any trouble in the future, Shin wouldn't mind helping out. He didn't leave Amazon Lily because Shin wanted to learn more about this world. After all, watching the anime only gave him a partial understanding. Chapter 471, Leaving Amazon Lily. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shin had been in this world for over 2 weeks and had learned a great deal about the world of One Piece. However, Shin discovered a frustrating problem: he couldn't bring the women from the system space out with him. He could enter and exit freely, but he couldn't bring Kushina and the others with him. System, what's going on? Master, it is not possible at this time. Perhaps after the next system upgrade, the system replied. Then why didn't you tell me this before? Shin asked, annoyed. Because you did not ask, Master. Alright, the system was a bit of a blockhead. If he didn't ask, the system wouldn't explain. Shin entered the system space and explained the situation to Kushina, Mikoto, and the others, who promptly gave him an earful. Remember to visit us often. If you dare to forget, you'll have to deal with my fists, Kushina threatened, shaking her fist at Shin. I'll come every night, Shin nodded. He would have done so even without their prompting. After all, who wouldn't enjoy sleeping with beautiful women? Leaving the system space, Shin saw the sky was already bright. He walked out of the palace. Yes, he was currently living in the palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Shin and you're up. Hurry up and tell me more stories about the outside world. A little girl saw Shin, her eyes sparkling, and she skipped over to him. Hancock, are you that eager to see the outside world? It's not as wonderful as you think, Shin said to the clinging Hancock with a sigh. Boa Hancock, the future Empress of Amazon Lily, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and captain of the Kuja pirates, was currently just a little girl. Hancock was less than 10 years old now. In the half a month Shin had been here, they had become quite familiar. Hancock was very curious about the world outside Amazon Lily. At this point, she didn't know how dangerous the outside world truly was. Is it really that dangerous? Hancock looked at Shin with innocent eyes, a hint of doubt in them. Of course. The outside world is full of human traffickers, who specialize in kidnapping cute little girls like you. Shin crouched down and pinched Hancock's cheek. He wasn't trying to scare Hancock, but to give her a wake-up call, lest she be captured by human traffickers like in the original story. At the age of 12, Hancock and her 2 sisters were captured by human traffickers and became slaves of the celestial dragons. It wasn't until 4 years later that they were rescued by Fisher Tiger. Hee, I know you're trying to scare me, Shin and I won't fall for it. Hancock didn't believe Shin's words. Having stayed on Amazon Lily all her life, she was extremely bored and eager to see the outside world. I'm not trying to scare you. Do you think the outside world is some kind of paradise? Shin said to Hancock, exasperated. The chaos of the pirate world was countless times greater than that of the Naruto world. Though Naruto world had constant wars, there was a sense of order. One Piece world was different, it was filled with lawless pirates. Some pirates set out for their dreams and weren't inherently evil, but they were a small minority. Most pirates were ruthless villains. Then, Shin and I, are you leaving? Hancock's smile vanished, her delicate face turning somber. You overheard yesterday. Hancock stuck out her tongue sheepishly. That's right. I plan to leave Amazon Lily. In the past half a month, Shin had learned armament hockey and observation hockey. As for his mastery of them, Shin wasn't sure. But his armament hockey and observation hockey were definitely not weak. After all, his own strength was already immense. Mastering armament hockey and observation hockey to the highest level was a simple matter for him. It's worth mentioning that Shin couldn't learn these two types of hockey at first. Later, he used 2 advanced replication cards to copy them from the Kuja warriors, and then trained them himself. Common replication cards couldn't copy hockey, so he had to use advanced replication cards. He didn't know if Conqueror's hockey could be copied with an advanced replication card. If not, Shin wouldn't waste a divine replication card to copy it. The reason was that it wasn't worth it. Though Conqueror's hockey was rare, Shin didn't think it was that strong. It was a god-tier skill for clearing out small fry. Shinra Tensei could also clear out small fry. A single Super Shinra Tensei could annihilate an island, and there was Tengai Shinsei, summoning a massive meteor. That could flatten not just small fry, but the marine headquarters as well. Shin and I, can you take me with you when you leave? Hancock asked Shin in a low voice. She didn't want to speak too loudly, afraid Elder Nyan would hear. Then her chance to go out would be gone. Take you? No. Shin glanced at Hancock, then mercilessly refused her. Shin and I, you'll be so lonely on the sea by yourself. If I'm with you, I can talk and chat with you. Hancock clung to Shin's arm pitifully. Hancock's current appearance was quite beautiful. Though she hadn't eaten the love fruit yet, Hancock herself was very beautiful. The love fruit only enhanced her charm, it couldn't make someone beautiful. The smooth fruit was the one that could make someone beautiful. Elder Nyan definitely won't let you go out. That's okay. We can sneak out. Don't worry, Elder Nyan will never know. Hancock clenched her fists confidently. Sigh, fine, I can take you out, but you have to be obedient. Otherwise, I'll send you back. Shin thought for a moment. The One Piece world was mostly sea, it was hard to see people. So, taking Hancock along could alleviate his boredom. Yay. That's great. Let's go now. We have to be careful not to be discovered by Elder Nyan. Otherwise, she definitely won't let me go out. Hancock was so excited she almost jumped up, pouncing on Shin and hugging him. Let's go then. Shin chuckled lightly, patting Hancock's little head. Taking this eye-catching little girl along wasn't bad, so he no longer refused. As for whether Elder Nyan would be furious after he took Hancock out, that had nothing to do with Shin. He was also looking forward to leaving Amazon Lily. If not for collecting information about this world these days, Shin would have left long ago. But Amazon Lily didn't have much information about the outside world. After all, Amazon Lily was relatively closed off. The only information they had was brought back by the Kuja pirates when they went out to sea. Chapter 472, Target West Blue, O'Hara. We can fly. Hancock was very excited, floating in the air with Shin. She had originally wanted to suggest Shin find a ship, but she hadn't expected they could fly directly. What's so surprising about that? Shin was a bit speechless. Hancock was still so young, her worldview quite shallow. In the world of Naruto, very few people could fly. But in the world of One Piece, it was much more common. For example, the Jeppo technique from the 6 powers allowed one to walk on air and ascend into the sky. Of course, Jeppo couldn't be sustained for long, as it consumed a great deal of stamina. Even the marine hero Garp couldn't use it for extended periods. Are we going to get lost? Hancock asked Shin. Without a log pose, it was easy to get lost at sea and not be able to find an island. Though Hancock was young, she knew about these things. Elder Nyan had likely been training her from a young age, so Hancock was quite knowledgeable. We won't get lost. Don't worry. Since I decided to leave, I came prepared, Shin said with a light chuckle to a worried-looking Hancock. Oh, that's good then. Although she had only known Shin for half a month, Hancock trusted him completely. Perhaps Shin's appearance just made it easy for little girls to trust him. Shin and Hancock left, and Elder Nyan on Amazon Lily was roaring. She had already discovered that Hancock and Shin were gone. Hancock and Shin had left a note when they left, and Elder Nyan had seen it, knowing Hancock had left Amazon Lily with Shin. I hope nothing happens to Hancock. Elder Nyan's face was filled with worry. She immediately dispatched the Kuja pirates to search for any trace of Hancock. Flying over the calm belt, Shin glanced down at the massive creatures swimming in the sea below, the Sea Kings. Sea Kings were exceptionally large creatures that lived in the oceans of the One Piece world, with the largest being even bigger than islands. The calm belt was their nesting ground. Most people wouldn't dream of entering this area. The Kuja pirates' ship could pass through because their vessel was pulled by powerful Sea Kings. Having Sea Kings to intimidate their own kind was what guaranteed their safety. Marine warships, with sea stone embedded in their hulls, could also navigate the calm belt. But for other pirate ships, this was a forbidden zone. To enter here was essentially a death sentence. There's not much to see. Let's get out of here quickly, Shin said to Hancock. Hancock nodded. Below was just endless seawater, nothing else. It was quite boring. Hancock's eyesight certainly couldn't compare to Shin's, so she couldn't see the Sea Kings swimming in the depths. Shin and I, where are we going? Do we have a destination? Hancock asked Shin. Of course we have a destination. We're going to the West Blue. Shin's target was O'Hara in the West Blue. At this time, O'Hara had not yet been destroyed. If O'Hara had been destroyed, he would have heard the news even on Amazon Lily. Although Amazon Lily was isolated, this world had news creatures that could deliver news to any corner of the globe. A buster call launched by the Marines would definitely make the papers. Since he hadn't heard any such news, it meant O'Hara had not yet been destroyed, and since O'Hara wasn't destroyed, he would go and take a look. O'Hara was a holy land of archaeology. There might be many secrets there, a group of scholars deciphering the poneglyphs. He didn't know if they had deciphered them. Perhaps they had discovered something, which was why the world government launched a buster call. Shin was somewhat curious about the poneglyphs. Of course, his target this time wasn't the poneglyphs, but to meet the powerhouses of this world. The buster call involved Akainu and Akiji. No, they didn't have those titles yet. At this time, they were still vice admirals, not yet admirals. Going to the West Blue, that seems really far, right? Hancock said, tilting her little head. That's right. The West Blue is very far. Shin thought for a moment. To get to the West Blue, he could either go to Reverse Mountain and enter from there, or head to the New World and cross the calm belt to the West Blue. Considering both routes, Shin felt that going to the New World was closer. Shin didn't need to pass through Fishman Island to reach the New World. He could just fly directly over the holy land of Mary Geos. If anyone had a problem with that, Shin was more than ready to deal with them. This world definitely wouldn't have anyone stronger than him. In terms of combat strength, the top-tier fighters of the Naruto world were definitely stronger than those of the One Piece world. The highest level in Naruto was the Six Paths level, and Whitebeard, the strongest man in the One Piece world, definitely didn't have Six Paths level combat strength. At most, he was probably on the level of Hashirama Senju. This was just Shin's own speculation. He had never seen Whitebeard in person, so he wasn't sure. If it were about the sheer number of fighters, the One Piece world definitely had more than the Naruto world. Not long after, Shin left the calm belt. His flight speed was naturally quite fast. There's a pirate ship ahead. Let's go rob it. Shortly after leaving the calm belt, Shin spotted dozens of pirate ships and immediately said to Hancock. All right. Hancock was quite excited, her little face flushing with exhilaration. In the blink of an eye, Shin arrived on the largest of the pirate ships. His gaze fell on the bald man covered in scars on the deck. Kid, who are you? Setting foot on my ship uninvited, are you tired of living? Are you the captain of this pirate ship? Shin smiled at the bald man. Though the man was bald, Shin wasn't afraid. He wasn't Saitama, after all. Kill him. Blood Wolf looked at Shin with murderous eyes and ordered his underlings. Shin and I, can you handle them? Hancock suddenly became nervous, her small hands tightly gripping Shin's clothes. She had been excited before, but seeing these fierce pirates, Hancock became scared again. Just a few small fry. Shin flicked his wrist, and several shuriken flew out. The pirates who had moved to attack Shin all found a thin line of blood across their necks. A dozen men fell to the deck, their lives slowly fading. The pirate captain, Blood Wolf, who had been unconcerned before, narrowed his eyes and became cautious. No wonder you had the nerve to come onto my ship. You're strong, interested in joining my Blood Wolf pirates. Blood Wolf didn't attack but instead invited Shin. Clearly, Blood Wolf was impressed by Shin's strength. And since he had flown over earlier, he must have a devil fruit. This wasn't the New World, it was the Grand Line. Though there were many devil fruit users, there weren't that many. Join your pirate crew. A piece of trash like you. What's your bounty? Shin glanced at him with disdain and asked. Looking at Shin's contemptuous gaze, Blood Wolf's face darkened. Chapter 473, The Little Fangirl, Hancock. I am a great pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries. To be invited to join my pirate crew is an honor for you. Blood Wolf stared at Shin with fury, his body exuding a thick killing intent. So, just a piece of trash with a bounty of over 100 million, and you call yourself a great pirate? Shin looked at him with amusement. This bounty in the first half of the Grand Line did indeed make one a famous great pirate. But in the New World, it was nothing. Though there were no 4 emperors yet, the situation in the New World was even more chaotic, with even more great pirates. Die! Blood Wolf roared, his eyes turning blood red, his body transforming into a werewolf. A Zoan Devil Fruit user. Shin looked down on Zoan Devil Fruit users. Unless it was a mythical Zoan, that was a different story. Mythical Zoan Devil Fruits were even rarer than Logia Devil Fruits. There were only a few in the entire One Piece world, but ordinary Zoan Devil Fruits were quite common, and most of them were utterly useless. Though it was said there were no useless devil fruits, only useless users, that was just talk. To take it seriously would be foolish. This kind of ordinary Zoan Devil Fruit truly didn't have much potential. Even if developed to its awakening, its final strength would still be limited. Let's test my armament hockey on you. Shin clenched his fist, his arm enveloped in a black substance. Armament hockey enhanced both defense and attack power and could even hit Logia Devil Fruit users. Logia users, who were practically invincible in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, couldn't rely on their abilities so much in the New World. Imbuing his fist with armament hockey, Shin punched towards his opponent, his fist directly piercing through the opponent's body. Boom. As for dodging, if he could dodge Shin's punch, his bounty wouldn't be only 130 million berries. Sigh. Didn't really test anything. Shin shook his head in disappointment. Honestly, whether he used armament hockey or not, the result would have been the same. Because in front of Shin, the opponent was as fragile as paper. If I have time, I'll go meet Whitebeard. I wonder if he can withstand one of my punches. Shin said softly. Whitebeard definitely can't withstand Shin and I's punch. Hancock said to Shin. Shin found this rather amusing. He pinched Hancock's nose and asked her, do you even know who Whitebeard is? I don't, but I know he's not as strong as you, Shin and I, Hancock said, looking at Shin with admiration. Shin shrugged. He hadn't done anything, yet Hancock already admired him so much. But this feeling was quite nice. Aren't you scared, seeing these dead bodies? Shin asked Hancock. I was at first, but when I hugged Shin and I'm not scared at all. Hancock nodded very seriously. I didn't realize I had that effect. Shin stroked Hancock's smooth hair. The more he stroked, the better it felt. Are you all trying to sneak away? Shin looked at the other pirates, who all looked like they were about to jump ship and flee. No. Absolutely not. Hearing Shin speak, these pirates all knelt down, looking at Shin in terror. They knew their captain, Blood Wolf, was incredibly strong. If this young man could kill him with a single punch, what chance did they have? Good. Shin looked at the other ships. Leaving this one was enough. As for the others, they could all sink to the bottom of the sea. As the thought arose in Shin's mind, the other dozens of ships suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea, as if something in the sea had dragged them down. It was just a simple application of Shin's gravitational power, but the effect was quite impressive. Dozens of ships sunk in an instant. Now, you will sail this ship to the Sabaody archipelago. No funny business, or I'll make you die a miserable death. Shin threatened them. The threat was very effective. Besides, Shin had just sunk dozens of pirate ships, of course, they were terrified. But the Blood Wolf Shin had just killed had quite a large presence. A fleet of dozens of ships, there probably weren't many in the Grand Line. Some pirate crews valued elite members, not a mob of rabble. For example, the red-haired pirates didn't have many crew members. Right now, red-haired Shanks was probably only 17 or 18. He had likely just established the red-haired pirates and was recruiting crew members to set sail. Shin and Hancock sat on the deck, while the pirates, who had been scared out of their wits by Shin, went to sail the ship. No one dared to have any ill intentions. Only a fool would think they could get away with it. Just now, a guy who tried to jump overboard was instantly killed by a shuriken that came out of nowhere. Shin and why are you making them take us to the Sabaody archipelago? Hancock asked Shin, puzzled. Because I don't know how to get to the Sabaody archipelago. Shin wasn't familiar with the One Piece world, of course, he didn't know the direction to the Sabaody archipelago. But Shin and didn't you say we were going to West Blue? Why are we going to the Sabaody archipelago? We'll gather some information at Sabaody, then cross the Red Line to the New World, and from the New World, we'll go to West Blue. That sounds so complicated. Hancock felt their journey would be very long. But with Shin, she felt very at ease. By the way, Hancock, you're 10 years old now. You should start some simple training, Shin said to Hancock. In this sea, if you wanted to do whatever you wanted, you had to have enough strength, and Hancock, this little girl, was clearly weak. All right, Shin and I. Hancock looked at Shin with expectant eyes. Chakra training was impossible. Shin could only guide Hancock in taijutsu. This world was different, there was no god tree. Hancock couldn't train chakra. Just like Shin couldn't train hockey before. Because hockey was a unique training system of the One Piece world. He had only been able to train it after using a replication card. Watching Hancock train in taijutsu, Shin couldn't help but marvel, the people of this world had incredible physiques, much stronger than the ninja of the Naruto world. Under Shin's guidance, Hancock slowly improved, though her progress wasn't significant. It was normal, training taijutsu wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It took a lot of time. 3 to 5 years might not even yield much result. The top powerhouses had all trained in taijutsu for over a decade. Chapter 474, Sabaody Archipelago. So this is Sabaody Archipelago. Shin looked at Sabaody. Even though he knew what it was like, seeing it now still amazed him. Sabaody Archipelago was composed of multiple giant trees. Its most distinctive feature was the special natural resin secreted by the urucum and mangrove roots due to respiration. The resin, expanding with air, formed bubbles that floated into the sky, which was why it was also called the Soap Bubble Archipelago. There were bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and buildings constructed on bubbles, all part of the bubble culture. The entire archipelago was composed of 79 trees, each with its own town and facilities. Shin was currently in Area 13. He had already sent the pirate ship that brought them away, sparing their lives. Areas 1 to 29 were basically pirate gathering spots, a lawless zone. This was also tacitly allowed by the Marines, or rather, the world government. It was a midway point for pirates heading to the New World via Fishman Island. Shin and I, those people look so scary. Hancock held Shin's hand tightly. Don't be afraid. Shin comforted Hancock. The current Hancock was still young, not the domineering empress she would become. As they walked, Shin could feel countless malicious gazes. These pirates were not good people. Sengoku calling them, scum of the sea, wasn't wrong. I don't like being stared at. Get lost if you don't want to die. Shin's cold words echoed through the street. He was very unhappy with these people's malicious gazes. Kid, what did you say? Say that again if you have the guts. A 3-meter-tall giant stood up, glaring at Shin fiercely. This made Shin realize he was being seen as a soft target. Shin sneered coldly. In the Naruto world, even the Kage of the 5 great villages were meek before Shin. Now, a bunch of nobodies had the nerve to confront him. Shinra Tensei. With a single Shinra Tensei, the entire street was cleared. Countless pirates died tragically. You brought this upon yourselves. Shin certainly wouldn't show mercy. They were all killers. Most pirates had taken lives. Luffy was an exception. He'd fought many enemies, but he'd never actually killed anyone. This should give me some fame. These clowns won't bother me now. Shin felt that being low-key was not feasible. Sometimes, the more low-key you were, the more trouble you attracted. So, he had used these pirates to make an example. Shin and I is so strong. Hancock's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shin. Hancock, you have to work hard to get stronger too, Shin said softly to Hancock. I will definitely work hard in the future. Hancock nodded firmly. From this moment on, Hancock set a goal for herself, to become strong and protect Shin. Shin didn't know that he had ignited Hancock's determination to train. When a person had a goal, they would work especially hard. Suddenly. Oi, you destroyed my bar. How are you going to compensate me? A woman holding a cigarette walked over angrily, her eyes filled with rage as she looked at Shin. Behind her was a man in his 50s. They were the survivors of this area. Compensate. I have no money. How about I capture you too, turn you over to the Marines, and use the reward to compensate you? Shin asked them with amusement. Silver's Rayleigh and Shikuyaku of the Rip-Off Bar. Shin had come here specifically to find them. To be precise, he came to find Shikuyaku. Shikuyaku was an informant. Shin felt he could get the information he wanted from her. A cold glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. He became wary of Shin. Who is this young man? When Shin used Shinra Tensei earlier, Rayleigh and Shikuyaku hadn't been able to dodge. It was Rayleigh who had blocked the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, saving Shikuyaku in the process. You know who I am. Rayleigh, wearing flip-flops without a care in the world, walked over to Shin. Looking at Shin's eyes, he felt his identity had already been discovered. Of course. The famous Dark King Rayleigh. If I report your location to the Marines, I could get a lot of money, right? Shin looked at Rayleigh, wanting to see his reaction. This was different from over 20 years later, at the start of the story. Back then, the Marines could turn a blind eye to Rayleigh. But now, it had only been 2 years since Roger's execution. Rayleigh was still a threat to the Marines. The Rayleigh of over 20 years later still had the ability to fight a Marine admiral. Now, Rayleigh's strength was at its peak. He could even retreat unscathed from a fight with Whitebeard. Rayleigh stared at Shin, then finally moved. His speed was like a ghost as he approached Shin, his fist wrapped in armament hockey, striking towards Shin. Away him. As swiftly as Rayleigh charged in, he was hurled back just the same. His body slid across the ground, creating a trench, and he was buried under a pile of rubble. Don't be scared. I mean you no harm. Shin looked at the cautious Shikuyaku and said with a light chuckle. And this is proof. If I did, you'd both be dead already. Shin pointed at the struggling Rayleigh and said to Shikuyaku. Then what is your purpose? Shikuyaku came to Rayleigh's side and helped him up. Rayleigh looked at Shin with extreme caution. He hadn't seen how Shin had attacked earlier. He just felt a pain in his body, and then he was sent flying. The injuries weren't severe. Shin had held back. He had just left some minor injuries. After all, he had no grudge against Rayleigh, nor did he want to kill him. I came to ask you for some information. That's all, Shin shrugged and said. He came to find Shikuyaku to inquire about the Marines' movements, to see if the Marines had already started executing the Buster Call. Just that. Shikuyaku didn't quite believe it, her brow furrowed. Shaki, I believe him. Rayleigh said to Shikuyaku. Someone that strong had no need to lie to them. Chapter 475, Arrival at O'Hara. They found a random place to sit down and talk. Rayleigh's gaze kept shifting to Shin, his brow furrowed in thought. He and Roger had traveled the world, but he'd never heard of anyone named Shin Uzumaki. The name itself was odd, almost like someone from Wano. A powerful individual appearing out of nowhere, it was unbelievable to Rayleigh. He still wasn't sure how strong Shin was. Though he hadn't gone all out earlier, he hadn't even seen Shin make a move. This meant that even if he had fought seriously, he probably wouldn't have been a match, stronger than himself. Rayleigh truly didn't know who else in the world could surpass him. He considered himself to be at the pinnacle of strength, and he was right. Even 20 years later, a 70-something-year-old Rayleigh would still hold a place among the world's strongest. What information do you want? Shaki asked Shin. Information about the Marines. Have they made any major moves recently? Shin tapped his fingers on the table, asking Shaki. Hearing Shin ask about the Marines, Shaki frowned slightly, then relaxed a little. It seemed this Shin Uzumaki wasn't with the Marines. They have made a significant move. Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Kazan went to the New World, along with other Vice Admirals, Mamanga, Strawberry, and Yamakaji. Shaki nodded and said to Shin. Mamanga, Strawberry, and Yamakaji were nothing special, just ordinary Vice Admirals. But Sakazuki and Kazan were different. Though they were Vice Admirals now, it was a foregone conclusion that they would become Admirals. Do you know what they're doing in the New World? Shin asked Shaki again. I don't know. I can't get my hands on internal marine matters. Shaki shook her head. Though she was an informant, she couldn't possibly know everything. How long have they been in the New World? This was Shin's final question. They haven't been in the New World for long. They probably passed through the Holy Land of Mary Geos about 3 days ago, then disappeared with 10 warships. Their destination is unknown. That was all Shaki knew. Shin nodded. 3 days. He wondered if he could catch up to them. It depended on the Marines' speed. The journey was quite long, but if the Marines traveled at full speed, it wouldn't take them long to reach the West Blue. Give me an eternal pose for O'Hara, Shin said to Shaki. After getting the eternal pose for O'Hara, Shin left. He had no intention of lingering here. Just now, the system had issued him a mission, save Robin and her mother. Though there was no penalty for failure, the reward was a divine replication card. The mission wasn't difficult. As long as he made it in time, the divine replication card was practically a freebie. Shin, of course, wanted it. After Shin and Hancock left, Shaki looked at Rayleigh. He seems to be heading to O'Hara. I wonder what he's going there for. I don't know either. Perhaps the Marines are also heading to O'Hara. O'Hara is in trouble this time, Rayleigh said, shaking his head slightly. From Shin's questions, he had already guessed that the Marines heading to the New World were targeting O'Hara. Was Shin Uzumaki going to help O'Hara or for other reasons? Rayleigh, no matter how smart, couldn't guess that. However, Rayleigh could guess the reason for the Marines' attack on O'Hara. It was likely the world government's intention. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. In a flash, Shin and Hancock crossed the red line, passing through the highest point, the holy land of Mary Geos. The 5 elders had no idea that someone had passed over them. Because Shin was in a hurry, he used Yamatsu Hirasaka to travel. They naturally couldn't detect Shin's presence. With the eternal pose, Shin wasn't afraid of not finding Ohara's location. "How do you feel?" Shin asked Hancock. "I don't feel anything," Hancock said to Shin blankly. Shin had been afraid Hancock wouldn't be able to adapt, but seeing she was fine, he relaxed. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, Shin traveled quickly. By the time he arrived at Ohara, the Marines hadn't even arrived yet. But he estimated that even if they hadn't arrived at Ohara, they were close. It wouldn't be long before the 10 warships of the Buster Call arrived here to give Ohara a baptism of fire. "Shin and I, why are we here?" Hancock asked Shin strangely. "Just to save 2 people, Shin said with a light chuckle to Hancock. Robin was on this island now, but Shin wasn't in a hurry. He had to wait for Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. The system mission was to save both mother and daughter. Shin couldn't just save one. Moreover, even if he didn't save Nico Robin, she would survive. In the original story, Robin was let go. Saving people. Are they women? Hancock's expression soured. Shin glanced at Hancock with surprise. Is this a woman's sixth sense? She actually guessed right. You guessed right. I'm indeed here to save 2 women. Hancock's face showed a hint of displeasure, but she didn't say anything, quietly sitting down beside Shin. Shin and Hancock sat by the sea. The Marines hadn't arrived yet. Shin wasn't in a hurry. He'd wait until the Marines arrived. Who are you? Just as Shin and Hancock were looking at the sea, a little girl's voice made them turn their gaze away from the distant sea. Looking at the little girl before him, Shin stood up, his gaze fixed on her. Are you Nico Robin? You know me. Robin took a few steps back, looking somewhat afraid. Nico Robin's life here wasn't good. Alvia had left her in Ohara. Robin was basically living under someone else's roof, coupled with her devil fruit ability, she was disliked by many. Fortunately, Professor Clover and the scholars of Ohara didn't dislike her. But even so, her life was still very miserable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so thin, looking malnourished. I guess you could say that. Shin looked at Robin and said with a smile. It was he who knew Robin, and Robin didn't know him. But now, they could be considered acquainted. Chapter 476, Buster Call. On the beach, Shin caught a sea beast and was now roasting it. This was a sea creature, a type of fish, perhaps, but its taste was completely different from fish. It was quite large, though not as huge as a sea king. But this thing was delicious when roasted, better than any other roasted meat Shin had ever eaten, and very nutritious. Perhaps the people of the One Piece world had such good physiques because they ate this kind of nutritious meat. Robin was also sitting here, but she appeared somewhat reserved. Hancock occasionally glanced at Robin, then compared herself to her. After the comparison, Hancock felt much more at ease. In all aspects, Robin couldn't compare to her at all, she posed no threat. It's ready. Eat up. Shin handed the roasted meat to Hancock and Robin. Thank you, Shin and I. Hancock kissed Shin on the cheek, then took the roasted meat from him. Thank you, Robin also said to Shin in a low voice. Halfway through their meal, Shin's gaze turned towards the sea. It seemed the Marines had arrived. 10 warships were approaching at full speed, equipped with the best weapons. These were warships built in Water 7. Not long after, the Marines drew closer. Shin could already see Sakazuki and Kazan standing on the ships. System, if I copy a Devil Fruit's ability, there won't be any side effects, right? Shin asked the system in his mind. Devil Fruits were treasures of the sea. Though they could grant people powerful abilities, they also had drawbacks, namely, weakness to seawater and sea stone. Encountering seawater or sea stone would render one completely powerless. Anyone who ate a devil fruit would become a dead weight in the water, rejected by the sea. But even so, devil fruits were still extremely precious. The value of each devil fruit would not be less than 100 million berries. And that was just for normal devil fruits. If it were a powerful Logia-type devil fruit, no one would sell it even for 100 billion berries. Though some Logia devil fruits were relatively useless, most were quite powerful. For example, the devil fruits of the future 3 admirals were all the most powerful Logia-type devil fruits. Getting sidetracked. Shin wanted to know if copying a devil fruit's ability would also copy its weaknesses. No. Master, you are only copying the devil fruit's ability. You have not eaten the devil fruit, so you naturally won't have the devil fruit's weaknesses. The system replied to Shin. If Master actively copies the devil fruit's side effects, that's another matter. Shin's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Actively copying a devil fruit's side effects. Only a fool would do that. Looks like the system is still reliable. In that case, I can consider copying a devil fruit's ability. Should I copy the magma fruit and the ice fruit? Shin looked at Sakazuki and Kazan in the distance. These two devil fruits were right before his eyes. Should he copy them? After hesitating for a moment, Shin shook his head. There's probably no need. He could use ice release, and its power was even greater than Kazan's ice fruit. As for the magma fruit, sorry, he could also use lava release. So, the magma fruit was also useless to him. If Borsalino were here, Shin wouldn't mind copying the glint fruit. Compared to the magma fruit and the ice fruit, Shin preferred the glint fruit. The speed of the glint fruit was unbeatable. There was also the rumble fruit. This fruit's ability was quite strong, hailed as the strongest Logia-type devil fruit. In terms of destructive power, it probably surpassed other Logia-type devil fruits. And in terms of speed, it wasn't slow either. It could also enhance the ability of observation hockey. The rumble fruit was on Skypea. It probably hadn't been eaten by Enel yet, but even if he could find the rumble fruit, Shin wouldn't eat it. He didn't want to gain another weakness. Wouldn't it be better to let someone else eat it, then copy the fruit's ability? At most, it would just consume a replication card. Wasn't exchanging a replication card for a devil fruit ability without any side effects a good deal? Is that a marine warship? What are they doing here? Robin stood up, looking at the marine warships and murmuring. This island is in trouble. Do you want to go back and warn the people on the island? Shin turned his head and asked Robin. Robin nodded, then immediately ran to warn the people on the island. Sigh. Without strength, yet they study things beyond their capabilities. Shin shook his head slightly. Were the people of Ohara innocent? They were indeed very innocent. After all, the disaster was brought about by those scholars. But in this world, weakness was a sin. If it were Whitebeard who was studying the poneglyphs, would the Marines attack him? Fire. Sakazuki ordered the Marine soldiers. Wait, Sakazuki. Kazan immediately stepped forward to stop Sakazuki. The world government wants to eliminate those scholars. The civilians are innocent, Kazan said to Sakazuki. Do you understand what a buster call is? Sakazuki glanced at Kazan with an expressionless face. A buster call was an indiscriminate attack on a region. He just needed to execute the order. If you have something to say, you can go talk to Sengoku. Don't obstruct me from carrying out my mission. Sakazuki said coldly to Kazan. Kazan frowned at Sakazuki. He and Sakazuki had always been at odds. Their ideals clashed. Sakazuki was too extreme. As a marine, he was indeed iron-blooded. But his methods were too extreme and cruel, even more so than pirates. Are the Marines going to bombard this island? Hancock looked up at Shin and asked. Shin nodded, then looked deeply at Hancock. What's wrong, Shin and I? Seeing Shin staring at her, Hancock asked him with some confusion. Hancock, can you wipe your hands before grabbing my clothes? Shin pointed at the two greasy handprints on his clothes and said to Hancock, exasperated. Sorry, Shin and I. Hancock stuck out her tongue sheepishly. She hadn't done it on purpose, she just hadn't noticed before. Wipe your mouth too. You still have grease on it. Shin took out a piece of paper and helped Hancock wipe her mouth. Then Shin looked at the marine warships. Should he fight them? If he really fought them, he would become famous in this world, and after becoming famous, his name would likely deter a large number of small-time pirates. He wouldn't be harassed by small fry anymore. And today, he would definitely have a fight with them. He had to save Robin and her mother, a conflict with them was certain. Chapter 477, Mother and Daughter Reunited. On the ship, after a brief argument, Sakazuki finally ordered the bombardment of Ohara. It was an order that even Kazan couldn't oppose. Surround Ohara completely. Don't let a single living thing escape, not even an ant, Sakazuki commanded. Though both were vice admirals, Sakazuki clearly held more authority. Not that he had more power, but the other Marines were afraid of Sakazuki, so they wouldn't disobey his orders. Boom. The cannon fire from 10 warships instantly engulfed the entire island, destroying half of it in a moment. Shin had already taken Hancock and left the beach, finding Robin. Though Robin survived in the original story, who knew if his arrival would change her fate, leading to her unfortunate death here. Fortunately, Shin arrived in time. Otherwise, Robin would have likely been killed by the cannonballs. Are you all right? Shin looked at the timid Robin, who was trembling like a little quail. Robin was only 8 years old now, not the intellectual woman she would become. She was still too young. Seeing Shin, Robin's tears began to fall uncontrollably. She rushed towards him. Though she had just met Shin, she felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. Like a little stray cat, she buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Shin placed a hand on her head, gently stroking it. The incoming cannonballs were repelled by Shin's repulsive force, unable to get anywhere near him. These cannonballs are quite powerful, much stronger than explosive tags, Shin commented, observing the bombardment. Can you please save the others? Robin asked. Oh. From what I know, you haven't had a good life here. And you still want me to save the others? Shin looked at Robin with surprise. Besides the scholars, it seemed no one liked Robin. Yet she still wanted Shin to save them. Professor Clover, can you save the professor and the others? Hearing Robin's plea, Shin shook his head. I can't save them. Even if he saved them this time, what then? They would still be hunted. Unless Shin became their bodyguard, which, given his personality, was impossible. He had no obligation to save them. They won't leave anyway, right? Shin turned his head and looked at the scholars. You're right, young man. I have a favor to ask. I hope you can take Robin and leave, Professor Clover said to Shin. To be destroyed along with the Tree of Knowledge is perhaps our fate. With our identities, wherever we go, we will only bring disaster. Professor Clover said with a hint of sorrow. Knowing too much meant they were doomed to die. Even if they survived, they would be hunted by the world government, implicating even more people. So, he had already decided to die. Regarding that blank period of history, Professor Clover knew something, but he had no intention of revealing it. He was about to die anyway. He planned to take those secrets with him to the grave. Professor Clover. Robin looked at Professor Clover with teary eyes. Robin, live a strong life, Professor Clover said to Robin with a smile. Let's go. Shin glanced at Professor Clover. He knew the professor knew a lot, but Shin had no intention of learning anything from him. Taking Hancock and Robin's hands, he left the Tree of Knowledge. After Shin left, the Tree of Knowledge, which recorded countless pieces of knowledge and symbolized wisdom, was engulfed in flames. Robin's eyes were filled with confusion. She had lost all direction in life. Let's go find your mother, Shin said to Robin. My mother. A glimmer of light flashed in Robin's eyes. She knew she had a mother, but she had very few memories of her. When Robin was 2, Alvia went out to sea. Whatever the reason, Alvia was an irresponsible mother. The One Piece world had too many irresponsible parents. Yes, your mother has already returned to this island. Shin released his observation haki. He could sense the aura of the giant, Jaguar D. Saul. A giant's aura was different from an ordinary person's. Shin's observation haki could capture it. And since Saul was on the island, it meant Alvia had definitely returned as well. Alvia had been captured by Saul, but later Saul had helped her return to Ohara. And Robin was able to escape because of Saul. If not for Saul, Kazan might not have been merciful enough to let Robin go. Relying on his observation haki, Shin found Saul, and also found Robin's mother, Alvia. Is this a giant? Shin looked at the giant before him with surprise. He was at least 30 meters tall. This terrifying height was astonishing. Whitebeard probably had giant blood in him too. After all, Whitebeard's height, over 7 meters, was also astonishing, beyond the scope of a pure human. Robin. Alvia was stunned when she saw Robin and asked her. Mother. Robin asked tentatively. Though she didn't remember her face, Robin felt a connection through their bloodline. The mother and daughter reunion was particularly touching. They hugged each other, as if they had endless things to say. Shin had no interest in listening to their touching words. He took Hancock and walked to the side. At this moment, Hancock was still amazed by the giant. After a while, Alvia came to Shin, bowed, and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my daughter." "No need to thank me," Shin said calmly. "Can I ask you for a favor?" Alvia took a deep breath and asked Shin pleadingly. "You want to ask me to save Robin, right?" Shin knew what Alvia wanted to ask before she even opened her mouth. "Yes. I know I can't escape, but Robin is innocent. So I want to ask you to help take Robin out." Alvia bowed to Shin and said. As for Alvia herself, she had no intention of escaping with them. She also knew the world government wouldn't let her go. She also felt it was her own investigation of the poneglyphs that had brought disaster to Ohara. So, Alvia decided to stay. She would live and die with Ohara. Chapter 478, Spandine's Death. Big brother, can you save mother? Robin asked Shin. Alvia had asked Shin to save Robin and take her away, but Robin didn't want anything to happen to her mother. They had just reunited. Robin. Alvia hugged Robin and shook her head slightly. She was already prepared to die, she didn't want to trouble this man any further. Shin and they're so pitiful, Hancock pulled on Shin's hand. Hancock didn't ask Shin to save them, she didn't want to make things difficult for Shin. But seeing them, she truly felt they were pitiful and wanted to save them. However, Hancock had no strength, she couldn't help them at all. My purpose in coming here was to take you two away, to save you. Shin finally spoke up. Hearing Shin's words, Robin was overjoyed. Alvia, however, wasn't happy at all. Instead, her expression changed, and she looked at Shin warily. Are you from the world government? Hey, you're quite vigilant, woman. But a bit ungrateful. If I were from the world government, would you still be alive now? Shin sneered, feeling a bit annoyed. Sorry. Hearing Shin's words, Alvia apologized. She relaxed a little. If the other party really was from the world government, there seemed to be no need to hide it. She had misunderstood earlier, she was too sensitive. No need to apologize. Big guy, you should think about how to escape. Shin glanced at Alvia, then turned his gaze to the big guy, Saul. Though Saul was a good person, one of the few vice-admirals with a sense of justice, Shin had no intention of taking him along. The reason was simple, this guy's size was too big, bigger than a small warship. Taking him along would be inconvenient. Besides, even if Shin really wanted to take him, he wouldn't go with Shin. Saul looked at Shin with confusion, not understanding the meaning of his words. But he quickly understood. He could feel a powerful aura approaching from not far away. This extreme cold aura, it should be Kazan. Saul looked at Shin and the others with a complicated expression, then said to them, you guys should go quickly. If you don't go now, you won't be able to leave. He had a good relationship with Kazan, so Saul knew very well how strong Kazan was. His strength was ridiculously powerful. You can't escape. Spandine and Kazan arrived. At this moment, Spandine, seeing Alvia, let out a wild laugh. Spandine was the commander of CP9 and also the father of Spandam. His personality was equally despicable. Saul, why did you betray the Marines? Kazan looked at Saul with an icy gaze. Kazan, the scholars on this island are all innocent people. Are they really criminals? Saul questioned his friend. Kazan lowered his head slightly upon hearing this. After a long while, Kazan looked up, a cold light in his eyes. Kazan also didn't approve of this buster call, but he had no choice. Now Saul had become a criminal of the Marines, disobeying the buster call and privately releasing the important criminal, Nico Alvia. Kazan couldn't let him go. Of course, as a friend, Kazan wouldn't kill him. At most, he would capture him and take him back. Kazan was even afraid of Sakazuki getting involved in this matter. With Sakazuki's personality, if he really intervened, Saul would have no chance of survival. He definitely wouldn't let a traitor go. You guys go first. Saul said to Shin and the others. He wanted to hold off Kazan with his own strength. Of course, Saul also knew he couldn't hold off Kazan for long. Kazan's strength was too great. This was a genius even Zephyr had praised. Indeed, among the future 3 admirals, Kazan was the youngest, and their strengths were probably not much different. Though in the future battle for Fleet Admiral, Kazan was defeated by Sakazuki, Kazan had fought Sakazuki fiercely for 10 days and 10 nights before being defeated. At that time, Sakazuki was probably also at the end of his rope. I think you should be the one leaving now. If you don't go, the best outcome for you is being locked up and impelled down. Shin glanced at Saul and said calmly. This was the best outcome. To be captured and survive, locked up in the great underwater prison, impelled down. And the worst outcome was being killed on the spot. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Shin opened a spatial gate dozens of meters high, then kicked Saul, sending him directly into it. What kind of fruit ability is that? Kazan finally turned his gaze to Shin. Before, Kazan hadn't paid any attention to Shin. He thought he was a citizen because on Shin's body, Kazan didn't sense any aura of a strong person. But now, just by the fact that Shin could instantly transfer Saul away, it showed that the other party was not weak, and he also had to be cautious. Not cautious of Shin's strength, but cautious of them escaping using that ability. If I said this wasn't a devil fruit ability, would you believe me? Shin asked, looking at Kazan. Kazan didn't speak, but it was clear he didn't believe it. Because in this world, only devil fruits could give people such special powers. Kazan, you deal with that guy. I'll capture them all, Spandine ordered Kazan. Kazan frowned upon hearing this, though Spandine's status was high, he was not qualified to command him. You're getting on my nerves. Disappear, Shin glanced at Spandine. He had no good feelings for either Spandine or his son. Whoosh. For people he disliked. Just eliminate them humanely. In the One Piece world, there was no one whose strength could compare to his. In other words, Shin was invincible. So, this Spandine was pierced through the heart by a kunai that came out of nowhere, his life extinguished. Don't look at Spandine as the commander of CP9, but Spandine got there entirely through connections, just like his good-for-nothing son. He had no strength at all. Besides, even if he had strength, he couldn't dodge Shin's kunai. Even Kazan couldn't see the trajectory of the kunai Shin through, let alone Spandine. Chapter 479, Shin vs Akiji, copying the 6 powers. After Shin killed Spandine, Kazan finally reacted, his gaze gradually turning icy. Though Kazan despised Spandine and even found him annoying, it didn't mean he could tolerate him being killed. Spandine served the world government. His death would cause real trouble. The 5 elders would surely hold them accountable, and even Sengoku would be reprimanded. Kazan himself would undoubtedly be punished. I could tell you weren't a fan of that guy either. I did you a favor, didn't I? Shin asked Kazan with a smile. Kazan looked at Shin and unleashed 5 ice spears from his hand, sending them flying towards Shin. Straight to violence, aren't we? Shin casually blocked the 5 ice spears without even moving. He had used Shinra Tensei. The invisible repulsive force was impossible to see, so Kazan naturally couldn't see how Shin had blocked the attack. If you want to leave here in one piece, get lost now. Otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences, Shin said coldly to Kazan. Kazan narrowed his eyes. Alvia's eyes filled with tension. She had heard of Kazan's reputation. Recently, the names of Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino had been resounding loudly. The Marines were likely paving the way for their promotion to Admiral. Alvia glanced at Shin, wondering if he could defeat Kazan. But right now, they could only rely on Shin. System, use 1 advanced replication card to copy the 6 powers. Shin said to the system. Shin estimated that an advanced replication card couldn't copy the ice fruit, but it should be able to copy the 6 powers. Though Kazan had never demonstrated the 6 powers, Shin didn't believe he couldn't use them. It was a fundamental skill for the Marines. Any Marine who was being seriously trained would be taught the 6 powers. Don't be fooled by it being a fundamental skill, the 6 powers were not weak, especially with their high growth potential. Master, you do not have any advanced replication cards. The system's response was quite embarrassing for Shin. No advanced replication cards, really? He checked the system panel. He only had 8 common replication cards and 3 divine replication cards. Not a single advanced card. System, synthesize 1 advanced replication card. 5 common replication cards could be synthesized into 1 advanced replication card. Shin then used this card to successfully copy the 6 powers. It was a very advanced set of physical techniques. Shin felt that copying them was the right choice, and this set of techniques was also useful to him. The stronger the user, the greater the power unleashed. In Shin's hands, the power of the 6 powers had risen to an unimaginable level. No sneak attacks. You're a Marine, have some decency. Shin blocked Kazan's punch and questioned him, annoyed. However, looking at Kazan, Shin felt a bit irritated. The reason was that Kazan's height was simply too tall. This guy was nearly 3 meters tall. And Shin's height was only 1.9 meters. The difference was quite large. And Kazan's height wasn't even considered tall in the One Piece world. Excluding the giants, the people of the One Piece world were ridiculously tall. There were basically no short people. Shin, at his height, was probably considered quite short, dragging down the average. Kazan looked at Shin, who had blocked his attack without blushing or panting, without even moving a single step, and his expression became grave. Now Kazan truly considered Shin an opponent of the same level, no, even stronger than himself. Go, Shin and I. Hancock shouted to Shin. Shin smiled at her encouragement, then whispered, shave. The 6 powers were divided into shave, tempest kick, iron body, moonwalk, paper art, and finger pistol. And shave was a movement technique. In an instant, 0.36 seconds, one continuously and rapidly stomped the ground dozens of times to generate an explosive repulsive force for high-speed movement. Relying on explosive power to achieve instantaneous movement, Shin appeared behind Kazan in an instant. Finger pistol. His finger instantly pierced through Kazan's body. However, as danger approached, Kazan immediately used his elementalization. His body turned into ice. Though shattered by Shin, it was no problem. I forgot. To deal with a Logia Devil Fruit user, you have to use armament hockey. Shin smacked his forehead. He had actually forgotten this. The elementalization of Logia Devil Fruits was an extremely strong life-saving ability. Even if it could be hit by armament hockey, it was still very useful in battle. If you encountered an opponent who didn't know armament hockey, you were basically unbeatable. Unbeatable, not completely invincible. For example, Akiji's ice, if he encountered a heat fruit user, even with armament hockey, Kazan wouldn't have an easy time. How do you know the 6 powers? Kazan frowned and questioned Shin. Do you think your 6 powers haven't been leaked? Shin scoffed. The threshold for learning the 6 powers wasn't high, so it had been leaked. But average pirates certainly couldn't get their hands on it. Kazan didn't say anything. The near-death crisis made Kazan's vigilance towards Shin reach its peak. Shin and I, look at the sky. Hancock shouted anxiously to Shin. Shin had already noticed. Countless fist-like fireballs, or rather, magma balls, were falling from the sky. Like meteors from space, the moment they came into contact with the earth, the ground shook and mountains swayed. The magma melted a huge deep pit on the ground, with magma flowing inside. And the forest was also ignited, a sea of fire burning. Sakazuki's gone mad. Shin couldn't help but say. This was Sakazuki's ultimate move, Meteor Volcano. The current Sakazuki should also have the strength of an admiral. He was just lacking the merits to be promoted to admiral, and an admiral was a top-tier combatant in the One Piece world. Could an emperor defeat an admiral? One-on-one, there was a chance of winning. But if two admirals fought one emperor, the emperor wouldn't stand a chance. So don't think the admirals in the One Piece world are weak. An admiral's strength is top-tier. In the Naruto world, they should have Super Kage level strength. If you remove the Six Paths level, the combat strength of the Naruto world probably wouldn't be as strong as the One Piece world. Looking at the incoming magma fists, Shin used repulsive force to push them all away. Though Shin wasn't afraid of such simple attacks, Hancock and the others were here. Chapter 480, leaving Ohara. The auction. Let's go. Shin said to Hancock, Alvia, and Robin. As for Kazan, who was blocking Shin, he was already down. When Shin wanted to leave, he had tried to stop him and was knocked down by Shin's single punch, several of his bones broken. Kazan was already unconscious. As for whether he would be tragically killed by the meteor volcano later, that would depend on his luck. Shin had no intention of meeting Sakazuki and the others, he wasn't interested in them. So, using Yamatsu Hirasaka, he directly left Ohara and returned to Sabaody Archipelago. Isn't this Sabaody Archipelago? Hancock couldn't help but say, seeing the familiar bubbles. Yes, this is Sabaody Archipelago. Shin nodded. Alvia looked at Shin in disbelief. From the West Blue to Sabaody Archipelago in an instant, is this a space fruit? Alvia suspected it was a space-type devil fruit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to travel such a long distance from the West Blue to Sabaody Archipelago. If Shin knew what Alvia was thinking, he would chuckle. He would never eat a devil fruit. It wasn't that Shin thought devil fruits were too weak and looked down on them. In fact, there were some particularly powerful devil fruits. But the drawbacks of devil fruits were too great. The weakness to seawater and sea stone, creating a weakness for oneself out of thin air, that was not Shin's style. And devil fruits weren't just afraid of seawater. Even if immersed in freshwater for more than half the body, one would become weak. What you gained, you also lost something. Shin didn't want to lose the pleasure of bathing in the future. What did you want to say? Shin asked Alvia. Because Shin saw the hesitant expression on Alvia's face, he guessed Alvia must have something to say to him now. My identity, it might bring you trouble. I'm sorry. Alvia said to Shin with some guilt. This time, saving her and her daughter had angered the world government. Trouble. There's no such thing, Shin said calmly. If I may ask, do you have a problem with me? Alvia asked Shin sensitively. Yes. You're an irresponsible mother. I don't have a good impression of you. Shin admitted frankly. If not for the system mission, Shin probably wouldn't have been willing to save Alvia. Right, speaking of the system mission, Shin had forgotten to check his mission reward. System, where's my mission reward? Why didn't you notify me? Didn't Master tell me not to notify you? The mission reward has already been given to you. The system replied to Shin with some grievance. Shin smacked his forehead. It seemed he had said that before, but now he had selectively forgotten it. Seeing that he had indeed received another divine replication card, Shin relaxed, his mood improving significantly. He wasn't so repulsed by Alvia anymore. Alvia, however, was lost in self-blame because of Shin's words. She was indeed not a qualified mother. Especially seeing Robin so thin and weak, Alvia's heart ached even more. Let's go. We're going to the auction house. Shin interrupted Alvia's self-recrimination and said to them. This was Area 1, a place dedicated to human trafficking and auctions. Shin knew there was an auction recently. He had learned this from Shaki. Shin wanted to go see what was being auctioned. Can we even go to an auction? With our identities? Alvia couldn't help but say to Shin. Don't you understand our situation now? We're enemies with the world government. How can you be so carefree? If you're scared, you can leave. Shin turned his head and said to Alvia. Now that he had the divine replication card, it didn't matter if Alvia left. Shin didn't care if she left. Mother, please don't go. Robin pulled on Alvia's hand. Alvia smiled wryly and nodded lightly. If she left, what would happen to Robin? Take Robin with her. Impossible. She was very dangerous now. If she took Robin with her, it would probably be a death sentence, and leave Robin with Shin, while she left alone. Alvia was reluctant to leave Robin. Shin didn't know what Alvia was thinking. Whether she left or not, it was all the same. Entering the auction house, they actually needed an invitation. But with Shin's Jinjutsu, where was the need for an invitation? You should recognize devil fruits, right? Shin asked Alvia. Shin had also seen some devil fruit encyclopedias, back on Amazon Lily. But the encyclopedias were incomplete, he had learned very little. But now there was a great scholar here. Shin felt that this woman Alvia should know a lot about devil fruits, though Alvia mainly studied history. To study history, it was necessary to study other aspects. As long as it's not a too rare devil fruit, I should be able to recognize it. Alvia didn't say it too absolutely, but she could recognize most devil fruits. All right. Then if any powerful devil fruits appear at the auction, you can tell me. Shin said to Alvia. Though he didn't think any god-tier devil fruits would appear at the auction, what if one did? All right. Alvia nodded. Shin was the savior of her and her daughter. As long as the request wasn't too outrageous, Alvia could agree to it. They sat in a corner and watched as some nobles entered one after another. However, this auction didn't have the biggest nobles of the One Piece world, the Celestial Dragons. They were called nobles, but in Shin's eyes, the Celestial Dragons were just scum. He didn't know how those fools, the Celestial Dragons, controlled the world. He also didn't know what kind of trump cards the Celestial Dragons had. Who was that Celestial Dragon, Emu? Shin was quite curious about these things, but he didn't plan to investigate now. He had plenty of time. He didn't know how many years he would be staying here. Chapter 481, The Love Fruit. As Shin waited for the auction to begin, Hancock nudged him with her small hand. Shin and I, do you have any berries? Shin was taken aback by Hancock's question. He really didn't have any berries. But attending an auction without money was impossible. Did he have to resort to just taking what he wanted? Do you guys have any? Shin asked Alvia and the others. But after asking, Shin realized it was a stupid question. Alvia had just been imprisoned by the Marines, how could she have any berries? Hancock had none either. As for Robin, she pulled out 1,000 berries. Shin was speechless. 1,000 berries might be enough for a single meal. I can't believe I'm poor now. Shin sighed slightly. In the Naruto world, he was practically a tycoon. When he left, Shin had given all his money to Nawaki. It was useless outside the Naruto world anyway. If we went back to Amazon Lily, I could get a lot of berries, Hancock said. On Amazon Lily, with her status, getting berries would be easy. But not out here. Robin, let me borrow this 1,000 berries for a moment. Shin took Robin's 1,000 berries, examined it carefully, then returned it to her. Then, Shin used Yin-Yang release to create a large pile of berries. Yin-Yang release could create anything, even living things. Creating berries was a simple matter. This is. Alvia's eyes widened. She didn't know what kind of monstrous devil fruit Shin had eaten. He could even create berries. It was a bit scary to think about. And Alvia examined the berries, they looked completely real, not at all like fakes. I just thought of a way to make money. What do you think would happen if I sold fake devil fruits? Shin mused. Savior, I advise you not to do that. You'll be hunted by everyone. Alvia, hearing Shin's words, was shocked and quickly advised him against it. Creating and selling fake devil fruits would offend too many people. A single misstep could make him a public enemy. So Alvia wanted to persuade Shin not to do such a thing. It was an extremely dangerous venture. If I sell fake devil fruits, no one will be able to find me, Shin said with a smile. He could just use a shadow clone and the transformation jutsu to sell them. Who could find Shin? Absolutely no one. Also, don't call me Savior. Just call me by my name. It feels a bit awkward, Shin said to Alvia. Can I call you Shin and I? Robin looked at Shin with sparkling eyes. In Robin's heart, she was very grateful to Shin. If not for Shin and I, she and her mother would have probably perished in O'Hara. Of course you can. Shin reached out and patted Robin's little head. Hancock snorted coldly. Before, Hancock had felt Robin was pitiful and deserved sympathy. Now, Hancock didn't think she deserved sympathy at all. Trying to steal my Shin and I. From today onwards, she was her rival. In Hancock's heart, she had already considered Robin an enemy. She looked at Robin with some hostility, but Robin was still unaware of this. What are your plans now? Shin asked Alvia, wanting to know her future plans. I'll probably go into hiding for a while, Alvia said with a wry smile. It wouldn't be long before she and her daughter were wanted. So, Alvia had no other plans for now. She would follow Shin for now and see if she could repay her debt. Alvia wouldn't forget Shin's kindness. The auction has begun. At this moment, Shin's gaze turned to the auction stage. This auction was said to have many good things. He wondered if any of the supreme grade swords would be auctioned. There were 12 supreme grade swords in total. The only one confirmed was Hawkeye's black blade, Yoru. The Shodai Kitetsu, Whitebeard's Naginata, and Shanks's saber were also suspected to be supreme grade swords, but it wasn't clear. Shin was just thinking. The possibility of a supreme grade sword appearing at such an auction was almost zero. They probably wouldn't even see a great grade sword. Though Shin was interested in swords, his interest wasn't that great. The sword he created with truth-seeking orbs could erase anything. In the Naruto world, there were 6 paths level people to resist it, but in the One Piece world, who had 6 paths power? Whoever he cut would disappear. And Shin also had a Kusanagi blade he hadn't used in a long time. The first item auctioned was jewelry. Though it looked beautiful, Shin wasn't interested, so he didn't bid. The subsequent items were basically all jewelry and collectibles. They were very precious to the nobles. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is an incredibly precious treasure, a secret treasure of the sea. Seeing the auctioneer's excited expression, Shin knew the main event was coming. Next up was the devil fruit auction. I believe everyone has already guessed. The next item to be auctioned is a devil fruit. First up is a paramecia-type devil fruit. We don't know what fruit it is, though. Seeing the devil fruit displayed, Shin's gaze turned to Alvia. He didn't know what this devil fruit was, but Alvia should know. This is the paramecia-type love fruit. Alvia confirmed carefully, then said to Shin. Love fruit. Shin was slightly stunned, then his gaze turned to Hancock. This was the devil fruit Hancock would eat in the future. Now, due to his arrival, the plot had changed. There was no way Hancock would be captured by human traffickers. Shin had thought Hancock would miss out on the love fruit, but he hadn't expected the first devil fruit at this auction to be the love fruit. Since he had seen this devil fruit, Shin planned to buy it and give it to Hancock. The love fruit, as a paramecia-type devil fruit, wasn't weak among all devil fruits, and if developed properly, it would be extremely overpowered, especially coupled with Hancock's beauty. Though Hancock was still young now, she was already a budding beauty. Chapter 482, Buying the Love Fruit. Are you planning to bid on this paramecia-type love fruit? Alvia asked Shin, seeing the determined look in his eyes. Yes. The love fruit's ability is quite impressive. It can charm anyone, men and women. As Shin spoke, he glanced at Hancock. He wondered if this fruit held any appeal for her. In terms of appearance, the shape of this devil fruit was quite nice. A pink heart shape, definitely one of the best-looking devil fruits. It can charm men and women. Really? Hancock's eyes sparkled. Hancock wasn't interested in devil fruits. Because she knew the weakness of eating a devil fruit. Elder Nyan had taught her that it was best not to eat a devil fruit. Though devil fruits had weaknesses, it was true that they could allow one to get stronger quickly. However, Elder Nyan was afraid Hancock would eat a useless fruit. Then her strength wouldn't increase much, but she would gain the weakness of being afraid of seawater. In other worlds, the weakness of being afraid of seawater might not be a big deal. But this was the One Piece world, most of it was occupied by the sea. Of course it's true. But the effectiveness of a devil fruit's ability also depends on the user's development. Shin nodded to Hancock. Hancock held her face in her small hands. If I eat this devil fruit, can I charm Shin and I? Do you want to get it? Shin asked Hancock. Ah. Hancock was stunned for a moment, then said hesitantly, won't it be too expensive? The starting bid was 300 million berries. To win it, even doubling the berries might not be enough. At an auction, the value of some items could be bid up far beyond their original value. The auction had just begun, and the price had already reached 400 million berries. Some pirates had already given up bidding. Items of this value would generally be bought by nobles, who would then use them to please the celestial dragons. So, many devil fruits ended up in the hands of the celestial dragons. Ironically, those fools, the celestial dragons, didn't even eat devil fruits. It was unknown for what reason. A devil fruit falling into the hands of the celestial dragons was a waste of resources. 500 million berries. Shin also started bidding. The price, originally 420 million berries, was directly raised to 500 million berries by Shin. It didn't matter how much he spent, Shin's berries were all created by himself. He just didn't know if anyone would be able to tell they were fake. If someone finds out, then I'll just have to resort to force. After Shin bid 500 million berries, no one continued to bid against him. Because to them, this was an unknown devil fruit. The price of 500 million berries was already inflated. If they continued to add to the price, even if they won the auction, they would be fools. 500 million berries, once. 500 million berries, twice. 500 million, 3 times. All right, this devil fruit belongs to gentleman number 75. The auctioneer said. He was very happy. This unknown devil fruit being sold for 500 million berries had already exceeded their target. If they knew the ability of this devil fruit, the price would be much higher. The petrification of the love fruit was quite unbeatable. Anyone captivated by its charm could be turned to stone. Though it wasn't a great weapon like the hobby fruit, it was still quite good. Shin really wanted to get the hobby fruit. In the hands of a strong person, this fruit was much more powerful than something like the tremor fruit. Just by touching, one could turn the opponent into a toy. A seemingly ridiculous ability, yet terrifyingly so. Of course, if the person using the fruit ability wasn't strong, then even getting the hobby fruit would be useless. After all, it required touching as a condition. If you couldn't touch them, no matter how strong the ability, it was just a decoration. Just like no matter how strong an attack, if it couldn't hit the enemy, it was useless. This fruit was won by Shin. But he had to wait until the auction was over, pay, and then he could get the devil fruit. At this moment, Shin could feel malicious gazes from the surroundings. This auction had many pirates present. They were planning to rob him. The subsequent auctioned items didn't catch Shin's eye. After the auction ended, Shin went backstage, paid, and got the love fruit. These people looked at the berries and didn't see anything wrong. It seemed no one could distinguish the berry Shin created. After getting the love fruit, Shin handed it to Hancock. Can I really eat it? Hancock's expression showed hesitation. Hancock, when did you become polite? Didn't you say you wanted to protect me in the future? Shin said to Hancock with a light chuckle. Shin had no intention of eating a devil fruit, and this originally belonged to Hancock anyway. He had just given it to Hancock in advance. He believed Hancock's strength would be much greater in the future. All right, I'll eat it. Hancock made up her mind and took a bite of the love fruit. Though it was called the love fruit, it wasn't sweet at all. Shin hadn't tasted it, but he knew the description of a devil fruit's taste. And now, looking at Hancock's expression, he could tell. Her face was twisted, it was an indescribable kind of disgusting. Robin looked at Hancock with sympathy. She had eaten a devil fruit, so she knew very well what a devil fruit tasted like. Why is it so disgusting? Hancock's tears were streaming down, looking at Shin with grievance. Is this fruit fake? Shin and I, did we buy a fake? It's so disgusting, Hancock said, wiping her tears. No. Precisely because it's disgusting, we bought the real thing. Devil fruits are supposed to taste terrible, Shin comforted Hancock. As Shin spoke, Hancock gritted her teeth and ate the whole thing in one go. Shin looked at Hancock, somewhat stunned. Hancock, you don't have to eat the whole thing. Just one bite is enough to get the ability, Shin reminded Hancock. But this reminder seemed a bit late. Hancock had already eaten the entire fruit. Chapter 483, forgive me, but Hancock is still young. Hancock stared at Shin with a resentful gaze. He'd let her eat the whole thing before telling her she only needed one bite. She wanted to cry, no, she was already crying. Actually, I wanted to tell you. I only took one bite and got the power of the flower fruit, Robin said to Hancock. Robin had found her flower fruit by chance. Whether it was good luck or bad, she had found a devil fruit at a young age, and Robin had only taken one bite. After all, few people had the courage to take a second bite after tasting it once. Hancock has changed a lot. Shin looked at Hancock. Even though she had just eaten the devil fruit, the effects of the love fruit were already apparent. She exuded a unique charm. Indeed. Alvia nodded. Before, she had only thought of Hancock as a delicate and beautiful little girl. Now, she felt a pull towards her. It was effective on men and women. However, its effectiveness depended on an individual's willpower. Those with strong willpower wouldn't be affected by the love fruit's charm. Really? Then, Shin and am I beautiful now? Hancock blinked at Shin. No matter how beautiful you are, you're still just a little girl. Shin reached out and pinched Hancock's cheek. But Hancock would grow up to be the most beautiful woman. Robin looked at Hancock with some envy. Comparing herself to Hancock, Robin felt a little insecure. Let's go. We're leaving this place. And we'll deal with some small fry along the way. Shin's observation haki had already sensed the hidden auras outside. Those pirates were ambushing them outside the auction house, though Alvia didn't have observation haki, she was smart and knew what Shin meant. At this moment, Alvia wasn't worried. If he could defeat a marine vice admiral like Kazan, these small-time pirates were nothing. The 3 Marine Vice Admirals had a record of fighting the Whitebeard pirates and retreating unscathed. These 3 Vice Admirals were, of course, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan. They had all fought the Whitebeard pirates and managed to retreat. The whole world acknowledged their strength. Shin hadn't known this before, Alvia had told him. Shin guessed they were trying to build up their reputation by fighting Whitebeard, paving the way for their promotion to Admiral. Who else to target but Whitebeard, who currently had the highest reputation? But if the 3 of them teamed up against Whitebeard in his prime, they probably wouldn't have an easy time. The current Whitebeard was only in his 50s, without any injuries, at the peak of his strength. Even Sengoku and Garp together might not be able to take him down. Leaving the auction house, Shin didn't hold back. A single Tempest Kick killed them all. Because he used Tempest Kick, Shin was mistaken for a Marine. He figured it wouldn't be long before his bounty poster came out. Killing Spandine, injuring Marine Vice Admiral Kazan, letting Sol escape, and rescuing Alvia and Robin, it would be strange if he wasn't wanted. Shin bought a small to medium-sized ship, and then they left the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, Alvia temporarily served as the navigator. With Alvia's knowledge, being a navigator was no problem. It seems you're not entirely useless after all, Shin said, looking at Alvia with surprise. Shin, don't you think that's a very rude thing to say? Alvia said to Shin with displeasure. Before, when facing Shin, Alvia had felt somewhat restrained. But now, that feeling was gone. Perhaps she had realized that Shin's personality wasn't that difficult to get along with. Why are there so many pirates? Shin, who was enjoying a small drink on the deck, felt annoyed as cannonballs flew towards them. Looking at the pirate crew in the distance, his mood instantly soured. They hadn't been at sea for long, and this was already the second wave of pirates they had encountered. When the pirate king, Roger, was executed, his words started the Great Pirate Era. It's normal for there to be such chaos, Alvia said to Shin. Publicly executing Roger was meant to suppress the pirates at sea and quell the unrest. But because of Roger's words, the situation at sea became even more chaotic. Roger started an era with a single sentence. His ability was admirable. But whether his actions were good or bad for the world, it was probably a mix of both. Because of Roger's words, countless people poured into the sea, becoming pirates, causing even greater turmoil in the world. Looking at the cannonballs about to land, just as Shin was about to act, Hancock volunteered. Shin and I, leave it to me. Let me show you the fruit ability I've developed. All right. Shin nodded. He also wanted to see how much Hancock had developed her fruit ability in these few days. Slave arrow. Hancock lightly touched her lips with her finger, creating a large pink heart-shaped substance. Then, she pulled it back like a bow and arrow, shooting out countless pink arrows. The cannonballs in the air were hit and all turned to stone, falling into the sea. After using this move, Hancock's stamina was completely depleted, and her body fell towards the ground. To prevent Hancock from falling, Shin reached out and caught her. Hancock, this move is very powerful, but shouldn't you have saved some stamina for yourself? So warm, Hancock didn't hear Shin's words at all, her little face flushing as she nuzzled against Shin's chest. Shin had a black line on his forehead. Shin, forgive me for being blunt, but Hancock is still young. Alvia, at this moment, risked angering Shin and said this. Alvia was even prepared to keep her daughter, Robin, away from Shin. What are you talking about? Shin stared at Alvia with a dark face. Hancock and Robin looked at Shin with confusion. They were indeed still young and didn't understand the content of Shin and Alvia's conversation. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Shin didn't forget the pirate ship that had attacked them in the distance. He threw a Raisin Shuriken at them, sending them all to the afterlife. People always say, if you don't anger others, others won't anger you. But Shin, upon arriving in the One Piece world, found this to be complete nonsense. He didn't know if it was because the people of the One Piece world were particularly fond of chaos, but Shin had already encountered 7 waves of pirates who had attacked their ship for no reason. And Shin didn't let these tired of living guys go. It had always been him attacking others, when did it become others' turn to attack him? So, all these bastards were beaten to a pulp by Shin, not even their bones left.